The Doomsday Vault. I control the world's resources. In his past life, Lin Shi witnessed firsthand how the cataclysms destroyed human civilization. Electromagnetic pulses paralyzed the globe. Geomagnetic storms plunged the world into a sub-zero hell. 90 of species went extinct, and the survivors mutated into bloodthirsty monsters. And he was betrayed by his closest friend. This time, he swore to rewrite his destiny. Awakening his ancestral treasure bowl, Lin Shi unlocked a heaven-defying cheat, a spatial ability with infinite expansion and unlimited material replication. Starting with a mysterious ancient coin, he frantically hoarded billions in supplies, food, weapons, energy, medical equipment, even building an impregnable doomsday fortress. Yet the apocalypse was not just a trial of natural disasters, but a slaughterhouse of human nature. As blizzards buried civilization and survivors turned into beasts, Lin Shi gripped his blade and, alongside his companion, Demon King, embarked on a ruthless path of survival. Thud, thud, thud. On the frozen surface of a lake, Lin Shi swung his ice pick fiercely. A meter below the ice, a frozen crucian carp was faintly visible. Saliva gathered unconsciously in his mouth. This fish would be dinner for him and Xiao Xiao tonight. Xiao Xiao had been his friend for 14 years and his post-apocalypse partner for 8. He was, without a doubt, the person Lin Shi trusted most. This time, it was Lin Shi's turn to find food while Xiao Xiao kept watch. Suddenly, a barely audible sound cut through the howling wind. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply. A suppressed gunshot. Excruciating pain tore through his back. He collapsed on the ice, his ice pick skidding 3 meters away. Gritting his teeth, he turned his head and saw Xiao Xiao standing beside Shun Jinbin, Lin Shi's longtime rival, speaking to him with an obsequious smile. Fragments of their conversation drifted on the wind. Space doesn't deserve it. Sanctuary. In that moment, Lin Shi's mind raced faster than ever before. Xiao Xiao had betrayed him. Blood seeped from his body, and a deepening cold set in. But worse than the physical agony was the chilling realization that the person he trusted most had sold him out. The two men approached. Shun Jinbin looked down at Lin Shi, his contempt undisguised. Lin Shi, you've finally fallen into my hands. Lin Shi's gritted teeth tasted of blood, his eyes locked on Xiao Xiao. His lower body was numb, all thanks to his dear brother. Xiao Xiao avoided Lin Shi's bloodshot gaze, muttering, Lin Shi, don't blame me. I helped you unlock that space, but you always treated it as yours alone. You refused to use it to get us into a sanctuary. If we join young Master Shin together, your space can serve him. We won't have to struggle for supplies anymore. I'm doing this for your own good. The apocalypse is only getting worse. Lin Shi possessed a family heirloom, a cracked bowl left by his father. Even after the world ended, he carried it with him. Once, while scavenging with Xiao Xiao, they unearthed an ancient coin. At first, it seemed worthless, but when Lin Shi touched it, the bowl activated, granting him a personal spatial vault. It is not scarcity, but inequality that breeds trouble. From that day, Xiao Xiao's attitude shifted subtly. Yet Lin Shi remained preoccupied with mere survival, oblivious to the change festering in his friend. 8 years. A full 8 years. The absurdity of it all struck Lin Shi, and he let out a manic, blood-filled laugh. You ha-ha! You betrayed me for this. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Xiao Xiao knew better than anyone how much Lin Shi despised Shun Jinbin. They had endured 8 years side by side, only to be torn apart by a spatial ability awakened less than 6 months ago. So this was the price of possessing a treasure one was not deemed worthy to keep. When his laughter subsided, Lin Shi closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them with eerie calm. He spoke to Shun Jinbin with certainty. I'll work for you. But Xiao Xiao is useless to you now, isn't he? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in dawning horror. He turned to Shun Jinbin. Young Master Shun, you wouldn't. Lin Shi drove the knife deeper. He told you. He could tell others. My space has nothing to do with him. The more who know, the greater the risk of exposure. Lin Shi's eyes were blood red, his gaze terrifyingly profound. Though battered and broken, the smile on his face was chilling. Xiao Xiao stared at Lin Shi, fear and venom flashing in his eyes. He forced a grimace-like smile and pleaded with Shun Jinbin. Young Master Shun, I was the one who told you about the space, remember? I can help you keep an eye on Lin Shi. Make sure he doesn't cross you. True, you did render service, Shen Jinbin nodded. A flicker of genuine relief crossed Zhao Zhao's face. Your service? I will remember it forever. Zhao Zhao's pupils shrank, his body trembling. He tried to speak again, but Shen Jinbin had already pressed a gun to his forehead. He never intended to let Zhao Zhao live. Puffed. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the ice. Swish! In the split second it took for Shen Jinbin to turn the gun and pull the trigger, Lin Shi summoned his last ounce of strength. He pushed himself up with one arm and hurled a shard of sharp ice at Shen Jinbin with the other. As if by divine intervention, the ice shard struck Shen Jinbin squarely in the head. Shen Jinbin crumpled onto the ice, his gun flying from his hand and landing a meter away from Lin Shi. Desperately, Lin Shi crawled toward the weapon. Closer, almost there. The ice shard wasn't fatal. He had to kill Shen Jinbin himself. An overwhelming hatred burned in his eyes. His fingers brushed the cold metal of the gun. A spark of triumph ignited within him. Agony exploded in the back of his head, and darkness swallowed his consciousness. Beep, 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 beep. Lin Shi jolted upright, gasping for air. Hadn't he just died? Was there a fourth person there? Who was it? It was only then he realized his wounds had vanished. The warm air, the soft bed. This was not the frozen hell of the apocalypse. The shrill beeping continued. Still disoriented, Lin Shi's eyes fell on the cell phone on his nightstand. A cell phone? These have been useless bricks since the earliest days of the collapse. It took Lin Shi a long time to calm down and accept the reality. He had been reborn, sent back to before the eternal winter began. The date was March 1st, 2024, 7:30 a.m. He was just 19 years old, a freshman at a local university, living off campus in his family's apartment. Standing on his 28th floor balcony, Lin Shi let the cool morning air wash over him. The March sun already carried a hint of warmth. Looking down, he watched the traffic flowing steadily on the streets below. Soon, those roads would be jammed with rush hour. But this scene of peace and prosperity would soon be buried under endless snow, lost forever. The cause hung high in the sky above. Lin Shi raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting at the star humanity depended on. Had humans ever truly considered what would happen if the sun itself faltered? Lin Shi knew the answer to IT would be catastrophe. It would be the apocalypse. Chapter 2. The search for ancient coins 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented SSS-class solar flare erupted, marking the moment calculated by scientists as the onset of the apocalypse. The explosion came so unexpectedly that it was not predicted in advance. It was only when the coronal particles were nearing Tianyan star that scientists began to detect anomalies. By then, it was already June 3rd, leaving humanity with merely a day's notice to react. At 10 a.m., on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse obliterated all satellites surrounding Tianyan star, leaving no survivors. All electronic devices ceased to function. This was swiftly followed by a global geomagnetic storm. But this was not the most horrifying part. After the solar eruption, the sun seemed to enter a phase of weakness, visibly dimming before the eyes of humankind. Within 3 days, the world plunged into an average temperature of -50 degrees Celsius, freezing Tianyan star into an icy wasteland. Over 90% of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food, and even low-rise buildings were all encased beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented racial catastrophe. From that moment on, survival became a staggering challenge for those who wished to live. In Lin Shi's possession was a bowl, its surface uneven and gray, with a noticeable chip on the edge. It could easily serve as a means of begging by the roadside. Initially, Lin Shi found it strange that his father had bequeathed a mere bowl in his will. However, after discovering the bowl's mysterious spatial capabilities, he realized its significance. This was a treasure basin. It required specific items to unlock or restore its powers. In his previous life, Lin Shi had only managed to repair the treasure basin in the 8th year of the icy apocalypse, thereby acquiring its spatial abilities. Regrettably, at that time, the materials he found were merely enough to stave off hunger, let alone store anything. What was most crucial in the apocalypse? Resources. Resources that could be carried with him and were impervious to theft. Now his foremost task was to unlock this treasure basin. The item needed to activate the basin had been found in the southern antique market in his previous life. Time was of the essence. This item was pivotal for his rebirth, and Lin Shi resolved to set out immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure basin inside, and stepped out. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed a breakfast shop and remembered he had yet to eat. Having grown accustomed to hunger during the apocalypse, he often spent days without food, surviving on mere snow. Lin Shi entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal. After finishing, he drove to the southern antique market, guided by his memory and navigation assistants. By morning, the antique market was bustling with over 100 stalls, teeming with people. In his previous life, it was here that he and Zhao Xiao had unearthed the key item to repair the treasure basin, an ancient coin with a unique pattern. That coin had been dug out from beneath thick snow, and while he could confirm it was in the antique market, its exact location had become indiscernible. He could only search through each stall one by one. The market was rich with ancient coins. Nearly every stall displayed piles of them, numbering in the hundreds. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Shi had yet to find the coin he sought, and a shadow of concern crossed his face. He had just learned that the antique market only set up stalls on weekend mornings, and the vendors were not always the same. This was undoubtedly grim news. If the vendor with the special coin had only set up shop on the day of the apocalypse, he might have to wait 3 months to return. That would severely diminish his advantage in this rebirth. After another hour or so, the stalls would begin to close. If he didn't find the coin now, he would have to return next weekend and try his luck again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi steadied himself and continued to the next stall. Lin Shi? A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, a flicker of menace momentarily flashing in his clear eyes. This voice was one he would never forget. Zhao Xiao, a classmate and friend from middle school through high school, had betrayed him during the hardships of the apocalypse. Suppressing his murderous intent, Lin Shi turned, feigning surprise. Zhao Xiao, what are you doing here? Zhao Xiao, clad in a city management uniform, approached and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. I was just about to ask you the same thing. What is this? The academic prodigy taking an interest in antiques? Zhao Xiao said playfully, though a hint of barely perceptible jealousy flashed in his eyes as he surveyed Lin Shi's handsome features and expensive attire. Having lived an additional life, Lin Shi noted this jealousy and felt a chill pass through him. So, it seemed Zhao Xiao had harbored discontent even at this time in his previous life. Zhao Xiao, a temporary worker at the Urban Management Bureau, was not out of place here. Lin Shi casually brushed off Zhao Xiao's hand from his shoulder and replied nonchalantly. I had some free time on the weekend and heard there were many antiques here, so I came to take a look. Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. Having worked nearby for nearly a year and knowing this street was rife with deception, many came with the hope of finding a bargain. Yet only 1 or 2 managed to do so in a year. He recalled a naive buyer who had been swindled out of over 100,000 last time. However, he kept this information to himself, secretly wishing Lin Shi would fall victim to the same fate. After all, Lin Shi was not lacking in funds. Maintaining appearances was essential. Otherwise, how could he exploit Lin Shi, the unwitting mark? Zhao Xiao smiled and said, there are plenty of fakes here, but some authentic items do exist. Half a year ago, an old gentleman found a genuine Han Dynasty piece here for just 200 and sold it for 500,000. Any normal 19-year-old would feel a rush of excitement upon hearing this, and even those who initially intended to merely browse would be tempted to buy something. Lin Shi concealed his feelings, internally mocking himself for not realizing Zhao Xiao's devious nature sooner. Nodding at Zhao Xiao, he said, then I'd better take a good look. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing a crowd. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shi approached the gathering. As the crowd thickened, Zhao Xiao shouted, make way, make way. Urban management at work. The crowd parted, allowing Lin Shi to move to the front. A young man, around 25 or 26, appeared visibly agitated, brandishing an ancient coin as he vociferously declared, old man, I had this authenticated yesterday, and it's just a modern craft. It's fake. How dare you sell it for 100,000? Refund me. You must refund me today. The vendor, a septuagenarian clad in a coarse shirt, had his weathered face contorted with distress, his hands trembling as he replied, this truly is a family heirloom. How could I deceive you? The onlookers seemed to relish the spectacle, including Zhao Xiao, who leaned closer to Lin Shi, whispering, in the antique world, there's a rule. Once you purchase an item, even if it's a counterfeit, you cannot return it. If you misjudged, it's a lesson learned. Yet, it was evident that the young man either did not understand the rules or feigned ignorance, insisting on a refund. Lin Shi's eyes widened as he recognized the ancient coin in the young man's hand. It was the very coin needed to unlock the treasure basin. The elderly vendor, visibly distressed, pleaded, "This is truly my family's heirloom, passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. I swear I am not deceiving you." The crowd cast disapproving glances at the young man. Did he not understand the rules? The authentication had been conducted. How could the genuine be misidentified as a fake? Drawing a deep breath, Lin Shi stepped forward and inquired with genuine curiosity, "May I see the ancient coin you hold?" Chapter 3. 2 Ancient Coins. Qin Tai, noticing the newcomer was merely a student younger than himself, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go away. Go play somewhere else." Lin Shi remained unperturbed and remarked, "I have a penchant for collecting various coins, and I find the one in your hand intriguing. You might consider selling it to me." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted into hushed whispers. Is this young man foolish? He wishes to acquire something that is clearly counterfeit? Is he even a student? Does he possess such wealth? Zhao Xiao was equally taken aback, pondering why Lin Shi would be interested in an item he clearly knew to be fake. He was aware of Lin Shi's considerable wealth. After all, it would take 3 years of relentless work as a city manager, without sustenance, to amass such a sum. Why squander money on a worthless coin when he could invest it elsewhere? A flicker of envy flashed in Zhao Xiao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Shi. Why was it that, despite being of the same age, Lin Shi's fortune appeared to eclipse his own? Upon hearing Lin Shi's willingness to purchase the coin, Qin Tai's eyes lit up, and he promptly handed the ancient coin to Lin Shi. The coin, which resembled gold yet was not, bore an engraving of a golden ingot on one side and peculiar symbols on the other. Many onlookers drew near to inspect it, only to shake their heads in disapproval and retreat. Most were seasoned treasure hunters from the antique market, possessing a discerning eye. The coin's pristine condition and unfamiliar design did not resemble any known currency from past dynasties. It seemed more akin to a token from an arcade game. The crowd regarded Lin Shi with expressions that suggested he was merely a naive fool with too much money. An elderly gentleman kindly warned, "Young man, be sure to examine your purchases carefully." Sensing the warmth emanating from the treasure basin in his backpack, Lin Shi was convinced this was indeed the item he sought. Regardless of its monetary value, this ancient coin could unlock a storage space, rendering it an invaluable treasure in Lin Shi's eyes. He casually inquired, "How much would you like for it?" Qin Tai, sizing up Lin Shi's attire, replied, 15,000, and it's yours." Having just complained about wanting a refund, he now attempted to inflate the price, eliciting derisive looks from the crowd. 5,000, Lin Shi countered. "I acquired it for 10,000. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Shi chuckled, turning to leave. Indeed, after just a few steps, someone intercepted him, not Qin Tai, but the elderly vendor. "Young man, if you're interested in such coins, I have another one for sale at 8,000. Lin Shi turned abruptly. "You have another one?" The elderly man, trembling, retrieved a cloth bag from his pocket and produced another ancient coin, hope gleaming in his eyes. He was in dire need of funds, as his son suffered from leukemia, compelling him to part with this heirloom. His ancestors had insisted that these 2 coins must not be lost. Yet he faced the grim reality of needing to sell them to ensure his family's survival. The sale of these 2 coins would secure his son's medical expenses. Lin Shi accepted the coin, concealing his astonishment and delight. It was indeed identical to the first. The treasure basin also reacted. "How many of these coins do you possess?" Lin Shi inquired. "Only these 2. They have been in my family for generations. I wouldn't sell them if it weren't urgent," the elderly man sighed. This response was anticipated. Such unique coins were undoubtedly rare. The one in his possession must have been the one he had discovered in his previous life, while the one held by Qin Tai had evaded his grasp back then. "Very well, I shall take this one." Lin Shi nodded to the elder and promptly transferred the payment via his phone. Observing Lin Shi's swift transaction, Qin Tai scrutinized the ancient coin in his hand, pondering if there was something extraordinary about it. The elderly man, pleased with the sale, began to pack up his stall in preparation to leave. Lin Shi, noticing Qin Tai's expression, realized he had grown suspicious. He was determined to acquire the second ancient coin. However, from their previous exchange, he had discerned that Qin Tai was a greedy individual. If he sensed anything amiss, he would certainly raise the price or refuse to sell entirely. After completing the transaction with the elder, Lin Shi turned to walk away, feigning disinterest in the coin Qin Tai still held. This maneuver left Qin Tai feeling anxious, waiting for Lin Shi to give away some hint. Ultimately, he chose to trust his cousin and hastily intercepted Lin Shi. "Hey, why not consider this coin in my possession as well? Lin Shi responded with displeasure. I already have one. This coin holds little significance for me now. Noticing the elderly man preparing to depart, Qin Tai ceased his pursuit of the vendor. He understood that the likelihood of receiving a refund was slim, especially given the unwritten rules of the antique trade. Initially, he had relied on his youth to attempt a ruse. I'll sell it to you for 10,000. I bought it for the same amount. No profit for me. Sound fair? Lin Shi cast him a disinterested glance and replied, 5,000. After some negotiation, Lin Shi ultimately purchased the second ancient coin from Qin Tai for 8,000. Holding both ancient coins in his palm, Lin Shi smiled faintly. Had he not come today, he would have missed out on this opportunity. He was eager to discover the changes the treasure basin would undergo with the addition of this new coin. Zhao Xiao would eventually face retribution, but not at this moment. Once home, Lin Shi locked the door securely, entered the windowless storage room, and closed its door. The activation of the treasure basin could create a significant commotion, and he needed to ensure it went unnoticed. He retrieved the gently warming treasure basin, placing one of the ancient coins within. The basin floated upward, suddenly emitting a dazzling light as dirt and tarnish fell away, revealing its true form. A golden beam of light subsequently surged into Lin Shi's forehead. As his vision blurred, a game-like interface materialized before him. Treasure basin, function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 1,000, space measured in meters. The storage space had manifested. In his previous life, the activation of the treasure basin had also yielded a similar digital interface. At that time, Lin Shi had not fully comprehended its significance, and this time he saw no reason to waste time analyzing it. Existence itself bore meaning. Grasping the existence of this space, Lin Shi clenched his fists. Unable to conceal his joy, the space was equivalent to a small room. Anything that could fit, excluding living beings, could be accessed through thought. Time within the space stood still, preserving items in their original state upon entry. Most importantly, this space could be upgraded using precious metals and jewels. In his past life, Lin Shi had attempted to enhance the space with gold and silver, but during the 8th year of the apocalypse, such items had been buried beneath thick layers of snow, preventing him from achieving even a single upgrade. He wondered what alterations the presence of an additional ancient coin might bring to the treasure basin. Lin Shi took the second ancient coin and placed it against his forehead. Immediately, he felt a warmth at his brow, and the coin vanished from his hand. The treasure basin interface momentarily distorted, becoming unclear. After a brief pause, it reverted to clarity, revealing significant changes. Treasure basin, function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 1,000, function, item duplication 3, funds required for upgrade, 10,000, chapter 4, item duplication. The addition of an item duplication function. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. Was this the duplication he had envisioned? He promptly set about preparing an experiment. With only 3 duplication attempts available, he was cautious not to squander them. He returned to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved the most valuable item in his possession, 5 gold bars weighing 500 grams each, left behind by his father. Holding them in his hands, Lin Shi murmured, "Item duplication." In an instant, golden light flashed before him, and in the blink of an eye, 5 gold bars materialized from thin air, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Shi quickly crouched down to collect the bars, carefully aligning them on the table to compare with the original. The duplicated gold bars matched the size and weight of the one in his hand perfectly. Among the gold bars, one bore a tiny flaw, yet it was flawlessly replicated. Lin Shi cast a glance at the interface of the treasure pot. The section for item replication had transformed into item replication 2. The gold bars in his possession were all inherited from his father. 5 gold bars could now fetch 1.05 million. Thanks to item replication, the treasure pot had suddenly augmented his wealth by this amount. The treasure pot truly lives up to its name, Lin Shi murmured. He focused intently on the 10 gold bars before him, attempting to calm his racing heart. Although he was aware that activating replication again could potentially double his gold bars, the replication attempts displayed on the treasure pot interface had dwindled to 2. He was uncertain whether the total number of 3 could only be activated thrice or if they could be replenished. Should it be the former, he must reserve the remaining 2 attempts for a more pivotal moment. Moreover, the legendary Shun Wansen had perished due to the envy of emperors, drawn by his immense wealth. An ordinary man may be innocent, yet possessing wealth is often a crime. If he were to suddenly acquire such a fortune, It was highly plausible that the authorities would take notice. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi resolved to use the replicated 5 gold bars to upgrade the treasure pot. He picked one up and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, a few red characters flashed on the treasure pot interface. Replicated items cannot be used for upgrades. He was taken aback. It could not be utilized for upgrading? Lin Shi scrutinized the gold bar in his hand, which bore no distinguishing features from a regular gold bar. Confirming the absence of loopholes, he felt a twinge of disappointment, albeit it was somewhat expected. He then took another gold bar from the safe and repeated his silent incantation, "Upgrade space." The figures on the interface began to fluctuate, transforming into treasure pot, function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 500, function, item replication 2, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. A 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 funds, with 1 gram of gold equating to 1 fund. This was knowledge Lin Shi possessed from his previous life. In contrast, silver required 100G to redeem a single fund. Lin Shi consumed yet another gold bar, and the interface shimmered as the space upgraded. Treasure pot, function, storage space 666, funds required for upgrade, 2,000, function, item replication 2, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The space had expanded. While the numbers merely doubled, the volume had increased 8-fold. The funds required for the upgrade had also doubled. 2 gold bars worth 420,000 had vanished in an instant. Had this been 3 years prior, he would not have even qualified to upgrade the treasure pot. 3 years ago, Lin Shi's father had unexpectedly passed, leaving behind an inheritance and a substantial death compensation of 10 million. The treasure pot was a legacy from his father. Currently, aside from the house and these gold bars, Lin Shi possessed 52 million in cash. To the wealthy, this sum was trivial, yet for a 19-year-old, it constituted a fortune. Nevertheless, for Lin Shi, this amount was still woefully insufficient. Upgrading to the next level of space required 4 gold bars, equivalent to 860,000 in cash, while enhancing item replication necessitated 24 million. He needed to stockpile a plethora of resources and construct a shelter, which demanded substantial funds. After contemplating for a moment, he formulated a plan. He retrieved his phone and searched for several real estate agents' contact numbers, calling them one by one. First and foremost, Lin Shi intended to sell his apartment located near the city center. Experience from his past life had taught him that in an extreme cold apocalypse, such high-rise apartments were unsuitable for habitation. San Yuan City, with its flat terrain and thriving economy, was densely populated with skyscrapers. However, this did not guarantee the survival of its millions of inhabitants. Buildings in the south were primarily designed for heat dissipation, offering mediocre cold resistance. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, the majority of casualties in southern cities were due to freezing. The onset of the extreme cold apocalypse occurred in June, causing the average temperature in San Yuan City to plummet from 2027 to between -50 and -80 degrees. The steel and concrete of those high-rise buildings would warp and crack under such frigid conditions, while the beautiful, well-lit windows would be shattered by blizzards. Within just a year or two, most of these structures would collapse. Some perished not from the cold, but from being trapped beneath fallen buildings. In his past life, Lin Shi's building had not collapsed, but the adjacent one had, bringing down his building as well. Fortunately, he had escaped unscathed. This time, living there was out of the question. Over the past decade, property prices in the country had skyrocketed, and San Yuan City's real estate remained exorbitantly high. Even Lin Shi's 128 square meter old apartment had surged to a staggering price of 80,000 per square meter, totaling around 10 million. Lin Shi had only 2 requirements for the sale: a quick transaction and full payment up front. Though these conditions appeared challenging, San Yuan City was not lacking in affluent individuals. Lin Shi set a bottom-line price of 9 million, candidly stating that he had contacted multiple agencies and was indifferent to the selling price, insisting on 9 million. Whoever could sell it first would earn the excess commission. These real estate agents, motivated by the prospect of high commissions, would exhaust every effort to assist Lin Shi in selling his house. Despite the time constraint, even a sale at 1 million would net them a tidy profit of 100,000. Those agents, having obtained the property information, were already speculating whether Lin Shi was a wealthy heir prone to extravagance. Regardless of the price, selling a house required time, making this Lin Shi's foremost task. His subsequent plans necessitated as much capital as possible. The remaining gold bars could be entirely allocated to upgrading the treasure pot. Chapter 5. Accumulate some interest. After listing his apartment, Lin Shi called his counselor to request a leave of absence, citing a family emergency. With the apocalypse imminent, attending school would be a waste of time. However, simply skipping class would lead to a barrage of calls from the counselor. Thus, requesting a leave was the more convenient choice. After all, being alone meant no one would uncover the truth. Lin Shi contemplated whether to inform the authorities about the impending SSS-level solar flare set to erupt in 3 months. Such a warning could potentially minimize human casualties and mitigate losses for the government. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. Setting aside how an ordinary citizen could reach the upper echelons of the government, were he to report it, the authorities would likely dismiss his claims as the ravings of a madman. He had no means to substantiate his assertions and would merely be perceived as an alarmist. Posting about the impending apocalypse online would yield no results either. Over the past few years, the climate had deteriorated, prompting many to speculate about various apocalyptic scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would only be regarded as a doomsayer among many. Furthermore, he would be exposing himself to potential risks. Ultimately, he was just a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his safe were purchased by his father from a gold store over a decade ago, and could only be sold to gold shops or pawn shops. He sold the 5 replicated gold bars, resulting in a deposit of $1.05 million in his account. Once these transactions were completed, night fell. That evening, Lin Shi devised an exercise plan for the next 3 months. In the face of an extreme cold apocalypse, the most vulnerable populations would be the elderly and children. Thus, young individuals with robust physiques had the highest survival rates. A strong body could withstand the cold, enhancing survival chances, safeguarding oneself, and preparing for the mutations that would arise post-apocalypse. Just as he finished drafting his plan, a notification chimed on his phone. Lin Shi opened it to find a message from his high school classmates chat group. This was a small group of only 6 individuals, and Lin Shi had pinned this chat, indicating its significance to his past self. The top message was from Zhao Xiao. "Hey guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let's get together. Everyone, Huang Miao, I'm free. Where shall we go this time? Brother Lin, lead us to some fun." Hand-drawn silly face. "Zhao Xiao, let's go to Huaqiao Club. I've spent my salary from the past few months, but I must treat you all to a grand meal. After all, you are my dearest brothers." Sun Xiaodong. "Brother Zhao is impressive, but I want TB in Sanyuan City for the next few days." Crying, Su Feifei, "I'm coming." Cute expression, Zhao Xiao, Feifei. "Places like this aren't suitable for girls." Su Qin. "Oh, I'm studying out of town. Enjoy yourselves. Let us gather again during summer vacation." In his previous life, Lin Shi was merely an acquaintance of Zhao Xiao, who had his own circle of friends. Reflecting on it now, he realizes Zhao Xiao's change in attitude coincided with the time of Lin Shi's father's passing. The exorbitant compensation for his father's death made headlines in Sanyuan City. Subsequently, Zhao Xiao and a few others began to refer to Lin Shi as a brother. They frequently concocted various reasons to invite Lin Shi out for food and fun. Being mindful of their student status and limited finances, Lin Shi often insisted on covering the bills. Zhao Xiao, in particular, would feign poverty, playing the victim, instilling the notion of shared fortunes and misfortunes among brothers. Although he claimed it was his treat, he would always devise ways to ensure Lin Shi ended up paying. The expenses at Huaqiao Club far exceeded Zhao Xiao's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. However, Reborn, Lin Shi is no longer the naive individual he once was. He sees through their intentions. It seems that Zhao Xiao's recent excitement over buying ancient coins has driven him to eagerly seek to exploit Lin Shi today. A cold smirk graces Lin Shi's lips. If that is the case, he shall first collect some interest. Lin Shi, sure, but I want to be available until after 8 p.m. The next day, accustomed to early rising, Lin Shi naturally woke at 5 a.m. The interface of the treasure basin remained unchanged, and the consumed items had not replenished. Unperturbed, Lin Shi mused that if his new ability could only be used thrice, then the practicality of this ancient coin far outweighed that of his spatial abilities. Moreover, the financial points required to upgrade item duplication were tenfold that of spatial upgrades, indicating that this ability was indeed more precious and powerful. He He resolved to delay further contemplation until he upgraded with gold. After freshening up, Lin Shi descended to warm up with a morning run, then began a regimented routine to strengthen his muscles. He engaged in moderate exercise, alternating between relaxing stretches and strength training. Having devised a workout regimen best suited for himself during the apocalypse, he now simply needed to progress steadily. After a shower and breakfast, Lin Shi began drafting a supply list. The frigid apocalypse necessitated numerous items, and he meticulously cataloged everything based on his previous life's experiences. In the afternoon, Lin Shi contacted a real estate agent to rent a 1,000 square meter warehouse for a month, paying a total of 60,000 yuan with a deposit and 1 month's rent. They agreed to sign the contract the following day, and Lin Shi ended the call. The warehouse would serve as a cover. The supplies he procured would first be delivered there before being transferred into his space. The warehouse also contained a small night watch compartment, and Lin Shi resolved to stay there for a few days until all supplies were prepared. As night fell, the group chat on his phone buzzed with Zhao Xiao and others urging an early departure. Lin Shi, unhurried, changed his attire just before 8 and drove to Huaqiao Club. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei already indulging heavily in drinks within the private room. Su Feifei's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Shi enter. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully linked her arm through his, teasingly asking, "Lin Shi, why are you so late? Did you miss me?" Su Feifei possessed a sweet visage, fair skin, and sparkling large eyes that gave the impression she was entirely captivated by the person she looked at, creating the illusion of mutual affection. In truth, she treated everyone in her circle with the same charm. In the previous life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei fared significantly better than Lin Shi. He subtly withdrew his arm while waving to the others, leaving Su Feifei momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder Lin Shi's unusual behavior, Huang Miao beckoned him over. "Brother Lin, come on. Tonight, we must drink until we drop." Zhao Xiao's gaze flicked to Lin Shi's arm, which had just been linked with Su Feifei's, and a shadow of disappointment crossed his face. Shortly thereafter, 4 strikingly beautiful women entered the room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. They had indeed summoned companions for drinks, but their looks were underwhelming compared to their flamboyance. Lin Shi scanned the table laden with alcohol, estimating their expenses to be at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. He was curious to see if Zhao Xiao could afford such a sum today. Zhao Xiao, grinning at Lin Shi, declared, "This is all for you and Huang Miao. Thank you for being my brothers. Now let us drink to this toast." Chapter 6. You didn't come without money, did you? Lin Shi did not reach for a glass. Instead, he replied, "I have a slight cold today and took some medicine, so I can't drink. You all enjoy." The 3 did not take offense. They continued singing and drinking in the room. As the clock struck 1 a.m., the table was cluttered with empty bottles. Everyone, except Lin Shi, was somewhat tipsy. Huang Miao's eyes gleamed as he chimed in, "I'm on the way with Brother Zhao. Let us settle the bill and leave together." Lin Shi chuckled, "All right, let us pay the bill and head out." A server was summoned to retrieve the bill. Zhao Xiao leaned closer to Lin Shi, draping an arm over his shoulder. His gaze slightly hazy but shrewd. "Lin Shi, come over for dinner at my place tomorrow. My parents have been wanting to see you. Remember when my mom wanted to adopt you as a godson? What are your thoughts on that?" Last month, during Lin Shi's visit to Zhao Xiao's home, his parents had expressed a strong fondness for Lin Shi and suggested adopting him as a godson, hoping to unite their families. Lin Shi's father had relocated to Sanyuan City from another region, leaving Lin Shi with no familial connections on that side. After his father's passing, his mother remarried, severing ties with her relatives as well. The appearance of Zhao Xiao and his friends had timely filled the void in Lin Shi's heart, fostering a sense of trust in them. Although Lin Shi had declined to become Zhao's godson in his previous life, he had grown closer to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao's family had even borrowed $1 million from him for their new home. Considering the timeline, it was nearly time for Zhao Xiao to repay that loan. "No, I'm not comfortable being someone's son," Lin Shi smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. He realized that Zhao Xiao had always approached him with ulterior motives. In the past, Lin Shi had regarded Zhao Xiao as his closest friend, overlooking many subtleties. Now, devoid of the friend filter, Lin Shi could see through Zhao Xiao's schemes with ease, a skill honed through witnessing the treachery of many during the apocalypse. Momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's refusal, Zhao Xiao was interrupted as the server entered with the bill. The total came to over 38,000 yuan. Rounded down to 38,000. The server presented the bill to the group. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Xiao said he was treating us. Zhao Xiao seemed to just realize this, scratching his head and sheepishly checking his pockets. Oh no, my phone is dead. He cast a pleading glance at Lin Shi. In his previous life, Lin Shi would have immediately stepped up to cover the bill. However, at this moment, Lin Shi wore a bemused smile, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he addressed the server. Could you bring him a charger? The server's expression soured as he shot Zhao Xiao a disdainful look before exiting the room to fetch the charger. Upon stepping outside, he instructed those waiting at the door, keep an eye on things. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected scene before them. They were accustomed to Lin Shi taking the initiative to settle the bill, yet today unfolded differently than they had anticipated. Although Zhao Xiao had repeatedly asserted his intention to treat, both Huang Miao and Su Feifei were acutely aware of who would ultimately foot the bill. Was there some discord between Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao? Zhao Xiao, equally perplexed, felt a surge of anger flash across his face. The way Lin Shi had acted left him feeling humiliated. His phone was charged. He had merely turned it off moments ago to provide Lin Shi with a plausible reason for the payment. Did Lin Shi wish for him to beg? Zhao Zhao's resentment towards Lin Shi had begun to fester, yet he managed to force a smile as he said, Lin Shi, why don't you settle the bill today? And I'll treat next time. Lin Shi, showing no inclination to spare Zhao Xiao any dignity, replied with a puzzled expression, Zhao Xiao. It was you who insisted on treating and invited everyone out, wasn't he it? Don't tell me you forgot to bring money for your own treat. Zhao Zhao's smile faltered. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged incredulous glances, fully aware of how benevolent Lin Shi had been towards Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years. When had they ever witnessed Lin Shi behave in such a manner? The private room still housed 4 hostesses, who had yet to receive their tips, and here they were, witnessing a scene of evading the bill. Zhao Xiao had confidently proclaimed his intent to treat, and now he was met with disdainful, incredulous looks from the women. At that moment, a waiter entered with a charger, placing it before Zhao Xiao while gesturing for him to proceed. Zhao Xiao found himself in a bind, contemplating the charger. The waiter, with an impassive expression, urged, Please charge your phone, sir. We will be closing in an hour. Zhao Zhao's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, red, white, and black, as his composure crumbled. Despite his cunning nature, he was still just a 19-year-old youth navigating life. Enough, he gritted through clenched teeth, directing a few words at Lin Shi, still under the mistaken impression that he had inadvertently offended him. He believed that if he simply returned to his accommodating ways, Lin Shi would revert to his previous compliance. However, after experiencing betrayal, Lin Shi was no longer the naive fool he once was. Lin Shi's expression grew cold. So, you truly came without money to treat? Zhao Xiao felt his pride being ground into the dirt, and his eyes reddened with frustration. Yes. Lin Shi chuckled, surveying the others. In that case, let us split the bill. What? Split the bill? Now Huang Miao and Su Feifei were equally unsettled. Su Feifei furrowed her brow. You can't expect me, a girl, to pay when we're out having fun, can you? Huang Miao's eyes darted nervously as he admitted. I didn't know we were splitting the bill today. I didn't bring any money. He nudged Zhao Xiao, whose complexion had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Zhao Gu, what did you do to offend Lin Gu? Apologize to him. Zhao Xiao, looking at Lin Shi's enigmatic smile, felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at him. He couldn't recall what had angered Lin Shi. Ignoring the trio, Lin Shi settled his own share, a mere 30 yuan for lemonade. Zhao Xiao incredulously exclaimed, Didn't you say we were splitting the bill? His mind was racing. Lin Shi smirked, deriving genuine pleasure from Zhao Xiao's disarray. Indeed, we are splitting it. Everyone pays for their share. I only had one juice tonight. You can check the surveillance if you don't believe me. As events unfolded, the club had no choice but to review the surveillance footage, confirming Lin Shi's account. After paying his 30 yuan, Lin Shi departed, leaving the 3 to face the waiter, who coldly urged, You still owe 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill. Chapter 7 Liao Peng. Had Lin Shi truly left? The trio could hardly fathom the transformation of Lin Shi from his usual amiable self to this cold demeanor. By the time they processed the situation, Lin Shi had already distanced himself. Lin Shi, wait. Su Feifei attempted to follow him, but was halted by the waiter. Why are you stopping me? That's my boyfriend," she retorted angrily. The waiter responded with a derisive smile. "You can call your boyfriend to settle your share." Su Feifei, her chest heaving with indignation, refrained from confronting the seemingly unyielding waiter and shot Zhao Xiao a fierce glare. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay." I don't have that much money," Zhao Xiao stammered. Humiliated in front of the girl he admired, his resentment towards Lin Shi intensified. Having worked less than a year, his savings hadn't even reached 4 digits. How could he possibly cover 38,000? Lin Shi had surmised correctly. Seeing Lin Shi spend tens of thousands in mere minutes the day before had turned Zhao Xiao into a jealous lemon, prompting him to invite Lin Shi out, thinking he could exploit him for a lavish treat. Zhao Xiao had believed Lin Shi would inevitably pay, and that they were inseparable friends, so he would compromise, even if it stung. Why had everything changed so drastically today? In a desperate attempt, Zhao Xiao called Lin Shi, but his call was abruptly disconnected. A second attempt yielded no connection. It dawned on him that Lin Shi would no longer concern himself with them. Facing the waiter and the watchful eyes of several club security guards, Zhao Xiao muttered, "Let us split the bill." Huang Miao and Su Feifei were naturally opposed. One was employed, and the other a student, both lacking funds. The idea of visiting the club had originated with Zhao Xiao, who had insisted on treating and summoned the hostesses. Amidst their bickering, the club eventually called the police, leading to the trio having to contact their families for funds to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, in his attempt to outsmart Lin Shi, had consumed the most extravagant drinks and thus owed 18,000. Huang Miao, having indulged as well, was responsible for 13,000, while Su Feifei grudgingly paid 7,000. The three emerged from the club in disarray, their camaraderie shattered. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao engaged in a fierce argument, blaming each other, nearly severing their friendship. In a single gathering, not only had he lost his good friend, but the girl he cherished had also cast him aside. Zhao Xiao harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Shi, cursing him for being inconsiderate, as his family was preparing to borrow money from Lin Shi to purchase a home. Yet this debacle had unfolded. Zhao's father suspected that Zhao Xiao's obvious intention to exploit Lin Shi had resulted in the latter's anger. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, even if he did know, he would remain indifferent. The following day, Lin Shi rose early for his workout. Shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent named Chen Qingqing. "Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing a property. When would you be available?" "That quickly?" Lin Shi responded, slightly surprised. "I'm available now. Bring them over." Minutes later, he heard the doorbell. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man clad in a jacket entered, accompanied by the youthful and attractive Chen Qingqing. She began to meticulously outline the advantages of the property. Lin Shi stepped aside, allowing the professionals to handle the sale while he waited. After the viewing, the middle-aged man expressed his willingness to purchase the property outright. Chen Qingqing negotiated a price of 9,450,000. Lin Shi was taken aback. This was far swifter than he had anticipated. As they prepared to leave, he observed the man making an inappropriate advance towards Chen Qingqing, and it dawned on him what was transpiring. "Mr. Lin, I've negotiated with the client. We can proceed with the transfer procedures tomorrow. Please have everything ready." Given the significance of this transaction, Chen Qingqing was pulling out all the stops. "All right. The sooner the house is sold, the quicker one can embark on the next chapter." Chen Qingqing then commenced to elaborate on the necessary preparations for the property transfer. As she spoke, she gradually leaned closer. Lin Shi took a few steps back, casting a frigid glance at her. At 25 or 26 years of age, Chen Qingqing was in the prime of her youth, her figure quite appealing. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lin Shi, she felt a chill pierce her heart. She had never encountered such a cold stare from a youth. Yet, contemplating the substantial commission, she forced herself to present her most radiant smile. "Mr. Lin, you previously mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would be considered commission. I stand by my word. Once the transaction is complete, I will transfer the funds to you. I must leave shortly, so I won't keep you any longer, Miss Chen." It was a remarkable skill to secure a commission of 450,000 from a single deal, and Lin Shi had no intention of retracting his agreement. With this sum, he could initiate his next plan. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing sighed in relief and took her leave. Lin Shi was also preparing to depart, as he had scheduled to sign a contract for renting a warehouse today. After inspecting the warehouse, he was quite satisfied. Prior to renting, he had outlined several requirements. It needed to be in a secluded area, ensuring confidentiality, with no visibility into the interior from the outside. The agent proved to be meticulous, having found a warehouse that met his specifications and even pre-visited it. The contract was signed without a hitch. Tomorrow, once he completed the handover of his apartment, Lin Shi could move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, Lin Shi stopped the agent. This agent, a man nearing 30 named Liao Peng, struck Lin Shi as meticulous and composed. With less than 3 months until the countdown to the apocalypse, he needed to gather an immense amount of supplies to upgrade his treasure trove. A task that could not be accomplished in mere days. Constructing a sanctuary was labor-intensive, and he required assistance. Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi painted a tempting picture. Liao Peng was taken aback. A salary of 500,000. That was 30 to 40,000 more than his current earnings in real estate. However, doubt flickered in his mind, wondering if Lin Shi was jesting. Cautiously, he inquired, "What would you need me to do? I cannot engage in any illegal activities." Chapter 8. Preparing to buy gold. Lin Shi organized his thoughts and replied, "I am an enthusiast of survivalism and wish to establish an independent safe haven in Shushi. However, I am currently tied up in Sanyuan City and need someone to assist me." A survivalism enthusiast? A safe haven? Even someone as composed as Liao Peng felt a shiver at Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he had encountered all kinds of properties. He was well aware that some wealthy individuals had peculiar ideas, driven by rumors of a potential Third World War and natural disasters. Some affluent individuals, fearing for their lives, would construct extreme survival systems in the basements of their villas. Yet, such requests were typically made by seasoned entrepreneurs over 40. This was the first time he had encountered someone so young seeking assistance in building a safe haven. Had Lin Shi not just completed a transaction with him, Liao Peng might have dismissed him as a fraud and walked away, aware that words alone would not suffice. Lin Shi gestured for Liao Peng to take out his phone and transfer him 100,000. This sum represented over 2 months' salary. Now Liao Peng began to believe Lin Shi's sincerity. Who would joke about such a significant amount of money? Nevertheless, his cautious nature led him to insist on formalizing the arrangement with a contract. Lin Shi had the same intention. As the establishment of the sanctuary was crucial to his future survival, he could not rely solely on verbal assurances to ensure Liao Peng's commitment to his cause. The contract stipulated that Lin Shi would hire Liao Peng as his personal steward for an annual salary of 500,000, responsible for overseeing the construction of the new property in Shushi, supervising and inspecting the work, as well as handling various errands for Lin Shi. In return, Lin Shi would guarantee Liao Peng's salary and other rightful entitlements. Given the urgency of Lin Shi's timeline, Liao Peng readily resigned from his current position to commence his new role. With this job, he could afford a home in the outskirts of Sanyuan City within a few years, a far better prospect than staying in real estate. He resolved to demonstrate his capabilities to Lin Shi. Unbeknownst to him, this position would last only 3 months. Lin Shi had no intention of keeping him on beyond the completion of the sanctuary. Lin Shi instructed Liao Peng, "Head to Shushi and find a suitable plot of land for sale according to my specifications." His requirements included elevated, flat terrain, a lack of tall buildings in the vicinity, a remote location, and a substantial land area that could be developed immediately. This was Liao Peng's area of expertise. It should pose no challenge for him. Understood, boss. Liao Peng quickly adapted to his new role and promptly booked the earliest flight. Shushi, a renowned tourist destination in the southern province, is also the city closest to the equator, enjoying year-round warmth. As the frigid apocalypse looms, the habitable space for humanity has drastically diminished. The northern regions, with their extreme cold, have become inhospitable. The authoress note, the sun has merely weakened, not vanished. Even though northern structures are built to withstand cold, the natural gas pipelines have quickly frozen and ruptured. Without heating, outdoor temperatures have plummeted to an average of -70 degrees, effectively severing food supplies and forcing northern inhabitants to migrate south. This is merely the situation during summer. Only a few regions with national grain reserves can barely survive, having established survivor sanctuaries. Although the equatorial regions have not escaped the extreme cold, they remain at least 30 to 40 degrees warmer than the north, with average temperatures ranging from -30 to -50 degrees. Furthermore, Shushi's coastal location allows for periodic ice breaking by authorities to retrieve frozen fish, ensuring a more stable food supply than in the north. Lin Shi's preparations are not merely a desire for government provisions. With a space capable of carrying vast amounts of supplies, safety becomes his primary concern. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not the harsh weather, but humanity itself. In the absence of food, desperate individuals resort to extreme measures, and violent acts to seize resources are all too common. No city maintains stable order. Shashi houses the largest official sanctuary in Qiming Nation, where many high-ranking officials, researchers, and military personnel congregate. Thus, order there is considerably better than in other locations. Additionally, Lin Shi had heard in his previous life that Shashi developed food capable of being cultivated in extreme cold. In this life, he intends to create the best possible sanctuary, directly establishing it in Shashi. The following morning, after completing his usual morning exercises, Lin Shi gathered all the items he could take into his space. He disposed of unnecessary belongings downstairs. Before departing, he cast a final glance at the empty house, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. It was merely a house. For him, home exists wherever he is. Little did Lin Shi know that shortly after his departure, Zhao Xiao arrived at his home looking for him. Unable to locate Lin Shi, she faced a barrage of scolding from her parents over the next few days. Lin Shi proceeded to handle the property transfer procedures as scheduled. Once the funds were received, he transferred 450,000 to Qingqing and then headed straight to the bank. The Qiming National Bank, the largest branch in Sanyuan City, is situated in the city center. Anticipating the large quantity of gold he required and fearing the bank might not have enough on hand, he had called the account manager to make an appointment after confirming the property transfer. By the time he arrived at the bank, it was already afternoon. He stopped en route to purchase a suitcase for storing the gold. Presently, Lin Shi's savings had reached 25 million, after accounting for his original savings. The proceeds from selling 3 gold bars and deducting warehouse rental fees and payments to Liao Peng, he retained 15 million. The house sold for 9 million, and he borrowed 1 million through various lending apps. If it weren't for the regulation limiting individuals to borrowing no more than 1 million across different legitimate platforms, he would have borrowed even more. Currently, Lin Shi possesses a total of 25 million, sufficient to acquire 60 kilograms of gold. Based on the principle that wealth doubles with each level of the treasure pot, 60 kilograms of gold can be upgraded 4 times, followed by 2 iterations of item duplication. Upgrading the space 5 times or item duplication 3 times alone is insufficient. Presently, the volume of the space is 666,216 cubic meters, which will be nearly adequate after 4 upgrades. Lin Shi is curious about the changes that will occur in the item duplication ability after its enhancement. The bank is bustling with patrons, and Lin Shi, with his suitcase in tow, stands out conspicuously. Immediately, a bank staff member approaches him, inquiring, "May I assist you with any transactions today?" Lin Shi replies, "I am here to purchase gold. I made a reservation yesterday. May I ask which manager you have contacted?" "Manager Chu," he responds. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shi is escorted to the office door. Chu Xiaodai is a client manager at the headquarters of Qiming National Bank in Sanyuan City. Yesterday, she received a call from a client planning to purchase 60 kilograms of gold, a request that astonished her. What does 60 kilograms of gold signify? Although the international gold price has decreased slightly in recent days, each gram remains at 413 yuan, and with the bank's minimum processing fee of 5 yuan. The total for 60 kilograms amounts to 25.08 million yuan. Typically, affluent investors opt for gold stocks or futures, rarely purchasing such a substantial amount of physical gold. Given the current instability in the market, acquiring such a large quantity of tangible gold poses significant risks of loss. Intrigued, Chu Xiaodai reviews the client's profile, discovering that the individual is named Lin Shi and is merely 19 years old. She recalls this young man vividly. 3 years prior, an incident at the largest new energy company in Sanyuan City, Tianqi New Energy Company, resulted in the tragic death of an electrical engineer. The company compensated the family with 10 million yuan, a decision that garnered widespread acclaim. Not long after, the engineer's son received the compensation, and it was Chu Xiaodai who assisted him with the transaction. She distinctly remembers the boy's name, Lin Shi. After waiting all morning, her eyes frequently darting to the door, she became anxious when no one arrived. Just as she prepared to take a break, a knock resounded at the door. "Manager, the client purchasing gold has arrived." Chapter 9. Encountering an unexpected situation, Lin Shi waited in the lobby when a poised woman in uniform emerged. He glanced at her name tag, Client Manager, Chu Xiaodai. "Are you Mr. Lin?" she asked with a polite smile. "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and accompanied her to the VIP room. Chu Xiaodai began explaining the purchasing process for physical gold bars. The fluctuation in gold prices could lead to losses if the price did not rise significantly. However, Lin Shi's intention was not investment. A minor loss was inconsequential for him. "I am already informed. Let us proceed with the transaction," he stated. Selecting specifications, opening an account, and filling out forms went smoothly, save for the scrutinizing gaze of the client manager, which made Lin Shi feel somewhat uneasy. With his 24 million deposit and the current international gold price at 412 yuan per gram, after deducting processing and service fees, he could purchase 60 bars of 1,000 grams each. Lin Shi chose the 1,000-gram bars for convenience, as he intended to sell them back. Upgrading is simpler with 2 bars required to elevate to the next level of space. Chu Xiaodai retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe, arranging them on the counter. Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly eager. Investing such a substantial amount in gold marked him as a significant client, contemplating the commission equivalent to 2 months' salary for this transaction. Chu Xiaodai found herself increasingly favorable towards this young man. Lin Shi diverted his attention, observing through the large frosted glass separating the VIP room from the lobby. Bored, he scanned the area when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Among the crowd, he noticed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not 1, but 4 individuals. Dressed inconspicuously, they appeared to be casually seated in various positions throughout the bank, yet they emanated an unsettling aura. Even the security personnel failed to recognize any anomaly. However, Lin Shi, having survived in a post-apocalyptic world, had encountered numerous nefarious characters and recognized the murderous intent in these 4 individuals. In times of peace, how could ordinary citizens exude such menace? Could it be that his visit coincided with an attempted bank heist? Sanyuan City is known to be one of the safest cities in the nation, and for someone to dare rob the largest bank here seemed like a death wish. It is common knowledge that the rewards of bank robbery rarely justify the risks involved. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With the obstructions in place, others would not perceive the situation from his vantage point. Still, a sense of unease gnawed at him. The stakes were his entire fortune. If a robbery occurred, he would have nowhere to lament his losses. Turning to Chu Xiaodai, who was still counting the gold, he whispered urgently, "Hold on, I have decided not to purchase today." These 4 individuals could have entered at any moment. He had been quite conspicuous with his suitcase, especially arriving at the VIP room. If they had ulterior motives, he might already have been targeted. "What?" Chu Xiaodai thought she misheard him. "I said, I want to be buying today. I will return another day," Lin Shi reiterated, lowering his voice. Hearing him decline made Chu Xiaodai feel slighted. After all the effort, with the gold bars laid out, he was now saying he wouldn't buy? That meant her commission was gone. Anger surged within her, and her voice rose as she retorted. Lin Shi interjected, urging her to put away the gold bars quickly. Chu Xiaodai, her face flushed with frustration, forced a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shi noticed one of the 4 men advancing toward the VIP room. The man, approximately 30 years old, was clad in black casual attire, with a buzz cut and an unremarkable face. Yet, a closer look revealed a ferocious glint in his eyes, indicative of a person who had seen bloodshed. Although he appeared Asian, Lin Shi sensed an unfamiliarity about him. That glance only intensified Lin Shi's belief that his suspicions were indeed valid. Chu Xiaodai continued to prattle on, oblivious to the danger. Lin Shi silently cursed her naivety. "Quickly, put the gold bars away. The consequences of a robbery would be dire." Chu Xiaodai, infuriated by his insistence, retorted, "Mr. Lin, these gold bars are still on my counter. Even if they were stolen, it would be the bank's responsibility, so please don't divert the conversation." Lin Shi's focus shifted. "Are you saying that if they are stolen now, it won't be my fault?" At that moment, the security guard also sensed something amiss and approached. The VIP room typically hosted substantial transactions, and the sight of someone drawing near sparked instinctive caution in the guard. "Excuse me, please conduct ordinary transactions in the lobby," the guard instructed, stepping in front of the buzzcut man. "Ah, I apologize. I was unaware," the man replied with a feigned expression of regret, seemingly about to bow in apology. However, Lin Shi's pupils dilated in alarm. Suddenly, a black handgun was swiftly drawn from the buzzcut man's pocket, aimed directly at the guard's abdomen, followed by the deafening sound of a gunshot. The security guard lay on the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from his abdomen and staining his once pristine uniform. In an instant, the remaining 3 assailants drew their firearms, aiming at the guard brandishing a stun baton, each firing a shot. The echoes of gunfire and screams reverberated throughout the grand hall, followed by the jarring sound of alarms. A bank employee seated at the counter swiftly activated the alarm. Meanwhile, the crew-cut man forcefully breached the door to the VIP room. Lin Shi's gaze locked with that of the crew-cut man. Recognizing the greed and murderous intent in the man's eyes, Lin Shi immediately crouched down, cradling his head with his hands, retreating to the corner. If asked how to respond to danger, Lin Shi would confidently assert, "Fight if you can, flee if you can't, and surrender if escape is impossible." With 4 guns aimed at him and his bare hands, confronting them was out of the question. After all, living was preferable. Chapter 10. Fame comes unawares. Lin Shi quietly squatted in the corner. The other patrons in the hall had already been subdued by the robbers. It was evident that these 4 criminals had come prepared, each with a clear role. One monitored the outside, another guarded the hostages, while a third approached the crew-cut man with a handbag. Inside the counter, Chu Xiaodai was paralyzed with fear. Could it be that someone dared to rob the headquarters? The crew-cut man strode directly to the counter, aiming his gun at the bulletproof glass before Chu Xiaodai, threatening, "Hand over the gold bars. Hurry." Though terrified, she was trained. The bank's bulletproof glass was not easily penetrable by a standard handgun. Situated in the city center, the bank's alarm system was linked to the nearest security office, ensuring that officers would arrive within minutes. However, there were still other bank employees outside the counter. One robber thrust his gun against an employee's head, dragging them to the VIP room's entrance, causing the employee to lose control of their bladder. "Get the gold bars out as quickly as possible. If you take longer than 10 seconds, I will kill 1 person." Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to comply. Lin Shi remained hidden in the corner, silently observing the scene. He noted that none of the robbers attempted to seize cash from the other counters. Their objective was singular, the gold in the VIP room. It made sense. Any robber with a modicum of intelligence would avoid robbing cash from a bank. Each banknote was tracked by serial numbers, making it impossible to spend stolen cash. In contrast, stolen gold could be melted down and circulated. However, a question arose. The gold stock at the counter was limited, with the bulk of the bank's gold stored in the vault. If they did not secure a substantial amount of gold, the risk of robbing the bank would not justify the potential reward. How could these robbers be so certain that there would be a significant amount of gold at the counter today? Few would spend 25 million on physical gold, after all. Lin Shi's gaze shifted to the trembling Chu Xiaodai as she handed over the gold bars to the robbers. A sudden realization struck him. Someone might have leaked information about his visit to the bank to purchase a large quantity of gold. With this thought, everything became clear. They had been waiting for this shipment of gold. A chill ran down Lin Shi's spine, and his expression turned icy. Fortunately, he had not taken the gold bars with him, and the security personnel had noticed something awry, allowing him to escape a potential disaster. Otherwise, had he attempted to load the gold bars into his suitcase, he would have been utterly defenseless and unlikely to survive. In no time, Chu Xiaodai passed the 60 gold bars through the window, which the robbers stuffed into their handbag. Although the bars appeared small, their combined weight of 120 jin was substantial, making it difficult for one robber to carry. At that moment, the crew-cut man noticed a suitcase beside the counter. Lin Shi inwardly cursed. Indeed, the crew-cut man had turned his attention toward Lin Shi. The suitcase he had purchased to hold the gold was black, compact, and equipped with a combination lock. The crew-cut man glared menacingly at Lin Shi, barking, "Come here. Open that suitcase." Lin Shi feigned fear, obediently approaching and unlocking the suitcase. The robber placed a bag of gold bars inside. Throughout this process, Lin Shi intently observed the robber's actions. The 25 million worth of gold was now confined within a small suitcase. If he could somehow use his spatial abilities to store the gold bars, no. Lin Shi quickly dismissed that thought. The bank's surveillance equipment was still operational. The sudden disappearance of a suitcase right under everyone's noses would be far too conspicuous. The vanishing of 25 million in gold would undoubtedly lead to an investigation. Should he expose his spatial ability, he would face dire consequences. In the distance, the sound of police sirens grew increasingly audible. The robbers were moving quickly, but the response from the security office was even swifter. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers visibly panicked. They prepared to flee, but just before leaving, the crew-cut man shot Lin Shi another glance. Suddenly, he lunged toward Lin Shi, grabbing him. Lin Shi instinctively attempted to evade and retaliate, but a thought struck him, compelling him to suppress his instincts and remain still. The crew-cut man seized Lin Shi, pressing his gun against Lin Shi's back and growling, "Move." Lin Shi complied, following the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited them. Lin Shi was shoved into the car, which turned out to be an SUV with 5 robbers aboard, making for a cramped back seat. Yet, none of the criminals complained. They accepted the crew-cut man's command without question. As Lin Shi was forcibly ushered into the vehicle, a journalist working nearby captured footage of Lin Shi being abducted. The headquarters of Sanyuan City is being robbed. A young man has unfortunately been taken hostage. The short video quickly gained traction and was pushed to the forefront of trending news. Countless netizens witnessed the moment Lin Shi was placed into the vehicle. "Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing a robbery in my lifetime. Incredible. Someone actually dared to rob the headquarters. What audacity. I bet these robbers won't escape justice. They have guns. I'll bet they won tea last the day. I trust in the capabilities of our security forces. That poor guy who was taken hostage is probably doomed. Wait. Isn't that Lin Shi, my classmate from high school? No way, my university classmate is named Lin Shi too." Quickly, many realized that the Lin Shi they knew was indeed the same individual. Thus, another short video emerged. 985 scholar taken hostage during bank heist. His fate uncertain. The video was produced and soared to popularity, featuring a clear image of Lin Shi's youthful yet handsome face. Countless older women and young ladies expressed their concern and prayers for him, urging officials to ensure the safe rescue of the hostage. The classmate who posted the video gained numerous followers as a result. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, he had become an internet sensation. Not long after the vehicle started moving, the sound of police sirens grew closer. The 5 men inside the vehicle were clearly breathing heavily. One of them began to chatter nervously. Lin Shi realized that these men likely weren't locals. At that moment, the suitcase containing the gold was positioned at one of the robbers' feet, easily within Lin Shi's reach. If he could just touch the suitcase, he could transfer its contents into his spatial storage. Indeed, Lin Shi had come specifically for this box of gold. Chapter 11. Playing the fool. Since the gold had been at the counter during the robbery and had never passed through his hands, it would naturally be considered a loss for the bank, allowing him to still claim compensation for the 60 kilograms of gold bars. If he managed to store the gold stolen by the robbers into his space, regardless of whether the criminals escaped, the loss of the gold would ultimately fall upon them. He would possess 120 kilograms of gold. When duplicated, it would amount to a total of 240 kilograms. Upgrading the treasure basin with 120 kilograms of gold exceeded his original plan by a factor of 2. Fortune favors the bold. The safety of these 5 robbers relied on his own security. At this moment, Lin Shi sat close to the suitcase alongside the 3 robbers in the rear. Bending down to touch the suitcase would appear too conspicuous. He was awaiting an opportunity. He narrowly evaded other vehicles multiple times, distancing himself from the police car. Soon, however, the bandits noticed 2 helicopters hovering above them. Lin Shi overheard a buzzcut man uttering an international expletive. Before long, a roadblock emerged ahead. That row of sharp spikes would be insurmountable even for an off-road vehicle. A squad of special police lay in wait behind the barricade. The jarring sound of abrupt braking erupted, causing everyone in the off-road vehicle to lurch forward. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed. What a splendid opportunity. Just as everyone's balance faltered, their attention fixated on the roadblock and the special police ahead, Lin Shi seized the moment, bent down to swiftly touch the suitcase, and immediately straightened up. Not a single robber detected anything amiss. Unbeknownst to them, the gold they had painstakingly seized had vanished, all collected by Lin Shi into his spatial realm. It was now time for him to devise an escape. The off-road vehicle retreated wildly, making a U-turn to flee down a side road. The helicopters pursued. One helicopter was equipped with a camera aimed directly at the robber's vehicle. The off-road vehicle seemed to circle around, and after several minutes, an overpass appeared ahead. Beneath the overpass, traffic flowed, yet Lin Shi's body tensed. A seemingly ordinary black sedan was parked under the overpass. However, Lin Shi discerned something was amiss. Typically, even in emergencies, one would stop on the roadside outside the overpass, not directly beneath it. Moreover, the area under the overpass was conveniently within the blind spot of the helicopter's surveillance. This was likely a vehicle the robbers had prearranged to facilitate their escape. Should these robbers exit the vehicle, they would discover the gold bars in the suitcase were missing, putting them at a disadvantage. Lin Shi's suspicions were soon proven correct. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt beneath the overpass. If they weren't changing vehicles and there were no cars ahead, such a sudden stop was unnecessary. At that moment, while the off-road vehicle braked sharply, Lin Shi, seated between two robbers, suddenly reached out to touch their gun-holding hands. Just as the two robbers prepared to react, their hands were suddenly empty. Their guns had vanished. They froze momentarily. In an instant, Lin Shi brandished one of the robbers' firearms and fired a shot at the third armed robber in the rear, executing a clean headshot. He followed up with two more shots, taking down the two unarmed robbers in the back row. Given the proximity, Lin Shi hardly needed to aim. The buzzcut man's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated that the seemingly powerless rich kid hostage could seize a weapon from his comrade. The swift, precise, and ruthless execution of the act, coupled with an unsettling calm that belied Lin Shi's youthful appearance, left the buzzcut man momentarily speechless. Just as he seemed ready to utter something, Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger. Although this sequence of events may sound lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The robber at the wheel had both hands firmly on the steering wheel. Upon sensing something amiss, he instinctively reached for his sidearm, but before he could disengage the safety, his head exploded. With that, all five robbers lay lifeless. Remarkably, the off-road vehicle was fitted with bulletproof glass, providing sound insulation. Furthermore, with no vehicles passing by, the commotion went unnoticed. After eliminating the driver, Lin Shi quickly exited the vehicle, avoiding the gaze of passing cars, placing his hand on the vehicle's frame, and transporting both the vehicle and the body into his spatial realm. He then hastily approached the black sedan, yanked open the door, and slid inside. The car was, unsurprisingly, unlocked, with the keys conveniently left inside. As Lin Shi pressed the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. After confirming that no helicopters had locked onto his position, he drove the car into a secluded forest. The rapidity of the vehicle switch caught the helicopters off guard, as they had not anticipated that the criminals would change vehicles. Additionally, traffic had already been flowing under the bridge, allowing Lin Shi to swiftly evade official surveillance. Once he confirmed that the area was clear and devoid of monitoring, Lin Shi stored the black sedan in his spatial realm and retrieved the off-road vehicle, initiating the collection of spoils. He found 5 handguns and a total of 10 magazines on the 5 robbers. Lin Shi picked up one gun, deftly replacing the emptied magazine. In his previous life, he had handled firearms, but in the Qiming nation, gun control was stringent, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire a handgun. Firearms, whether in the pre-apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic world, remained highly coveted commodities. His audacity in taking such risks was not solely for the gold bars. Obtaining handguns was equally a goal. With firearms in hand, his survival capability in the early days of the apocalypse would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Lin Shi continued to scour the vehicle's interior, uncovering a small amount of cash and 2 daggers. He collected all these items along with the gold bars. Although the bank's gold bar acquisition had encountered unexpected challenges, the rewards exceeded his expectations. Once the apocalypse commenced, he would casually dispose of these individuals in the sea, entombing them beneath thick layers of ice, forever concealed from discovery. Meanwhile, police cars arrived at the overpass where the off-road vehicle had vanished, only to find it utterly deserted. The robbers and their vehicle seemed to have evaporated into thin air. The cameras beneath the overpass had long been sabotaged by the robbers, rendering all law enforcement efforts futile. Half an hour later, at the Central Security Bureau, officers were inquiring, "So, you're saying they drove into the mountains and then released you? Did they drive away afterward? Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went?" The law enforcement personnel continued their barrage of questions. The bank had been robbed of gold bars worth $25 million, and a hostage had been taken. This incident garnered widespread attention in San Yuan City and even nationwide. Although the hostage was unharmed, the disappearance of both the robbers and the gold bars posed a significant headache for the leadership at the Central Security Bureau. With both the robbers and their vehicle having seemingly vanished without a trace, the more lies they concocted, the more loopholes emerged. Lin Shi merely had to feign ignorance. While he too bore some suspicion, a thorough investigation would reveal that he had had no prior contact with the robbers before today. It was essential to note that just days ago, he had been a respectable university student. There was no need for a perfectly crafted story. The official inquiry would soon absolve Lin Shi of any suspicion. Chapter 12. Threat. After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi turned his attention back to his gold bars. Just then, Chu Xiaodai and a well-dressed middle-aged man rushed into the police station. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he inquired, "Is the hostage found? Where is he? What about the gold bars?" The officer turned to Lin Shi and said, "The bank representatives have arrived. The older gentleman is the vice president of the bank. You can speak directly with him." Soon, the bank's vice president, Li Chongbin, took a seat across from Lin Shi. The officer had left, and now only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin occupied the room. Li Chongbin's tone carried an accusatory edge, which irked Lin Shi internally. Though he concealed it well, "You may direct those questions to the officers. I wish to inquire when you will return my gold bars." Li Chongbin furrowed his brow. Glancing at Chu Xiaodai produced a document and handed it to Lin Shi, stating, "The news of the gold bars being stolen is spreading like wildfire online. If we wish to prevent this incident from tarnishing the bank's reputation, we must resolve the matter promptly." 50. Lin Shi turned to look at Chu Xiaodai with a half-smile. "Didn't you say that since it was stolen, it's the bank's responsibility?" Chu Xiaodai's gaze flickered, but recalling the vice president's instructions prior to her departure, she adopted a righteous demeanor and declared, "The loss of the gold bars resulted from a third-party incident. Our bank's security personnel suffered 4 fatalities and 2 serious injuries in this event, fulfilling our obligations." Lin Shi cast a glance at the document that Chu Xiaodai had handed over, a dense array of professional jargon. He nearly laughed. Was she truly attempting to present such self-serving arguments, as if he were but a child of 3? Lin Shi's eyes drifted to the vice president, who wore an air of indifference, as though compensating half of the loss was an act of their benevolence. "I recall that those gold bars were taken from the counter by the robbers. They never reached me, thus the transaction with the bank remains incomplete. The bank's misplacement of the gold bars bears no relevance to me." Li Chongbin was somewhat taken aback that a 19-year-old youth could maintain such composure after being taken hostage. He spoke earnestly, "Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's fault. How about this? We will compensate you with 60. Additionally, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university and can secure you a spot for graduate school recommendations. What do you think?" "Not interested," Lin Shi replied curtly. Seeing that Lin Shi was impervious to persuasion, Li Chongbin's expression darkened, and he spoke with a harsh tone, "Young man, do not be overly greedy. I hear you have no adults in your family, just yourself. You are still young and inexperienced in the world, unaware that today's youth must learn to compromise. Otherwise, offending the wrong people could jeopardize your future. Are you threatening me?" A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodai interjected, "Mr. Lin, we come to you with sincerity regarding compensation. However, we wish to know how you knew these individuals intended to rob the bank. These robbers are notorious, yet they spared you. Mr. Lin, do you truly not recognize these criminals? Are you insinuating that I am in cahoots with the robbers?" Lin Shi chuckled in disbelief. The silence that ensued indicated a tacit agreement. Since negotiations had reached an impasse, Lin Shi decided not to waste any more time. He stood up and walked straight out. Should he choose to litigate against the bank, his chances of victory were substantial, though it would consume considerable time. However, with the gold bars already in his possession, he would not incur any losses. As for the vice president's implied threats, he chuckled, hoping that the man would still be able to stand and talk to him 3 months hence. A glimmer of malice flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be a telemarketer, he switched to speaker mode. Upon answering, a female voice came through. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from XX News in the city, and I would like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have some time?" Lin Shi paused, perplexed. Why would a local reporter wish to interview him? He was about to decline when another call came in from yet another unknown number. "Apologies. I must take this call." After hanging up, he answered the second call. "Hello, Mr. Lin Shi. We are from XX New Media," and, before the speaker could finish, yet another call came through. Lin Shi, puzzled, ended this call and continued to answer. "Is this Lin Shi? I am a news reporter." News reporters were reaching out to him. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, choosing not to hang up, and engaged in conversation with the CCTV reporter. "I am Lin Shi. What brings you to me? Would you be available for an interview? The public is keen to learn how you escaped from the robbers." Lin Shi hesitated. He had no desire for fame. The online community of the 21st century could be ruthless, and if any of his actions were exposed, it could spell disaster. Though he had acted in self-defense when he killed the robber, the fact that he had taken the gold bars remained undeniable. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that both Chu Xiaodai and the vice president were watching him intently, seemingly anxious. The refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue transformed into an acceptance. Very well. After agreeing on a time and place, Lin Shi ended the call and continued walking out. Li Changbin's eyes flashed with frustration. He had intended to act before the reporters arrived. But Lin Shi was proving resistant to both persuasion and intimidation. Wait, we need to discuss this further. Chu Xiaodai attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but he evaded her. Turning to face her, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something, and said, "By the way, I provided the police with a lead regarding the robbers' motives." "What lead?" Chu Xiaodai instinctively inquired. "When I was taken hostage, I overheard the robbers mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which is why they targeted the gold bars." This statement was actually fabricated. Lin Shi had not understood the robbers' conversation at all. Nevertheless, he relished the opportunity to toy with this woman. If anyone had leaked his information, it was most likely her. A jolt of realization struck Chu Xiaodai, her face betraying a flicker of panic. Chapter 13. The gold bars are in hand. Observing the growing alarm on Chu Xiaodai's face, Lin Shi's confidence swelled from 50 to 100%. The robbers had caused the deaths of 4 security guards and inflicted losses of over 20 million on the bank. The leaker would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Witnessing Chu Xiaodai's disheartened demeanor, Lin Shi grinned maliciously and turned to leave. No wonder the bank robbery that had not occurred in his previous life transpired this time. It was indeed a result of the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth and gold purchase. Li Changbin glared furiously, shouting at Lin Shi's retreating figure, "Stop!" Seeing Lin Shi continue to walk away, he realized that he had approached him to negotiate under the assumption that the bank bore no full responsibility. He had never anticipated that the robbers were drawn in by their own employee. What was there left to negotiate? "It wasn't me," Chu Xiaodai cried out sharply. Li Changbin, observing her guilty demeanor, quickly deduced that Lin Shi's insinuation about the leaker referred to Chu Xiaodai. Now that Lin Shi had made contact with the media, he needed to resolve this matter before it became public. Li Changbin cast one last glance at Chu Xiaodai before departing, leaving her sitting on the ground, muttering repeatedly, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The previous day, upon receiving Lin Shi's call about purchasing a batch of gold worth 25 million, Chu Xiaodai had been elated. During dinner with her boyfriend that evening, in a fit of pride, she had mentioned that a client was purchasing 25 million in gold. While she had previously boasted about clients making substantial deposits, she had never disclosed any names. Surely, that did not constitute a breach of client confidentiality? How could she be targeted by robbers? Yet, sometimes, events align with uncanny coincidence. The very restaurant where Chu Xiaodai dined that night was where 2 of the robbers were seated behind her. With enough late-night travels, one is bound to encounter trouble. By the time Lin Shi left the security office, evening had set in. He found his car and drove to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly thereafter, he received several calls, this time from advertising partners. Opening his phone, Lin Shi realized he had gained notoriety. Numerous messages from old classmates, from university to high school and even elementary school, flooded in. Lin Shi cleared all the messages. He had no desire for fame. If he had known that the apocalypse would arrive in 3 months, perhaps he could have leveraged this newfound attention to create short videos and earn some money through advertisements. However, with the impending apocalypse, he had neither the time nor energy for such endeavors. The online community was formidable. If any trace of his actions were uncovered, it would spell his end. After tidying up a bit in the warehouse, he ate some bread he had stored and promptly fell asleep. After a day of mental and strategic challenges, he fell into slumber as soon as he lay down. Awakening refreshed the following morning, Lin Shi felt invigorated. After completing his morning exercise and stepping out for breakfast, Lin Shi received a call from the bank. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction at our bank yesterday remains incomplete. When would you be available to collect your gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift response. He had initially intended to leverage his current online notoriety through the matter concerning Chu Xiaodai to generate public discourse and pressure the bank into completing the stalled transaction. However, the bank's reaction was swifter than anticipated. 30 minutes later, after finishing his breakfast, Lin Shi arrived at the bank. He expected to engage in a lengthy discussion with bank officials, but the entire process unfolded seamlessly. The bank president personally attended to him, offering a sincere apology and personally handing over the gold bars. Additionally, he provided several gifts, euphemistically termed as compensation for emotional distress. In return, Lin Shi graciously acquiesced to the president's request for a photograph, posing with the gold bars alongside bank staff. As he departed, bank personnel and security staff volunteered to assist Lin Shi with his belongings, escorting him to his vehicle, waving until it disappeared from sight. This scene was captured by journalists who had been closely monitoring the bank's activities, and the photographs quickly surfaced on news websites. Netizens lauded the bank's exemplary service. But such matters were of no concern to Lin Shi. Initially, he had intended to accept interviews to expose the vice president's recordings and the issue with Chu Xiaodai. Yet, having achieved his objective in record time, he deemed these trivialities unnecessary. With his survival uncertain in the coming 3 months, he saw no reason to squander time on those doomed to fail. At that moment, Lin Shi's focus was solely on the gold bars. In the modest confines of his space, 2 stacks of dazzling gold bars were neatly arranged, accompanied by 3 smaller ones left from before. A total of 50 million in gold. The thought that these bars could potentially double to 100 million quickened his heartbeat. Naturally, he could not lift the entire 120 kilograms of gold as he had before. Instead, he placed both hands on the gold bars, invoking the item duplication feature. As he spoke, a brilliant golden light illuminated the small space. Gold bars began to materialize in the void before him. The sound of heavy objects landing on the bed echoed repeatedly, causing the iron frame to creak under the strain. However, Lin Shi was unconcerned about the prospect of sleeping on the floor that night. He counted, and to his delight, he had duplicated 123 gold bars, 120 weighing 1,000 grams each, 3 at 500 grams, with not a single one missing. A sigh of relief escaped him, followed by an expression of sheer ecstasy. 25 million had transformed into 100 million in merely 2 days. Anyone would be elated. Initially, he had harbored doubts about his success. What if the treasure pot had a duplication limit? What if it could only replicate items he physically touched? Or if there were other constraints that could lead to failure? Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. The item duplication function was more powerful than he had imagined. At that moment, the interface for the treasure pot underwent a transformation. Treasure pot, function, storage space 666, funds required for upgrade, 2000, function, item duplication 1, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. There was only one opportunity left for item duplication. He wondered if the number of chances would change upon upgrading. Lin Shi began organizing the gold bars. Each gold bar from the bank bore a serial number. He first arranged the 60 bars he had just retrieved, placing their duplicates to one side, while the remaining 63 duplicates were set aside for potential melting down and sale. With anticipation, Lin Shi took 2 original 1 kilogram gold bars and silently wished, upgrade the space. Chapter 14. Upgrading the treasure pot, suppressing his excitement. Lin Shi proceeded to upgrade the space as planned. As he released the bars, the treasure pot interface began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space within his consciousness doubled in length, width, and height, increasing its volume 8-fold. Treasure pot, function, storage space 121212, funds required for upgrade, 4,000, function, item duplication 1, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The funds required for the next upgrade had doubled. Without hesitation, Lin Shi grasped 4 gold bars to continue upgrading the space. Then 8, followed by 16. After utilizing 30 original 1 kilogram gold bars, the storage capacity expanded to treasure pot, storage space, 969,696, funds required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 1, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The storage area had grown to over 9,000 square meters, with a volume nearing 900,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum. In terms of standard shipping containers, it was akin to stacking over 29,000 containers together. This ample space was more than sufficient for his current needs. Now, Lin Shi had 90 original 1 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram bars remaining. With a hopeful heart, he picked up 10 gold bars to upgrade the item duplication feature. As he spoke, the gold bars vanished from his grasp, and the numbers on the interface began to race, eventually settling down. Treasure pot, storage space, 969,696, funds required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 4, funds required for upgrade, 20,000. The number of duplication opportunities had indeed increased. Moreover, it had risen by 3 at once. This signified that further upgrades could yield additional duplication chances. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could replicate this method of purchasing gold from the bank a few more times, he could potentially achieve limitless upgrades for the treasure pot. However, he quickly regained his composure. Another attempt would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Additionally, the duplicated gold bars could not be used for upgrades and would be difficult to sell. In the current climate of Xia State, every citizen's account was under governmental scrutiny. Substantial inflows of unexplained funds would swiftly attract the attention of relevant authorities. Apart from the original 25 million, any additional money would be impossible to conceal, let alone spend. His intent in upgrading the treasure pot was to prepare for the impending apocalyptic scenario. It would be counterproductive to squander precious resources and time for the sake of upgrading the treasure pot. Moreover, the best opportunity to collect gold would arise during the onset of the apocalypse. Within a month of the apocalypse, a vast number of plants and animals would perish, leading to a drastic reduction in human food supplies. At that point, a mere few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold, rendering gold and jewels irrelevant to those suffering from hunger and cold. Having come to this realization, Lin Shi placed his hands upon all the remaining gold bars, resolutely proceeding to upgrade the item duplication feature. As the gold bars swiftly vanished, the numbers on the treasure pot interface fluctuated rapidly. Once the gold bars had entirely disappeared, the interface displayed treasure pot, storage space, 969,696, funds required for upgrade, 32,000, function, item duplication 22, funds required for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi felt a surge of joy, a smile spreading across his face. Each upgrade had yielded double the duplication opportunities of the previous level, plus an additional chance. This amounted to a total of 22 duplication opportunities. According to the current upgrade pattern, the next upgrade of the item duplication function would grant him 24 chances. Yet, that was a matter for the post-apocalyptic future. At present, the most pressing concern was stockpiling resources. Lin Shi had 32,000 in remaining funds. Considering that the gold bars had only just arrived, he decided to wait 2 days before selling them at the bank for a more secure transaction. Given the circumstances, it was time to dispose of another batch of clandestine gold bars. Lin Shi first sought out an individual in Haishur via the internet, one of those reclusive men who spent their days idly wandering online. Lured by a reward of 20,000 yuan, he sent this man to a factory in the outskirts of Haishur to procure a small gold melting machine. Subsequently, he enlisted another person to acquire several crucibles from a different factory, and yet another to obtain molds. The 3 individuals were instructed to place their acquisitions in 3 relatively secluded areas with minimal surveillance before he would don a disguise and collect them. Aware that the authorities were likely still monitoring him, Lin Shi remained unfazed. Even if his purchases were discovered, there existed no tangible evidence linking him to the thieves. Furthermore, the incident involving Chu Xiaodai was likely beginning to gain traction, and he trusted the officials would trace the bandits' origins and motives from that lead. Given Lin Shi's meticulousness, it would be some time before he was implicated. The process of smelting, molding, and shaping continued until the early hours of the morning, culminating in the transformation of 61 kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 bars of varying sizes. Lin Shi had already devised a plan for their disposal. In the eastern outskirts of Haishur lay a pawnshop that, on the surface, appeared to be merely a pawnshop, but in reality housed a gang engaged in the trafficking of various contraband. They accepted anything and sold anything. Lin Shi was aware of this establishment's existence because it had persisted even after the onset of the apocalypse. It was rumored that someone once exchanged several hundred kilograms of rice for a Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi resolved to take 5 kilograms of gold bars the following day to investigate. If the rumors proved unfounded, he could still exchange the gold for cash. After securing the gold bars and tools within his space, Lin Shi concluded his day's endeavors and succumbed to a deep slumber, breathing in a rhythmic pattern. At times still as a maiden, at others swift as a startled hare, his movements flowed like water, reminiscent of Tai Chi, yet distinct in their own right. This method of exercise had been devised by scientists from the Xia Kingdom in a past life, aimed at enhancing human survival in frigid conditions. It required a certain level of physical fitness to commence practice. After several days of foundational training, Lin Shi distinctly felt an increase in his agility, strength, and endurance, prompting him to attempt a practice known as resonance. In his past life, scientists speculated that after the eruption of geomagnetic storms, A mysterious substance appeared in the atmosphere due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, once absorbed by living organisms, significantly enhanced their physical constitution. Evidence of this lay in the mutated flora and fauna that managed to survive the initial 3 years of the apocalypse. They exhibited this enigmatic substance in their blood and muscles. Surviving animals grew increasingly massive, while certain plants thrived in sub-zero temperatures beneath layers of snow. However, the effects of this substance on humans were minimal, primarily enabling them to withstand the cold better, with no apparent significant transformations. Thus, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists collaborated to develop this exercise regimen, which gained popularity among survivors in the 7th year. This set of movements facilitated the accelerated absorption of the mysterious substance. After practicing for over a year in his previous life, Lin Shi found that he could remain outdoors for 2 to 3 hours in extreme cold without wearing a down jacket. It was rumored that some within the military had even reached the point of unlocking their genetic potential, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Upon completing a sequence of movements, Lin Shi felt a warmth enveloping his body. After taking a shower and enjoying a hearty breakfast, he set off towards the eastern outskirts. Chapter 15. The intercepting crossbow. Lin Shi arrived in the eastern outskirts, spending over an hour searching until he discovered the pawnshop nestled beside a dilapidated apartment complex. The sign, Xingxin Pawn Shop, was noticeably faded, and the shop's entrance was small and opaque. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a handgun from his space, checked the ammunition, and discreetly stowed it in the inner pocket of his jacket before exiting the vehicle. Caution is the mother of safety. With a backpack containing 5 kilograms of gold securely fastened to his back, he entered the shop. Upon stepping inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large screen emblazoned with the character Dong. Beyond the screen, a man was engrossed in tinkering behind the counter, so absorbed that he failed to notice Lin Shi's entrance. Thud, thud. Lin Shi approached and rapped on the counter. The man looked up, and upon seeing a stranger, his expression shifted to one of wariness. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the man was holding a crossbow, sleek and black, its lines exuding tension, accompanied by an unassembled scope and various components laid out on the table. Judging by its overall shape, this was an intercepting crossbow manufactured abroad, far more powerful than a handgun, reputed to be capable of piercing an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters. Its rate of fire rivaled that of a pistol, boasting high precision and ease of operation, with the added benefit of being easily disassembled and reassembled as needed. In his past life, possessing such a crossbow would have granted him considerable leverage in the wilderness of the apocalypse. He had indeed come to the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, the man, Xie Jinxin, hastily draped a cloth over the unassembled crossbow. Though he doubted the young man could discern its significance, he nonetheless offered an explanation. My child enjoys playing with such toys. What brings you here, young man? Lin Shi chose not to expose the pretense, setting his backpack down on the counter and unzipping it to reveal the gold bars inside. Xie Jinxin's eyes brightened as he picked up a bar to inspect it. Are you looking to sell or pawn? Cash or transfer? Lin Shi replied, I wish to exchange for some items. At this, Xie Jinxin's demeanor shifted from casual to serious as he scrutinized Lin Shi more closely. Few people were aware that transactions could occur here. Typically, only acquaintances or those referred by acquaintances sought to barter. Given that the apocalypse had not yet arrived, Xie Jinxin had not yet fully opened his business. Who referred you? What do you wish to exchange? He inquired. Lin Shi tactfully sidestepped the more delicate aspects. Can that crossbow you just mentioned be exchanged? Xie Jinxin appraised Lin Shi from head to toe, seemingly gauging his age, and remarked, Do you know what that is? Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him swung open again, and a tall, robust man stepped through. Before even laying eyes on him, Lin Shi heard his voice. Old Xie, has my shipment arrived? As the man rounded the screen, he immediately noted Lin Shi's presence and cast a wary glance over him. Xie Jinxin addressed the burly man. The items have arrived, but are not yet assembled. Please wait inside while I conduct a transaction here. It was then that the man's gaze fell upon the bag of gold resting on the counter, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. As he moved into the small door behind the counter, Xie Jinxin continued, What do you wish to exchange? Speak quickly. I have another customer. I would like to trade for that intercepting crossbow, or an elite crossbow, or a cloaked one. All must come with matching arrows. I also require ammunition for the Type 54 pistol. The more, the better. Xie Jinxin's pupils contracted as he scrutinized Lin Shi once more. In their line of work, possessing keen insight was paramount. Xie Jinxin could typically determine the suitability of a potential trading partner with just a few glances. He would not exchange his goods with reckless individuals, lest he invite trouble, nor would he barter with ordinary folk who had no use for his wares. His clientele consisted primarily of those who frequented border areas or mercenaries, individuals accustomed to placing their lives on the line, who would be grateful for the equipment they obtained. With years of experience in this trade, Xie Jinxin relied on his keen perception. Yet, when assessing Lin Shi, he found himself at a loss. At first glance, Lin Shi appeared to be a student, a mere pawn seeking to exchange something. Upon closer inspection, however, Xie Jinxin noted Lin Shi's calm demeanor, which concealed a sharp acuity. The body is tense, limbs appearing relaxed yet poised for action at any moment. Such vigilance is something Xie Jinxin has only observed in seasoned individuals who often flirt with death. However, the young man before him bears skin and hands that are too fair and delicate, devoid of calluses, lacking the ferocity typically found in those accustomed to the edge of peril. Yet, it is evident that the unfinished item he has just assembled is an intercept crossbow. Xie Jinxin finds himself momentarily indecisive. Ultimately, he resolves to trust his instincts. Young man, the gold bars you possess are insufficient for what you seek. As long as you have what I desire, money is not an obstacle. Xie Jinxin nods. Follow me. He turns and pushes open the door behind the counter. The burly man from earlier seems to have lingered nearby, and upon opening the door, Xie Jinxin finds him standing there. Old Xie, what are you bringing this kid in for? Old Jin, your items can wait. I need to let this young brother make his choice first. It turns out the burly man is named Old Jin, and Lin Shi can sense the menace radiating from him. Old Jin casts a scornful glance at Lin Shi, saying, Old Xie, have you sunk so low that you're taking business from just anyone? You're not afraid that this kid will get you into trouble by selling him goods? Xie Jinxin squints slightly, his smile fading. I am well aware of my own affairs. No need for your unsolicited commentary. Humph. I'm merely concerned that our long-standing business might be jeopardized by this kid. Old Jin huffs, casting a piercing look at Lin Shi. Lin Shi meets his gaze with calm composure. In the face of a fierce predator, one must exude tranquility to avoid being perceived as prey. Xie Jinxin, unwilling to prolong the exchange, waves his hand, signaling Lin Shi to follow. Passing through a dimly lit corridor, they arrive at a sturdy aluminum alloy door. Xie Jinxin retrieves a key, unlocks the door, and feels along the inner wall for a moment before the lights inside flicker on. Lin Shi glimpses rows of wooden shelves through the crack of the door. Come in, Xie Jinxin gestures as he steps inside. Indeed, within are rows of wooden shelves, stacked with boxes of varying sizes, all sealed tightly, concealing their contents. Lin Shi follows to a shelf where Xie Jinxin retrieves a box, using a screwdriver to remove the metal seal. Opening the box, he pulls back layers of straw to reveal an unfinished intercept crossbow. This is the intercept crossbow. 200,000, fixed price. Xie Jinxin's gaze remains fixed on Lin Shi, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. The asking price is steep, but should this young man be ignorant of the market, it could yield a significant profit. Lin Shi remains unmoved, his expression displeased as he retorts. A sniper rifle costs only a few thousand. How can you charge me 200,000 for a crossbow? I recall that the interceptors in the foreign black market are priced around 80,000. Offer a fair price, as I have many items to trade, and it won't diminish your earnings. He must not be perceived as an easy target. Ha ha ha. Old Xie chuckles, showing no hint of embarrassment. Where did you come from, kid? All right, fine. I'll give you a fair price, 100,000. This item required considerable connections to acquire. I cannot sell it at foreign black market prices. Lin Shi gestures with his hand, 60,000. 90,000. No less. 65. Ultimately, Lin Shi negotiates the price down to 80,000, requesting 50 arrows to accompany the crossbow. Since arrows are reusable, Xie Jinxin does not have that many in stock, or Lin Shi would have asked for more. Next, he requests the entire inventory of 54 caliber pistol ammunition, totaling 2,000 rounds. The selection here is quite comprehensive, featuring an array of sniper rifles, and handguns. However, apart from the 54 caliber pistol, Lin Shi opts for 2 AK-47s and corresponding ammunition. Initially, he considered acquiring several rifles, but Xie Jinxin informs him that rifles are difficult to procure. Lin Shi refrains from requesting any other firearms. Given the extreme cold of the apocalypse, precision firearms would quickly become useless scrap metal. Due to thermal expansion and contraction, the resistance of firearm components increases, and gun oil thickens, causing even the most sophisticated weapons to jam. Some may even crack under the frigid conditions. Likewise, sniper rifles, precision rifles, and high-accuracy handguns are equally rendered ineffective. Conversely, the simple and robust 54 caliber pistol remains marginally operable, while the AK-47, designed for extreme environments, is even more reliable. Otherwise, the steam generated from a heated barrel in extreme cold could swiftly freeze the barrel, and snowflakes are prone to infiltrating the gun during blizzards. Its deterrent effect far outweighs its practicality. For mere self-defense, a handgun suffices, especially since Lin Shi possesses more than one. However, for hunting and resource gathering, cold weapons are more advantageous. The post-apocalyptic era favors the resurgence of melee weaponry. In the end, Lin Shi selects 3 Nepalese kukris and 3 daggers. When Xie Jinxin promotes the Tang sword, Lin Shi declines. "I thought young people like you preferred such blades," Xie Jinxin mutters. The Tang sword has indeed gained popularity online in recent years. While it is exceptionally sharp, its straight and elongated blade is prone to breaking upon collision with hard objects or weapons in extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi merely smiles, refraining from elaboration, and inquires, "Do you accept pre-orders here?" Xie Jinxin confidently replies, "Whatever you desire, just say the word. As long as it isn't something overly large, I can procure it for you. I need the finest military-grade cold weather gear, along with matching cold-resistant boots, combat gloves, and a helmet. It must be top-tier, capable of withstanding extreme cold. Can you manage that?" Xie Jinxin's eyes widen. A complete set of top military-grade cold weather gear includes numerous components, enabling combat in sub-zero environments. And the cost is substantial, at least several $100,000 for each set. Lin Shi adds a number. "I want 50 sets, tailored to my measurements." 50 sets. Xie Jinxin's eyes bulge in surprise. "Are you preparing for war? Is this kid really that wealthy?" Lin Shi maintains a serious facade. Spinning a tale, "I'm planning to spend a few years in Antarctica." Xie Jinxin is naturally skeptical of such a far-fetched story. However, after hearing Lin Shi's subsequent requests, he begins to believe there may be some truth to his words. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military radios, 20 cold-resistant individual tents, and 50 military-grade sleeping bags. Additionally, procure a few more intercept crossbows like this one, and as many arrows as you can manage. Get me as many bullets as possible. Xie Jinxin roughly calculates the total value of these items, which exceeds 10 million. To place such a large order, you'll need to provide me with at least 1 million as a deposit. I only accept cash or gold. Xie Jinxin's request is reasonable. Lin Shi nods. "I will return tonight." Although there are still many gold bars in the space, he cannot openly take them out. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi departs the pawnshop with a climbing backpack provided by Xie Jinxin. After Lin Shi leaves, Xie Jinxin resumes assembling the crossbow for Old Jin. With a knowing look, Old Jin asks, "Old Xie, is this lamb fat?" "Old Jin, don't set your sights on him." Xie Jinxin surprisingly defends Lin Shi. He finds it difficult to read the young man and is reluctant to invite trouble. When he requested a deposit, the young man exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Anyone capable of effortlessly producing such a substantial amount of cash or gold to purchase an array of equipment is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Most importantly, he has never witnessed such calmness and composure in someone so young. After listening to Xie Jinxin's words, Old Jin fell into silence, a gloomy expression flickering in his eyes. After dinner that evening, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from his space and headed to Xie Jinxin's pawnshop. The night was already quiet in the remote suburbs, and the stillness was even more pronounced. Lin Shi entered the pawnshop directly, handing over the gold bars for Old Xie to examine. After inspecting the gold, Xie Jinxin said, "All right, when the goods arrive, just settle the final payment." With that, he turned to leave. Lin Shi was not concerned about Old Jin absconding. After all, this person had gained notoriety in the apocalypse due to his good reputation. Although his prices were steep, he always delivered genuine goods once payment was made. Furthermore, Lin Shi had no use for the gold himself. If he lost it, it would not be a significant loss. As Lin Shi turned to depart, he was called back by Xie Jinxin. "Wait." After a moment's hesitation, Xie Jinxin advised cautiously, "Be careful at night." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. "Thanks." He replied. What did he, a grown man, need to be cautious about? Naturally, it was about people. Someone had their eyes on him. Driving along the relatively quiet streets, Lin Shi was vigilant and did not speed. After a short while, he slammed on the brakes as a row of nails appeared on the road ahead. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Shifting into reverse, he pressed the accelerator to backtrack. Reaching the intersection he had just passed, he swiftly changed gears and adjusted his direction to head down another road. This sudden change caught his ambushers completely off guard. Most people would either be forced to repair a flat tire or exit the vehicle to clear the nails, who would simply turn and flee without a word. In a nearby alley, old Jean, clad in black and wearing a motorcycle helmet, waited for his prey to take the bait. Upon seeing the situation unfold, old Jean cursed and twisted the throttle, pursuing Lin Shi. Chapter 17. Erasing evidence. Lin Shi had driven a few hundred meters when he heard the roar of a motorcycle engine behind him. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a figure in black, helmet obscuring their face, barely visible in the dim light of the street lamps. Lin Shi steered towards a secluded road, with the motorcycle closely tailing him. Old Jin's face was nearly entirely concealed, save for his eyes, which glinted with malice. He had risked his life to earn a meager living over the past few months. Old Jean was no stranger to such deeds. He had successfully executed similar plans several times before. The opulence of Lin Shi's expenditure and his youthful visage stirred something within old Jean. Meanwhile, he discreetly gripped the dagger resting on his thigh. If Lin Shi were to exit the vehicle, he would seize the opportunity to subdue the young man immediately. It was still early, only 8 o'clock at night. Despite the remote suburbs, there were still sporadic pedestrians in the distance. This hour was one when people were prone to lower their guard, and typical wealthy youngsters would be cursing and exiting their vehicles. Old Jean had already sabotaged the surveillance cameras along the route. If he acted quickly, he could abduct both the person and the vehicle without leaving a trace. Unfortunately for him, Lin Shi was no ordinary young man, but rather a reincarnated individual who had navigated the darkest aspects of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Lin Shi pressed the accelerator, surging forward. His speed leapt from 60 to over 100 in an instant. At such velocity, the mere distance of a few meters would be traversed in mere seconds. The next moment, old Jin's pupils dilated in shock as he attempted to evade. But it was far too late. With a deafening crash, the impact sent old Jean and his motorcycle flying several meters. The front of Lin Shi's car was utterly wrecked. Pieces of the shattered headlamp littering the ground, and the bumper crumpled significantly. In stark contrast, old Jin's motorcycle was even more severely damaged. Its twisted parts scattered across the pavement. What was intended for agility and a swift escape had become the very reason for old Jin's failure. Had he been in a car, Lin Shi might have taken more care to drive to an isolated area before striking, but with old Jean on a motorcycle, he had no qualms about ending things swiftly. Hearing the thunderous noise, nearby residents began to investigate the source of the commotion. However, due to the distance, they could not discern the situation. Lin Shi calmly exited the vehicle and approached old Jean. Although still conscious, old Jean, clad in his helmet, coughed up blood. His limbs twisted unnaturally, and he glared at Lin Shi with venomous eyes, unable to utter a single word. Caught in the act, old Jean had not anticipated being outsmarted by a mere 20-something. He could not fathom how Lin Shi could dare to crash into him without knowing the circumstances. Lin Shi stood a meter away from old Jean and whispered, "Isn't it curious why I dared to hit you, old Jean?" The calmness and indifference in Lin Shi's demeanor made old Jin's pupils constrict. He had misjudged this young man. He was no lamb for slaughter, but rather a ruthless predator. Old Jean, still struggling for breath, felt the severe pain in his left thigh, now shattered, and the broken ribs piercing his internal organs. His right hand, smashed against the ground, was twisted beyond recognition, rendering him immobile. If he still had the strength to retaliate, he would undoubtedly seek to kill Lin Shi. Deep in his heart, old Jean vowed that once he recovered, he would ensure Lin Shi met a gruesome end. However, Lin Shi did not grant him that opportunity. He crouched down, picked up a steel pipe that had fallen from the motorcycle, and, with a swift motion, plunged it into old Jin's throat, eliciting terror in old Jin's eyes. The latter's pupils nearly bulged from their sockets as he gasped for breath, his mouth opening and closing, the ferocity in his gaze seemingly capable of piercing Lin Shi's very soul. In his final moments, Old Jean could not comprehend how Lin Shi could kill so casually in such a location when he himself would not dare. Lin Shi muttered softly. As I drove over here, I noticed several surveillance cameras were damaged. That was your doing, wasn't it? Thank you for preparing your own grave. Old Jean struggled to respond, but his eyes soon lost their luster as the fatal wound took effect. Lin Shi focused his thoughts, drawing Old Jin's lifeless body and all the scattered debris, along with his own vehicle, into his space. On the now desolate road, when the curious residents arrived, they were greeted only by a pool of glaring blood. Alert residents called the police, who collected the blood samples, confirming it was human blood. Yet, with no evidence to indicate a crime had occurred, and with all surveillance destroyed, there was no victim and no witnesses. The case could not even be filed, and thus, it ended there. This was not Lin Shi's first act of murder. He felt no fear. In a world turned upside down, everyone was both a hunter and a prey. He was no hero. Those who dared to covet his life must not blame him for his ruthlessness. Upon checking the gold prices today, Lin Shi discovered they had risen by $5 in the past couple of days. Thus, he resolved to sell the gold today for cash to continue his stockpiling plan. After completing his morning exercises and having breakfast, Lin Shi drove to the bank. Just days prior, he had been a well-known figure there. Upon entering with his suitcase, he was recognized immediately. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you today? Following the incident where Chu Xiaodai leaked client information, the bank had discreetly dismissed her to preserve its reputation. Lin Shi's new customer service manager was a man in his 30s named Feng Jian. He had managed to procure this position after recognizing Lin Shi's potential, having even bought a pack of cigarettes from his superior to make it happen. Feng Jian, who had been attending to another client for a credit card, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Shi, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he noticed the suitcase Lin Shi carried. The scene, the suitcase, is strikingly reminiscent of the day when Lin Shi furiously purchased 25 million worth of gold bars. Initially, when it was rumored that Chu Xiaodai's client intended to buy gold bars worth 25 million from her, he and the other client managers were consumed with envy. Little did he expect that such fortune would soon befall him. Chapter 18. Selling the gold bars. Feng Jian hastily abandoned a client who was supposed to apply for a large credit card, directing another colleague to assist instead. In comparison to the commission from selling 25 million in gold, the commission from a credit card application was trivial. Feng Jian swiftly approached Lin Shi, his face adorned with the most sincere smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your new account manager, Xiao Feng. What service can I assist you with today? Let us discuss inside. Certainly, this way please. Feng Jian eagerly ushered Lin Shi into the VIP lounge, savoring the envious glances cast by his colleagues, a sense of pride swelling within him. Lin Shi's casual spending of 25 million on gold suggested he must have considerable deposits in other banks. If he could secure those deposits, his performance would soar. The other bank staff shared similar thoughts, for to them, performance equated to salary, and high-quality clients were akin to benefactors. However, Feng Jian acted too swiftly, leaving them to mutter curses under their breath. This scoundrel. As Lin Shi approached the VIP window, ready to speak, Feng Jian quickly interjected, Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait for a moment. With that, he hurried away, leaving Lin Shi to sit and wait. Each year, the bank prepared gifts for high-value clients, distributing different levels of gifts according to tiers. This year, the top-tier clients were to receive 2 bottles of Mutated liquor. Although Lin Shi was not originally a top-tier client, Feng Jian, eager to retain such a valuable client, personally funded a gift for him. He had planned to call Lin Shi in the next few days to deliver it, but now Lin Shi had come directly. Mr. Lin, this is your gift for the year, which also includes a personal token from me. Lin Shi, indifferent, nodded before opening his suitcase, revealing an entire case of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was taken aback, his expression a masterpiece of astonishment. Lin Shi nodded, glancing at the current gold price. Feng Jian forced a smile. Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, you will incur a loss. Lin Shi had already prepared his rationale for the journey. I am aware. I have come to understand that my impulsive purchase of so many gold bars was unwise. I intend to invest this money elsewhere. Despite Feng Jian's attempts to dissuade him, Lin Shi's resolve only grew impatience. The process of repurchasing was far more cumbersome than the initial purchase, requiring verification of each gold bar's certificate codes and serial numbers, ensuring the packaging was intact and the bars unmarred, a task not easily completed in a short span. Feng Jian summoned a counter-staff member to assist him in organizing the transaction. Upon hearing that Lin Shi wished to sell the gold bars he had just purchased, the counter-staff member regarded Feng Jian with a glimmer of schadenfreude. Feng Jian's expression darkened further. Were it not for his recognition of Lin Shi as a potential valuable client, he might have glared daggers at him. Lin Shi's account received 24.78 million, a loss of over 600,000. With the target achieved, the insignificant sum did not concern Lin Shi. After rejecting all of Feng Jian's investment proposals, Lin Shi departed, and Feng Jian managed a strained smile as he watched him take away the 2 bottles of Moutai, regretting his expenditure for the gift. After leaving the bank, Lin Shi promptly headed to the grain and oil wholesale market, ordering 100 tons of rice in 50-kilogram bags, 1,000 bags of flour, 100 cartons of cooking oil, and 1,000 cartons of table salt. The reason for stockpiling such a vast quantity of salt was due to the impending difficulty in extraction, exacerbated by the freezing of seawater. Currently, salt was inexpensive and space-efficient, so Lin Shi decided to stock up. Next, he ordered 100 cartons each of various seasonings, including MSG, chicken essence, soy sauce, and vinegar, along with 1,000 cartons each of instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, and noodles. He also ordered 100 cartons of hot pot base and various seasoning packs, envisioning the enjoyment of hot pot and boiled meat in the extreme cold. After purchasing assorted items, Lin Shi filled 7 container trucks, spending over $1 million. Loading these supplies would require several hours, so he requested additional workers for the task. After paying a deposit and leaving the address, he went to the adjacent farmers market to place an order for several thousand pounds of live fish, requesting them to be eviscerated and scaled. He also ordered 1 ton each of chicken and duck, and 1 to 2 tons of fresh pork, beef, mutton, and eggs. With it already being afternoon, these would have to be delivered the following day. Particularly for the live fish, Lin Shi insisted they be freshly killed, which not only increased the price by $1 per pound, but also meant the deliveries would take several days to complete. Next, he ordered various dried seaweed, assorted dried seafood, and several hundred pounds of ginger, scallions, and garlic. The spatial properties of stasis ensured that whatever was stored would remain unchanged upon retrieval. Had it not been for the spatial limitations on living creatures, Lin Shi would have considered acquiring some fresh shrimp and crabs. He also reserved 3 tons of assorted vegetables and fruits, requesting delivery for the following morning. Subsequently, Lin Shi visited a pharmacy to purchase medications. Unlike food, individuals were restricted in their quantity of pharmaceutical purchases. He spent the evening visiting a dozen pharmacies, ultimately acquiring 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, and various antiviral oral solutions. He bought 126 bottles of vitamins, priced at $2 each for 100 capsules. Yet, this still felt insufficient. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, medicine would be exceedingly scarce, and even a common cold could prove fatal in extreme cold. Lin Shi planned to place additional orders online. At that moment, the first batch of supplies from the grain and oil wholesale market had arrived near the warehouse Lin Shi had rented. As he reached the warehouse door, his phone rang again. It was Liao Peng calling. Considering the time, Liao Peng had been in Shushi for 4 days, suggesting he had made some progress. Chapter 19. Acquiring supplies. Lin Shi answered the call. Liao Peng's voice came through. Boss, I have scoured Shushi over the past few days and found 3 locations that meet your criteria. I have sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. Lin Shi first opened the warehouse door and, alongside a dozen laborers, began unloading the goods. The 7 containers took over 3 hours to completely empty into the warehouse. Once the workers left, Lin Shi placed his hand on the pile of supplies, drawing all the materials into the space. Observing the mere tip of the iceberg of supplies within, Lin Shi recognized that this was just the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Shi reviewed the information sent by Liao Peng. He could not help but acknowledge he had not misjudged Liao Peng. The 3 locations he provided indeed aligned perfectly with Lin Shi's requirements. Elevated terrain, remote locations, devoid of towering buildings, all readily available for immediate construction. One particular site was exceptionally expansive, situated in the eastern outskirts of Shushi. Not only could it accommodate a private shelter, but it could also easily house an entire community. Lin Shi suspected that the official shelters from his past life were constructed in this very area. If that were true and the government were to requisition it, the loss would be substantial. Thus, this location was crossed off the list. As for the remaining two sites, one was located in the western outskirts, behind a village on a hill, rising only a few meters high, distanced by several kilometers from the first open space. Once, there had been a Taoist temple on the hill. Although it had collapsed, the foundation still remained. The final destination was a fishing village named Shidao, located along the coast of Shushi. In the village stood a cliff several meters high, atop which lay an expanse of vacant land that had once been home to a few families who had since relocated. Lin Shi sent a text message to Liao Peng, requesting him to arrange for a geological survey of the mountain and cliff near the temple. He wished to avoid any calamities such as a foundation collapse while residing there. Although the cliffs were composed of rock layers, prolonged exposure to wind and waves might have led to weathering, rendering it unsuitable for shelter construction. In contrast, the mountain that had once housed the temple aligned more closely with his aspirations. However, the ultimate decision would depend on the results of the survey. After completing these tasks, Lin Shi fell into a deep slumber. In the following 3 days, fresh produce purchased by Lin Shi at the agricultural market was delivered to the warehouse. He directly hired 4 individuals from the vicinity to handle the receipt and transportation of the goods. Meanwhile, on the 8th, he ventured to the timber market. Following the extreme cold, humanity had lost access to electricity, leading to ruptured gas pipelines across various countries. The demand for fire sources became paramount. Without fire, it was impossible to consume cooked meals or warm food, forcing most survivors into a life of foraging and consuming raw flesh. Countless individuals succumbed to the cold in their sleep. Consequently, timber became exceedingly precious. Lin Shi purchased 500 tons of firewood, which was significantly cheaper than standard planks, comprising mostly waste wood and offcuts. This substantial quantity required 25 shipping containers for transport, and fortunately, Lin Shi's large order ensured that the timber market was willing to accommodate him. He also procured as many gas canisters and coal as possible, amassing a staggering 800 tons of coal. Next, he acquired windproof lighters, flint, windproof matches, and other essentials. He placed online orders for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and various medical supplies, along with respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and protective clothing for survival. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in Sanyuan City, purchasing 10 portable generators, 10 home generators, and 2 industrial generators. Aside from the industrial generator, which was intended for emergencies requiring substantial power and operated on diesel, he chose the quietest gasoline generators for the others, as home generators sufficed under normal circumstances. Subsequently, he considered electrical wiring. Following the onset of the extreme cold, even if the circuits had not been destroyed by electromagnetic storms, the exposed wires outdoors were largely damaged by freezing temperatures. Consequently, Lin Shi planned to connect the wiring indoors, ensuring that the electricity for the shelter formed a self-sustaining loop. To prevent power outages caused by aging wiring or short circuits, he purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as a precaution. Next on his agenda were diesel and gasoline. To operate the generators, he needed to stockpile these fuels. However, the private sale of oil was prohibited, and the process of filling up tanks and then extracting fuel would be exceedingly time-consuming. Thus, Lin Shi once again visited the pawnshop run by Xie Jinxin. "You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I run a gas station?" Xie Jinxin looked at Lin Shi with a bemused expression. Lin Shi offered a wry smile. 100 tons was hardly excessive. An SUV's tank held 100 liters, and filling it over 10 times would yield a ton. Naturally, he intended to stockpile as much as possible, for no one could predict when the apocalypse would end, and in the 8th year of the extreme cold, there were no signs of relief. If Xie Jinxin could not assist, Lin Shi would have to acquire a vehicle with a sufficiently large tank to collect fuel from various gas stations. Just as he prepared to leave, Xie Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can arrange up to 10 tons for you." A flicker of joy flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, but he quickly concealed it upon noticing Xie Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze. "What price?" 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold amounted to over 800,000 yuan. Goodness, the price of diesel is less than 10,000 yuan per ton, and gasoline is just over 10,000 yuan. Even for 10 tons of each, it would only total around 200,000 yuan. You've marked up the price by over 4 times. Don't complain about the cost. I'm not in this line of business and am taking considerable risks. If you don't want it, that's fine, Xie Jinxin replied. Lin Shi was not one to be easily manipulated. He still had some gold bars in his possession. However, he insisted on negotiating the quantity, 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel, and I will give you 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune favors the bold. Xie Jinxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Noticing Xie Jinxin's swift agreement, Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with curiosity, and he inquired, "Can you also procure some pharmaceuticals for me? The price is negotiable. What exactly are you planning to do with all these items?" The increasingly peculiar requests made by Lin Shi piqued Xie Jinxin's curiosity. With cold weapons, winter clothing, oil, and medicine, what are you up to? Are you really planning to settle in Antarctica as you claimed? Xie Jinxin began to contemplate the absurdity of this possibility. Lin Shi, of course, would not disclose his true intentions. As I mentioned, I am going to settle in Antarctica. Subsequently, Lin Shi provided Xie Jinxin with a list of antibiotics, cold medicine, and various internal and external injury medications. Xie Jinxin, still skeptical, negotiated the prices with Lin Shi. In this apocalyptic world, many items would be needed for years, and essential appliances were a must. Before long, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electronics store in Sanyuan City. Chapter 20. A fortuitous encounter with Su Feifei. Upon entering the electronics store, he purchased 20 units each of rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and kettles. For electric heaters, electric blankets, and warm air machines, he acquired 30 units of each. Next, he visited a neighboring store to buy pots, pans, and tableware, ensuring they were all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi went to the largest mall. Although he already had winter clothing, it was intended for hunting and gathering supplies. He needed to purchase some everyday clothing and additional warm items. First, he went to a home goods store, buying 20 sets of down comforters, 20 cotton quilts, 20 blankets, and 20 bedding sets. Then, he visited a well-regarded brand store known for its down jackets and storm jackets, allegedly designed for Antarctic expedition teams. The clothing was made from the most advanced insulating materials, second only to military-grade cold weather gear. As spring approached, winter apparel was on sale. Most of the racks had been replaced with spring collections. Lin Shi headed to the winter clothing section to browse. 2 sales assistants in the store were chatting idly. Given that this brand specialized in high-end products, with each coat costing several thousand to tens of thousands, there were usually not many customers. When Lin Shi headed directly to the discount section, both sales assistants exchanged skeptical glances, continuing their conversation. After observing for a while, without discerning which item was the warmest, Lin Shi inquired, "Which of your garments offers the best insulation?" The sales assistant, turning her back to Lin Shi, rolled her eyes and replied, "These down jackets and storm jackets are all quite warm." This was not the answer Lin Shi sought. "I'm asking which one provides the most warmth, capable of keeping me warm at -50 degrees. The sales assistant silently cursed under her breath, approaching casually and pointing to a few items. Lin Shi selected one of the jackets indicated by the assistant, requesting an XL size to try on. The sales assistant, now visibly impatient, thought, "A poor person buying discounted items is so demanding." After glancing at the jacket on the rack, a size L, she remarked, "Try this one first. If you like it, I'll get you the right size." At that moment, Lin Shi sensed the assistant's growing impatience. His brow furrowed slightly, ready to express his displeasure when 2 individuals entered the store. To his surprise, it was Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, slender man. It appears that the 2 individuals are regular patrons, as another sales associate joyfully approached them. "Hello, Mr. Li. Our store has recently stocked many new styles for you to consider." This demeanor stands in stark contrast to the surly sales associate beside Lin Shi, whose expression darkened further upon witnessing his colleague secure a substantial commission. At that moment, Su Feifei also caught sight of Lin Shi and exclaimed, "Lin Shi, is that you here?" Lin Shi merely nodded and turned his gaze away, requesting the sales associate to fetch an XL size for him. Reluctantly, the associate complied. Noticing Su Feifei's unwavering attention on Lin Shi, Li Duoyu, who accompanied her, voiced his displeasure. "Feifei, who is that? He's a classmate from high school." Although Lin Shi had previously abandoned the 3 of them at a club, Su Feifei always believed that it was Zhao Xiao who had offended Lin Shi, causing him to unjustly take it out on them. In Su Feifei's eyes, a man who is both handsome and wealthy deserves forgiveness, regardless of his actions. The incident where Lin Shi was abducted by robbers at a bank had long circulated among their classmates, as had the news of his purchase of 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that someone capable of acquiring such a fortune must possess a family fortune nearing 100 million. Su Feifei gazed at Lin Shi with admiration in her eyes. The sales associate brought over the clothes Lin Shi requested, and he promptly removed his jacket to try them on. Su Feifei stole several glances at Lin Shi. Noticing that his physique had seemingly improved, beneath a thin base layer, his pectoral muscles were subtly defined, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Casting a glance at the gangly Li Duoyu beside her, she felt that Lin Shi was the more suitable choice for her. She approached Lin Shi and complimented, "Lin Shi, you look splendid in that outfit." Li Duoyu's expression darkened. Lin Shi nodded, pointing to several items the sales associate had mentioned, instructing, "Please bring me that one in XL. And also those 3 over there." The associate wore a sour expression, suppressing her irritation as she fetched the additional items for Lin Shi. He meticulously tried each one on, wanting to ensure the fit and flexibility, considering he would be wearing them for years to come. However, the sales associate was less than pleased. Believing Lin Shi to be a bothersome customer who, despite being financially constrained, insisted on trying on discounted clothing. If not for the presence of other customers, she would have been more brusque. Su Feifei continued to praise Lin Shi's attire, yet he found her incessant chatter bothersome. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Li Duoyu, who had been ignored, could no longer contain himself. "Feifei, if your classmate can't afford clothes, I can cover the bill. There's no need to make things difficult for the sales associate." The sales associate cast a grateful glance at Li Duoyu. Su Feifei's expression turned conflicted. Lin Shi is not poor. He invested 25 million in gold. Li Duoyu, stop talking nonsense, Su Feifei interjected. Sensing that Su Feifei was still defending Lin Shi, Li Duoyu looked at him with disdain and retorted bluntly, "Am I speaking out of turn? Just a poor chap who can only afford discounted items. Is he going to flaunt those as well?" Su Feifei frowned. "Lin Shi is not." Lin Shi interrupted her, addressing the contemptuous Li Duoyu. "Are you suggesting you are willing to cover my bill?" It was evident to Lin Shi that Li Duoyu's remarks were laced with sarcasm and provocation. Clearly, he was yet another suitor vying for Su Feifei's attention. Li Duoyu's disdain grew, and he shot Su Feifei a look that said, "See, I was right." Then, with a patronizing tone, he added, "Yes, I will cover the discounted items you fancy." Lin Shi appraised Li Duoyu and remarked, "Do you have the means? Let your words be your bond." Li Duoyu, seeming like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, raised his voice, "Of course. Even if you choose several items, I will pay for them." Li Duoyu lacked nothing but money, with a monthly allowance of 300,000. Spending 20,000 on a few discounted garments was a trivial matter for him in maintaining his wealthy persona before the girl he fancied. Hearing Lin Shi's intent to have the affluent regular customer cover his bill, the sales associate regarded Lin Shi with a look of contempt. Chapter 21. The bet. Lin Shi chuckled. He was not merely buying a few items, but rather dozens, if not hundreds. With a golden opportunity presented to him, he would not be remiss. Addressing the nearby sales associate, he stated, "For each piece I just tried on, I would like to take 50. Please wrap them all up." "What did you say?" The sales associate thought she must have misheard. Lin Shi reiterated his request. "As I mentioned, have them all charged to him." Both sales associates were taken aback by Lin Shi's audacious demand, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the audacity of such a person. The sales associate hesitated, glancing at Li Duoyu. Lin Shi turned his gaze toward the astonished Li Duoyu, adopting a mocking smile akin to his. "Did I not inquire earlier? You claimed you could cover a few extra items. You wouldn't be unable to, would you?" His words mirrored Li Duoyu's earlier taunts. Lin Shi had tried on 4 pieces, each at 50, totaling 200 items. Even at a discounted price of 3,000 each, that amounted to roughly 600,000. Li Duoyu, with a monthly allowance of 300,000, barely managed to get by. Lin Shi's initial request would deplete his funds for 2 months. "Are you mocking me?" Li Duoyu's anger flared. Feeling that Lin Shi was toying with him to humiliate him in front of Su Feifei. It was not that he could not afford 600,000. Rather, he would not spend such an amount on another man. What sane person buys 50 of the same item? I meant the few pieces you are interested in. Even Su Feifei began to perceive Lin Shi's actions as deliberately vexing toward Li Duoyu, who would need 200 winter coats. They would last for a decade or two, and by then, they would be out of style. However, She refrained from voicing her thoughts, as Lin Shi was the man she had set her sights on. And she would not publicly contradict him. I want 200, Lin Shi insisted. Li Duoyu, infuriated, retorted with a laugh. You, a mere pauper buying discounted items, can afford 200? If you can, I will kneel and call you Grandpa. Lin Shi smirked, his sarcasm unapologetic. Call me Grandpa? Who's to say your words won't drift away like a fleeting fart? Oh no, even a fart has a sound. Your words are less than that. Su Feifei couldn't suppress a laugh at Lin Shi's vivid analogy. The laughter of the girl he fancied stung Li Duoyu's pride, pushing him over the edge. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, Nonsense. I always stand by my word. But how can you prove you're not just trying to trick me into saying you want to buy 200? His outburst caught the attention of a couple passing by. Lin Shi replied, It's simple. If I purchase these 200 pieces, you will cover all my expenses at this mall today. And if you cannot, the stakes had risen between them. And Li Duoyu was not about to be at a disadvantage. Lin Shi continued, If I cannot, you may have your way. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered outside the store, whispering among themselves. In the presence of so many onlookers, Li Duoyu could not afford to lose face. Lifting his chin and gazing down his nose at Lin Shi. Very well, I agree. If you cannot afford it, you shall bow your head 3 times and call me Grandpa. Li Duoyu was skeptical that this impoverished individual could truly afford clothing worth hundreds of thousands. Today, he was determined to strip away the facade of this destitute character and trample it underfoot. Lin Shi turned to the sales associate and commanded, Wrap up 50 pieces of each style immediately. The sales associate scoffed, her displeasure evident. Sir, the total for these garments amounts to approximately 600,000. The underlying implication was clear. If Lin Shi lacked the funds, he should refrain from exerting his whims on them. 200 pieces was no trifling matter. If they summoned someone from the warehouse to fetch them and Lin Shi ultimately declined, they would face reprimands or even penalties. Lin Shi produced a card from his pocket, stating, Calculate the total and charge it. The sales associate's eyes widened upon seeing his black card. She took it from him with both hands, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it was a card reserved for those with deposits exceeding tens of millions. Having been in the industry for so long, she possessed the discernment to recognize such a card. Realizing her earlier misjudgment, she quickly donned the most professional smile. Please, have a seat. I'll have the warehouse bring the items right away. She gestured for Lin Shi to sit and offered him tea. Her demeanor drastically transformed. 200 pieces. Even with discounts, such a quantity would yield her a substantial commission. Another sales associate promptly called the warehouse. Lin Shi interjected, No need to send them here. Deliver them directly to my residence. The sales associate eagerly complied, noting down Lin Shi's address. The total was soon calculated, 582,366. She bent down to present the card reader to Lin Shi. He entered his password, signed the receipt, and completed the entire transaction seamlessly. The sales associate internally reveled in the hefty commission she would earn, but Lin Shi's next words chilled her to the bone. Now, summon your manager. I wish to file a complaint. The sales associate, who had exhibited a poor attitude towards Lin Shi, immediately panicked, offering apologies and promising various gifts. Li Duoyu, who had anticipated Lin Shi's embarrassment, was left dumbfounded. He really bought 200 pieces? Show me the receipt. After examining the receipt, Li Duoyu remained incredulous. If he could spend 580,000 on a wager, why was he purchasing clothing from the clearance section? Was he out of his mind? Li Duoyu believed Lin Shi was deliberately targeting him, convinced that the purchase of 200 identical garments was merely an act of defiance, not a genuine necessity. Yet, Lin Shi truly required them. The wager was merely a response to Li Duoyu's incessant prattling. Do you see clearly now? Can you uphold the bet? Lin Shi observed Li Duoyu, who was repeatedly verifying the receipt with a smirk. Li Duoyu gritted his teeth, weighing his options. If he backed out now, Su Feifei would certainly be out of the picture. But if he pressed on, he would inevitably be financially drained today. Just as Li Duoyu was mired in contemplation, 2 young women entered the store, making a beeline for the trio, specifically for Lin Shi. These girls were tall, their makeup immaculate, and their beauty rivaled that of Su Feifei. Even in his turmoil, Li Duoyu couldn't help but be captivated. One of the girls with curly hair flashed a radiant smile and asked Lin Shi, Excuse me, are you Lin Shi? I am. Lin Shi nodded, unfamiliar with the two. The girls exchanged looks of delight, the straight-haired girl exclaiming, I'm your fan. You're even more handsome in person than in photos. It's such a pleasure to meet you. Lin Shi took a moment to comprehend. His notoriety from the recent bank robbery incident had not yet faded. The two girls settled beside him, engaging him in conversation. Soon, several more girls entered the store, also drawn to Lin Shi. It turned out that many of those who had been lingering outside had recognized him, but were initially uncertain. Under Lin Shi's deliberate promotion, the crowd quickly became aware of the details of his wager with Li Duoyu. Some girls even began filming short videos to capture the moment, inciting Li Duoyu's ire as he realized that news of his bet with Lin Shi would spread throughout the city if he attempted to back out. Chapter 22. A bet is a bet before the eyes of the public. Li Duoyu could afford to lose money, but he could not afford to lose face. Resolutely, he drew out his card and tossed it at Lin Shi, declaring, "A bet is a bet. I will cover all your expenses in this mall." Though he spoke those words, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Shi. A chorus of cheers erupted from the girls surrounding Lin Shi. "Well then, I shall not hold back. I have a few more items to purchase. Farewell." Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls as he exited the store, with Li Duoyu and Su Feifei trailing behind. Lin Shi first visited a men's underwear store, purchasing 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear, totaling over 260,000. Originally, he had intended to buy these items at a wholesale market, but since he was spending someone else's money, he saw no reason not to indulge. The sheer volume of his purchase astonished the staff, who double-checked before calling the manufacturer to arrange delivery. Naturally, the shipping address was Lin Shi's warehouse. Watching Lin Shi squander his funds, Li Duoyu approached him, his eyes blazing with fury. "Isn't this enough? Let me remind you to know when to stop." He was increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was deliberately toying with him. Who in their right mind would buy so many undergarments? Li Duoyu's card contained not only his pocket money for the month, but also a credit limit of 500,000. Having already been depleted by Lin Shi's spending, he would be left with nothing for the rest of the month. Lin Shi disregarded Li Duoyu's warning, narrowing his eyes into a dazzling smile. "You said it yourself. All my expenditures in the mall are on you. What is this? Are you having second thoughts?" Lin Shi's voice was loud enough for Su Feifei to hear, her eyes reflecting disdain and aversion towards Li Duoyu. She despised men lacking integrity. Li Duoyu was taken aback by Lin Shi's blatant disregard for his feelings, his expression twisting in frustration as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "Fine, just you wait." With a fierce glare, he abandoned the card and stormed off. His expression suggested that he would not let this matter rest easily. As he left, Su Feifei reminded him, "Li Duoyu's father is reportedly a shareholder in a publicly listed company." "Oh," Lin Shi replied casually, indicating that he was aware. With the presence of firearms, what was there to fear? Moreover, in 2 months, Li Duoyu would no longer be a wealthy heir. Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly, continuing his shopping spree. He purchased 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermoses, 100 hiking backpacks, thermal hats, gloves, and other items. It wasn't until Li Duoyu's card was maxed out that Lin Shi finally ceased his shopping. He tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been following him, stating, "Stop trailing me." With that, he exited the mall, leaving behind a frustrated Su Feifei. After accompanying Lin Shi through the mall for an entire afternoon, her high heels had blistered her feet, and Lin Shi hadn't even treated her to a meal. He had never been like this before. Su Feifei stomped her foot in frustration. The warehouse was filled with the purchased electronics and the last batch of fish. The owner had thoughtfully included ice packs in each box of fish. Additionally, Lin Shi had received a substantial order of medicines he had placed online a few days prior. After dismissing the movers, he stored all the goods in his space. He now had over 200 boxes of cold medicine and hundreds of antibiotics for viral and bacterial infections. Lin Shi had meticulously prepared thousands of doses of medicine and bandages. Additionally, he had purchased 200 boxes of frostbite ointment. He took out the shopping list he had initially compiled and crossed off the supplies he had already acquired. What remained were a few outdoor essentials such as windproof lamps and sleds, along with some bathing items. Lin Shi promptly placed online orders for shampoo, shower gel, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and the like. In truth, these items had become luxuries in the post-apocalyptic world. Initially, Lin Shi had not considered their purchase. After all, survivors in extreme cold rarely bathe, as the natural oils and grime on their bodies serve to enhance warmth and protect their skin. Furthermore, where could one find hot water for bathing in such frigid conditions? Even a sip of warm water had become a luxury. During his previous life, Lin Shi had managed to wash himself only a few times with snow over 8 years in the apocalypse. However, things were different now. He had been reborn and had the luxury of time to prepare. Why not allow himself a bit of comfort? Subsequently, Lin Shi made further purchases from an outdoor sports brand, acquiring kerosene lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, and water purification tablets. The skis were crucial for transportation in extreme cold. With the arrival of the harsh winter, relentless snowstorms had blanketed the entire Tianyun star under a thick layer of snow. Initially, the freshly fallen snow was soft and powdery, making it difficult for anyone to walk without sinking, let alone for vehicles. As the snow gradually compacted, most vehicles had been swallowed by the accumulating layers, and those that remained operational were often rendered useless by the extreme cold or suffered disastrous accidents due to slipping. The onset of the extreme cold had regressed human technology by centuries. In addition to standard skis, Lin Shi had also purchased 20 snowmobiles, the best means of transport in such conditions. Nowadays, these machines were often rented out as toys for those seeking winter sports. A high-quality snowmobile could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow, and they were relatively affordable, with good models costing only a few tens of thousands. The only downside was their conspicuousness and the loud buzzing sound akin to that of regular motorcycles. Lin Shi would refrain from using them unless he was in a hurry. After completing these tasks, Lin Shi washed up casually and went to bed. In the dead of night, he suddenly opened his eyes and, reaching for his phone, noted that it was past 2 a.m. At that moment, he heard the sound of a truck's wheels approaching, growing ever nearer. Like a cat, Lin Shi stealthily made his way to the warehouse door. By the light of the moon, he saw indeed that a large truck was driving towards him, eventually stopping right at the entrance of his warehouse. His eyes narrowed instinctively, sensing danger. Although he had ordered many items over the past few days, what could possibly be delivered at such an hour? The image of old Xie flashed in his mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered a few days prior? Just as this thought crossed his mind, two figures jumped down from the truck, clad in black and wearing masks. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jinxin. Lin Shi remained vigilant. Retrieving a handgun from his space, Xie Jinxin exited the vehicle and checked the address on the warehouse door. Confirming it was correct, he gently knocked on the large iron door. Chapter 23. Xie Jinxin's visit. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin tapped lightly on the door. A small side door opened silently beside the main entrance. What is going on? Lin Shi's half-hidden figure peered out from the darkness, his gaze cold and assessing. Oh. You scared me half to death in the dead of night, Xie Jinxin exclaimed, clutching his chest. I've brought your goods. Open the door. Seeing no immediate response, Lin Shi closed the small door again and opened the large one. The truck drove directly into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin patted the side of the truck, saying, Everything is here. The driver, known as a Biao, was a tall and robust man. He opened the back door of the truck, revealing a cargo hold filled to the brim with barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xie Jinxin gestured towards Lin Shi. There's no need. I trust you. Lin Shi replied, refraining from stepping into the dim cargo area. Xie Jinxin smiled, waving to a Biao, who then entered the truck, pulling out an unloading ramp and rolling the barrels down. Xie Jinxin caught them below and arranged them. Lin Shi stood aside, observing with his arms crossed. He would never turn his back on those he did not trust. He had transacted goods worth over 10 million gold with Xie Jinxin. Wealth could corrupt anyone. In the face of sufficient temptation, anyone could turn into a devil. Lin Shi was not about to place his safety in the hands of Xie Jinxin's character. 3 hours later, the two men were panting, finally having unloaded all the barrels. Xie Jinxin bid Lin Shi a cheerful farewell and climbed back into the truck with a Biao, departing swiftly. It seemed Lin Shi had indeed underestimated the situation. Yet caution rarely leads to grave missteps. He felt no remorse for his actions. A Biao, driving the truck, grumbled, Old Xie, are you being overly cautious? We had a perfect opportunity to act just now. Having been in the business for many years, Xie Jinxin was far from a good Samaritan. He would seize any opportunity for underhanded dealings, but only if he had a reasonable chance of success. Maintaining a good reputation required two conditions. First, to sincerely complete transactions. And second, to ensure any illicit dealings were executed with precision. Xie Jinxin chuckled. It's not that I'm too cautious. It's that the young man was too vigilant. Did you not notice how wary he was of us throughout? A Biao glanced at the rearview mirror, where the young man was now out of sight, dismissing the concern. P.S. Just a twig. I could crush him with a flick. Xie Jinxin leisurely lit a cigarette, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes betraying a sense of gravity. I don't share your sentiment. When I stood beside him, I felt that any move I made could lead to my immediate demise. Biao's expression turned serious. Really? I saw he had no weapons in hand. Even if he were to draw a gun, he couldn't be faster than you, right? Having survived in this line of work for many years, Xie Jinxin had encountered buyers who sought to cheat him, aiming to take the goods without paying. His quick and steady draw had kept him safe throughout the years. Yet, he now implied that the young man might be quicker. This revelation astonished Biao, who had known Xie Jinxin for many years. You should know that my instincts have saved me many times. Xie Jinxin exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you forgotten about old Jin's disappearance? That day, I sensed he was about to act against that individual, and I casually mentioned it. But since that day, old Jin vanished, while the young man remained unharmed, which speaks volumes, doesn't it? For someone to handle matters so cleanly in Sanyuan City. It's not that I overestimate this kid. I believe I may have underestimated him. Before we left today, we agreed to just test the waters. If there was no opportunity, we would leave. It turns out we were right not to act. Had we done so, at least one of us would have had to answer for it. Biao opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent. Xie Jinxin extinguished his cigarette and turned to Biao, whose face still bore traces of disbelief. After all these years, you know I have a keen eye for people. Trust me, don't provoke that young man. I have a feeling that as long as he survives, he will not fade into obscurity. By the way, let us stock up on some diesel and gasoline. We should prepare more supplies. I have an unsettling feeling, as if something is about to happen. After securely closing the warehouse doors and ensuring that all the oil drums were intact, with no hidden surveillance devices such as miniature cameras, Lin Shi finally felt at ease. He opened a few oil barrels for inspection, confirming that they were all in perfect condition. A total of 400 oil drums were neatly arranged in a square formation. After verifying that no one was outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand on one of the oil barrels and silently recited, "Item replication." The interface of the treasure pot displayed a decrease in item quantity from 22 to 21. In a flash of golden light, an additional 400 barrels materialized before him. Upon examining the duplicates, Lin Shi found that both the barrels and their contents had been flawlessly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel had transformed into 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel. Excitement sparkled in his bright eyes. Merely 20 tons of diesel and gasoline would not suffice. He needed fuel that could sustain usage for decades after the impending extreme cold. The shelter would rely on this fuel to power generators, and his snowmobile also required oil to function. Thus, when negotiating with Xie Jinxin, Lin Shi had already planned to utilize his item replication ability to create more fuel. Now possessing 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, he still felt unsatisfied. While he could replicate gold that had already been copied, what about the replicas themselves? Could they be replicated again? Previously, due to the difficulty in circulating the replicated gold, Lin Shi refrained from further replication. However, with oil, even replicas could be used as long as they were identical, which would not affect their functionality. Lin Shi connected the two piles of oil together. After some contemplation, he also retrieved the generator and other supplies from his space and placed them alongside the barrels. He activated the item replication once more. Another flash of golden light illuminated the warehouse, and the original 800 barrels multiplied by an additional 400. Yet, it became evident that only the original 400 barrels were eligible for replication. The duplicated barrels could not be replicated again. Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. If the replicas could be copied, he would have ended up with 800 barrels this time, followed by 3,200 barrels in the next round, and after several iterations, he would possess an endless supply of oil. Moreover, different items could not be replicated simultaneously. He had now discerned the limitations of the treasure pot's replication function. First, replicas could not be used for space upgrades. Second, only one type of item could be replicated at a time. And third, while an item that had been copied once could be replicated again, the resulting replicas could not be copied further, despite their identical appearance. Something fundamental must differ between the original and the replica. Chapter 24. Acquiring land with a swift motion. Lin Shi placed the replicated oil barrels and the original barrels into his space. Since replicas could not be copied again, he resolved to use the replicas first. And once depleted, he would activate the replication function to create more. It appeared that his current replication capacity might not be sufficient. The treasure pot's interface now displayed. Treasure pot. Storage space. 969696. Wealth points required for upgrade. 32,000. Function. Item replication 20. Wealth points required for upgrade. 58,500. As the apocalypse approached, he needed to seek out gold, silver, and jewels to upgrade the treasure pot. Liao Peng presented the geological survey results for 2 locations. As Lin Shi had suspected, the rocks at the cliff showed signs of erosion, indicating that habitation for several decades was feasible under current climatic conditions. However, it was uncertain how long they would endure under extreme cold. Conversely, the old temple site contained abundant granite, making it extremely stable. Consequently, Lin Shi decisively chose the old temple site. He instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price while he booked a flight to Shushi for the following morning. He needed to assess the situation personally and subsequently design a shelter based on the terrain. Since the warehouse required supervision, Lin Shi ordered numerous items online that needed to be signed for upon delivery, along with some merchandise yet to arrive that required unloading into the warehouse. After some thought, he hired a stranger, completely unfamiliar to the group of laborers, to oversee the warehouse, while also reminding the laborers to keep track of the inventory. Once everything was in order, Lin Shi felt reassured as he boarded the flight to Shushi. Shushi proved to be the hottest city in Qiming Nation. In early March, girls flaunted their youthful bodies in light short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Upon disembarking the plane, Lin Shi immediately shed his outer jacket, revealing a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt beneath. Although faint muscle contours were evident on his arms and chest, they appeared subtle, and to the casual observer, he merely seemed to have an attractive physique. Only Lin Shi knew that, after several weeks of rigorous training, his body had transformed drastically from when he had just been reborn. He maintained strict discipline, increasing his training regimen daily. His strength now rivaled that of those who had dedicated years to the gym. His training was not merely for physical fitness, but for combat. He aimed for every inch of his muscles and bones to reach their maximum potential at the mere thought of action. This required maintaining muscle elasticity while increasing strength without compromising agility. With just over 2 months remaining, time was of the essence. He had to treasure each day to enhance his abilities. The harsh realities of the apocalypse demanded more than mere supplies for survival. Lacking strength amidst plenty could be far more tragic than having nothing at all. Liao Peng had arrived early at the airport exit, awaiting Lin Shi's descent. Spotting Lin Shi amidst the crowd, Liao Peng eagerly waved his sign. Upon their reunion, the two departed the airport and entered a vehicle. To facilitate the search for a suitable homestead, Liao Peng had rented a car. During the ride, he took the initiative to engage in conversation, fostering a closer relationship. "Boss, let me first take you to a place to settle down." "No need. Just tell me about the old dojo site," Lin Shi replied. Liao Peng spoke earnestly. "I spoke with the landowner. The plot is situated on a mountain, in a remote location, and the asking price isn't high. Only 500,000. I managed to negotiate it down to 480,000. This price was even more affordable than Lin Shi had anticipated. In reality, the property prices in Shushi were not exorbitant. Even in the city center, prices hovered just above 20,000 per square meter, far less than in Sanyuan City. The old dojo site, being in a mountainous area, was naturally cheaper. "I see your documents show over 300 square meters?" Lin Shi inquired. "Indeed. In fact, the surrounding area exceeds several hundred square meters. Although construction isn't permitted, it would make for an excellent garden for growing vegetables," Liao Peng confirmed. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. After nearly an hour of driving, they arrived at the foot of the old dojo site. As Liao Peng had described, a village lay below, consisting of low-rise houses, the tallest being no more than 5 stories. The village was encircled by mountains, with only a single opening. This geographical feature provided excellent protection against wind and snow. As the vehicle entered the village, several villagers emerged from their homes, curious about the newcomers. The village was not large, comprising only about 100 households, which Lin Shi found quite satisfactory. Fewer residents meant fewer disputes. Liao Peng had frequented the area several times over the past few days, and his face was already familiar to the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a stranger. Several elderly women stood together, whispering and pointing at the two of them. Due to the distance, Lin Shi could not discern their words. "Boss, those are the villagers. I checked, and there are a total of 96 households in this village." With a population of no more than 400, Liao Peng informed him. Lin Shi nodded, acknowledging the information. After a brief ascent along a narrow cement road, we arrived in a little over 10 minutes. Liao Peng gestured towards the path, which could accommodate only a single vehicle. The mountain was not particularly high, merely a few meters above the ground, thus our arrival was swift. Contrary to expectations, the summit was remarkably flat, covering an area of approximately an acre. The previously constructed Taoist temple had collapsed, leaving behind a disarray of timber, bricks, and remnants of crumbled walls. This posed no significant issue. Rebuilding would be relatively straightforward. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Excellent. When shall we proceed with the paperwork? The owner of this parcel of land was currently away, and it took considerable effort for me to obtain his contact information. When I reached out to him this morning, he was already on a train, expected to arrive this afternoon. Very well, let us descend the mountain first. Constructing a shelter is a substantial undertaking, with time pressing and tasks abundant. It is essential to arrange adequate manpower to complete the shelter within 2 months. Lin Shi had already formulated a preliminary concept for the shelter in his mind and was contemplating how many individuals to recruit. The land transfer paperwork needed to be processed in the city, so Liao Peng and the owner arranged to meet at the relevant municipal office in the afternoon. And the two did not linger in the village. The land transfer process went remarkably smoothly. The previous owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest, lacking any ethereal grace. Appearing rather portly, after signing the transfer contract, he hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent, hastily departing upon receiving payment. This left Lin Shi with an unsettling premonition. Liao Peng, have you inquired about why the temple was abandoned? Liao Peng was taken aback by Lin Shi's question. He had not thought to ask. Being a resourceful individual, he quickly realized the implications and promptly dialed the Taoist priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the portly priest found themselves seated in a restaurant. The priest, while earnestly stuffing his mouth with meat, mumbled, "That's how things unfolded. I did not intend to conceal anything, but I am in dire need of funds." He cast a furtive glance at Lin Shi as he spoke. Lin Shi maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no sign of anger or joy. It turned out that the priest had purchased the land 5 years prior, seeking a feng shui site to construct a temple. Initially, everything unfolded smoothly. He invested a significant sum in building the cement road and constructing the temple, believing he would spend his later years there. However, shortly after the temple's completion, villagers from the nearby settlement confronted him, claiming that the mountain was the source of their village's dragon vein and that the temple was suppressing it. The land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and the priest had clearly stated his intentions to build a temple. At that time, the villagers did not object to his plans. It was only after the temple was completed that they raised their grievances. Having expended most of his savings on the temple, the priest found it impossible to demolish it. Initially, he disregarded the villagers, as his temple was legally established, and they had no grounds for forced demolition. Yet, matters escalated. Villagers began to congregate daily at the entrance of the cement road, barring any vehicles from ascending the mountain. The priest had hoped to attract visitors to the temple, but with no patrons, he lost a significant source of income. Additionally, elderly women began to congregate outside the temple, vocally protesting. Unable to drive them away or silence them, the priest found himself increasingly troubled. After several negotiations with the villagers, he ultimately paid them 20,000 yuan to resolve the issue. He believed the matter concluded, only to find, a month later, that the villagers had once again blocked the road. In a fit of anger, he confronted the village chief, who shamelessly claimed that the previous 20,000 yuan was merely a one-time fee, and that he would henceforth demand the same amount monthly. This infuriated the priest, who promptly reported the incident to the authorities. However, when the officers arrived, the villagers, comprising 400 individuals, from the elderly to toddlers, all testified that the money was a gift from the priest to their entire village. It became apparent that such extortion was not novel to the villagers. The 20,000 yuan was sufficient grounds for a legal case. Upon receiving the funds, each household distributed 50 yuan per person. What was even more infuriating was that most of the villagers were elderly, with some in their 70s or even 80s, alongside young children. The authorities were powerless against the elderly, only managing to detain a few of the village's young men, who would soon be released. Subsequently, the villagers intensified their actions, with several elderly women daily demanding 100 yuan each to leave. Reporting the incidents, they simply cried, claiming they had fallen within the temple and demanded the priest take responsibility. In utter despair, the priest closed the temple, retreating from the public eye. Yet the villagers continued their harassment. Power and water supplies were frequently cut off, whether through severed wires or blocked pipes. It was evident that these disruptions were orchestrated by the villagers. Eventually, the priest invested in surveillance equipment, capturing footage of the individual responsible for cutting the power lines. However, this only prompted the villagers to escalate their tactics further. With 400 against 1, the priest found himself mentally and physically exhausted. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek a different path. Upon hearing the priest's account, Liao Peng felt a mix of anger and guilt. Unable to meet Lin Shi's gaze, "I apologize, boss. It is my failure for not having inquired thoroughly." Despite earning a substantial salary from Lin Shi, he felt deeply ashamed for mishandling the situation. "I will look for other suitable locations. If I purchase this land myself, please deduct the cost from my salary." Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance. This gesture garnered Lin Shi's respect for Liao Peng. Although he had offered Liao Peng a salary of 500,000, it was more of a symbolic figure. Nevertheless, Liao Peng was willing to use that amount to rectify his mistake, a display of courage not commonly found. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. This land will suffice. It's getting late. First, contact a reliable construction team, and we shall commence work tomorrow." Both Liao Peng and the portly priest were taken aback. "Boss, I have a solution," Lin Shi insisted. "Just follow my instructions." He stood up, signaling the conclusion of their meal. This matter did not require a resolution in the conventional sense. Once the shelter was completed, would Lin Shi fear repercussions? Certainly not. By the time the shelter was built, it would be at least 2 months later. With the onset of extreme cold, the villagers would likely be too preoccupied to cause trouble. Lin Shi was well versed in dealing with malefactors. One need only be more ruthless than they. Wait. The portly priest swallowed his food with difficulty and retrieved a yellowing booklet from his pocket. "Young man, you are a good person. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. This booklet was previously used for my own health. With the temple gone, I have decided to return to secular life, and this booklet holds little value for me now. I wish to give it to you. I feel a certain affinity toward you." Lin Shi frowned at the visibly greasy pages but, upon seeing the priest's sincere expression, ultimately accepted it. "Thank you." Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Shi returned to his hotel, spending the night drafting the design for the shelter he had envisioned in his mind. The upper portion of the design was a semicircular structure, exposed above ground, while the lower section comprised a square basement. From an architectural standpoint, circular buildings are advantageous in reducing wind resistance and enhancing structural integrity. From a thermodynamic perspective, circular shapes minimize heat loss, making them more conducive to insulation. Once, those who inhabited the Arctic constructed semicircular igloos, a principle that underlies the architectural design. The outermost layer of the building is composed of alloy welding, while the interior is to be fortified with bank-grade explosion-proof steel walls, each with a thickness of no less than 1 meter. The walls will be insulated with the most resilient thermal materials, followed by conventional weatherproof materials. Lin is also planning to install a fireplace in the center of the circular structure, which will provide warmth during power outages. Above, a chimney will facilitate ventilation. The building will feature 2 separate electrical circuits. Lin has not yet considered the issue of water. His water purifier and purification tablets are not mere decorations. That is the general outline of his plans. As he finished the design sketches and prepared to retire for the night, Lin's gaze fell upon a booklet he had carelessly set aside, the one given to him by the plump Taoist. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and began to flip through its pages. Chapter 26. The Warehouse Fire. As Lin casually browsed through the booklet, he discovered it was a pictorial manual, depicting a small figure demonstrating various stances, reminiscent of martial arts manuals. He became increasingly engrossed, and as he continued, his expression grew solemn, even incredulous. The movements outlined in this booklet bore a striking resemblance to the resonance exercises he had practiced. This revelation astonished Lin. He immediately leaped from his bed and began to practice the movements illustrated in the booklet. Upon engaging in the exercises, he realized that while the sequence resembled resonance, it was far more intricate and challenging to master. Each inhalation and exhalation, each movement, seemed to embody a profound rhythm. By the time he completed the first round of exercises, Lin was drenched in sweat, yet his breath remained steady, his body invigorated and warm. The effects were several times more beneficial than resonance. Although resonance also warmed the body, the impact was not nearly as pronounced. Lin solemnly picked up the soiled booklet again and turned to its cover. The 3 characters for health preservation method were evidently added later, as the original title seemed to have been worn away. This was no ordinary health manual. Had he not experienced the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as just another inexpensive martial arts book from a street vendor. Yet, having witnessed the miraculous effects of resonance during the apocalypse, Lin understood that this was undoubtedly an invaluable manual. Once the extraordinary materials associated with the apocalypse emerged, the true potential of this technique would be realized. Concurrently, Lin was filled with questions. Resonance had only appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse, reportedly a product of collaboration between scientists and martial artists. Was there a discrepancy in the rumors, or was this tale merely a fabrication spun by the official shelter? Nevertheless, Lin had a premonition that the emergence of resonance was inextricably linked to this booklet. With its presence in his hands, could it alter the trajectory of the future? After a moment of contemplation, Lin dismissed his musings. Even if the future were to change, it was not his immediate concern. Besides, he was not the only one aware of this technique. The plump Taoist was privy to it as well. Upon awakening from a restful slumber and concluding his practice of the health preservation method, Lin discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a team early in the morning to commence work at the site of the old Taoist temple. After breakfast, Lin joined them on site. 2 excavators were busy clearing the remnants of the original temple structure. Lin located Liao Peng, presented him with the design blueprints he had created the previous night, and explained the critical details. Liao Peng patted his chest confidently and declared, "All right, boss. I will consult with the engineers to refine the design. Additionally, the well you mentioned is already here, buried beneath the ruins. I only learned of it from the workers earlier." Lin was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. For the next few days, Lin remained in the city of Shushi, ordering various building materials and discussing the design plans for the shelter with engineers. During his spare moments, he practiced the health preservation method, and after just a few days, Lin felt that his physical strength had increased significantly, more so than in the preceding weeks combined. With Lin's limitless investment, the remnants of the Taoist temple had vanished, replaced by a vast and deep pit. The basement of the shelter had been excavated, and the construction phase was about to commence. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. However, in the early hours of March 22nd, a phone call prompted Lin to abandon his plans to remain in Shushi to oversee the project. It was a call from the warehouse supervisor, whose panicked voice echoed through the line. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin furrowed his brow. "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. Suddenly, the fire broke out. Fortunately, I noticed it early, but some goods have been partially burned." Lin had no choice but to leave the ongoing work to Liao Peng. In Sanyuan City, a torrential rain was falling. As Lin disembarked from the plane and opened his phone, he noticed several missed calls from the warehouse supervisor, all unanswered. Checking the recent weather in Sanyuan City, he found it had been rainy for the past few days. "If it's raining, how could there be a fire? Get everything out of there," came the voice of the warehouse supervisor. Lin saw several individuals tossing boxes of goods outside. With the rain pouring, some of these items could not be exposed to moisture. If they got wet, they would likely be ruined. "What are you doing?" Lin interjected, standing at the entrance of the warehouse, his cold gaze sweeping over the individuals preparing to throw boxes outside. Their demeanor shifted under Lin's imposing presence, halting their actions. "What is going on?" A gaunt, middle-aged man approached, his fierce expression evident. Lin did not recognize him. "Who are you? Get out of the way. Who are you? Who authorized you to touch my belongings?" Lin demanded sternly. The warehouse supervisor, looking distraught, rushed to Lin's side, seeking to explain. The gaunt man wore an expression of realization as he scrutinized Lin. "So you are Lin? This warehouse is rented to me from today onward. You burned the landlord's warehouse, and now they refuse to rent to you. Get your things and get lost." The warehouse supervisor protested. "Even if we need to move our things, we deserve some time. I told you our boss would be here soon, but you don't even want to wait. This is your concern. The warehouse is mine now. Your belongings are occupying my space. How is it wrong for me to throw them out?" The gaunt man casually dug at his ears, clearly unconcerned, which infuriated the warehouse supervisor. This attitude was blatantly confrontational. Lin narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flashing within their slanted depths. "I signed a contract. The rent has not yet expired. Whether you rent to me is not up to your whims." Let the landlord come and discuss the breach of contract with me. I will give you 1 minute to vacate my premises. Oh, you think you can intimidate me? When I was out in the world, you were still nursing. The gaunt man sneered, attempting to shove Lin aside as if dismissing a mere nuisance. However, Lin swiftly grasped the man's hand and twisted it forcefully. Chapter 27. The turn of events with a crack, accompanied by a scream. Ah. The gaunt man's hand was dislocated. Though his face paled from the pain, he was no pushover. Ignoring his captured right hand, he swung his other fist at Lin. Spewing curses, "You bastard, you're dead meat." Lin effortlessly caught the punch. To him, it was feeble, while the gaunt man exhibited a fierce spirit. It was only a facade. With a snap, Lin twisted the gaunt man's left arm as well, then delivered a kick, sending him sprawling. Without the support of his arms, the emaciated man fell directly to the ground, his teeth striking hard enough to draw blood. Lying on the floor, he bellowed, "Are you all blind? Kill him for me." The events transpired too swiftly. The companions who had accompanied the emaciated man, burdened with various items, finally hurled down their boxes and surged forward. However, they were no match for Lin Shi, who had endured countless battles. With a swift kick, he sent one man flying, caught 2 incoming fists, and yanked them forward. The 2 staggered, losing their balance, and Lin Shi seized them by the neck, slamming them together, silencing their cries. Upon releasing them, they crumpled to the ground, unconscious. He effortlessly sidestepped a punch aimed at him and retaliated with an elbow strike, causing the attacker to hunch over like a shrimp on the floor. In mere moments, 4 men lay sprawled on the ground, a testament to Lin Shi's restraint. Had this been the apocalypse, they would surely have perished. The emaciated man, having just rolled over, realized he had encountered an immovable obstacle. He had initially thought it would be a simple task to deal with a university student and was pleased at the prospect of easy money. Little did he expect to confront such a formidable adversary. The remaining man, catching a glimpse of the ferocity in Lin Shi's eyes, trembled and retreated a few steps, too fearful to advance, ultimately turning to flee into the rain. Lin Shi made no attempt to pursue, instead approaching the now sitting emaciated man, asking, "Who sent you? Did you set fire to my warehouse?" Lin Shi had his suspicions, but sought confirmation. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the emaciated man remained unfazed, threatening. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He turned to the warehouse manager, who stood frozen in shock, and commanded, "Call the police." The order of peace in this era had spared these scoundrels. Soon, law enforcement arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. As the officers entered, the emaciated man immediately turned the tables, exclaiming, "Officer, this man barged into my warehouse and assaulted me. He dislocated both my arms." "Who called the police?" Lin Shi raised his hand. "I did. Please explain the situation." The officer produced a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how these individuals had invaded his warehouse, discarded his merchandise, and initiated the attack. Several boxes remained outside in the rain. The warehouse manager corroborated Lin Shi's account. His actions had not been excessively violent. Apart from superficial injuries and minor concussions, the assailants were soon recovering. The emaciated man's dislocated arms were also reset by the paramedics. Lin Shi feigned rummaging through his backpack, producing a rental agreement instead. "This is the contract for my warehouse." The officer glanced at it, confirming its validity. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Wait. Even now, the emaciated man remained unperturbed, pulling out his phone to make a call. The ring echoed from outside the warehouse. Shortly after, a middle-aged man and a young man entered. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, recognizing one of them, Li Duiyu. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Li Duiyu's lips curled into a smug smile. The middle-aged man, presumably Li Duiyu's father, pulled one of the officers aside, whispering something before making a phone call, holding it to the officer's ear. Lin Shi frowned at the unfolding scene. Just then, his phone rang. It was the landlord. "Lin Shi, your workers nearly set my warehouse ablaze. I'm terminating the lease. I'll refund the remaining rent and deposit. Please move out at your earliest convenience." There was no such clause in the contract, and the fire incident had yet to be investigated. The landlord's voice was filled with exasperation as he urged, "Don't investigate. It's all your fault. Just move out, please. I'll refund this month's rent as well." The call ended abruptly. It seemed the warehouse was truly no longer an option. Lin Shi's belongings were nearly packed, so moving was inconsequential to him. Yet, Being forced out left a bitter taste. Li Duyu approached Lin Shi with a cold sneer, whispering so only they could hear, "This is the consequence of crossing me. The real show is just beginning. I will make sure you cannot survive in Sanyuan City." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise, loudly retorting, "What did you say? Are you not your father's biological son?" His voice drew the attention of those nearby, who looked at Li Duyu in astonishment. Li Duyu's face flushed a deep crimson as he stammered, "I didn't say that. He's lying." Li Duyu glared at Lin Shi, his eyes seething with murderous intent. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, unperturbed by the spectacle before him. From the emaciated man's initial bravado to the subsequent events, Lin Shi had surmised these individuals had some form of backing. However, he was no pushover. The officer's expression turned serious as Li Duyu looked on with a triumphant air, clearly reveling in Lin Shi's predicament. "Once you reach the police station, you're finished." Lin Shi remained unfazed, continuing to defend himself. "I already stated they attacked first." "That's merely your word and cannot serve as evidence," the officer retorted, irritation flashing in his eyes. "They have more witnesses than you. We have the right to investigate further. Come with us." "But I have evidence." Lin Shi grinned, his eyes glinting coldly as he held up his phone. "I installed several cameras when I moved in. Everything you just said in the corner should be recorded." Chapter 28. The impending apocalypse. The more furious Lin Shi became, the brighter his smile. Though his eyes radiated an icy chill, he suddenly began to yearn for the arrival of the apocalypse. At least in a world gone mad, evil was unequivocal. The officers before him were momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's manic grin, a visage reminiscent of a deranged killer. "What did you just say? Footage?" The officer's expression shifted as he lunged for Lin Shi's phone. However, Lin Shi seemed to possess a sixth sense, retreating calmly 2 steps before the officer could grab it. "I'll show you," he said, lowering his gaze to operate the phone. The officer, realizing the situation, lunged for Lin Shi again. Yet, Lin Shi adeptly evaded the grasp. A second display of agility that left everyone astonished. No wonder he could defeat 5 men single-handedly. "Why are you so eager to snatch my phone? You've frightened me into uploading the footage online." Lin Shi feigned innocence, displaying the screen to the crowd. Li Duyu's father, Li Duokai, turned pale with fury. Before arriving, he had confirmed with the landlord that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse, which was why he had come in person to handle the matter. The notion that Lin Shi had installed cameras, despite only renting for a month, was something the landlord had never anticipated. If the conversation between the 2 men in the corner were to be made public, it could lead to severe repercussions not only for them, but also for several others. The phone call Li Duokai had just made was to the director of the Sanyuan City Police Department. Should this minor incident implicate the director, a cascade of consequences would surely follow. Li Duokai had labored for many years in Sanyuan City, and his hard-earned network of connections was now on the verge of suffering a devastating blow. He shot a fierce glare at Li Duyu. But now was not the time to discipline this troublesome son. Li Duokai needed to intercept the video that had been posted online before the situation escalated. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of followers had already seen the inadvertently released footage and begun to share it fervently. It was too late for Li Duokai to stop it. The emaciated man seemed to have realized something, his expression visibly changing. If there were surveillance, then the scene of him setting the fire in the early hours must have been captured as well. Had the earlier provocation also been recorded? The emaciated man's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Lin Shi, losing the composure he once had. He quickly chased after Li Duokai. "Take him away." A security officer shouted angrily, and the other officers swiftly moved to apprehend Lin Shi. Lin Shi made no attempt to resist, smiling as he cooperated. And his phone was seized. Warehouse manager Old Huang nodded vigorously. Lin Shi was taken into a police car. Inside the warehouse, only Old Huang remained. The scene that had just unfolded had utterly shattered his worldview. He had never encountered such a bold boss. Sandwiched between 2 officers, Lin Shi showed no signs of anxiety. The vehicle had not traveled far when one of the officers beside Lin Shi received a phone call. Moments later, he looked at Lin Shi with a strange expression and handed the phone to the officer who had confronted Lin Shi earlier. "Captain, it's for you." So he was indeed a captain. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The officer, addressed as captain, took the call, and his face changed from pale to red, then to an ashen hue, as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, understood. All right, yes." After hanging up, he immediately commanded, "Pull over." The vehicle quickly came to a stop. "You may leave now." The officer, still seething with resentment towards Lin Shi, seemed unwilling but powerless. Lin Shi smiled, extending his hand. My phone? Your phone contains evidence and is needed for the investigation. Lin Shi shrugged and stepped out of the car. He turned to get a new card and purchased a new phone. The video he had posted had indeed created a significant impact. If the apocalypse had not yet arrived, Lin Shi could not fathom how many individuals he had offended with this one act. As someone without a background, he could easily vanish into the vast sea of people. Yet now he feared nothing. Lin Shi took down the video and canceled his social media accounts. His objective had been achieved. He no longer desired fame. He was momentarily taken aback as he calculated his wages, dismissed old Huang, and closed the warehouse door, checking the remaining items inside. Among the destroyed belongings were a small portion of sleds he had ordered online, totaling 10. Lin Shi had originally intended to raise a few sled dogs for the impending apocalypse. Now that they were burned, it was of no consequence. Some equipment thrown out in the rain remained undamaged. After storing his belongings in a secure space, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Shushi, leaving Sanyuan City behind. Soon after, news broke of a prominent shareholder of a well-known enterprise being implicated in a corruption scandal involving government officials. That shareholder was none other than Li Duiyu's father. It seemed that the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and this wealthy heir would not succeed. This incident entangled many, resulting in the dismissal of one security officer. However, Lin Shi was more focused on the name of the well-known enterprise, Tianqi New Energy Company, which sparked a deep-seated hatred within him. A few days later, the school unexpectedly called Lin Shi to inform him that due to his prolonged absence, he had been expelled. For the next 2 months, he supervised the construction of a shelter in Shushi, dedicating most of his time to practicing a health regimen. This kept him safe from a conspiracy aimed at him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The total construction period spanned over 2 months, costing Lin Shi more than 9 million, all spent on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter was devoid of windows, featuring only a chimney and an entrance. From the back, it resembled an iron sphere embedded in the earth. 2 heavy blast doors secured the entrance, requiring passage through both doors for entry or exit. Workers joked that the shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear blast. Inside, there were squat toilets, heated beds, cooking stoves, and other designs that did not require electricity. All wiring was installed indoors, compromising aesthetics but facilitating future repairs. A pipe from a well was also directed to the shelter for water supply. Lin Shi ensured the well cover was completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing easily. With the essentials ready to be moved in, he was prepared to take residence. Only 6 days remained until the solar flare eruption. Chapter 29. The arrival of Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi spent a day organizing the shelter, with all items prepared except for electrical appliances, which he would only bring out after the geomagnetic storm had passed to avoid damage. After completing the shelter, Liao Peng, who had followed Lin Shi, found himself with little to do. Lin Shi contemplated and suggested, "You should gather some supplies and store them in your rental. The apocalypse is imminent." He did not mind assisting Liao Peng as a reward for his diligent work over the past 2 months. Future wages would no longer be feasible. Yet if Liao Peng did not heed this advice, Lin Shi would not remind him again. Once Liao Peng was sent off, Lin Shi pulled out his phone and removed a number from his blacklist. Zhao Xiao. He dialed the number. "Lin Shi, it really is you. Where have you been lately? I saw you being taken away by security in a short video last time. Are you all right?" Zhao Xiao's voice radiated genuine surprise and relief. For the past 2 months, she had been on the verge of being overwhelmed by her parents' complaints, and plans for buying a new house had stalled due to not being able to borrow money from Lin Shi. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiao agreed. "Sure. I'll take a few days off to spend time with you." After some casual conversation, Lin Shi ended the call. He could never forget that Zhao Xiao was the one who had caused his demise in his previous life. Luring Zhao Xiao to Shushi would serve his purpose just as well. Lin Shi also replenished his supplies in Shushi with 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite foods. In the extreme cold, water was the least scarce resource. Snow was plentiful, and consuming it could quench thirst, albeit at the cost of increasing body temperature loss. Yet, compared to the scarcity of food, water was a concern that survivors need not fret over. With viruses and bacteria omnipresent, whether one consumed snow or not bore little relevance to the risk of illness. Most survivors had developed antibodies after years of harsh conditions. Eating raw meat, consuming snow, and wearing animal pelts had become the new normal as humanity adapted to the harsh environment. Those who could not adapt had perished. Lin Shi prepared a bit of water as a precaution. He also purchased 2 computers, copying countless documents, movies, anime, and games from the internet, including manuals for making various tools, repairing electrical systems, and generators. These materials would likely become invaluable in the future. His remaining funds, aside from the gold bars he had copied, were dwindling, with cash amounting to less than 100,000. Everything was now in place. 3 days remained until the SSS-level solar flare eruption when Zhao Xiao hurriedly arrived from Sanyuan City. It was evident that she had not fared well over the past 2 months. She had lost weight. When Zhao Xiao encountered Lin Shi, he engaged in a flurry of pleasantries and apologies, displaying an overtly humble demeanor. As he expressed his contrition, he keenly observed Lin Shi's expressions. Lin Shi, I truly regard you as a brother, which is why I did not consider the ramifications. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? I promise to do more for you in the future. Lin Shi responded with an enigmatic smile, merely nodding in a perfunctory manner. Why not stay here for a week? I'll cover all the expenses. Zhao Zhao's face lit up with visible delight. Indeed, Lin Shi remained the same unsuspecting soul. Clearly, his previous actions had been too overt, provoking Lin Shi's ire. Excellent. Zhao Xiao readily agreed, as he sought an opportunity to broach the subject of borrowing money. By the way, when did you come to Shushi alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Zhao Xiao feigned concern. Yet a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. It is true, Lin Shi nodded, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao offered a few insincere words of comfort before shifting the conversation to their plans for the days ahead. Lin Shi genuinely wished to unwind in the days to come. Before the apocalypse, the risks of action were substantial, and he could not afford to wait. His intention was to keep Zhao Xiao in Shushi and allow him to experience the despair of the impending apocalypse before meeting his end. Lin Shi never considered himself a good person. After losing the affection of his parents in his previous life, he entrusted his emotions to a few close friends, including Zhao Xiao. In the early days of the apocalypse, when money still held some value, he shared the gold bars left by his father with several friends, offering them a glimmer of hope for survival. During the apocalypse, when he and Zhao Xiao relied on each other, he frequently volunteered for perilous tasks. Yet, despite his numerous sacrifices, he was met with betrayal. Part of this stemmed from his own weakness and inability to discern character. Thus, in this life, he vowed never to be soft-hearted again, nor to trust in the absurdity of emotions. Although many events from his past, including betrayals, had yet to unfold, Zhao Zhao's nature was immutable. Even if given another chance, he would still exploit Lin Shi entirely. Lin Shi cast his gaze downward, concealing the coldness in his eyes. Oh, isn't Su Qin also attending university in Shushi? Should we invite her to join us? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, flashing a knowing look that any man would understand. Su Qin was the second girl in their group, aside from Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of her had remained unchanged since 8 years ago when their friends often tried to pair them together. With so much talk, Lin Shi had developed a different feeling towards her. However, after 8 years of separation, he could no longer clearly recall her face. When Su Qin's name resurfaced, Lin Shi felt nothing. Yet, under Zhao Zhao's persistent encouragement, he casually agreed. They found a hotel, settled Zhao Xiao in, and Lin Shi took a room next door. Zhao Xiao indeed managed to invite Su Qin. The next day, May 29th, marked 2 days until the SSS-level solar flare explosion. Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao arrived at the beach in Shushi, where they reunited with Su Qin after 8 years. As a student of the dance department at the Shushi University of Arts, Su Qin had an enviable figure and boldly donned a bikini for their seaside outing. Leaving Zhao Xiao momentarily speechless, Lin Shi, wearing swim trunks beneath his clothes, revealed a fit, yet not overly muscular physique, which captivated Su Qin's attention. Lin Shi, when did you sculpt your body so well? Su Qin completely ignored the ordinary Zhao Xiao, fixating on Lin Shi's abs. I've recently taken to exercising. In a couple of days, people would no longer need sunglasses to gaze directly at the blazing sun. Aware of the approaching apocalypse, Lin Shi sought to relish the last 2 days of warm sunlight, hoping to ease his perpetually tense disposition. Su Qin lay beside Lin Shi, basking in the sun as they engaged in casual conversation, neglecting Zhao Xiao entirely. A shadow flickered across Zhao Zhao's eyes, yet he forced a smile to interject into their dialogue. The trio remained until sunset before departing the beach to share a meal together. On the final day, Lin Shi continued to spend time with Zhao Xiao and Su Qin in Shushi. On June 1st, the day of the SSS-level solar flare explosion, Lin Shi, as per his routine, practiced his cultivation exercises outside the shelter. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving, but he declined, citing other commitments. He intended to remain in the shelter to observe any anomalies with the sun during the solar flare eruption. The intense solar storm resulting from the flare would not reach Earth until June 4th, rendering the days leading up to it relatively safe. What was peculiar about this solar flare was that no nation had detected any anomalies. Given the current technological capabilities on the planet, this was indeed extraordinary. With sunglasses shielding his eyes, Lin Shi maintained his gaze fixed on the sun, his movements fluid, yet somewhat comical. Several villagers at the foot of the mountain observed him from a distance, engaging in hushed discussions. What is that young man doing? A ritual? It looks rather eerie. That structure he built doesn't appear normal. Should we still ask for money? Yes, absolutely. What do we have to fear? Let's go ask tomorrow. I'll consult Uncle Li on how to approach this. As Lin Shi completed his 5th set of exercises and began the 6th, he suddenly halted. The sun, which he had been fixated on, remained unchanged. But the reason for his pause was the transformation of the previously stable interface of his storage space into a chaotic jumble of characters. Shocked, Lin Shi ceased his training to scrutinize the interface. Not only had the storage interface devolved into gibberish, but he could no longer sense the space itself. Lin Shi's pupils constricted. This revelation was nothing short of alarming. The space held all the supplies he had accumulated over the past 3 months. If it suddenly ceased to function, the advantages of his rebirth would be drastically diminished. At that moment, Lin Shi realized how deeply he had come to rely on this space. After a few seconds, the chaotic symbols coalesced into coherent Chinese characters. The apocalypse on Tianyan star has reset for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate species evolution. The storage has recognized intelligent life as the primary entity and has activated the host protection plan. Lin Shi's heart raced. A reset of the apocalypse. The 3rd occurrence? Why did the storage indicate this was the 3rd? Had the apocalypse commenced once before in his previous life, before his rebirth? The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi's heart pounded like a drum. Was this a warning? Was the storage intelligent? The space was once again accessible to Lin Shi. However, the countdown clock displaying 71 hours and 43 minutes confirmed that this was not a mere illusion. He speculated that this anomaly was likely related to the impending SSS-level solar flare explosion. The apocalypse on Tianyan star has reset for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate species evolution. The storage has recognized intelligent life as the primary entity and has activated the spark protection plan. It also indicated that the apocalypse had indeed begun. Lin Shi was particularly concerned about the significance of the number 3. Upon reflection, aside from himself, perhaps no one else in this world was aware that he would re-experience the apocalypse. Was this a reversal of time, or a complete restart? In humanity's known understanding, time could not flow backward unless viewed through a theological lens. Was it a Mandela effect? The work of deities? A game played by higher civilizations? Or merely a correction of the natural order itself? Such occurrences seem to have transpired for the 3rd time. Before he obtained this magical artifact, had time once flowed backward, allowing humanity to experience the impending cataclysm? When the first apocalypse was reset, was he, like billions of others, entirely oblivious? Why has there been a triad of resets? Is it due to the extinction of life forms on the celestial star during the prior resets? This conjecture is both astonishing and terrifying. What exactly is this magical artifact? Why does such information exist? It is no wonder that knowing too much is often deemed a misfortune. The more Lin pondered, the more questions arose, hastening his breath and causing his mind to buzz, almost to the point of explosion. His heart raced, rendering him incapable of remaining calm. Fear gripped him. Such thoughts led Lin to question whether the universe, as perceived by humanity, is manipulated by a higher civilization. They might be akin to lab rats, subjected to repeated experiments. Closing his eyes, Lin attempted to divert his attention by humming a tune. Upon finishing, he finally cast aside these bizarre thoughts. He retrieved his computer to search for information regarding the ice ages. The celestial star has endured multiple glacial epochs. Before the advent of this frigid apocalypse, humanity's ancestors survived an ice age that lasted over 2 million years, concluding merely 10,000 years ago. Lin's cursory examination did not reveal whether humanity participated in the first 3 glacial periods. The Quaternary Ice Age, for instance, led to the extinction of nearly all non-cold resistant species. leaving predominantly long-haired animals to endure the icy wasteland. Yet, humanity persevered. Scientists speculate that human survival is attributed to exceptional creativity and adaptability. However, Lin found this explanation untenable. Those who have not faced extreme cold cannot fathom its terror. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, less than 1 million of the world's 7.8 billion humans remain, underscoring the horror of the situation. 2 million years ago, no technological advancements existed, and resources were exceedingly scarce. Flora was lacking, and medicines were non-existent. Countless large carnivorous mammals, such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, and dire wolves, roamed this era. Their massive size and ferocity made it nearly impossible for an average human, even if capable of surviving the extreme cold, to escape becoming prey. Strangely, after the Ice Age ended, these formidable creatures vanished, while humanity continued to thrive. Such survival cannot be easily explained through mere adaptability and creativity. However, if the involvement and assistance of higher civilizations were indeed a factor, it would render everything far more comprehensible. Chapter 31. Villagers ascend the mountain yet. These remain mere speculations on Lin's part. His primary intention is to survive in this apocalyptic world, regardless of the cause. Having been granted a second chance at life, he is determined to live fully. Only by surviving can he uncover more clues about this calamity. If his suspicions hold true, and each extinction leads to a reset of the apocalypse, then as the soul-informed individual, he may indeed need to take action. After all, no one knows how many resets may occur. Could this be the final opportunity? Would the celestial star become a lifeless orb? Lin powered up his computer, connected a wireless network adapter, and anonymously posted news of the solar flare online. 3 months prior, had he claimed that an SSS-level solar flare would erupt today, he would have been dismissed as a madman or charlatan. No one would have believed his foresight. But today, based on a verifiable event, he disclosed this information, coupled with his speculation about the impending ice age, thus making it more credible. Perhaps some scientist might detect the solar anomaly and prompt nations to prepare in advance. In 71 hours, all electronic devices would lose signal and become inoperative, eliminating any risk of exposure for Lin. He could only hope that his post would reach the eyes of those who mattered. The rest was left to fate. Lin attempted to establish communication with the magical artifact, but received no response. To avoid a recurrence of spatial disconnection, he carefully transferred portions of supplies into the shelter's basement. The next day, the countdown clock in the upper right corner ticked down to 47 hours. Watching the inevitable approach of the apocalypse was torturous. Lin could only continue practicing his breathing techniques to maintain composure. However, it was not long before a group of uninvited guests disrupted his tranquility. A tractor arrived outside Lin's shelter. The shelter, devoid of windows, had a camera installed in the peephole of the bomb-proof door to monitor the outside. 4 individuals disembarked from the tractor and began to scrutinize the shelter. They deliberated on who would knock on the door of this massive iron sphere. But Lin had already opened the door and stepped outside. One of the women peered through the narrow opening, as if eager to cast her gaze within. Yet, there was another door inside, rendering her attempts futile. "What do you want?" Lin surveyed the 4 visitors, a middle-aged woman, an elderly man with a cane, a 30-year-old farmer, and a woman in her 20s. They regarded Lin with various expressions. Since villagers had inquired about the substantial cost of the spherical structure atop the mountain, they had come to realize that Lin was wealthy, a veritable cash cow. The farmer, Li Chong, was the first to speak. "Young man, your sphere has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Several of our chickens and ducks have died recently. What do you propose we do about this?" Lin's gaze shifted to a nearby grove. "Why should I be concerned about your dead chickens and ducks?" The elderly woman, hands on her hips, glared at Lin. "Why shouldn't you care? Ever since that sphere appeared, our livestock has been dying. Who knows, we might even face human fatalities soon." Lin scoffed at their baseless reasoning. Their predictions were not far from the truth. In a few days, it was likely that more than just a few villagers would perish. Then why don't you leave quickly? If you wait too long, your village might face total annihilation. Rural folk are particularly superstitious about such matters, and Lin's words infuriated the 4. "How dare you curse us? You wicked child!" The elderly woman shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin. "Little brat, what did you say? If you can't speak properly, let your uncle teach you how to communicate." Li Chong's eyes flashed with menace as he swung his large hand towards Lin's face. Though it appeared reckless, it was premeditated by the 4 before ascending the mountain. Youngsters are easily intimidated. A single slap would render Lin compliant. They had the elderly, the weak, and women with them, and they felt no fear of fabricating accusations against Lin, confident that he would not report them. The remaining three seemed to envision Lin dazed and bewildered from the slap. A loud crack echoed as a slap landed, the sound far louder than expected. To their astonishment, the recipient of the slap was not Lin, but Li Chong. Lin had swiftly seized Li Chong's hand and retaliated with a resounding slap across his face. Li Chong was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing, and his face visibly swelling. The four were clearly unprepared for Lin's audacity. He dared to fight back against four adversaries. Moreover, for someone so young, he possessed remarkable strength. Witnessing her son being struck, the elderly man, relying on his age, swung his cane toward Lin. Lin skillfully sidestepped, avoiding the blow. Old man Li's eyes darted, and with a sudden gasp, he collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes. This was the signal to initiate the second plan. Dad, what's wrong, Dad? Li Tsuetsue immediately reacted, glaring furiously at Lin Shi. Did you hit my dad? I didn't even touch him, Lin Shi retorted coolly, casting a sidelong glance at the old man lying on the ground with his eyelids twitching. We all saw it here. Don't even think about playing tricks. Li Dinyang knelt before the old man, clutching his body and wailing. Oh, how heartless. City folks are bullying us country people. If you leave me, I'll die right here on this iron ball. Li Tsuetsue began to sob as well. My father was already in poor health. What are we going to do now? Compensation. Just hand over 50,000, and we'll let this matter go. Li Chong covered his face, fists clenched tightly, as if ready to fight Lin Shi at the slightest refusal. Li Dinyang threatened, if you dare not compensate, we'll call the security guards and expose you to the media. Fine, Lin Shi replied. The three of them exchanged glances of triumph, believing Lin Shi had conceded. Little did they know, he had more to say. Go ahead and call the police. Naturally, they had no intention of doing so. Seeing that Lin Shi was unyielding, Li Chong glared at him menacingly, saying, if you don't compensate, you'll pay for my father's life. He could not let that slap go unpunished, and with that, he dashed to a tractor to grab a chopping knife. Wait, Lin Shi said, feigning contemplation as he circled around old man Li, seemingly assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could have called the police, as the surveillance cameras would support him against these four. But the last encounter with the security officer left a sour impression on him. He had several methods to deal with these four, but he chose the most stress-relieving one. Li Dinyang and Li Chong exchanged knowing glances, believing Lin Shi was already frightened. Li Chong felt a sense of smugness. See, just a 20-something kid. A little intimidation is all it takes. Suddenly, Lin Shi stepped on old man Li's hand, which was dangling on the ground. Ah! Old man Li screamed, eyes wide open. Lin Shi turned to the still dazed Li Chong and said, I've revived your father. Now you don't need to take his life, do you? Chapter 32. Shun Jin Bin Li Chong. Li Tsuetsue, Li Dinyang. Lin Shi's unpredictable actions left the three utterly bewildered. Oh no, my hand is broken. Old man Li trembled. Clutching his hand, his face contorted in pain from Lin Shi's kick, which was far from gentle. What was initially meant to be a feigned injury had turned into a real one. The other three were furious and about to explode when Lin Shi suddenly said. This unexpected compromise left the three speechless, feeling as if a breath was caught in their chests. Li Dinyang almost choked, having prepared to curse Lin Shi's ancestors just moments ago. But now that he had already agreed, what if they continued to make a scene and he changed his mind? You owe compensation for medical expenses, nutritional support, and emotional distress. And lost wages. Li Dinyang gasped, tentatively stating her demands. Lin Shi nodded, surprisingly agreeable. All right. You may go for now. I won't run. My house is right here. Treatment is paramount. Old man Li's wails continued. Li Chong dared not delay, pointing a finger at Lin Shi. Kid, if you dare not compensate, I'll make you regret it. After exchanging a few harsh words, the three helped old man Li onto the tractor and drove down the mountain. Lin Shi watched the tractor depart, knowing full well he would not pay any medical fees. He merely aimed to disperse the four. In a few days, when the blizzard arrived, if they could still make it up the mountain, he would consider it a loss. Lin Shi headed toward a grove of trees. The moment he stepped out of the shelter, he sensed a gaze upon him from within the woods. Since his rebirth, he had become particularly sensitive to the attention of others, able to detect any watchful eyes within a 50-meter radius. As he entered the thicket, his phone suddenly rang. followed by the sound of hurried footsteps retreating in the distance. He caught a glimpse of a shadow vanishing among the trees. Upon checking his phone, he saw the caller ID was Zhao Xiao. Annoyed, he answered, "What is it?" Lin Shi surmised that after being left hanging for 2 days, Zhao Xiao could no longer contain himself. "Lin Shi, guess who I just ran into here?" Zhao Xiao spoke with an air of mystery. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Zhao Xiao's voice was filled with excitement. "The son of the richest man in Sanyuan City, Shen Jinbin." Lin Shi's grip on the phone tightened. "Shen Jinbin? Yes. He even initiated a conversation with me. Knowing I was in Shushi, he invited me to go diving tomorrow and asked me to bring you along." Lin Shi was taken aback. "You know such a super-rich second-generation heir? You've been concealing it too well." Zhao Xiao chattered on the other end. But Lin Shi's mind was consumed by the revelation of Shen Jinbin being in Shushi. The rest of Zhao Xiao's words became a blur. Shen Jinbin, one of the culprits from his past life who had caused his demise. The enmity between Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had long been established. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of his father's accident, the chairman of Tianqi, accompanied by his son, visited the factory for an inspection. While Lin Shi's father was operating in the electrical section, the chairman's son suddenly splashed his drink on the electrical equipment, causing a short-circuit explosion that killed Lin Shi's father on the spot. To quell the incident, Shun Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi, distributed a large sum of hush money to everyone present and had them sign confidentiality agreements, concluding the matter with an exorbitant death compensation. However, an employee who had been close to Lin Shi's father secretly informed him of the truth. His father had not died due to operational negligence, but had been murdered. And that chairman's son was none other than Shen Jinbin. Lin Shi would forever remember the look his mother gave him when he revealed the truth, a mix of conflict, hesitation, disgust, and pity. Ultimately, she promised to investigate the matter and urged Lin Shi to focus on his studies. From that moment on, the employee who had disclosed the truth vanished without a trace. Within months, Lin Shi's mother remarried. Her new husband was none other than Shin Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company. Lin Shi felt ensnared in a vast conspiracy. To avoid potential danger, he never spoke of this to anyone in his previous life. Except for Zhao Xiao during the apocalypse, he aimed to secretly gather evidence, but found that the Shun family wielded absolute power in Sanyuan City and had already erased all traces of wrongdoing. The survivor shelter in Sanyuan City from his past life had also been established by the Shin family. He could find no opportunity for revenge. The one chance he had before dying had been interrupted. Now that Shen Jinbin was in Shushi, Lin Shi was determined to kill him, believing that no one would be able to save him this time. Lin Shi, are you coming or not?" Zhao Xiao's voice urged from the other end. Presently, Zhao Xiao was unaware that Shen Jinbin was Lin Shi's father's murderer. "Of course I'll go." No matter what Shen Jinbin's purpose was in Shushi, he was resolute in his intent to end his life. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, a deep darkness gleaming in his eyes, and a chilling smile crept upon his face, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. The birds in the forest sensed the murderous intent and took flight. On June 3rd, at 1 p.m., there were still 21 hours left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were moored. From a distance, Lin Shi spotted Zhao Xiao animatedly conversing with a young man with white hair who had his back turned to him. Lin Shi immediately recognized that figure. It was Shen Jinbin. Suppressing the murderous intent that flickered in his eyes, Lin Shi approached the two. "Lin Shi, where have you been?" "Young Master Shen has been waiting for quite a while," Zhao Xiao approached, standing beside Shen Jinbin. Was the focus now shifting entirely onto Shen Jinbin? Lin Shi chuckled coldly to himself. Indeed, whether in this life or the previous one, Zhao Xiao would always turn against him when it came to Shen Jinbin. With an expression of calmness, Lin Shi replied, "I was caught in traffic and arrived late." Shen Jinbin turned around, revealing a pallid face marred by excessive indulgence. His short, white hair gave him a rogue appearance. His gaze, unchanged from their previous life, scrutinized Lin Shi as though he were merely assessing a cheap commodity. At this moment, Shen Jinbin lacked the brutal aura he would later possess in the apocalypse. Previously, he would often kill someone merely for a slight offense. He would claim any girl he fancied, behaving as if he were the local emperor of Sanyuan City. "It's fine, as long as you're here. Let us go aboard." Shen Jinbin waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 33. Uninhabited waters. Shen Jinbin boarded the yacht first, followed closely by Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and followed them onto the yacht. As soon as he stepped aboard, a burly man in black intercepted him. "Sir, I need to check for any dangerous items you may be carrying." Zhao Xiao was already being inspected by another man ahead, appearing quite compliant. Lin Shi frowned. "I was invited here for leisure. Is this how you treat your guests?" "This is a standard procedure to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the yacht." The man in black replied, unyielding. "Ah, in that case, I'll simply leave," Lin Shi retorted, turning to depart. However, the bodyguard shifted to block his path. "What? You want to let me go?" Lin Shi's expression darkened. "Sir, if you're not carrying anything dangerous, why not allow me to search you? This is young Master Shun's private yacht, so please cooperate and give our master some face." This yacht belonged to Shen Jinbin, which meant these men were his personal bodyguards. Lin Shi chuckled softly, glancing at Shen Jinbin, who was watching from a few meters away. His gaze turned icy. "What does he amount to that I should give him face? Do I even know him?" "You." The bodyguard's eyes widened, exuding a formidable pressure that bore down on Lin Shi. At that moment, the yacht pulled away from the dock. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. "What? You intend to resort to violence under the broad daylight?" Shen Jinbin stepped forward at this juncture, speaking enigmatically. "Abayo, this is my half-brother. How can you be so ignorant?" "Brother?" Everyone turned in shock towards Lin Shi. The bodyguard's expressions were a mix of astonishment and disdain, while Zhao Xiao, most shocked of all, could hardly believe that Lin Shi had such a connection with the wealthiest man in Sanyuan City. Yet, for Lin Shi, this was an affront. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What brotherhood was this? It was their first meeting in this lifetime, and Shen Jinbin was merely using this to humiliate him. Lin Shi clenched his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the murderous intent. He reminded himself that to Shen Jinbin, he was just an inconsequential insect. In their previous life, Shen Jinbin had never even laid eyes on him before the apocalypse. This sudden approach must have ulterior motives. He couldn't let himself be provoked into revealing his hand. Lin Shi looked at Shen Jinbin in confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't even know you." Shen Jinbin feigned realization, pointing at Lin Shi. "Oh right, you weren't there when my father married your mother. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Shen Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She is a wonderful mother, treating me better than her own son." Lin Shi tightened his fists. The bodyguard, named Abayo, stood protectively before Shen Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi's fists clenched and then relaxed, lowering his gaze to conceal his murderous intent, and forced a radiant smile. "Oh? Is that so? You seem quite fond of playing the role of a son." Shen Jinbin's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes igniting with fury. "You, say that again?" Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Zhao Xiao quickly intervened. "Ha! Aren't we just here to have fun? Let us enjoy ourselves. Look at how beautiful the sea is today." Zhao Xiao was not trying to ease the tension for Lin Shi's sake. It was clear that the atmosphere aboard the yacht was peculiar. Aside from Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, the only others present were Shen Jinbin and 8 hulking figures in black, all watching them with predatory eyes. This was hardly a good omen. Shen Jinbin suppressed his rage, his face twisting into a chilling smile as he turned to enter the cabin. The remaining bodyguards followed suit, leaving Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao on the deck, along with Abayo, the bodyguard. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to search you," Abayo insisted once more. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi and whispered, "Lin Shi, a wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of the powerful. He is a young master from a wealthy family. It's not disgraceful to give him some leeway." Lin Shi shot him a cold glance and extended his arms towards the bodyguard. "Go ahead." Abayo regarded Lin Shi with disdain. After a thorough search, he confirmed that Lin Shi was unarmed and then stepped into the cabin. Inside the yacht's room, Shen Jinbin slammed the last cup from the table onto the floor. A nearby bodyguard was cleaning up the shards of glass, wincing as his hand was cut, but enduring the pain to continue. Abayo entered the room, reporting, "Young master, we've confirmed that he is unarmed. However, the one named Lin Shi seems to possess considerable physical strength due to regular training. I can handle him once we're in the water." Shen Jinbin slammed his hand down on the table, his face twisted with malice. "Killing him like this would be too merciful. How dare he defy me? I want him to regret ever existing." "Master, this is still within the country," Abayo cautioned. Shen Jinbin, frustrated, slammed the table again and glared coldly at Abayo. "Take out anyone who came with him too." "Understood." Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao admired the sea view on the deck while attendants served them drinks. Soon, Shen Jinbin emerged again. regaining his earlier roguish demeanor as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with the two. We're heading to a more remote area for diving. I know of a small island that is quite uninhabited. The underwater scenery is exceptionally beautiful. I guarantee you've never seen anything like it. Shun Jinbin exaggeratedly described the beauty of the sea region. Zhao Xiao nodded eagerly. I'll follow whatever young Master Shin decides. Lin Shi did not object either. Approximately 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited island. There were no other boats in sight, nor was there a soul around. The sun shimmered on the light blue surface of the sea, and a few thousand meters ahead lay pristine sandy beaches and the lush greenery of the small island. It truly was a picturesque scene. A bodyguard announced that the diving equipment was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. As the three approached, Abayo was already suited up. Shin Jinbin quickly donned a set of diving gear. Abayo presented the remaining 2 suits to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao looked at Abayo, rubbing his hands together. I've never been diving. Perhaps I should just sit this one out? Lin Shi cast an astonished glance at Zhao Xiao. Abayo is an expert diver. He can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you not giving young Master Shin face? Shin Jinbin frowned at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiaoyan repeatedly waved her hands, and upon turning her head, she noticed Lin Shi had already donned a set of diving gear, prompting her to do the same. Watching the two complete their preparations, Shin Jinbin turned away, a flicker of derision and malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. Underwater Murder. Once everyone had finished dressing and secured their breathing apparatus, Zhao Xia, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugged at him, her eyes behind the dive mask squinting at him. Lin Shi chuckled. Why are you squinting your eyes? Did you get sand in them? It seemed Zhao Xia was not entirely naive. She had sensed something amiss. Setting aside Shin Jinbin's identity as a wealthy heir, the situation was alarming. A stranger inviting you to a remote location accompanied by 8 imposing men was inherently dangerous. Initially, Zhao Xia had been eager to curry favor with Shin Jinbin, which had blinded her to the risks. Ordinary individuals, when confronted with someone powerful, often instinctively trust and revere them, overlooking many warning signs. Lin Shi, however, had no intention of exposing the truth. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Abiao's scrutinizing gaze shifted toward Zhao Xia. Internally, she cursed, forcing a sheepish smile. My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing. The 4 of them double-checked their equipment, and Abiao proceeded to explain several underwater hand signals and precautions before he was the first to plunge into the water. After Lin Shi entered the depths, Zhao Xia turned to glance at the watchful bodyguards behind them, reluctantly following suit. Anxiety gnawed at her. She reassured herself that the situation couldn't be as dire as she imagined. The underwater world unfolded in breathtaking beauty as Lin Shi swam ahead, marveling at the surroundings. If it weren't for the lurking menace behind them, it could have been a delightful excursion. As the group approached a coral reef, Shin Jinbin signaled Abiao to act. Abiao nodded in response, drawing a dagger from his thigh and swimming toward Lin Shi. The closer Abiao got, the more manic excitement burned in Shin Jinbin's eyes behind his dive mask. Zhao Xia, being a novice diver and trailing at the back, was petrified by the unfolding scene. She attempted to warn Lin Shi, but as she opened her mouth, her breathing apparatus nearly slipped out. She quickly shut her mouth. As Abiao reached Lin Shi's rear, raising the glistening dagger, Zhao Xia felt her legs weaken in terror. She hastily glanced toward Shin Jinbin, only to find him exhilarated. It was over. Despair washed over her. This was an assassination. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Xia immediately turned to swim toward the surface. As for Lin Shi, she had already resigned herself to the belief that he was doomed. His physique could never match that of a bodyguard. She had to escape quickly, or she would be silenced. In her panic, she forgot to remove her weight belt, floundering in place. Lin Shi sensed an unusual current behind him and instinctively twisted around. A cold, gleaming dagger sliced past him. Abiao was equally surprised that Lin Shi evaded the blow and lunged again. This time, Lin Shi discerned that the attack was aimed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, even in a peaceful era, these individuals, when intent on murder, were not reckless. They aimed to suffocate him and stage an accidental death. With the resistance of the water limiting his options, Lin Shi seized Abiao's wrist, preventing the dagger from piercing his apparatus. Abiao's other hand lunged for Lin Shi's breathing device, but Lin Shi caught that too. The two grappled beneath the waves. Abiao's face was a mask of ferocity, tinged with shock. He exerted all his strength to break free from Lin Shi's grip. but it felt as though he were ensnared in a vice, unable to budge. This kid was stronger than he appeared. Lin Shi kicked off from a biao, propelling himself a meter away. Just as a biao attempted to lunge forward again, Lin Shi reached behind him, and when he brought his hand back in front, he held a handgun. A biao's momentum halted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief and panic. When did this kid hide a gun? Impossible. He had searched Lin Shi thoroughly and confirmed he had nothing. Furthermore, there had been no place to conceal a firearm during the gear change. This was surreal. A biao even wondered if he was hallucinating underwater, for the reality of Lin Shi's gun was more fantastical than any illusion. Underwater, bullets travel at a speed significantly slower than on land due to water resistance. However, this also rendered a person's limbs sluggish. At such close range, even a seasoned fighter like a biao could not evade the oncoming shots. 3 bullets struck vital points, and even in death, a biao could not fathom how Lin Shi had brought a gun underwater. Zhao Xiao, also incredulous, watched in disbelief. This experience felt utterly surreal. How could Lin Shi possibly possess a gun? The calm, decisive man wielding a firearm was truly the Lin Shi she knew? The situation, which had seemed certain for Lin Shi, had suddenly shifted. Among the 3, the quickest to react was Shen Jinbin. As Lin Shi drew the handgun, Shen Jinbin adeptly swam toward the floundering Zhao Xia. By the time Lin Shi aimed his gun at Shen Jinbin, the latter had reached Zhao Xia. Seizing her in front of him, he simultaneously pressed the deflation button on his diving suit. Zhao Xia was paralyzed with fear, shaking her head as she ascended. Watching Lin Shi aim his gun, the handgun's range underwater would not exceed 15 meters. As the distance between them widened, Lin Shi's expression grew icy. Without hesitation, he fired. The bullet sliced through the water, but due to the myriad of disturbances, what was meant for Shen Jinbin struck Zhao Xia in the neck. Her eyes widened in terror behind the dive mask. The breathing apparatus fell from her mouth as blood gushed from her nose and mouth. Lin Shi prepared to fire again, but a school of fish swam between them. Once the fish passed and visibility returned, he found the distance to Shen Jinbin had stretched beyond 2 meters. Lin Shi fired again, but the bullet faltered mid-flight and fell short. Seeing that Lin Shi no longer posed a threat, Shen Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Zhao Xia and swam toward the surface with renewed urgency. Lin Shi, a tempest of fury brewed in Shen Jinbin's eyes as he glared at Lin Shi, even making a slashing motion across his throat while ascending. No one had ever made him feel so vulnerable. He vowed to kill Lin Shi. As Shen Jinbin neared the surface, the gap between them widened to 3 meters. Lin Shi's gaze darkened as he maximized the gas in his diving gear, discarding his weights, propelling himself upward faster than Shen Jinbin. He surged toward him. Chapter 35. The harsh truth. Experienced divers know that ascending too quickly can cause bodily harm due to oxygen deprivation. Seeing Lin Shi approach swiftly while he was still several meters from the surface, Shen Jinbin visibly panicked. He disregarded the potential physical toll and swam upward with all his might. A crossbow. Calmly, he secured a rope to the arrow's tail. Aiming at the rapidly ascending Shen Jinbin, one shot fired. As Shen Jinbin's complexion paled further with the swift ascent, his eyes sparkled with determination. The surface was within reach. Closer, closer. At last, Shen Jinbin's head broke the surface. Removing his breathing apparatus, he prepared to call for his bodyguards to pull him up. But just then, his body jolted violently. As he lowered his gaze, a sharp arrow protruded from his abdomen, rapidly staining the surrounding sea crimson with blood. The bodyguard, having spotted Shen Jinbin, immediately plunged into the water to rescue him. At that moment, Lin Shi was left without his crossbow, armed only with a rope, which he forcefully used to pull Shen Jinbin downward. The bodyguard, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly submerged in an attempt to save Shen Jinbin. By the time the bodyguard donned his diving suit and entered the water, Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had already vanished from beneath the surface. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shen Jinbin onto the sandy shore of a small island, treating him like a lifeless creature. Due to the rapid ascent, Shen Jinbin's large frame exhibited symptoms of decompression sickness, with his upper body grotesquely swollen. The arrow wound in his abdomen had turned white from exposure to seawater. An infection was merely a matter of time. Having inhaled water, he was nearly breathless. Lin Shi first removed the diving suit and administered several first aid measures to Shen Jinbin. He refrained from extracting the arrow, knowing that doing so would likely lead to Shen Jinbin's immediate demise. He still had unanswered questions and could not allow Shun Jinbin to perish so swiftly. Coughing violently, Shun Jinbin expelled a mouthful of water, the convulsions triggering agony in his abdomen. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he no longer bore the expression of a tyrant, instead pleading, "Spare me. I can offer you a fortune. Why do you wish to kill me?" Shun Jinbin's eyes darted. "I never intended to kill you," Lin Shi replied. His gaze suddenly icy as he pressed his hand into Shun Jinbin's abdominal wound, digging in forcefully. Ah! The excruciating pain contorted Shun Jinbin's face, his body convulsing in a wretched scream. Once Shun Jinbin regained his composure, Lin Shi inquired again, "Why do you wish to kill me? My patience is limited." This time, Shun Jinbin dared not play tricks. Your exposure of Li Duokai online implicated my father's company, causing its stock to plummet for an entire week. I merely sought to teach you a lesson." Shun Jinbin hesitated to admit his intent to kill Lin Shi directly. "Then why did you kill my father?" Shun Jinbin's expression shifted. "What are you talking about? What father of yours?" Lin Shi's voice was as chilling as the frost of December, and he again placed his hand on Shun Jinbin's abdomen. Trembling with fear, Shun Jinbin stammered, No, please, I'll tell you. I don't know your father. It was my father who ordered me to do this. If there are grievances, seek them with him. I beg you, let me go." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You say it was your father who commanded you? Why would he do such a thing?" Shun Jinbin swallowed hard. "Because he has long coveted your mother, wishing to possess her. That wretched woman claimed that an affair would tarnish her reputation and has consistently refused to consent. Thus, my father ordered me to eliminate that engineer." The truth was chillingly brutal. It was his own mother who was the architect of his father's demise. The true mastermind behind his father's murder was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company, Limited, the man who had once ruled the entirety of Sanyuan City during the apocalypse. As Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly menacing, Shun Jinbin defended himself. "I was coerced. If I did not comply, my father would disinherit me. He has several other sons." At that moment, the distant sound of a yacht's engine reached Shun Jinbin's ears. A flicker of delight mixed with malice crossing his features. "One last question." Lin Shi leaned closer to Shun Jinbin. "Ask away. I promise to tell you everything." The overwhelming desire to survive illuminated Shun Jinbin's eyes with hope. He yearned for Lin Shi to pose further inquiries to grant his subordinates time to rescue him. "What does hell look like? Go find out for me." Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with lethal intent as he yanked the arrow from Shun Jinbin's abdomen and plunged it mercilessly into his heart. Hearing the engine's roar grow nearer, Shun Jinbin's eyes filled with resentment and malice. "No, I cannot die. I still have a glorious life ahead of me, endless wealth, and countless pleasures." To perish at the hands of an insignificant insect he wished to toy with was unbearable. The fierce instinct for survival briefly restored clarity to Shun Jinbin's dazed gaze. Observing this, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another strike, but a sudden pricking sensation at his back made him roll away swiftly. A resounding gunshot echoed as a bullet struck the very sand where Lin Shi had stood moments before, sending up a cloud of dust. It was a sniper rifle. Had he not evaded, the bullet would have found its mark in his head. A chill coursed through Lin Shi as he turned to see the yacht had closed in to within 200 meters. 7 dark muzzles were aimed at him, erupting in a flurry of gunfire. Lin Shi dodged left and right, but was still struck by a bullet in his arm. Without a moment to spare, he dashed toward the nearby woods. Once inside the forest, the overwhelming sense of danger began to dissipate. His limbs were marked with scratches from the thorns and underbrush, but he pressed on deeper into the thicket. Chapter 36. Ambush on the island. After the cacophony of pursuit faded, Lin Shi leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. Following an underwater skirmish and having dragged Shun Jinbin several kilometers to the island, he found his strength nearly depleted. His limbs trembled involuntarily, a sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of training, he would have lacked the energy to flee. However, it was all worth it. He had uncovered the truth behind his father's death and had exacted vengeance upon his father's killer. With life-threatening injuries, a penetrating wound, decompression sickness, and the looming threat of infection, Lin Shi doubted Shun Jinbin could possibly survive under such conditions. Yet, he had not anticipated the formidable arsenal the Shun family's bodyguards possessed. Lin Shi had always recognized the Shun family's influence, but had underestimated their resources. It was astonishing that they could arm bodyguards with such heavy weaponry, even in a time of peace. These guards were no ordinary veterans. It was no wonder the Shun family could seize control of Sanyuan City, even in the harshest of apocalyptic scenarios. Convinced that no one was pursuing him for the time being, Lin Shi sought refuge in a hidden ravine. He retrieved bandages, antiseptic, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his storage space. After sanitizing the dagger, he gritted his teeth and extracted the bullet lodged in his left arm, applying the hemostatic spray and wrapping the wound. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. In his past life during the apocalypse, he had endured far worse injuries without any medication. This was hardly a challenge. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and tended to the cuts inflicted by branches. Changing into a clean outfit from his storage, he took out water and a can of luncheon meat to replenish his strength. After an extensive period without pursuit, he reasoned that either the bodyguards had already departed with Shun Jinbin's corpse or they lay in wait to ambush him. After a brief respite, Lin Shi ventured further into the depths of the forest. Half an hour later, he stood atop the island's highest point, surveying the landscape. Shun Jinbin's yacht had vanished, and with it, the remnants of his body from the beach. However, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the woods. Its bright orange hue, though partially obscured by shadows, remained conspicuous. Of course, had he not been on the high ground, Lin Shi would not have noticed the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had remained aboard the previous yacht. It appeared they were indeed preparing to ambush him. This deserted island was not far from Shushi, but traversing it on foot was impossible. In this situation, it suited Lin Shi perfectly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin dwindled to a mere 17 hours. Lin Shi, no longer hesitating, retrieved his combat attire and donned it with swift precision. This military-grade cold-weather gear, procured at great expense from Xie, was specifically designed for operations in frigid climates. Comprising a total of 16 pieces, the suit boasted exceptional insulation and waterproofing, ensuring warmth without compromising combat effectiveness. Given the current weather, Lin Shi opted not to wear the entire ensemble. Instead, he removed several layers of thermal undergarments and slipped on the bulletproof vest beneath his outerwear, completing his look with a tactical helmet and thermal imaging night vision goggles. Fully equipped, he awaited the onset of nightfall, the optimal moment to commence his deadly pursuit. In the pitch-black forest of the night, swarming with mosquitoes, 5 shadowy figures crouched behind the underbrush, poised for action. Their exposed necks and hands bore the marks of insect bites, yet they endured the discomfort with furrowed brows. Initially accompanying Shun Jinbin for leisure, they had prepared firearms as their sole armament, lacking any additional gear. The only sniper rifle was concealed in the depths of their yacht for unforeseen circumstances. They had not anticipated that an ordinary dive would precipitate such a significant operational failure. A faint sound startled 2 bodyguards into tension. As raindrops began to fall, the rhythmic patter on the surrounding foliage transformed from a gentle tapping to a steady drumming. "Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue to wait?" One bodyguard whispered into the radio. "Wait. This island is vast. With only 5 of us, we would struggle to locate one person. If we disperse into the dense forest, engaging the assassin one-on-one would be tantamount to suicide. We must be patient. He will find a way to escape, and then we shall see who possesses greater endurance. If we fail to eliminate him, our fate will be equally dire." Having assessed Shun Jinbin's injuries, the bodyguards speculated that Lin Shi had meticulously prepared for the assassination, indicating a premeditated attack. Such flawless disguise and ruthless aggression were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, the ability to anticipate their destination and conceal equipment underwater was a skill reserved for professional assassins or agents. They could not fathom that there was no weapon hidden beneath the water, but rather a space from which items could be retrieved at will. Yet, among the bodyguards, some sensed something amiss. "I don't believe that person is an assassin. Didn't young Master Shin say he was the son of his stepmother?" The man designated as number 2 remained silent for a moment before responding. Lin Shi's dossier was investigated by the young master long ago. He is merely an average university student. If you tell Shen Lao Yi that an ordinary student somehow produced a crossbow to shoot a biao and nearly killed young Master Shen, would he believe it? Are we, who have danced on the edge of death, incapable of guarding against a mere university student? It is more plausible that a killer is masquerading as Lin Shi, providing a convenient excuse for our failure. Number 2 continued. "We administered all the gene repair medications to the young master to preserve his life." The bodyguards fell into a heavy silence. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the seemingly doomed Shun Jinbin had yet to perish. At this moment, He had cautiously navigated into the dense underbrush at the base of the mountain, and the sudden onset of rain filled him with both surprise and delight. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. With the sound of rain intensifying, his footsteps would go unnoticed amidst the downpour. The hulking figures of the bodyguards were clearly visible through the night vision goggles. Lin Shi lay in wait 300 meters away, drawing forth a crossbow. The interception crossbow was powerful, though not particularly stealthy. However, the crossbow in his hands, known as a repeating crossbow, produced minimal noise and was ideal for close-quarter combat. A recent acquisition during his last retrieval. Carefully, he placed several bolts into the quiver and stealthily approached the ambush site of the 5 men. The sound of rain drumming against the leaves filled his ears, and he made every effort to tread upon the exposed stones and soil to avoid detection. When he reached within 200 meters, Lin Shi halted, fully alert. At this distance, if the adversaries possessed infrared detection devices, they would surely detect him. He waited in place for a moment, and when no response came from the other side, he recognized that this distance fell within the effective range of his crossbow. Raising it, he aimed at an unblocked figure and released a bolt. Chapter 37. Rainy Night Sniper. Although he had not practiced with the crossbow for long, the inherent accuracy and ease of use of such weapons made it manageable. As someone familiar with firearms, operating the crossbow felt second nature to him. The bolt whistled through the air, and though it produced little sound, it still rustled the foliage in its path, drawing Number 2's attention. Something's amiss. Simultaneously, Number 2's alert and another bodyguard's muffled grunt echoed in the air. The bolt had struck one of the bodyguards directly, through the thermal imaging of the night vision goggles. The movements of the 5 men concealed behind the underbrush were vividly displayed before Lin Shi's eyes. Get down. The bodyguards reacted swiftly, immediately dropping to the muddy ground. 4 of them lay motionless in the muck, shrouded in darkness, utterly unaware of their assailant's position or the origin of the attack. Be cautious. The enemy has thermal detection equipment. Number 2 whispered urgently. If the enemy approached, they would surely not remain oblivious. The only possibility was that the adversary was sniping from a distance. Among them were snipers too, but in such a dense jungle, their rifles were rendered ineffective. It's a crossbow. Number 2 crawled to the side of the wounded teammate and confirmed the bolt lodged in his head, further solidifying his suspicions. They found themselves in a dire predicament, uncertain of the enemy's location. Retreating to the beach would render them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards shared a sense of despair. Having not anticipated that the assassin would arrive so thoroughly prepared, having stashed equipment on the island in advance. Their initial doubts about Lin Shi's true identity as an assassin began to waver. In the torrential downpour of the night, Lin Shi's keen eyes focused on the sighting scope. His expression icy, lips pressed into a thin line. As he squeezed the trigger, the black arrow sliced through layers of rain, cutting through the grass at an astonishing speed toward one of the bodyguards. With a soft thud, the barely audible sound of the bolt embedding into flesh was accompanied by a muffled groan. Another had been struck. However, after waiting a moment, Lin Shi noticed that the thermal imaging goggles displayed no signs of the body temperature rapidly dissipating. The target had survived. It seemed the arrow had not struck a vital area. The remaining 4 bodyguards lay low in the underbrush, surrounded by dense vegetation that severely hindered the crossbow's accuracy. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings, quickly identifying a nearby pine tree. Finding a solid foothold and concealing his form, he readied the crossbow once more, aimed, and fired. Ugh! A short, pained cry erupted as a sharp bolt pierced the chest of one bodyguard. "He has hit!" exclaimed another bodyguard, glancing up in alarm. Yet, before he could assess his comrade's condition, another bolt came slicing through the rain, striking him squarely in the forehead. Number 2. He barked, narrowing his brow. Northwest direction. In the tree. Without hesitation, he sprang up, zigzagging for several meters until he took cover behind a tree and drew his weapon, firing with precision. Bang! The shot struck Lin Shi's previous hiding spot perfectly. Unfortunately for them, it was now devoid of his presence. After releasing 2 arrows, Lin Shi swiftly stowed the crossbow and leapt, clutching the tree trunk as he descended to the ground. Snipers often abide by the adage of firing a shot and changing positions. How could he possibly remain foolishly in the same spot, firing repeatedly? By the time Number 2 discharged his weapon, Lin Shi had already climbed to another tree a few meters away from his previous position. The remarkable accuracy of that shot startled him. It was highly likely that this individual was the sniper who had targeted him from the yacht. Upon hearing Number 2 announce the location, Another bodyguard rose to mimic his actions, preparing to dart behind a tree for an attack. However, as he stood up, he heard number 2 bellow, "Stay down." But it was too late. In an instant, the last thing this bodyguard saw was a cold, dark arrow. With a sickening thud, the arrow struck true, killing him instantly. Thus, only one of the 5 bodyguards remained. Number 2 crouched behind the tree, icy rain cascading down his resolute face. Once, he had been a somewhat renowned international mercenary, a skilled marksman. He was the one who had previously fired a sniper rifle on the beach. Yet, a betrayal by a comrade during a mission had left him despondent, prompting him to leave that world behind and become a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he was the least sociable, accustomed to solitude, often remaining taciturn. In contrast, Biao was adept at flattery and ingratiation, earning the trust of Shen Jinbin, which allowed him to ascend to the position of leader among the 8. From the moment he began his perilous life, Number 2 understood that there would come a day when he would meet his end at the hands of another. That day had finally arrived. He realized that escaping this island would likely prove impossible. At that moment, an arrow was embedded in his right arm, piercing through flesh and leaving a trail of his blood on the barbed tip. The loss of his dominant hand, skilled in marksmanship, equated to a significant reduction in his combat efficacy. Nevertheless, his eyes betrayed no emotion, nor did they reflect the fear of impending death. The rain intensified, and with his left hand gripping his firearm, he noticed that the enemy had changed positions. He attempted to alert his comrades, but it was too late. A faint sound sliced through the air, and with the death of a teammate, he pinpointed Lin Shi's location once more. Drawing a deep breath, Number 2's gaze turned as serene as a still pond, his mind racing to calculate Lin Shi's whereabouts before he swiftly darted from cover. Resolutely, he fired. Lin Shi, perched on the tree, released an arrow, only to be engulfed by a sudden and overwhelming sense of danger. It was far more acute than the threat he had felt when targeted by the sniper rifle on the beach. He loosened his grip, leaning back just in time to narrowly evade a bullet. However, the tree was slick with rain, and he lost his footing, falling into a perilous void. In such a precarious situation, the enemy could easily predict his position. A mere shift of the gun barrel would unveil him. Suspended in midair, evasion was utterly impossible. Yet, he was still clutching a rope. The rope had been securely tied to the tree. At that moment, Lin Shi was equally astonished. How could the enemy possess such extraordinary marksmanship, able to discern his location from over 200 meters away in the pitch darkness of a rainy night? Once could be attributed to chance, but twice indicated a remarkable skill. Thus, after the initial discovery, he had prepared to evade. Without night vision devices, Lin Shi was confident that the enemy could not locate him again. However, he was gravely mistaken. Bang! How could this be? Lin Shi was taken aback. Was this merely a stroke of luck? Although the bullet was stopped by his bulletproof vest, the impact sent him tumbling down towards the ground. In that moment, a profound sense of peril engulfed him. Chapter 38. Genetic lock. Faced with a dire life-or-death crisis, Lin Shi instinctively released the rope from his grasp. But that was not enough. Suddenly, an object appeared before him. A riot shield. Bang! 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 3 bullets struck the shield almost simultaneously, with mere millimeters to spare. What alarmed Lin Shi was that these 3 shots were aimed at 3 vital areas of his body. Had the enemy anticipated his release of the rope? How could this be possible? With a muffled thud, Lin Shi landed amidst decaying leaves and underbrush. He swiftly rolled and concealed himself behind a tree the size of a person. His heart raced, the rapid thumping indicative of his narrow escape from a lethal blow. Had it not been for his spatial abilities, his proficiency in retrieving items, and his quick reflexes, those 3 bullets would have found their mark in his head, neck, and heart. Fortunately, although the neck was unprotected, had he been struck there, he might not have survived this encounter. What astonishing marksmanship! Leaning against the tree, Lin Shi attempted to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from 200 meters away. Startled, Lin Shi cautiously employed his thermal imaging night vision to assess the situation. He discovered that the only surviving bodyguard lay convulsing on the ground, with no other life forms in sight. Suspecting a trap, he refrained from approaching, instead retrieving his crossbow and firing an arrow at the man. The arrow struck true, yet the bodyguard continued to convulse, showing no signs of evasion. Only then did Lin Shi cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, he found the bodyguard bleeding from his mouth and nose. His expression contorted in agony as his body spasmed uncontrollably. The previous arrow had struck his thigh, and another arrow was lodged in his arm. However, it seemed he was beyond concern for his injuries. Upon seeing Lin Shi's figure, number two's eyes widened in shock. Seemingly unable to believe that Lin Shi was still alive, he struggled to control his voice. How could you possibly still be alive? Lin Shi picked up the handgun that number two had dropped and aimed it at his head. It's a genetic collapse. Genetic collapse? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. The after effects of unlocking the genetic lock. Number two attempted to say more, but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Genetic lock? Is it possible for someone to unlock it during peacetime? Lin Shi, astonished, inquired, "How can I save you?" His intention was not genuinely to rescue this individual, but to uncover the secrets surrounding the genetic lock. This was the first human he had encountered who had unlocked it. As the apocalypse loomed, danger was omnipresent. If he could extract some knowledge from this person, he might unlock the genetic lock in advance, thus gaining a stronger means of self-preservation. Pocket. Number two's eyes began to roll back. Lin Shi crouched down, feeling around until he discovered a small box hidden within the lining of the man's jacket. Is this it? Number two nodded weakly. Lin Shi opened the box to reveal a blue pill. Casting a glance at number two, whose gaze was fixated on the pill in his hand, Lin Shi broke the pill in half and placed one half in number two's mouth. Stepping back 2 paces, he raised his weapon once more, aiming at number two. With a mixture of blood and saliva, number two swallowed the pill, and his body gradually began to stabilize. He lay still, not moving. Do you have any questions? Ask away, my time is limited. Number two's voice was hoarse, clearly aware of Lin Shi's intentions behind his assistance. Lin Shi asked, "How do you unlock the genetic lock? Tell me, and I will give you this half of the pill." Number two chuckled, countering, "Do you even know what a genetic lock is?" Lin Shi shook his head. He only possessed superficial knowledge. In his past life, he had been an ordinary person. Even after surviving 8 years into the apocalypse, he had merely accumulated some combat experience. "I do not know who named it the genetic lock. I only began searching for information after unlocking it myself. There are 5 genetic locks within the human body. Unlocking the first tier of the genetic lock allows your brain to filter out all external distractions. Things you would typically forget after just one glance can be recalled instantly. In this state of battle, you can utilize everything around you, with your mind operating like a computer, calculating with remarkable precision. Unlocking the second tier enables you to control every ounce of strength within your body, master every muscle. Even if you possess only 50 pounds of force, you could defeat a boxing champion. To unlock the first tier genetic lock, one must endure suffering, extreme suffering." Lin Shi frowned. "Suffering? Could you elaborate?" "I cannot specify. When I first activated the genetic lock, I was already in a state of shock and barely made it through," replied number two, his eyes glazing over as if lost in a memory. "So the shots you just fired were in the state of unlocking the genetic lock? Is your current condition related to that?" Lin Shi inquired rapidly. Number two's complexion visibly deteriorated, growing increasingly pale. "Indeed, I just entered the state of the genetic lock, but my body cannot withstand the aftereffects of unlocking it." Number two coughed up a mouthful of blackened blood, which emitted a foul odor. "What was that medicine you just took?" Lin Shi asked, still holding half a pill. "That medicine controls the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock and has healing properties. But it is of no use to me now." Number two bared his blood-stained teeth. "You asked how I dodged your shot earlier? I calculated all your reactions. Logically, you should not have evaded it." Lin Shi's eyes flickered. This pertained to his greatest secret. Yet, confronted by the man's increasingly vacant gaze, Lin Shi spoke. "Eager to learn the origin of the medicine, I used something to block the bullet." A flicker of confusion crossed number two's eyes, as he failed to comprehend what Lin Shi had used. Nevertheless, he had obtained the answer he sought, realizing it was not his oversight. A faint smile appeared on no. Two's face. "It doesn't matter. This was manufactured by the Shin family. The outside world believes the Shin family is merely an energy research company, but in reality, they have interests in many fields, far more extensive than you can imagine," he stated slowly. "Why are you telling me this?" Lin Shi scrutinized the man before him, whose life was nearing its end, weighing the truth of his words. Chapter 39. Return to Shushi. Number two smiled bitterly. "I am a lone wolf, not a member of the Shin family. They pay me, and I work for them. That is all. After I die, what happens to the Shin family has no bearing on me. You managed to evade my 3 shots while activating the genetic lock. Impressive. However, it's unfortunate that you won't survive much longer after leaving here. The Shin family will not spare you, and you will certainly not escape their eradication. Blood began to seep from number two's nostrils, yet his complexion improved. He knew his time was running out. Let me tell you one more thing. Shin Jinbin is not dead. With the Shun family's medication sustaining him, he won't die easily. Number two's lips quivered. But Lin Shi could not discern his subsequent words. Shin Jinbin is not dead. Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. Shin Jinbin was alive? He had pierced Shin Jinbin's heart. How could he possibly still be alive? Lin Shi furrowed his brow and crouched down to check number two's pulse. He was already deceased. Lin Shi searched the man's body and found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an identification card. Li Erheo was the name on the card. Perhaps aware of his impending demise, Li Erheo never requested Lin Shi to administer the remaining half of the pill. Li Erheo mentioned that the Shun family had interests beyond the energy sector, even cultivating individuals capable of unlocking genetic locks. This was the source of the Shun family's formidable power in the post-apocalyptic era. In his previous life, Lin Shi had been like a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware. The fact that Shin Jinbin was alive had never crossed Lin Shi's mind. Lin Shi opened his hand, gazing at the half-blue pill resting in his palm. He carefully stored the pill in his space. Given the tumultuous journey, it was likely that Shin Jinbin was still in Shushi. Lin Shi rose and walked toward the other corpses. It was nearly 1 a.m. and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated over 9 hours remaining. However, upon reaching the beach, Lin Shi realized he could not proceed. Heavy rain fell, the sea roiling with waves, and the moonless night rendered the water pitch black and disorienting. Boarding a small lifeboat in such weather would be akin to courting death. Lin Shi recalled the satellite phone he had found on Li Erheo. He retrieved it and dialed a number. Su-Chin, I need your assistance with something. After hanging up, Lin Shi found a higher ground to pitch a tent and closed his eyes to rest for the night. In such a place, he dared not enter deep slumber. When the faint light of dawn broke, he packed up the tent and took out some water and food from his space to consume a little. The rain had ceased. It was now 5 a.m., and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated 5 hours remaining. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes. On the way to the beach, he happened to pass the battlefield from yesterday and glanced at Li Erheo's corpse once more. To his astonishment, the body had begun to decay significantly. Only a single night had passed. No, to be precise, it had been roughly 4 hours. Much of the skin had already sloughed off, revealing muscle beneath, and in some places, white bones could be faintly seen, a horrifying sight. Was this the result of genetic collapse? Recalling the precise and calculated gunfire exchanged with Li Erheo, Lin Shi recognized that without external assistance, reaching such a level of proficiency was nearly impossible. The genetic lock was a terrifying double-edged sword. Lin Shi continued toward the beach. The sea had calmed, and he pushed the lifeboat into the water, boarded it, and started the engine, heading towards Shushi. After more than 3 hours, Lin Shi finally approached the coastline of Shushi. The countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin indicated just over an hour until the solar storm reached Earth. Lin Shi contacted Su-Chin. Su-Chin, have you found that person? Lin Shi informed her that a friend had been gravely injured and was on the verge of death, requesting her to search various hospitals in Shushi, promising to send her a substantial red envelope. Lin Shi relayed Shin Jinbin's name, age, and other characteristics, instructing her to start with the best-equipped hospitals. Initially reluctant, Su-Chin was persuaded to forego sleep when Lin Shi mentioned a 20,000 yuan red envelope, and she set off to find the person through the night. I found him at Shushi First Hospital, in the intensive care unit on the 8th floor, room 1. There are indeed many specialists consulting. Who is your friend to warrant such attention? Su-Chin yawned, her voice weary. In truth, she had located the individual at the first hospital she visited, but feared that if it were too easy, Lin Shi might reconsider. Thank you. I've transferred the red envelope to you. Lin Shi hung up the phone and found an uninhabited stretch of beach to land, storing the lifeboat in his space. The countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin now indicated 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. Lin Shi donned a cap and mask, flagged down a passing vehicle, and headed to Shushi First Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit on the 8th floor of Shushi First Hospital stood a crowd of over a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman. To Lin Shi's astonishment, these doctors were renowned specialists frequently featured in major newspapers. They should have been at Sanyuan City or Kyoto Hospital, waiting for patients to queue for appointments. Yet here they were, convened to discuss the condition of a single individual. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the room, Shin Jinbin lay on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages and filled with tubes, his breath faint. The speaker was a middle-aged woman clad in a tailored suit, exuding professionalism yet appearing fatigued, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Last night, Shin Fanrin, whom she had not contacted for years post-divorce, suddenly called, claiming their son was in trouble and that he had business in Sanyuan City and could not attend, requesting her to take care of the situation. Li Huilan arrived at Shushi only to discover the severity of her son's injuries. That heartless man, that beast, actually disregarded his own flesh and blood, only preoccupied with that vixen. Chapter 40. The demise of Shun Jinbin. The assembled experts exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. Young Master Shen's injuries were far too grave. Though his will to survive was unwavering, sustained by some unknown force, such wounds would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. We can only do our utmost, they expressed delicately, though the implication was clear. The fact that he had not succumbed yet was a miracle in itself. How could they possibly save him? Li Huilan, overwhelmed with despair, cried out, "Please, you are esteemed experts, aren't you? You must save my son." One of them cautiously inquired, "We have detected a peculiar substance within young Master Shin's body, which seems to be sustaining his last flicker of life. Do you know what he might have ingested beforehand?" The experts' eyes lit up with curiosity. They too yearned to uncover the truth. "What? I don't know," Li Huilan replied, turning to the bodyguard who had brought Shin Jinbin to the hospital, as if clinging to a lifeline. "What did you give Jinbin? Do you have any left? Hurry, bring it out." The two bodyguards exchanged glances. "It's gone. That was the life-saving medicine Mr. Shin entrusted us with, only one pill. However, the courier is already en route." At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a phone call. "Hello. Yes, on the 8th floor." After hanging up, the bodyguard looked at Li Huilan. "The courier has arrived. He's downstairs." Li Huilan's expression brightened. "Wonderful. Jinbin is going to be saved. Countdown, 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital, making his way toward the inpatient department. The hospital was filled with masked individuals, and Lin Shi's attire attracted no attention. The intensive care unit and general wards were situated in separate buildings, with few people around. Soon, Lin Shi reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button. A figure approached, seemingly waiting for the same elevator. As the elevator doors opened with a chime, Lin Shi was about to step inside when he caught a glimpse of a reflection in the mirror within. He hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the imposing figure behind him, a man clad in black, robust in stature, with a cold demeanor, carrying a suitcase. The man's aura bore a striking resemblance to Shun Jinbin's bodyguards. Lin Shi continued into the elevator, and the man followed suit. As the doors closed slowly, Lin Shi pressed the button for the 7th floor, reasoning that if this man was indeed connected to Shin Jinbin, he would likely head to the 8th floor. As expected, the man stepped forward and pressed the button for the 8th floor. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shi's eyes beneath his cap. This confirmed that the man was indeed one of Shun Jinbin's associates. The elevator ascended steadily without interruption, reaching the 7th floor without halting. Suddenly, Lin Shi clutched his chest, bending forward as though stricken by an ailment. The man in black glanced at Lin Shi, but chose to ignore him, stepping back instead. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, the doors opening to an ordinarily empty area outside the inpatient department. To access the ward, one needed to exit the elevator and pass through another door. At that moment, however, Lin Shi collapsed face down on the floor, wedged awkwardly in the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Aside from the man in black, there seemed to be no one else capable of assisting Lin Shi. If he did not help Lin Shi to his feet, the elevator would remain inoperative. Furrowing his brow, the man gripped his suitcase more tightly. Ultimately, he moved to Lin Shi's side, bending down to extend a hand, intending to hoist him out of the elevator. Yet, at the instant his hand made contact with Lin Shi, the latter lunged forward into the man's embrace, a dagger materializing in his hand, plunging it into the man's abdomen with a fierce twist. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled into Lin Shi's arms, never having anticipated that someone would dare to commit murder in such a monitored place. Lin Shi refrained from withdrawing the dagger, mindful of the blood that might splatter. Uncertain of how many of Shin Jinbin's men were above, he resolved to eliminate one at a time. With less than an hour remaining, chaos would soon engulf the world. He needed to leave the hospital before security could react. Lin Shi laid the man on the ground outside the 7th floor ward. noticing the suitcase tightly clutched in the man's hand. He seized it and swiftly slipped into the elevator just as the doors began to close. Ding! The elevator opened at the 8th floor, and Lin Shi hurried into the ward. Li Huilan spotted him in his black attire and rushed forward, extending her hand. "You're the courier, right? Where's the medicine?" Lin Shi assessed the woman, who bore a resemblance to Xin Jinbin, confirming her identity. Wait. One of Xin Jinbin's bodyguards sensed something amiss and blocked Lin Shi's path. "I've never seen you before." Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, effectively sealing off his escape routes. "I am responsible for guarding the medicine. Mr. Shen needed it urgently, so I was sent to deliver it." This statement was ambiguous. It could imply that Lin Shi was typically tasked with guarding the medication and was now responsible for delivering other items. Or it could suggest he was there to deliver the medicine itself. The interpretation lay with the listener. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed, yet one still insisted. "Open the suitcase and let us see." Lin Shi's gaze flickered. He had yet to ascertain the contents of the suitcase. In the elevator, he had already swapped its contents for a handgun. Without hesitation, he placed the suitcase on the ground and unlatched it. The gathered experts leaned in, eager to see what miraculous item could save a dying man. Lin Shi slowly lifted the suitcase lid with one hand while reaching inside with the other. In a swift motion, he drew out a handgun and aimed it at the bodyguard blocking his path, firing a shot. With a silenced crack, crimson blood erupted from the bodyguard's chest. Everyone gasped, their eyes wide with horror at the scene unfolding before them. Ordinary people had only ever seen guns in films, and now they were paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. The quickest to react was the bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi, already reaching for his sidearm. However, Lin Shi was faster, spinning around and pulling the trigger. The shot, aimed from below, pierced the guard's chin and exited through his skull, spraying blood in a gruesome display. At this moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Li Huilan fainted at the sight. "Murder, murder! Run!" Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Lin Shi pushed open Xin Jinbin's hospital room door. Confirming it was indeed Xin Jinbin, he pointed the gun at his head. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, scattering Xin Jinbin's blood and brain matter across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. This time, Xin Jinbin was beyond salvation. Lin Shi holstered his weapon and exited. Meanwhile, a group of hospital security had witnessed Lin Shi's murderous act on the surveillance feed and rushed toward his location, armed with clubs and riot shields. The countdown to the apocalypse stood at 35 minutes. Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital. 5 minutes had elapsed since Lin Shi killed a bodyguard on the 7th floor. Security personnel had gathered and were already en route to the building, having alerted the authorities, but it would take several minutes for them to arrive. Lin Shi hurriedly exited the hospital room, intending to enter the safety passage of the inpatient building to escape via the stairs. However, at that moment, a hand grasped his pant leg. Li Huilan, having regained consciousness, lay on the ground, desperately clinging to Lin Shi's trousers. Just moments ago, she had fainted in a fit of fear, but upon hearing the gunshot echo from the hospital room, she forced herself to awaken. Li Huilan's eyes, swollen and red, brimmed with tears as she fixed a desperate and furious gaze upon Lin Shi, her voice a mix of despair and rage. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi struggled, but found himself unable to break free. Lowering his head, he regarded this despondent mother with not an ounce of compassion. "Your son has killed many, as you well know. He deserved to die. If you must place blame, direct it at yourself for failing to raise him properly." Li Huilan cried out in anguish. He could be punished by the law for his crimes. "What right do you have to kill him? What right? Even if my son did kill, they were merely wretched commoners. My son was born noble. To take the lives of a few lowly peasants and offer their families money is their honor. You, executioner, return my son to me." Were it not for her venomous words, her heart-wrenching visage of mourning would have evoked sympathy. Lin Shi scoffed, his exposed eyes brimming with derision. "If that is the case, you should allow the law to punish me as well." With that, he kicked the woman aside and dashed toward the emergency exit. Li Huilan's expression twisted with malice as she glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure, her voice hoarse with fury. "You killed my son. I will ensure your parents, brothers, and all your relatives and friends accompany him to the grave. No matter where you hide, I will make you suffer until your dying breath." He should have anticipated it. A man like Xin Jinbin would turn out this way, and his family was complicit. Shin Fanren was not a good man. Shin Jinbin's mother was, too. A wolf clad in human skin. Every grievance has its source, and he had not intended to kill so many. Realizing Lin Shi had halted, Li Huilan, now panic-stricken, recoiled. No, no, no. I was just joking. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shi shot without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, leaving a gory wound upon Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she collapsed to the ground. After firing, Lin Shi did not spare her a glance, but sped down the corridor like the wind. As Lin Shi departed, the elevator doors on the 8th floor slid open. 5 hospital security guards poured out, stunned by the bloody scene before them. The corridor was awash with flowing blood. What kind of enmity is this? They say the victim is the son of a billionaire. Check if he still breathes. Dead, he's dead. These are all gunshot victims. What do we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The assailant has fled via the emergency exit. Pursue. No need to run too fast. Just delay him. As Lin Shi raced to the 2nd floor, he heard the rapid footsteps approaching from below. They were closing in quickly. He muttered under his breath, yanked open a window in the corridor, glanced outside, and jumped down. A roll helped to cushion his fall, and he sprang to his feet, darting into the registration hall. The assailant has jumped out the window and is heading to the registration hall. Surround him quickly. The registration hall was crowded, and just a few security guards could not contain him. Lin Shi swiftly evaded capture and slipped into the restroom. When he emerged, he donned casual attire, having removed his mask and hat, and left the hospital unobtrusively. Had it not been the impending apocalypse, the security personnel could have utilized surveillance to identify those entering and exiting the hospital to locate Lin Shi. However, analyzing the footage to pinpoint suspects required time, and now, time was of the essence. Lin Shi hailed a taxi and glanced at the upper right corner of a device. The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. He gazed through the taxi window at the oblivious, ordinary people on the street. The end of the world was nigh. This should be the last moment of tranquility. It seemed his previous post had failed to garner attention. The era of peace was on the verge of vanishing. Lin Shi kept a vigilant watch on the countdown displayed on his device. As the taxi approached within 4 kilometers of Lin Shi's safe house, the radio suddenly crackled to life. Attention, all vehicles. This is the official security bureau. At local time, 10:05 a.m., a solar storm will reach Tianyan Star. For safety, all vehicles must pull over and park for 10 minutes. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. Just then, his phone rang. At the highest floor of the Tianqi New Energy office building in Sanyuan City, Shin Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy, stood by the window, his expression grave as he listened to his subordinate's report. Mr. Shun, we have discovered that in the past 2 days, all export materials from Qiming State have been intercepted. Additionally, the external orders have surged by several dozen times. Furthermore, we have learned that the military has suddenly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call early this morning. The entire Sanyuan City will experience a power outage for a day starting at 10 a.m. We have yet to ascertain the specific reasons behind this. Oh, Shin Fanren's brow furrowed. He did not glance at his endangered son, but remained in Sanyuan City due to the perplexing developments from above in recent days. With tensions rising among nations, could war be on the horizon? Yet, why would a power outage precede war? Shin Fanren felt increasingly anxious about the government's opaque maneuvers. At that moment, his private phone rang. The display showed a security bureau number, causing Shin Fanren to startle. He answered the call, and a grave voice spoke. Mr. Shan, this is the Shushi Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son, Shin Jinbin, along with your ex-wife Li Huilan and 3 bodyguards, were murdered just moments ago. Shin Fanren's body shook. What did you say? The voice continued. Furthermore, we found handguns, daggers, and other illegal weapons on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Sanyuan City Security Bureau. Please do not leave Sanyuan City in the coming days and cooperate with our investigation. Upon completing the call with the Security Bureau, Shin Fanren's expression turned ghastly. He slammed his phone onto the ground, turning to his ever-reliable subordinate with barely contained rage. You said Lin Shi was responsible for Jinbin's near-fatal injury? Wang Ji, taken aback by Shin Fanren's sudden fury, responded truthfully. Disguised as an assassin? But why was Lin Shi also conveniently in Shushi? Did you not ascertain if that Lin Shi was indeed the same person throughout the night? Now, he has come to the hospital and killed my son, and the security personnel found firearms on our men. How splendid. Veins bulged on Shin Fanren's forehead, his eyes radiating a terrifying wrath. What? Did number 2 fail? Wang Ji quickly pulled out his phone to contact number 2. However, minutes passed without any response. As night fell, if number 2 had succeeded, he would have reported back by now. Even if still in the process, he would have answered the call immediately. The inability to contact him spoke volumes. Wang Ji realized the severity of the situation and murmured, "Yes. Yes." After Wang Ji left, Xin Fanren swept all the papers off his desk in frustration. "Useless. All of you are useless." Xin Fanren's chest heaved visibly, his anger palpable. Yet there was no trace of grief for his lost son. A beautiful woman entered the room. Her gentle visage bore no signs of aging, and her floral dress exuded tranquility. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized this woman as his stepmother, Lu Xiyue. Lu Xiyue pressed herself against Xin Fanren's back, her delicate fingers gently kneading his shoulders, exhaling softly. "What has you so upset? If you let your anger harm your health, what will become of my happiness in the years to come?" Xin Fanren, usually susceptible to such coaxing, unexpectedly seized Lu Xiyue's hand and violently hurled her to the ground. "What is the matter? Your precious son has killed my son, and now the authorities are coming after me. If this leads to scrutiny from above, I will take you down with me." As Lu Xiyue landed on the ground, she initially felt a surge of anger, but upon hearing his words, her expression turned to one of shock. "What? Jin Bin is dead? Lin Shi killed him? How is that possible?" Despite witnessing the fury etched on Xin Fanren's face, Lu Xiyue found it hard to believe. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, she considered herself one of the few who understood him deeply. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, sentimental, and possessed a touch of cleverness. Yet he was naive and too trusting of others. He had never even killed a fish. How could he take a life? Moreover, Jin Bin was surrounded by agile bodyguards. How could an ordinary college student like Lin Shi manage to kill him amidst such protection? Cautiously, Lu Xiyue gazed at the enraged Xin Fanren and voiced her doubts. Doesn't Jin Bin have several mercenaries as bodyguards? How could Lin Shi possibly kill him? Xin Fanren's expression darkened, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Lu Xiyue. "It seems your son is quite adept at concealing his true self. Even you, his mother, failed to comprehend him." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xiyue panicked. "All right, I will call him right away." Lin Shi's phone rang, and he merely glanced at it before hanging up. In her previous life, Lu Xiyue had not contacted him even once during the 11 years that spanned from her remarriage to the death of Lin Shi. He had not laid eyes on her in over a decade, only catching wind of her life through scattered rumors. She held a prestigious position as the wife of the shelter's director in Sanyuan City, while he scavenged for food outside the shelter like a stray dog. It was only through experiences in a post-apocalyptic world that Lin Shi realized there could be such a heartless mother. Now, he discovered that this very woman had caused his father's demise. Even though she was his mother, Lin Shi had already severed ties with her in his heart. Just after he had killed Jin Bin, Lu Xiyue suddenly reached out to him. Her motives were all too clear. A bitter smirk crossed Lin Shi's face, realizing that, as Jin Bin had said, his mother cared for him less than she did for her biological son. Little did Lin Shi know, because of his rebirth and the killing of Jin Bin, Xin Fanren would no longer trust Lu Xiyue and would not indulge her as he had in the past. The taxi radio continued to repeat warnings for all vehicles to pull over. The driver, bewildered, muttered, "What is going on? A solar storm? Goodness. I've driven for a lifetime and never heard of such a thing." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed an unexpected surge of traffic officers on the streets, directing all vehicles to halt. Every traffic light along the road had turned red. This scene had not unfolded in his previous life. When the solar storm erupted then, vehicles malfunctioned, leading to numerous traffic accidents and widespread chaos. Many had perished in that wave of solar disaster. Was it the post he had made that had triggered this? Or had his rebirth caused a butterfly effect? This occurrence was not limited to Shashi. It transpired across the nation. Soon, every vehicle on the streets began to decelerate and come to a stop, including the taxi Lin Shi was in. He glanced at the top right corner of his fortune pot. "The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare yourself." Tossing a 100 yuan note onto the seat, Lin Shi opened the door and sprinted away. He was the only one aware that this impending danger was far more than a mere solar storm. The solar storm's electromagnetic pulse would not directly harm humans, but the ensuing geomagnetic storm would cause drastic changes to the magnetic field of the Tianyun star. Nearly everyone would experience physical discomfort, dizziness, and nausea. Those sensitive to the magnetic field could even lose consciousness. In his previous life, Lin Shi had succumbed to unconsciousness on this very day. Thankfully, there was still time. He rushed to the roadside, retrieved his phone, and scanned a shared bicycle, swiftly riding onto the bike lane, racing toward his safe house. Chapter 43. The End of Technological Civilization. The bicycle, which had a maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour, was now being propelled by Lin Shi to 40 or 50. "Stop! Danger!" came the shouts of the traffic officers behind him, but Lin Shi remained oblivious. The billboards and 24-hour LED lights that had been visible from several kilometers away now lay dormant. Had the power suddenly gone out? That thought flickered through Lin Shi's mind. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He discarded the shared bicycle and hurried to the front door, unlocking it with utmost urgency. Upon entering the first door, he locked it behind him and swiftly removed the surveillance camera facing the entrance, stashing it away. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. Click. The door swung open. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Stepping inside, Lin Shi forcefully closed the door behind him and collapsed onto the recliner. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare yourself. The solar storm has arrived, and the geomagnetic storm is forming. Source material is rapidly generating. In that instant of darkness, Lin Shi's mind raced with the thought, source material? What is that? Simultaneously, an invisible solar storm swept toward the entire Tianyan star. Over 1,000 satellites orbiting the Tianyan star erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, akin to a fireworks show. All satellites were rendered inoperative, and even those that did not explode ceased to function. The debris from the satellite explosions rained down like projectiles upon various manned spacecraft. Screens in all space stations around the world went black in an instant, only to burst forth with electrical surges and sparks. Astronauts still working aboard the space stations were the first to face doom under this solar storm. At that moment, all equipment on Tianyan star suddenly lost signal. But this was merely the beginning. The intense electromagnetic pulse unleashed by the solar storm engulfed the entire Tianyan star. An overwhelming wave of energy cascaded forth, swiftly obliterating all electronic devices containing circuits worldwide. The electromagnetic pulse would destroy not only devices currently in use, but also those not in operation. In this technologically advanced era, nearly all appliances contain circuitry. Aircraft in flight plummeted from the sky without exception. Ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines were likewise reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Countless household appliances erupted with sparks, some fortunate enough to emit only smoke, while others ignited into flames. In a state of panic, people fled their homes, yet some, like Lin Shi, succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the geomagnetic storm, consumed by flames while still in a stupor. Those near transformers were horrified to detect a burning smell. As the wires connected to the transformers began to ignite, all power stations worldwide, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, faced the same fate. As the energy overload surged at this moment, all operational systems faced a catastrophic surge, causing fuses to burn out rapidly and igniting fires. Even nuclear power plants experienced explosions, obliterating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The entire world abruptly lost its electrical supply. A significant portion of Tianyan star, shrouded in darkness during the night, plunged into an abyss of shadow. Countless individuals reliant on life support machines and hospitals drifted toward death in their comatose states. Yet, this was merely the beginning. All vehicles, cars, energy-efficient vehicles, electric cars, suddenly malfunctioned without exception, leading to a series of catastrophic collisions on the streets. When people sought assistance, they were met with terror as their phones either overheated and burned out or displayed a black screen. Unable to reach anyone for help, they could only flee desperately from the encroaching flames. Within mere minutes, Tianyan star was engulfed in a sea of fire. If someone were to observe from outer space, they would witness the fleeting end of an era of technological advancement on Tianyan star. The fruits of humanity's explosive technological development over the past few centuries came to an abrupt halt on this day. Lin Shi had experienced this all in a previous life. At this moment, Lin Shi, like many sensitive individuals affected by the magnetic field's drastic shift, fell into a coma. With no power activated and all electrical devices stored away by Lin Shi, this calamity posed no threat to him. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier warning had led the entire Qiming nation to shut down its electricity supply that morning. Compared to other nations engulfed in flames and chaos, Although Qiming also faced casualties, the numbers were significantly diminished. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth began altering the trajectory of the future from this moment onward. In his unconscious state, Lin Shi remained unaware of the changes occurring on the interface of the treasure basin before him. The source of the restart is generating massively, accelerating the evolutionary pace of all life on Tianyun star. Detected that the ignition source is in a safe environment. Absorb the source promptly to complete evolution. Detected loss of consciousness in the ignition source. Auxiliary program activated. Treasure basin autonomously initiated. Starting up. Startup complete. Commencing source absorption. Lin Shi lay with his eyes closed, a faint golden light emanating from his forehead. Invisible particles began coalescing around him, merging into his body, his cells, and his genes. If one were to observe Lin Shi's genetic chain at this moment, they would witness it rapidly absorbing these substances. The genetic strands broke apart swiftly, only to be reassembled in an instant. This state bore a striking resemblance to the unbinding of genetic locks. However, during a normal unbinding of genetic locks, the reformation of the strands does not occur at such a rapid pace. Thus, Lin Shi, in his comatose state, felt no excruciating pain from the unbinding of his genetic locks. Simultaneously, other beings on Tianyun star unconsciously absorbed the source. Animals absorbed the source the fastest, followed by plants. And lastly, humans. Among humans, individual variations existed, yet even the mightiest animals did not absorb nearly as much as Lin Shi at this moment. After a day and night, the geomagnetic storm approached its conclusion, and the rate of source material formation in the air began to slow. Those who had fallen into comas or experienced physical discomfort due to the magnetic field's upheaval gradually returned to normalcy. The golden light on Lin Shi's forehead began to fade. Concurrently, the treasure basin interface displayed a new notification. The apocalypse has officially commenced. The countdown to the next wave of danger will begin within 72 hours. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shi's eyelids fluttered, and he awakened. Chapter 44. Encounter in the rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The interior of the safe house was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light source. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic storm passed? He rubbed his forehead, still feeling a bit dazed. He retrieved an emergency flashlight from his space and switched it on, illuminating the walls. Next, he took out a household gasoline generator and connected it to the house's wiring. As he pulled the circuit breaker, the entire safe house regained power. Lin Shi was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. In his previous life, he had been in a coma for a day and a night, and he wondered if the same applied in this life. His mechanical wristwatch indicated the time as 11:34. A rumble of hunger echoed from his stomach, suggesting he had not eaten for 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi decided to first hydrate and consume some food before venturing outside to assess the situation. He suddenly recalled the notification from the treasure basin just before he lost consciousness. The solar storm has arrived, the geomagnetic storm is forming, and source material is rapidly generating. What exactly was source material? He checked the treasure basin interface, but there were no changes, and the original countdown had vanished. His stomach grumbled again in protest. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Shi retrieved a pot, an electric stove, and a piece of beef from his space. He filled the pot with water, placed hot pot seasoning at the bottom, and soon began slicing the beef into the boiling water. It was all fresh beef, as he sliced. He couldn't resist tasting a piece. Paired with some fresh vegetables, he devoured 5 pounds of beef in no time. When did I become such an insatiable eater? Although his stomach felt full, an inexplicable sensation lingered, suggesting he had not quite satisfied his hunger. Was it a residue from the geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi patted his stomach, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the faucet to test the water. The ordinary electric water pumping device would have been compromised by the electromagnetic pulse. Thus, when Lin Shi had the pumping device crafted, he had insisted that the craftsman use a traditional, non-powered water extraction method. The fact that water still flowed was a testament to his foresight. The water temperature was slightly chilly, but still within a normal range. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changed into long sleeves and pants before opening the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of the safe house was exceptional. As Lin Shi approached the entrance, he peered through the peephole to glance outside. Then, he opened the door. Rain poured down outside, and he extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was merely a tad cool. It seemed his period of unconsciousness was similar to that of his previous life. In his past life, following the solar storm, The sun's rays diminished at a visibly rapid rate, and the temperature on Tianyan Star plummeted by several degrees within 3 days. At that time, Lin Shi was in Sanyuan City, and he remembered that when he awoke the following day, the temperature had dropped by over 10 degrees Celsius, with heavy rain beginning to fall outside. During that time, people were still panicking over the loss of electricity following the solar storm, unable to receive any external news. They did not notice the weather anomalies, merely attributing it to a wave of strong cold air. However, by the third day, temperatures continued to drop by over 20 degrees, and extreme weather events such as hail, severe typhoons, and blizzards began to emerge. People started to realize something was amiss, braving the snow to scavenge for supplies. By day 4, temperatures plummeted further, dropping by over 30 degrees in a single day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon was a terrifying 20 to 30 degrees, which was extremely alarming. In the south, temperatures fell to around minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the north fared even worse. The human body requires time to acclimate to temperature changes, yet the sun offered no grace period for adaptation. Even those who remained ensconced in their homes, wrapped in blankets, could not withstand the sudden drop in temperature, resulting in widespread illness, frostbite, and fatalities. Hospitals overflowed with patients, and all equipment and ambulances were rendered inoperable due to the solar storm, with no electricity to support them. The rate of treatment could not keep pace with the rising number of sick individuals, and medications began to dwindle, leading to countless deaths within a single day. Panic and chaos ensued as people finally recognized that the apocalypse had arrived. Shushi, near the equator, was currently in summer, and the rate of temperature decline should not be as rapid as in Sanyuan City. Over the past 2 days, daytime temperatures in Shushi had still been around 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi retrieved an electronic air thermometer, which indicated a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Seizing the opportunity before the impending snowstorm arrived, he prepared to venture out to gather supplies. Although the resources within the space were ample for his use, no one would ever complain about an excess of supplies. Surplus provisions could be traded or kept in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. With no surveillance outside, he no longer had to be cautious about revealing the existence of his space. Clad in a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up the shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded on the ground. The electronic lock of the bicycle had been compromised by an electromagnetic pulse, yet it remained fully operational. He mounted the bicycle and sped down the hill. Upon descending, Lin Shi noticed that riding today felt remarkably effortless. Previously, he had to exert himself to reach speeds of 40 to 50 miles per hour, but now he effortlessly achieved that pace. Had a mere nap rejuvenated his stamina? Lost in contemplation, he overlooked an intersection around the corner, where a group of individuals emerged. Dressed uniformly in raincoats, they bore stern expressions, their demeanor vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he could discern the army green uniforms peeking out from beneath their raincoats. Amongst them stood a girl in a transparent raincoat, adorned in a white dress, closely guarded at the center. As Lin Shi approached the corner, the sudden appearance of the group caught him off guard, and he was unable to brake in time. The screech of brakes pierced the air as the shared bicycle collided with the group. A gasp escaped the girl amidst the crowd. A middle-aged man from the group furrowed his brow, stepping forward with swift agility. He delivered a powerful kick towards the bicycle's front frame. Under normal circumstances, such a forceful kick would surely result in injury to the kicker. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Shi, along with the bicycle, was propelled backward. Lin Shi's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled several meters back before regaining his balance. Glancing down, he saw the front frame of the bicycle had been dented. Who were these individuals? Such strength. The others grew wary, eyeing Lin Shi with suspicion, some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Reacting quickly, Lin Shi scratched his head apologetically, saying, "I didn't mean to." The middle-aged man remained silent, merely scrutinizing Lin Shi with an expression filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened slightly. The atmosphere grew tense as both parties fell silent. Then, a voice emerged from the group. "Uncle Chiu, it's fine. He didn't do it on purpose." It was the girl who had just cried out in alarm. She pushed through the group, only to be halted by the man referred to as Uncle Chiu. The girl impatiently addressed him. "We should hurry. It's pouring rain, and my clothes are soaked." "Hey, you crashed into us. We won't be compensating for that bicycle." The girl, of a similar age to Lin Shi, had fair, unblemished skin and attractive features, though her current expression of annoyance marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hand apologetically. I understand. I'm sorry. Having survived for 8 years in this post-apocalyptic world, he prided himself on his acting skills, embodying the persona of an average young man convincingly. Uncle Chio regarded Lin Shi intently, then pulled the girl behind him, clearing a path and advising Lin Shi, next time, ride more slowly. Going that fast is unsafe. The others stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Lin Shi responded with a hearty smile. I got it. Thank you, sir. He then rode away. Feeling the prickling sensation of their gazes on his back dissipate only after he had traveled several hundred meters and rounded a corner. It was then that he noticed a thin sheen of cold sweat on his back. The previous encounter had imparted a sense of danger, particularly from that middle-aged man, who had exerted the most pressure on him. In the event of a confrontation, even with the element of surprise, victory was not guaranteed. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped. The identity and intentions of those individuals were of no concern to him. Having experienced the earlier incident, Lin Shi decided to moderate his speed this time. Upon reaching the main road, he observed the streets strewn with abandoned vehicles. Unlike in his past life, the cars were neatly parked along the roadside, devoid of the chaotic scenes of wrecks blocking the thoroughfare. Pedestrians meandered along, some hurrying while others returned laden with bulging bags. The entire city had plunged into darkness, devoid of electricity and external communication. Many had begun to consciously stockpile supplies, while others clung to the hope that the power outage was a localized issue that would soon be resolved. Yet, when they ultimately realized that electricity would not return, and the familiar electronic devices would become useless, the environment would deteriorate, and death would become rampant, they would understand that the city had descended into chaos. In such times, those still purchasing supplies would soon find themselves engaging in a zero-cost acquisition. Lin Shi aimed to seize this opportunity before the masses awakened to their grim reality. Currently, supermarkets were teeming with those scrambling for resources. His target was the port's shipping containers. After more than an hour, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Shushi. The expanse of the port was littered with countless containers and cranes, alongside numerous cargo ships neatly docked. The quantity of vessels exceeded his expectations. Since the announcement to halt vehicle movement had likely extended to ships as well, it seemed that his post had not been in vain. It had indeed borne fruit. Even if there were guards, they would be scarce. With no surveillance cameras now at this vast port, Lin Shi felt that, with a bit of caution, he could remain undetected. The only sounds in the port were the raindrops pattering against the containers. Lin Shi approached one of the containers, placing his hand upon it. With a mere thought, the contents were transferred to his space. Externally, the container appeared intact, yet inside it was entirely empty. This method of discreetly taking items was a unique skill that only Lin Shi possessed. The first container he accessed held a bounty of watermelons. A promising start. A smile of delight graced Lin Shi's face. Shushi's fruits, nourished by ample sunlight, were sweet and delectable. This container of watermelons would last him a long while. He moved on to the next container, which also contained fruits, this time coconuts. After successfully securing 6 containers of fruit, Lin Shi proceeded to another cluster of containers. Unfortunately, this time luck was not on his side, as it was empty. In fact, 3 consecutive containers yielded no goods. Lin Shi quickly discerned that containers with locks typically held cargo, while those without were mostly vacant. Containers with goods were stacked separately from those without. Realizing this, Lin Shi steered clear of the unlocked containers and approached the next stack. This time, he successfully retrieved a container filled with clothing, though it was predominantly short-sleeved shirts. He casually took one container and opted not to collect more. It occurred to him that Shushi experienced summer year-round, suggesting that most residents' wardrobes would consist primarily of summer attire, with perhaps a few spring or autumn pieces. When the extreme cold arrived, it was uncertain how many of these inhabitants would perish, perhaps even more than in Sanyuan City. Subsequently, Lin Shi gathered 3 containers of snacks, 4 of frozen seafood, and 2 of daily necessities. In one of the containers, he stumbled upon several imported vehicles, each valued in the tens or hundreds of thousands. The sealed metal containers can, to a certain extent, shield against the effects of electromagnetic pulses. Some of these vehicles may remain intact, while others may be damaged. Regardless, there is still ample space available, which Lin Shi diligently collects. Electronics, crafts, daily necessities, food, industrial goods. One port houses nearly 10,000 containers. Lin Shi traverses the rows of containers as if opening blind boxes, collecting the contents within into his space. However, It wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests arrived at the southern port. "Brotherly, are we really safe doing this?" 5 young men, appearing to be around 25 or 26, swaggered toward the port. The speaker, a bald youth, looked fearful, glancing around as if apprehensive of something. Li Kuei smacked the bald youth on the head with annoyance, declaring, "What is there to be afraid of? Didn't I tell you? The entire city is in blackout. Even the surveillance cameras are powerless. With so many containers here, we could empty one without anyone noticing." These individuals had set their sights on the containers. Chapter 46. The emergence of malicious intent. But what if there are still cameras in power? The bald youth said cautiously, his eyes betraying his fear. Li Kuei, exasperated, pointed a finger at him and retorted, "This is why you'll never get rich. You lack any sense of observation. Look around. Where in this entire city is there any power? Even the traffic lights are out." Li Kuei glanced at his 4 companions, observing their anxious expressions, and continued with a coaxing tone, "I brought you along to help you make some money since you've been following me for so long. Think about those who look down on you. Why do they? Isn't it because you're broke? The opportunity to earn is right before you. Do you wish to live your lives as impoverished fools, looked down upon by others?" Li Kuei's fervent rhetoric, steeped in desperation, stemmed from his recent gambling debts incurred from high-interest loans. Unlike petty criminals, those he owed were backed by formidable forces, and dealing with them was no trivial matter. If he failed to repay his debts, he could soon find himself maimed. When the city plunged into darkness, it felt as though fate was intervening on his behalf. Thus, he resolutely set his sights on the nearby port, realizing he could only accomplish so much alone, which is why he had enlisted these 4 cowards. Seeing that he had swayed their resolve, Li Kuei pressed on. "With so many containers here, no one will notice if we empty one. And without surveillance, even if someone does notice, they won't know it was us. If we do get caught, just say I was the mastermind." With Li Kuei's persuasive reasoning and his promise to shoulder the blame, the others finally set aside their concerns, their eyes glistening with varying degrees of greed. All of them were in their 20s, without a single legitimate job, spending most of their time depending on their families. This shared plight had drawn them together. One of them, with dyed yellow hair, spat on the ground and exclaimed, "Let us do it. This is just the wealth the capitalists have stripped from our common folk. We're simply taking back what's ours." Brotherly is right. There's no surveillance now. What's there to fear? Once we complete this job, I'll show my old man that I'm not just a waste of space who squanders money," said a plump youth with a neck like a bull. The last of the group, a young man with a buzz cut and an ear stud, added, "Let us go for it." The bald youth, seeing his companions rallying, gritted his teeth and declared, "I'm in with Brotherly." "Good." Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. "Let us move quickly." At that moment, the yellow-haired youth suddenly spoke up. "Brotherly, there's someone over there. Could they be the staff here?" He pointed to Lin Shi, 100 meters away, engrossed in his task of collecting supplies from a container. Li Kuei glanced in Lin Shi's direction, appraising him intently and quickly deducing he was no staff member. The workers here wear uniforms. "Ignore him. We'll head to the other side," Li Kuei said decisively, leading his followers toward another row of containers. The port's containers included both imports and exports, filled with myriad goods. Lin Shi had recently collected pharmaceuticals and a box of luxury items. While the luxury goods were of little use, the medicines were invaluable. Placing his hand on the nearby container, he focused his intent, discovering it was filled with seeds. The container was packed with over 2,000 boxes, each labeled with the name of a seed. The seeds were tiny, potentially numbering in the tens of thousands within a single box. This entire container must contain over 100 million seeds. If he did not take them, they would inevitably spoil in the coming days and become useless. Yet, even if he collected them, in this post-apocalyptic environment, planting them would be futile. In a world gripped by extreme cold, most plants would perish, leaving only a bleak expanse of white. With a hint of regret, Lin Shi shook his head but nonetheless stored the seeds in his space. After gathering supplies from hundreds of containers, his space had only occupied a small corner. Given its current capacity, accommodating the contents of over 20,000 containers posed no challenge. Continuing toward the next container, a sudden series of metallic clanging echoed in the distance. Lin Shi furrowed his brow and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Hiding behind a container, he peeked around the corner, discovering 5 masked individuals brandishing a stolen fire axe, attempting to chop at the lock of a container. Lin Shi's face flashed with surprise. It appeared that others had quickly realized the situation and shared his intent. However, these individuals lacked a spatial ability and could only break the locks to access the contents within. Without vehicles, they could not transport much. Although the sound of rain masked their actions, such commotion could easily attract the attention of nearby staff. Indeed, after a few glances, Lin Shi spotted 2 staff members in raincoats jogging toward the scene from a distance. It's opened. Hurry, let us see what's inside. Whoa. Isn't this the bag that celebrities often flaunt on television? This is a donkey brand. I have an X brand here too. This entire crate is filled with valuable goods. We're going to strike it rich. The 5 men rushed into the container, tearing open boxes. Completely oblivious to the approaching staff, Lin Shi stealthily concealed himself behind the container, simultaneously collecting the goods within into his space. The 2 port staff, drawn by the noise, quickly discovered the open container. Hey, what are you doing? The 5 men jumped in shock. The bald youth, clutching a donkey bag-esque box, dropped it onto the ground, stammering, Li Kuei, we've been discovered. Shut up, you fool. Li Kuei hissed sharply. The 2 staff members brandished batons, pointing at the 5 men and demanding, come out. Li Kuei's eyes greedily swept over the container brimming with luxury goods. With this haul, he could not only repay his debts, but perhaps even purchase a home in the suburbs, securing a stable future. If today's venture failed, he would be unable to repay the exorbitant loans and face dire consequences. With no surveillance present, eliminating these 2 would leave no trace. A flash of malice crossed Li Kuei's face as he seized the fire axe beside him and charged toward one of the port staff. Chapter 47. Arrival of the troops in Shushi. The 2 administrators had not anticipated the ferocity of these individuals, and in a moment of shock, one of them was swiftly brought down. The fallen man lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, while the other, paralyzed by fear, scrambled backward, his face a mask of terror. No, please don't kill me. With a fierce swing of his axe, Li Kuei struck the man's leg, his bloodshot eyes sweeping menacingly over the 4 others who lingered behind, a bloodied fire axe still clutched in his hand. Are you not going to act? This scene was profoundly shocking for those who had always lived within the confines of a safe and orderly world. The 4, terrified that Li Kuei might turn his wrath upon them as well, mustered their courage and approached the 2 administrators who still clung to life. After that, Lin Shi chose not to witness any further. He refrained from intervening and redirected his efforts toward gathering supplies. 2 hours later, Lin Shi had successfully collected a substantial portion of the goods from the port's numerous containers. The overcast sky and the persistent rain cast a gloomy pall over the evening, the temperature having dropped several degrees since noon, leaving the air damp and chilly. Perhaps due to an ill twist of fate, he encountered the 5 individuals once more as he prepared to leave. They bore little resemblance to their former selves. 3 had lost their raincoats, revealing their true appearances, and their clothing was splattered with blood. The one who had first wielded the axe was particularly gruesome, his green attire nearly obscured by the dark stains. Li Gu, that's that kid from before. Huang Mao recognized Lin Shi's outfit immediately. After Lin Shi's departure, they had only worked for half an hour before encountering 3 workers searching for them. Whether killing 2 or 5, the outcome remained unchanged, this time without a word. The 5 coordinated their attack. Having experienced the thrill of murder twice, they had mostly overcome their initial fear, their vision clouded with bloodlust, ready to strike at any sight of a person. Then, the buzzcut man, his face contorted with rage, charged at Lin Shi, fire axe in hand. Lin Shi, in a swift motion, reached into his raincoat, actually from his spatial storage, and retrieved a silenced pistol, firing directly. A muffled thud echoed as a bullet pierced the man's forehead, and he stumbled forward, dropping the axe and collapsing onto the ground. The remaining 4, including Li Kuei, abruptly snapped out of their murderous fervor. The shaven-headed youth fell to his knees, hands clasped over his head. Please don't kill me. I'll confess. Please. Lin Shi smoothly drew his weapon and fired again, the bald youth instinctively perceiving him as a law enforcement officer. Li Kuei, his face twisted in fury, bellowed, "What are you afraid of? We've killed enough people today to fill graves. He's just one man with a gun. Let us take him down together." With that, he charged forward. The fat man and Huang Mao exchanged a glance, a flicker of malice crossing their faces as they too lunged at Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Lin Shi fired 3 shots in quick succession, the 3 assailants crumpling to the ground one after the other. The last of them, Huang Mao, nearly grabbed Lin Shi's arm. But the unsteady youth was no match for Lin Shi. In mere moments, four bodies lay lifeless on the ground. The band of five, who had sought to rob the rich and aid the poor, now consisted solely of the shaven-headed youth, who was left trembling in terror. Lin Shi aimed his gun at the youth, who, in a fit of despair, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Just as Lin Shi approached to silence him, he heard a commotion nearby. A cacophony of footsteps resonated in the distance, the sound unnaturally organized. Instinctively sensing danger, Lin Shi slipped behind a container to evade detection. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a cluster of containers, advancing toward Lin Shi, now only a few meters away. Who goes there? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Were these military personnel? When he had arrived in Shushi, he learned that the troops were stationed on a small island, with no boats available. Had these soldiers truly rowed over? As dusk fell and the rain continued to pour, Lin Shi realized he had not noticed any boats on the water earlier. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he quickly suppressed his footsteps and retreated, using the containers for cover. However, fortune was not on his side that day. Just as he evaded one group of soldiers, another team emerged from behind a nearby container, their weapons aimed squarely at him. Who are you? Lin Shi halted, raising his hands and feigning panic. I'm just a student. Upon hearing this, the soldiers lowered their weapons slightly, yet remained vigilant, encircling Lin Shi. Don't move. They had just landed at the port and discovered several corpses, along with evidence of tampered container locks and missing goods. This was undoubtedly a heinous murder case. Although their mission was to secure the supplies, they were also obligated to apprehend the perpetrator. One soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. Report. No dangerous items found. The soldier returned to his unit. A serious-looking officer approached Lin Shi, confirming his age before inquiring, "Which school do you attend, and what brings you here?" Shushi Arts Academy, Lin Shi replied, naming Su Qin's institution. The identification of a student would likely ease their suspicions, especially since Lin Shi had indeed been a student prior. Without taxis or navigation, his story seemed plausible. Show me your student ID. Lin Shi, somewhat anxious as he realized he had left it behind, replied. Would my ID card suffice? With a nod from the officer, Lin Shi retrieved his identification from a compartment in his phone case that had not been searched. King Chao took the ID, verified its authenticity, and returned it to Lin Shi, dressed neatly and without a speck of blood or any weaponry on him. Along with the fact that he was only 19 years old, it was difficult for them to associate him with a murderer. Yet, King Chao still felt that something about Lin Shi was amiss. Lin Shi's heart raced, but he maintained an indifferent facade. All right. Soon, he was led to an open area. A quick glance revealed hundreds of soldiers, each armed. Additionally, dozens of uniformed port officials had also been gathered in the same space. At that moment, a port official, clearly overweight and balding, was speaking tearfully to a suspected officer. Among the gathered, Lin Shi spotted the sole survivor of the five, the shaven-headed youth, tightly bound and watched over by two soldiers. Suddenly, the youth lifted his head and glanced in Lin Shi's direction. Chapter 48. Escaping. Realizing the youth had noticed him, Lin Shi quickly turned away, hiding behind a tall soldier to avoid recognition. What are you hiding from? A vaguely familiar voice resonated from behind him. Lin Shi stiffened slightly, turning to see that the very officer he had used as a shield was none other than King Chao. With a piercing gaze, King Chao scrutinized Lin Shi's eyes, as if attempting to discern something deeper. Lin Shi understood that he was under suspicion. Report. We found two students at the port exit who claimed to be lost. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi turned to see one of the two students being brought over, and his expression shifted dramatically. King Chao glanced at Lin Shi before making his way toward the two students. For reasons unknown, his years of military experience told him that this boy named Lin Shi was anything but ordinary. Approaching the two female students, King Chao inquired of the soldier accompanying them. Which school are they from? Have their identities been verified? Report, sir. They are from Shushi Arts Academy, confirmed. One of the girls burst into tears upon seeing King Chao. Wang Chao furrowed his brow, still contemplating further inquiries. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and waved towards another female student, Su Qin. 2 days prior, Su Qin had ventured out shopping with the 2,000 yuan Lin Shi had given her and her dormitory mate. However, she inexplicably fainted and upon regaining consciousness, discovered her phone had died. Stepping outside, she learned of the monumental changes in Sha City. Initially elated to see soldiers, she sought assistance, only to find herself brought here. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers and armed soldiers. Su Qin's face was a portrait of anxiety and tension. Su Qin, hearing a familiar voice. She turned to see Lin Shi. What are you doing here? In this strange and solemn setting. The presence of an acquaintance undoubtedly provided a significant boost to her sense of security. Wang Chao observed their familiar demeanor and queried Su Qin, "Do you know each other?" Su Qin nodded vigorously, her expression brightening. "Yes, we are classmates." In her excitement, she spoke rapidly, inadvertently omitting the word high school. Initially intending to say high school classmates, she decided it was inconsequential now that the words had escaped her lips. Wang Chao's gaze softened as he regarded Lin Shi. It seemed he had overthought the situation. "Please wait here. I will find a comrade familiar with Sha City's layout to escort you to the school." With that, he turned and departed. Lin Shi felt a quiet sigh of relief within. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" inquired Li Xiao, her voice still tinged with tears. "I am a student from the sculpture department." Lin Shi winked at Su Qin, confused about when Lin Shi had transitioned to the sculpture department. Su Qin quickly comprehended the cue to cooperate. Being generous, Lin Shi's small request was something she could easily assist with. "Yes, he is also a freshman." Su Qin replied ambiguously. The three exchanged a few casual remarks before Wang Chao returned with a soldier who appeared only slightly older than the three of them. "This is Li Wei. He is also from Sha City and knows the way to your school. Follow him." Lin Shi and the others expressed their gratitude, with Wang Chao addressing Li Wei in the latter half of his statement. Li Wei nodded and led the trio away. Shortly after they departed, a soldier approached Wang Chao, reporting, "Commander, we have located the perpetrator responsible for the murders of nearby officials." The suspect confessed that he and his accomplices were responsible for those deaths. However, 4 of his accomplices have already been killed. According to this bald man, it was a young security officer in a black raincoat who opened fire. A young security officer in a black raincoat? For some reason, Wang Chao's mind immediately conjured Lin Shi's face as he said, "Take me to the suspect. We must hurry. It will be dark soon." The city is experiencing a power outage, and without streetlights, traveling at night is perilous. Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch, noting it was already 5:27 p.m. He recalled the map of Sha City, estimating that it was approximately 5 kilometers to the Sha City Art Academy on foot. "Well, it's just a few kilometers. I have a flashlight, so I'm not afraid of the dark." Su Qin and Li Xiao quickened their pace, trailing behind Li Wei. Lin Shi walked beside Li Wei. "Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Sha City?" Li Xiao inquired. After a moment's consideration, Li Wei responded, "The higher-ups have not instructed us to conceal information. A solar storm 2 days ago damaged the city's electrical grid. How long will it take to fix? How can we survive without power? My phone is also ruined. Can you help me fix it? If it can't be repaired, I can't afford a new one." Li Xiao seemed to be quite the chatterbox, speaking incessantly. "The leadership has dispatched personnel to repair the power before it is restored. You should remain at the school and not venture out. In a couple of days, other troops will distribute emergency supplies at the school." "What kind of emergency supplies?" "Food, candles, matches, lighters, and the like." "What? Candles? Goodness, I will have to live by candlelight. How terrifying at night." "Xiao Qin, what are we going to do?" Su Qin's face was also filled with worry. Lin Shi, however, was aware of the impending reality. Once the extreme cold set in, even undamaged power lines left exposed outdoors would succumb to the frost. All machinery with precision parts would be rendered inoperative, beyond the capacity of anyone to repair the power station and transformers by hand. Not to mention the peril of reconnecting lines amidst a blizzard. Power would never be restored. Chapter 49, Sha City Art Academy. Lin Shi recalled his father mentioning in his youth about the times before electricity became widespread. Back then, they relied on candles and flashlights, sleeping as soon as darkness fell and rising before dawn. Life revolved solely around labor, and they worked tirelessly for sustenance, resulting in robust physical health. Nighttime travel was rare, and there were no forms of entertainment after dark, nor were there any internet-addicted youths. Contemporary humanity had grown overly dependent on electronic devices, engrossed in the internet, with countless individuals glued to their phones, leading to a decline in overall physical fitness. This solar storm had obliterated electronic gadgets, causing humanity to regress several centuries, effectively enforcing a digital detox. The advent of extreme cold prompted survivors to increasingly prioritize physical fitness. A flash of insight coursed through Lin Shi's mind, a thought flickering momentarily before he could seize it. As Lin Shi pondered, the two girls behind him shifted their complaints about the power outage to discussions about him. Lin Shi, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Li Xiao stepped closer, preparing to tap Lin Shi on the shoulder. Lost in thought, Lin Shi instinctively grasped her outstretched hand, surprised at his own reflexes. Ouch! That hurt, Li Xiao exclaimed. I'm sorry, I was just thinking. Lin Shi bore no resemblance to either of his parents. His father had ordinary features, while his mother was overly gentle. Lin Shi's face was more sculpted, as if chiseled with precision. His deep-set eyes, prominent nose, and slightly thin lips contributed to his striking appearance. However, a 1-centimeter scar on his brow marred this perfection, a remnant from when he fell from his crib in childhood, as his father recounted. The once clear eyes lent Lin Shi's face a warmth, but now they held only coldness and indifference. When he refrained from smiling, an aura emanated from him that discouraged approach. Wang Chao noted this incongruity, recognizing that Lin Shi's gaze was not typical for a 19-year-old. While expressions can be feigned, one's gaze is far more difficult to disguise. Li Xiao, seemingly less perceptive, rubbed her wrist and said, "Forget it. I forgive you, considering your good looks. I just asked if you have a girlfriend." Upon hearing that Lin Shi was single, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Well, you," Su Qin stepped forward, interrupting Li Xiao's infatuation. Observing Li Xiao's admiration for Lin Shi, Su Qin felt a sense of possessiveness. Li Xiao, hidden from Su Qin's sight, rolled her eyes. Lin Shi remained largely indifferent to the girl's affections. With the apocalypse looming, mere survival was already a challenge. Romantic entanglements were far from his mind. After all, those who can hurt you the most are often the ones you trust the most. Li Wei glanced at the darkening sky, urging, "Let us move quickly." After walking for half an hour, the darkness deepened, and the rain had ceased. The temperature around them had dropped lower than in the afternoon. Lin Shi removed his raincoat and felt the chill, estimating the temperature had decreased by at least 5 degrees since they had set out. Su Qin and Li Xiao, clad in light shorts and short sleeves, huddled together for warmth. Li Xiao, eyeing Lin Shi's long-sleeved jacket, whispered to Su Qin, "Aren't you very familiar with this guy? Let him lend us his coat for a moment," thought Li Xiao, who was about to speak, alongside Su Qin. With her charm, it would be effortless for a young man to part with his outerwear, especially Lin Shi, who had harbored a fondness for her since high school and had followed her to Shushi. Indeed, Su Qin had already imagined that Lin Shi's presence in Shushi was solely for her. With confidence, Su Qin asked, "Lin Shi, may I borrow your coat?" Lin Shi promptly refused, stating, no. He would not risk exposing himself to the potential chill for someone he deemed unrelated. The smile on Su Qin's face faltered. Li Xiao noticed Su Qin's awkward expression and, while maintaining a composed exterior, felt a flicker of schadenfreude. After all, even the beautiful Su Qin could falter. "Why do you lack even a semblance of gentlemanly conduct?" Su Qin retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger rising within her. Uffed. Li Xiao could not suppress her laughter. But it was short-lived. The darkness enveloping them caused her to stumble over something unseen, sending her crashing to the ground. "Ah!" she screamed. Observing this, Li Wei retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and switched it on. Li Xiao found herself sprawled in the dirty puddles, infuriated as she exclaimed, "Why didn't you bring out the flashlight sooner?" Li Wei explained, "In the army, usable flashlights and batteries are scarce. We must conserve them." Flashlights and batteries had become exceedingly precious commodities. Frustration bubbled within Li Xiao, yet she dared not confront a soldier. Half of her body was drenched in mud, and standing up only exacerbated her chill, forcing her to hug her arms tightly against her shivering frame. She approached Lin Shi, wearing a pitiful expression. "No," Lin Shi interjected, foreseeing her request and decisively declining. Li Xiao, exasperated, snapped, "What is wrong with you? Are you even a man?" However, no matter her protests, Lin Shi remained unmoved. As the four of them reached the entrance of the Shushi Art Academy, darkness had fully descended, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The school's automatic doors were malfunctioning and locked. They approached the security booth and rapped on the glass. "Excuse me, do you have a flashlight? It's pitch black here." The security guard glanced at the flashlight in Li Wei's hand and inquired, "I'm sorry, I only have one. Supplies will be distributed in the coming days." Upon hearing this, the guard sighed and nodded. "I don't know when the electricity will be restored. You may enter." The campus was shrouded in darkness, silent and still. Under the guidance of Su Qin and Li Xiao, the group made their way toward the girls' dormitory. Midway through their journey, Lin Shi abruptly halted. What's wrong? Li Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, her patience wearing thin. Handsome or not, your personality is insufferable. Silence. Lin Shi hissed, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. A faint rustling noise reached his ears, seemingly growing closer. Where's the nearest building? He turned to Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, urgency coloring his voice. Why do you ask? We're only a few minutes from the dormitory. Hurry up, Su Qin replied, puzzled by Lin Shi's serious demeanor. Yet she pointed toward the darkness on the left. The gym is just a few hundred meters that way. Run. It's hailing, Lin Shi warned. Snatching the flashlight from Li Wei and sprinting in the direction Su Qin indicated. He could not concern himself with whether the others would follow. What? The two girls were momentarily taken aback, but Li Wei had already dashed after Lin Shi. Wait for us. In the enveloping darkness, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow. However, Lin Shi quickly became just a distant flicker of light, impossible to catch. Are you crazy? Why are you running? Li Xiaoxiao yelled in desperation. The rustling sound intensified, indicating that something was indeed approaching. Remembering Lin Shi's warning, Su Qin panicked and summoned her energy as a dance major, racing toward the gym. Gym, she urged, oblivious to the distance she had put between herself and Li Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she heard Li Xiaoxiao cry out, I've fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin hesitated momentarily, the sound of ice crashing down growing clearer, but after only a fleeting second, she gritted her teeth and continued running. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed behind her. Li Xiaoxiao's scream rang out, followed by an unsettling silence. Su Qin's eyes welled with tears as she pressed on, but her speed could not match the falling hail. A marble-sized piece of hail struck her forehead, followed by a fist-sized chunk hitting her left shoulder. Pain flared through her, yet she dared not halt. In the next moment, a head-sized piece of hail narrowly missed her nose, crashing to the ground beside her. Lin Shi, help me. Panic surged within Su Qin, and she clung to her last thread of hope. Not far ahead, the flashlight's beam had come to a standstill, indicating that the gym was within reach. Yet, that short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. The thunderous sound of hail shattering upon impact filled her ears, and she feared that the next moment could be her last. Within her, genetic alterations were swiftly occurring, reconfiguring her very being. In a remarkable display of agility, Su Qin narrowly evaded several larger pieces of hail. Yet, just meters from the gym, her strength waned. Her limbs weakened, and her vision blurred. Before losing consciousness, she caught sight of a figure rushing toward her, lifting her onto their shoulders. Then, darkness enveloped her. Huff, huff, Li Wei panted, sustaining several injuries from the hail. Su Qin's clothing bore bloodstains. Only Lin Shi remained composed, having taken refuge beneath the gym's eaves before the hail began to fall, watching the desperate struggle unfold with cold detachment. Li Wei glared at Lin Shi. Aren't you classmates? Why didn't you help? Lin Shi let out a sardonic laugh, dripping with mockery. Isn't that woman also a classmate? Why didn't she save her? They had all heard Li Xiaoxiao's cries echo across the distance. If Su Qin managed to reach them, it was evident she had not attempted to rescue Li Xiaoxiao. Li Wei was left speechless. Why not save her? Because he feared for his own life. Because others' lives paled in comparison to his own. This, he mused, was human nature. Lin Shi turned, flashlight in hand, and walked toward the gym. He was not responsible for being anyone's savior. Offering a warning was already a considerable act of kindness. The gym was shrouded in darkness as Lin Shi entered, illuminating the area with his flashlight. Several corridors branched off from the first floor, each marked with signs indicating their destinations. Not far ahead, an arrow pointed toward the fitness room. Lin Shi made his way there. Inside the fitness room lay various exercise equipment and several yoga mats. Upon seeing Li Wei carrying Su Qin enter, Lin Shi declared, "You can rest here. I'll find another place to sleep. Please don't follow me." He was unaccustomed to having strangers nearby while resting. "Wait, your classmate seems to be having a seizure," Li Wei exclaimed as he set Su Qin down. Lin Shi then noticed that Su Qin was curled up, her exquisite features contorted in agony, her limbs twitching involuntarily. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened with concern. Su Qin's current appearance resembled her state after unlocking the gene lock, entering a post-symptomatic phase. He gently nudged her, calling Su Qin. Su Qin? Li Wei, pulling out a piece of cloth from an unknown source, folded it and placed it in Su Qin's mouth, explaining, "This will prevent her from biting herself." She appears to be having a seizure, likely triggered by her earlier sprint. Lin Shi could not deny this. In the years he had known Su Qin, he had never heard of her having epilepsy, although it was not impossible that she had concealed her medical history. Li Wei laid Su Qin's body flat, tilting her head to one side, and began to massage her hands and feet. His techniques were quite appropriate for the situation. Lin Shi positioned the flashlight higher, illuminating a large portion of the gym. Seconds turned into minutes. Su Qin's gums bled from the force of her biting. Lin Shi yearned to ascertain whether Su Qin's condition was indeed a consequence of unlocking the gene lock. He recalled that no. Tu had consumed the remaining half of a blue pill. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed the idea of administering it to Su Qin. No. Tu had previously mentioned that he experienced a genetic collapse only after unlocking the gene lock for the 5th time, implying that he had endured the first 4 attempts. At least, according to number 2's account, he had successfully navigated the first time on his own. While Lin Shi remained skeptical about an ordinary person being able to unlock a gene lock, the onset of the apocalypse suggested that the information from the treasure trove indicated a rapid evolution of species. Thus, it was not entirely implausible for an ordinary individual to unlock their gene lock in a life-or-death situation. Lin Shi pondered, are we to merely watch her suffer? Li Wei, witnessing Su Qin's agony, felt a pang of sympathy. What do you propose we do? Lin Shi scoffed. Are you planning to take her to the hospital? With no means of transportation, it would take an eternity to walk her there. And with hail falling outside, venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. The school has a medic. Where else would you go at this time? Besides, you are you. Do not involve me. Lin Shi corrected him. Aren't you classmates? How can you stand by and do nothing? Li Wei, in a fit of anger, felt the ingrained duty of a soldier to protect ordinary people rise within him. If he could express his frustration more openly, he would have resorted to foul language. This is the 2nd time you have uttered that phrase. I believe I have made my stance abundantly clear, Lin Shi replied coldly. He glanced out the window, noting that the hail had lessened considerably in just a brief moment. Li Wei retrieved a candle from his backpack and lit it, taking the flashlight away. I cannot stand idly by. You stay here with her while I go check outside. Lin Shi watched as Li Wei departed, murmuring under his breath, there is no one left in this world for whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51. Darkness and Light. After Li Wei's departure, Lin Shi sat cross-legged, observing Su Qin's transformation. Despite her evident suffering, he remained unmoved. The sweat pouring from her pain-soaked brow had dampened her hair and clothing. The thin white t-shirt clung to her form, subtly accentuating her delicate curves. In a typical scenario, a young man alone with a beautiful woman exhibiting such vulnerability would likely succumb to overwhelming urges. Yet, Lin Shi felt no such stirrings. 10 minutes passed. The anguish etched on Su Qin's face began to fade, her body gradually calming. Once she regained her composure, she weakly opened her eyes and murmured, where am I? Am I not dead? Lin Shi supported her back against the wall. You are in the gym. You just had a seizure, correct? Seizure? I'm not ill. I don't know what happened. I was about to faint, and then suddenly, I was in excruciating pain, Su Qin replied, her expression a mix of confusion and fear. That pain had been unbearable. Lin Shi's gaze shifted, further suspecting that Su Qin may have inadvertently activated her gene lock. Did anything unusual occur before you entered the gym? Or did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Qin shook her head. I was just so frightened that I could only run, but then I fainted. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? Su Qin's eyes locked onto his. It was that soldier who saved you, Lin Shi replied. Avoiding direct acknowledgement, Su Qin lowered her gaze, the dim candlelight obscuring her expression. What about that soldier? You want to find the school medic. Upon hearing this, Su Qin fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, she spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi regarded her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower and illuminated the path with your flashlight, Xiao wouldn't have died. Why? Why have you become so heartless? You caused Xiao's death. The final words erupted from her lips, almost as a scream. She had overheard Lin Shi and Li Wei's conversation, unable to voice her thoughts. Having endured a series of life-threatening experiences, Su Qin's mental state was frayed, hanging by a thread. The weight of her conscience regarding Li Xiao's death became unbearable, and she shifted all blame onto Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was a mask of accusation and resentment, her reddened eyes fixed intently on him. Lin Shi's gaze turned icy. a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had faced such accusations far too often, whether branded as cold-hearted or selfish. The lessons of the apocalypse had taught him one brutal truth: never extend genuine kindness or compassion to anyone. Even if he had been the one to save Su Qin, she would still hold him responsible for Li Xiao's demise. Yet, Su Qin failed to realize that Lin Shi and Li Xiao were unrelated. Why should he risk his life to save her? Lin Shi's thoughts sharpened, and a dagger materialized in his hand from behind his back. He could not allow someone harboring hatred for him to remain alive, especially one who might have unlocked their gene lock. That would pose a threat to him. Su Qin, startled by the coldness in Lin Shi's gaze, instinctively recoiled, only to find the unforgiving wall behind her. Li Wei hurried back into the gym, leading another person by the hand. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi rose, noting a man in a white coat carrying a medical kit behind Li Wei. The man quickly approached, kneeling beside Su Qin to examine her condition. "Su Qin, are you all right? Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" The man seemed to recognize Su Qin. Her expression mirrored her surprise. "Dr. Chu?" Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, watching Dr. Chu inquire about Su Qin's condition and assess her injuries. Lin Shi refrained from questioning how Li Wei, bruised and battered, had managed to locate the medic, instead focusing on Su Qin's account. Her narrative aligned closely with what she had just shared with Lin Shi. Suddenly, Dr. Chu turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei, stating, "Su Qin has sustained multiple injuries. I will tend to her wounds. Gentlemen, please step outside for a moment." Su Qin lowered her head, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Lin Shi turned to leave, followed closely by Li Wei, who shut the door behind them. Once the gym door closed, Su Qin threw herself into Dr. Chu's embrace, sobbing quietly. Moments before, as Dr. Chu had leaned in to examine her, she had discreetly tugged at his clothing for cover, writing the words "help me" in his palm. "Wah, Dr. Chu, someone is trying to kill me." Su Qin had spotted Lin Shi's silhouette reflected in the glass, witnessing the dagger that had appeared in his hand. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. Dr. Chu, feeling her soft form against him, briefly eyed her with a hint of desire, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Take your time, tell me what happened." Lin Shi and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment before speaking to Lin Shi. Upon hearing that Li Wei was about to leave, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei took out his only emergency ration from his backpack and handed it to Lin Shi, without giving Lin Shi a chance to refuse. Li Wei turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, Lin Shi's voice called out from behind him, "You need not blame yourself. Had you not followed me, all three of you would have perished." Li Wei halted, his eyes immediately reddening at Lin Shi's words. He believed no one understood the torment he felt deep within. The question he posed to Lin Shi was, in fact, an inquiry into his own conscience. Why did he not come to their aid? The moment he heard the hail was coming and saw Lin Shi grab the flashlight and flee, fear had overwhelmed him. His instinctive reaction was to escape. He had enlisted for less than 2 years, initially to fulfill his military service, but suddenly found himself under a first-level combat readiness order, officially becoming a soldier. The world outside had changed drastically, and the future seemed fraught with unforeseen challenges. At merely 21 years of age, he too felt fear. He was afraid of death. Yet, he was a soldier. It was his duty to protect ordinary people. His actions felt akin to desertion. Only upon reaching safety did he remember the 2 female classmates left behind, prompting him to risk his life to find the school doctor when Su Qin seemed to be falling ill. Lin Shi was correct. Had he not run, all 3 might have succumbed to the hail. Although this realization could not entirely absolve him of guilt, it did bring him some solace. A fleeting glimmer of gratitude crossed Li Wei's eyes as he nodded to Lin Shi and departed. Lin Shi gazed at the emergency ration in his hands, and his previously cold demeanor softened slightly. He tucked the item away into his space. Some are drawn to the light, while others succumb to darkness. Though Lin Shi considered himself far from a good person, he did not reject those who genuinely were. After all, good people often meet their demise swiftly. And with each death, the world lost another. After a while, the gym door swung open, and Dr. Chu announced, "It's ready. You may come in." Lin Shi stepped into the gym, finding a corner to sit. Su Qin stared at the door, noticing that no one else entered for a long time. With a hint of anxiety in her voice, she asked Lin Shi, "What about that soldier? Did he just leave without even saying goodbye?" Lin Shi retorted sharply. Upon reaching the school gate, his mission was complete. "Do you expect him to pledge his life to you for saving yours?" Su Qin's face stiffened slightly. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qin's eyes as she turned to Dr. Chu, who shook his head slightly and said in a clear voice, "Let us rest here tonight." Su Qin found a spot to lie down, stating, "I'm going to blow out the candle now." Upon hearing this, Su Qin located a mat and settled down. The candle extinguished with a soft puff. Once Dr. Chu lay down as well, the surroundings fell silent. In the darkness, the faint sounds of fabric rustling could be heard, before all returned to stillness. Time passed, and then a subtle rustling broke the silence again. Suddenly, Su Qin opened her eyes in the dark and reached out to touch Dr. Chu, who also opened his eyes. Both were wide awake, devoid of any sleepiness. In the dark, Dr. Chu could not discern Su Qin's expression but gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. Then, he slowly rose, retrieving a sharp scalpel from his pocket. He had quietly removed his shoes and moved on the floor without making a sound. With only the faint rustle of clothing in the dark, Su Qin sat up, her heart racing, fearing that the sound of her heartbeat might awaken Lin Shi. Knowing that Lin Shi intended to kill her, Su Qin sought the help of Dr. Chu. Initially, she would have turned to Li Wei, but without an opportunity to do so, he had left quietly. Dr. Chu informed Su Qin that neither the security office nor the hospital could be contacted for the past 2 days, as all communication and power in the city had been severed. He even suspected that the entire Qiming nation, or perhaps the entire Eastern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere, had been struck by a solar storm. Earlier that day, the principal had sought assistance from the nearby security office, but it was overcrowded and severely understaffed, leaving the school without effective help. The collapse of order seemed merely a matter of time. Su Qin was frightened by Dr. Chu's words. She recalled his declaration, "Xiao Qin, I like you. I cannot allow anyone to harm you. I can help you kill him. As long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you." Dr. Chu's gaze felt foreign to Su Qin. Yet, with the realization that Lin Shi wished to kill her, she understood that if she did not act, she would die. Why did Lin Shi dare to kill? Why was he so cold-blooded? Was it not because order had disintegrated, and even if he took lives, no one would intervene? Thus, if they killed Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Su Qin found her reasoning and ultimately agreed to Dr. Chu's plan. However, she did not consider why Dr. Chu felt emboldened to kill. In the darkness, a chilling smile crept across Dr. Chu's face. These past 2 days had been akin to paradise for him. Since the school received news of the solar storm outbreak yesterday, many students exhibited various inexplicable symptoms of dizziness and vomiting by mid-morning, with several falling unconscious, including a few school doctors. Strangely, Dr. Chu had remained unaffected, only feeling slightly nauseous. In light of the emergency, the teachers who had not succumbed to unconsciousness transported students to the school hospital, the majority treated by Dr. Chu. Initially, he treated them diligently, but as he realized that no matter what he did, the unconscious students would not awaken and posed no immediate danger to life, he succumbed to wicked thoughts. After one incident, no one noticed. The school security reported that all surveillance had failed, and with no contact with the security office, Dr. Chu's audacity grew. Over the course of a day and a night, he violated numerous female students, indulging in their youthful bodies. Little did he expect that when he assaulted one student that morning, she would awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, she struggled and screamed. In a panic, Dr. Chu killed her and concealed her body in a large trash bag, stashing it in an empty refrigerator. This act was akin to opening Pandora's box. Dr. Chu utilized the hospital's medications to inject the still unconscious female students, ensuring they remained in a deep sleep, and continued his heinous acts. 2 female students, having received overdoses, would never awaken again. The entire school plunged into panic and chaos due to the sudden upheaval. Even after 2 days and nights, no one had discovered the truth. Even if someone inquired about the missing students, Dr. Chu simply claimed they had left. That evening, as Dr. Chu continued his assault on a particular girl in the school hospital, he suddenly heard someone call out. Seeing Li Wei in his military uniform nearly frightened him to death, fearing his deeds had been uncovered. However, Li Wei was merely there to seek help. Following Li Wei to the gym, the subsequent events unfolded as Su Qin sought his aid. Upon learning that Li Wei was only escorting them to the school and would soon depart, Dr. Chu resolved to kill Lin Shi and persuaded Su Qin to agree to the murder. This time, he had no desire to employ lifeless fish devoid of any sensation. He craved the experience of a vibrant, vivacious woman. By eliminating this young man, he would finally be able to relish the beauty of Su Qin, whom he had long coveted. With this thought, the excitement in the eyes of the school doctor intensified. He had approached the position where Lin Shi was seated. The school doctor brandished a gleaming scalpel, plunging it fiercely into that very spot. Chapter 53. If I shoot at you, try to dodge. The radiant scalpel sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Shi's location. Su Qin was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Yet the gruesome imagery of bloodshed conjured in her mind nearly caused her to gasp. She pressed her mouth shut to stifle any sound. However, the bloody scene she envisioned did not materialize. The school doctor's strike missed entirely. He was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Where is he? Are you searching for me? A blinding light erupted in the darkness, accompanied by Lin Shi's voice. He stood 2 meters away from the school doctor, wielding a powerful flashlight, its piercing brightness dispelling the shadows enveloping the gymnasium. This time, Su Qin could no longer contain her shock. How could you possibly be there? I distinctly remember you were sleeping right here. The school doctor shielded his eyes from the blinding light with one hand, while pointing the scalpel at Lin Shi with the other. Oh, I merely relocated after extinguishing the candle, Lin Shi replied. Impossible. We didn't hear you move at all. And where did you procure that flashlight? Su Qin's face was a portrait of panic at being discovered. I truly do not know whether to commend your cleverness or to lament your foolishness. I merely shifted my position before this school doctor lay down. His movements masked my own. I naturally retrieved the flashlight from my backpack. By the way, are you two planning to kill me at this late hour? Lin Shi turned to Su Qin with a smile, his demeanor calm. However, I have a habit of never sleeping in the same room as strangers. If I were to do so, I would never truly rest. After enduring the hardships of the apocalypse, he had become all too familiar with the malice inherent in humanity. The moment he laid eyes on the school doctor, he sensed a ruthless aura, as if he had recently taken a life. He had prudently shifted positions when the candlelight flickered out. Moreover, since his rebirth, Lin Shi had become acutely sensitive to the gazes of others. Even in darkness, he could perceive the faintest hint of murderous intent. Thus, he had already opened his eyes. What a night it was, one he wished to avoid extending. Lin Shi's eerie smile, combined with the current atmosphere, caused Su Qin to shudder involuntarily. Was this truly the Lin Shi she once knew? Lin Shi ceased his banter, advancing swiftly to seize the scalpel from the school doctor's grasp and plunged it into the doctor's chest. No. Su Qin's cry echoed just as the scalpel found its mark in the school doctor's heart. The action was so swift that the school doctor barely had time to react. He ignored the physiological tears streaming from his eyes in the harsh light and cast a disbelieving glance at his chest. The scalpel was fully embedded in his heart, leaving only the handle visible, with blood gushing outward in a crimson halo. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shi appeared unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, turning to face the now voiceless Su Qin, who was engulfed in terror. Since awakening from the geomagnetic storm, he had become aware of his extraordinary physical capabilities. Whether it was speed, strength, or reflexes, he had surpassed his previous limits. Su Qin's eyes widened in fear, her body seemingly nailed to the ground as she trembled uncontrollably. Please, don't kill me. Su Qin, realizing her fate, pleaded in despair. I can be your girlfriend. Don't take my life. You can do anything you wish to me. I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, weren't we? In truth, I have always liked you. Desperation mingled with a glimmer of hope in Su Qin's eyes as she forced a look of adoration onto her face. Very well. I shall grant you a chance, Lin Shi replied with a smile, his gaze chillingly indifferent. I will shoot at you, and if you manage to evade it, I shall spare you. Su Qin's pupils dilated in terror as she beheld a pistol materialize in Lin Shi's hand, aimed directly at her. I will count down from 3, and then I shall fire. Lin Shi offered Su Qin no opportunity to protest, commencing the countdown. 3. Despair filled Su Qin's gaze. 2. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Before reaching 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. At that moment, Su Qin's entire demeanor transformed. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and the bullet that should have been inescapable was miraculously avoided as her body tilted slightly. Realizing she had evaded the bullet, a wave of euphoric relief washed over Su Qin. She mentally screamed, I dodged it. I actually dodged it. However, before her joy could fully register, a burst of blood erupted from her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she fell to the ground. Lin Shi had fired again. She could only avoid one bullet. Lin Shi's expression reflected disappointment. He had merely wished to extract the last vestiges of value from Su Qin before her demise, to ascertain whether she could indeed unlock her genetic potential in the face of life and death. Now he was certain that she had indeed unlocked it. Chapter 54. The return journey. Lin Shi was now 70% confident that unlocking the genetic potential was intricately tied to an intense crisis of life and death. You liar. Su Qin attempted to confront Lin Shi, demanding an explanation for his broken promises. Yet in the next moment, she collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing violently. 8 seconds had elapsed from Su Qin's evasion of the bullet to her collapse. Lin Shi observed her closely. This time, Su Qin did not lose consciousness. Her body exhibited the same reaction as before. Does it hurt? Lin Shi noted that the side effects of her genetic unlocking were significantly more pronounced this time. Blood seeped from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, her eyes bloodshot. Su Qin could not articulate a sound. She gazed intently at Lin Shi, her eyes conveying a clear message: kill her. Lin Shi remained coldly detached. Ultimately, after 17 minutes, the side effects subsided, and Su Qin fell into unconsciousness. Lin Shi stowed his pistol and plunged a blade into her heart, extinguishing her life. Casting a glance at his mechanical watch, Lin Shi noted it was past 3 in the morning. It was time for him to depart. After some consideration, he decided to conceal the bodies of the school doctor and Su Qin within his spatial domain, ensuring that no evidence would be discovered later. Outside, the wind had picked up, causing the glass windows of the Taekwondo studio to rattle ominously. The indoor temperature, which had been a comfortable several degrees before sleep, had plummeted to around 10 degrees. It was likely only 5 or 6 degrees outside. Lin Shi retrieved a warmer outfit and donned it before shining his flashlight and making his way out of the Shushi Art Academy. The pitch-black road was eerily silent, remnants of hail and water staining the ground. After walking several hundred meters, Lin Shi procured a shared bicycle, fastening the flashlight to the front. He pedaled towards the Shushi Cross-Sea Bridge. With multiple corpses now stored in his spatial domain, while they remained preserved and uncorrupted, the presence of so much flesh amidst the food was unsettling. Lin Shi intended to dispose of these bodies under the cover of night. As he traveled a few kilometers, fog began to envelop the surroundings, diminishing visibility. Along the road, he occasionally spotted 1 or 2 lifeless bodies, stark white from the hail's deadly impact. Some corpses had been gruesomely mutilated, their skulls shattered, while others were a gruesome tableau of mangled flesh and blood. On such a pitch-black and silent night, an air of eerie terror enveloped the surroundings. However, Lin Shi exhibited little change in expression. Having encountered numerous corpses in the apocalypse, he had grown immune to such scenes. The hailstorm in Shushi struck at night, and had it occurred during the day like in his previous life in Sanyuan City, many more would have perished. After approximately 20 minutes, several corpses were unceremoniously tossed into the sea by Lin Shi, akin to dumplings being dropped. He also took the liberty of cleansing the blood from the bulletproof SUV. Once the vehicle was purged of its gruesome evidence, he drove it towards the safe house. At this hour, there were unlikely to be any souls roaming outside. Even if someone heard the vehicle's rumble, they would not discern who was behind the wheel. With the SUV's high chassis, he could simply roll over any bodies without needing to disembark. It was far more convenient than riding a shared bicycle. Naturally, Lin Shi would not foolishly ride out in the cold wind. As he traversed the urban area, a few individuals heard the vehicle pass beneath their windows. "Dear, wake up. I think I heard a car." "Don't be ridiculous. Go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." "A car? Are there still any operational vehicles?" Some peered out the window, only to be met with a blast of frigid air, quickly shutting it again. The roads were occasionally obstructed by corpses and debris, compelling Lin Shi to maintain a moderate speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As dawn broke, he noticed that the hurried pedestrians were more numerous than the previous day, predominantly young adults. While many had donned short sleeves yesterday, today they were uniformly clad in long-sleeved jackets, albeit most appeared rather thin. As Lin Shi had surmised, in a city like Shushi, which enjoys a perpetual summer, the locals had scarcely prepared for winter attire. The fog thickened, with sporadic snowflakes drifting down, an almost impossible weather occurrence in Shushi. Even the most oblivious could sense that something was amiss. Those who had been hoarding food the day before were now frantically scrambling for clothing and blankets. Many were seen with lips turning purple from the cold, yet they had no choice but to venture out, for the elderly and children at home desperately required warmth. A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi observed some individuals, unable to withstand the cold, shattering the glass of shuttered shops. They tore down curtains or appropriated other items for warmth. Order was beginning to disintegrate. In the face of the apocalypse, the instinct to survive could provoke any manner of behavior. The mountain leading to his safe house lay just beyond the village, necessitating a detour around or through it. Given the nature of the villagers in Wulong village, Lin Shi opted for the safer route, preferring to take the longer way around. Yet today, a group of villagers was gathered at his passageway outside the village. On the cement road, a dozen villagers wielding kitchen knives, hoes, machetes, and clubs formed a circle in the middle of the road. Their raucous voices echoed, shouting, "Strike! Strike! Kill it! Liangzi, go for it! In this frigid weather, I've longed for a dog meat hot pot. What is there to fear? It's just a beast. And we're many." In the center of this commotion was a dog, battered and bruised, baring its teeth and emitting low growls of warning. Judging by its size, it was a large breed, its once pristine coat now obscured by grime. Its round eyes glinted fiercely, and as it bared its fangs, traces of blood were visible. Astonishingly, it possessed heterochromia, its left eye a deep-sea blue and the right a vivid crimson. How could this creature harm us? With so many of us together, it cannot possibly bite to death. If we kill this beast, each of us could share several pounds of meat. We can't find any at the market now. The speaker was Li Chong, who had previously attempted to extort Lin Shi outside his safe house. Despite the logic in Li Chong's words, no one dared to take the initiative. They all awaited someone else to divert the dog's attention, allowing them to safely capture it. Who wanted to be the first to be bitten? It was the village elder, the oldest among them, who made the decision. "All right, Chong, Liangzi, you two are the strongest. You go." Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged glances, understanding each other's unspoken thoughts. Wang Liang grumbled, "This is unfair." Li Chong concurred, "Exactly. Last time you sent me up the mountain, my father ended up with a broken arm. I still haven't gotten compensation from that scoundrel." The previous day, Li Chong had banged on Lin Shi's door, shouting and hammering until he was exhausted, only to be met with silence. Now, with no compensation and having incurred medical expenses in the thousands, he was seething. Just as they pondered their next move, the screech of brakes pierced the air, and Lin Shi, obscured by the wind and snow, finally spotted figures a mere 10 meters ahead. The villagers noticed him simultaneously. Li Chong, brandishing his machete, shouted furiously, "You little brat, we finally found you." Chapter 55. A blade in hand, Li Chong disregarded the dog, striding forward to block Lin Shi's path. With a menacing tone, he demanded, "Compensate. My father's medical expenses, pain and suffering, lost wages, nutritional costs. A total of 500,000. I recall you mentioned 50,000 last time." Lin Shi replied, raising an eyebrow as he leisurely dismounted his shared bicycle. Li Chong glared. "Last time was last time. Look at the situation now. A few days ago, meat was merely 10 yuan a pound. Now you can't even buy a pound for 50. Can you compare?" The other villagers encircled Lin Shi. According to village custom, regardless of the amount owed, it was to be divided among the villagers. Compared to 500,000, a dog was nothing. "What if I refuse?" Lin Shi, unfazed by the crowd, calmly inquired. "Refuse? Huh. Why don't you ask our weapons if they agree?" A villager, emboldened by the current circumstances, taunted. "You wouldn't dare to call the police, would you? Go ahead, give it a try. Kid, this village and the surrounding hills are under our control now. If you can't come up with the money, don't even think about leaving today. Yes, hurry and pay up, or we'll break your legs." Another villager bellowed threateningly. "You should think carefully. If you don't compensate, a blow from each of us could easily kill you." The village elder chimed in, seemingly conciliatory, yet signaling with his hands behind his back. Seeing the elder's gestures, Li Chong understood it was a cue to show Lin Shi a lesson. His heart swelled with joy. He could finally avenge his earlier humiliation. With several allies at his back, Li Chong felt no trepidation that Lin Shi would retaliate as he had before. This time, he was determined to teach the boy a lesson and assert his dominance. With a sinister grin, Li Chong advanced towards Lin Shi, raising his hand to slap him across the face. The massive palm swung through the air with a whoosh, and if it connected, it would surely send an ordinary person sprawling. The other villagers watched with eager anticipation. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them. He swiftly seized Li Chong's wrist. With a resounding slap, Lin Shi delivered a powerful counterstrike to Li Chong's face. The scene felt eerily familiar, rendering Li Chong momentarily dazed. He spun around, collapsing to the ground, the machete slipping from his grasp. His head buzzed, and he felt something in his mouth. Upon inspection, he discovered 2 bloodied teeth. It was evident that Lin Shi had not held back this time. Silence fell over the group of villagers. The atmosphere grew strangely still for a moment. 13 individuals surrounded Lin Shi, who stood alone, utterly outmatched, wielding their weapons with impunity. They had never considered that Lin Shi would dare to retaliate against such overwhelming odds. And yet, when he did, his counterattack was ferocious. Li Chong was driven to madness. The last time he had been bested by Lin Shi. No one had witnessed it but his family, yet the memory lingered in his mind. This time, however, he was publicly humiliated before the villagers, struck across the face. The pain electrified Li Chong, igniting a surge of rage that clouded his judgment. "I will kill you," he vowed, scrambling to his feet and seizing a chopping knife. He aimed for Lin Shi's head. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a small fraction of people, in moments of intense emotion, may act irrationally, committing deeds they would regret for a lifetime. In that moment, Li Chong was consumed by fury. "Li Chong, stop!" 2 voices cried in unison. Yet, Li Chong appeared deaf to their warnings as he swung the knife toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood motionless, seemingly paralyzed by fear, as the blade approached. The scene was too daunting for the more timid villagers to bear. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past. A gunshot rang out, startling birds within 100 meters. Li Chong's scream coincided with the gunfire. In the instant before the shot, a dog had latched onto Li Chong's left leg, the very dog that had been surrounded by villagers moments earlier. It had circled around to the grassy area beside the concrete. Lin Shi, surprised, had noticed the dog but had dismissed it. He never anticipated it would come to his aid during Li Chong's assault. Li Chong was struck in the side by a bullet, and the knife clattered to the ground as he collapsed. The dog swiftly moved aside. The gunfire startled everyone present, except for Lin Shi. The villagers gasped. "Don't move. Drop all weapons. Raise your hands." 2 security officers emerged from the village, their expressions grave, brandishing their sidearms. They had been dispatched to inform the villages and counties about the need for warmth and resource storage. After finding other villages in good condition, they arrived at Wulong village, only to discover the absence of the village chief, who was said to be outside dealing with the dog. Upon investigation, they stumbled upon the violent scene. The officer who had fired the shot was among the 2 who had previously called for a ceasefire. The villagers glanced at Li Chong's fallen form and then at the officer's weapons. The reality of the situation compelled them to discard their own weapons. The sound of clattering echoing in the air. The officers commanded, "Everyone squat down. Form a line by the roadside." The villagers complied, and Lin Shi dutifully squatted beside Li Chong, who lay on the ground, eyes wide in a furious glare directed at Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi would have been slain 1,000 times over. Faced with such venomous hatred from a dying man, any normal person might feel a shiver of fear. Yet Lin Shi remained unfazed. He slightly parted his lips, speaking in a tone audible only to the 2 of them. "Li Chong, your wrath is palpable." Li Chong, upon hearing these words, was driven to the brink of madness, his legs kicking out as he rolled his eyes back. An officer approached to assess Li Chong's condition. Lin Shi masked his expression, feigning relief. The officer discovered that Li Chong had succumbed. Turning to his companion, he said, "The perpetrator is dead. Are you all right? Any injuries?" Lin Shi replied, "No. Fortunately, you arrived in time. These villagers were extorting me." The village chief, suddenly kneeling and feigning tears, interrupted Lin Shi, exclaiming, "Heavens! What sins have we committed?" The chief wept profusely, pounding his chest as he lamented, "Old Li, your son has been harmed by this villain. And now your precious Chong is dead. How can I face your family?" Kneeling before the villagers, he gestured subtly behind him. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang, filled with righteous indignation, pointed to the 2 teeth Li Chong had lost, declaring, "This scoundrel broke Chong's father's hand, and when we demanded medical expenses, he not only refused, but also knocked out Chong's teeth. Officers, look at these teeth on the ground, and then at Chong's face." The officers indeed saw the teeth and noted the severe bruising on Li Chong's face. The fact that Li Chong had committed murder was undeniable. Thus, they resolved to drag this insolent youth into the fray, testing whether he would dare to be so arrogant again. An insidious glint appeared in Wang Liang's eyes. The chief regarded him approvingly, recognizing him as his favored successor. Indeed, Chong only retaliated when pushed to the brink. How could one inflict such harm and not expect retaliation? Such a tragic demise. He has elderly parents and an unmarried sister to care for. What will become of them? Is there no justice left in this world? The villagers, having engaged in such scenarios countless times, were quick to respond. The two officers furrowed their brows, questioning, "Did you strike him?" Lin Shi did not deny it. "He approached me with a knife. I merely defended myself. Next time, in such a situation, run. Your life is paramount. Do you understand?" One officer advised, patting Lin Shi's shoulder. This village was notorious in the vicinity, and the officers had heard tales of it. Naturally, they did not believe the villagers' claims. They had witnessed the perpetrator wielding a weapon, with a throng of villagers poised to attack Lin Shi, who was unarmed and clearly the victim. Lin Shi's expression was one of genuine surprise. He had expected to contest with the villagers. The villagers stood dumbfounded. They were used to leveraging their numbers and coordination to evade accountability, but this time, sheer numbers alone would not suffice. "Officers," he struck first. "Why do you side with him?" Wang Liang protested. "Even in a fight, that does not justify murder," the officer countered. "You surrounded him with weapons. His retaliation was self-defense. When we arrived, we saw you all armed, ready to commit a violent act, didn't we?" Another officer added. "We were armed to deal with the dog." One villager defended. "Where's the dog?" The villagers looked around frantically. The dog had long since fled, leaving no trace. The officer gazed sternly at the villagers, commanding, "You will all remain in the village and await investigation, understood?" Times have changed. Had this been only days prior, they would have investigated thoroughly. However, now they had more pressing matters at hand. The villagers, discontent, felt their usual reverence for the officers wane. Yet the absence of surveillance deterred them from openly confronting the officers. As the villagers merely glared in silence, the two officers exchanged relieved glances. Being part of the system, they understood the current state of disorder better than most. While the truth was evident, they still pulled Lin Shi aside to inquire about the sequence of events. Recording a brief account, Lin Shi truthfully recounted the incident involving Li Chang's family, who had previously attempted to swindle him at his doorstep. Inadvertently, he had stepped on Grandpa Li's hand, and after promising to compensate him with 50,000, he now faced a demand for 500,000, which led to a confrontation. The two security officers nodded, their suspicions aligning with the unfolding events. One of the officers conveyed to Lin Shi that the meaning was implicit. They feared the villagers might take further action against him. The villagers gritted their teeth in anger, cursing the officers. Surprisingly, Lin Shi declined their assistance. "I will not go," he stated resolutely. The officer pulled Lin aside and whispered, "Once we leave, these villagers may trouble you, and we won't be able to help." Lin met the officer's gaze, recognizing his genuine concern for his well-being. However, he could only reject the kind offer, replying, "I will take care of myself. I have some martial arts training. My home is also quite secure. They cannot harm me." After a few more attempts to persuade him, the officers, seeing Lin's firm stance, relented. "If anything happens, make sure to seek help at the nearest town security office, understood?" Lin nodded. Seeking help was not an option for him. It was these villagers who sought assistance. The two officers, with their backs to the villagers, were oblivious to the hostile expressions now adorning the faces of the dozen or so villagers who regarded Lin with malice. Some even made provocative gestures towards him. The village chief glared at Lin with a dark expression. Their village had never suffered such a significant loss. Lin merely smirked in response to their hostility. The villagers quickly resumed their usual demeanor, though a few malevolent glances were still caught by the officer. Determined to reprimand the village chief, the officer cast a warning look before the villagers dispersed, shooting Lin one last threatening glare. The officer cautioned Lin once more. Lin acknowledged their concerns. Climbing onto a shared bicycle, he glanced back at the bushes where a dog had previously sought refuge. It was now empty. Perhaps his arrival had inadvertently saved the dog from danger. The dog had jumped out in an attempt to protect him during Li Chang's attack. Truly, a grateful creature. Lin felt a sudden wave of joy. "Were you waiting for me?" Chapter 57. Companion. The dog simply stared at Lin, remaining silent. There was no need for him to conceal anything from a dog. Yet, he instinctively observed the dog's expression, puzzled as to why it seemed bewildered by his presence. The sight of such a large dog displaying confusion was rather amusing, further proving its intelligence. Lin had once contemplated adopting a sled dog, but that notion was extinguished when a previous fire had destroyed the sled in his warehouse. Dogs do not speak, do not divulge secrets, and do not betray their masters. Although he had no prior experience with dogs, he had heard tales of their unwavering loyalty. Perhaps this dog would prove to be a commendable choice? Tentatively, Lin stepped closer to the dog. It stood up and took a step back, appearing somewhat uneasy. He immediately halted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This dog clearly seemed to be a stray, possibly abandoned and likely to have suffered trauma, making its wariness of human contact understandable. Not wishing to impose, he refrained from pressuring it. Yesterday, at the port, he had come across a container filled with pet supplies. He retrieved a bag of dog food from his space and placed it before the dog, then walked past it towards the exit. Just a few steps later, he felt a familiar gaze upon him. Turning around, he was surprised to see the dog carrying the food, eagerly trotting after him. A thought crossed his mind, and he said, "Was it you who spied on me in the woods last time?" He chuckled at the absurdity of speaking to a dog, knowing it wouldn't comprehend. Yet, remarkably, the dog exhibited a surprising level of intelligence. It dropped the food from its mouth, barking woof, woof. The dog approached Lin cautiously, pausing to gauge his reaction, seemingly reassured by his lack of aversion. Gradually, it made its way to him, lying down and cautiously wagging its tail while looking up at Lin. At that moment, Lin no longer doubted the dog's ability to understand his words. He bent down, extending a hand to gently touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively flinched but ultimately remained still, allowing Lin to stroke it. These reactions indicated its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin understood that had he not inadvertently saved its life, given the dog's evident hostility and wariness towards humans, it would not have accepted him so readily. "It seems we share a bond," Lin smiled, locking eyes with the dog, and said earnestly, "This dog has suffered severe injuries. Its filthy fur is matted and bloodied in several places. Most wounds are fresh and still oozing blood, obscured by dirty hair. Were it not for Lin's close inspection, the extent of its injuries might have gone unnoticed. Remarkably, it still dared to attack like an unscathed dog. You truly are a tough one," Lin said with a hint of exasperation. Such severe injuries, if left untreated, would lead to infection and potentially death within a few days. He could only hope there were no internal injuries. "I am going to tend to your wounds. I will need to shave your fur, and it may hurt a bit. So bear with me." Seeing no further reaction from the dog, Lin retrieved disinfectant, a razor, bandages, and medical needles from his space, commencing the treatment. Shaving, disinfecting, suturing, applying medicine, and bandaging took over 3 hours to complete. Throughout the entire process, he did not use anesthesia. The dog remained remarkably calm and quiet, allowing Lin to work without resistance. "You truly are a brave one," Lin remarked, impressed by the dog's composure despite the rough handling. He gently patted the dog's head and covered it with a blanket. Due to the numerous wounds and the dog's filthy, matted fur, he had shaved all its hair off. Now, it was completely bare. The sight was somewhat comical. Upon shaving, Lin realized the dog was quite thin, with its ribs clearly visible. As the temperature began to drop, Lin lit a heater, quickly dispelling the chill in the room. Cleaning up the mess on the floor, he began preparing lunch. As Lin entered the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him, quietly lying at his feet. "You've had stitches. Try not to move around too much. Just stay in the living room." The dog obediently lowered its tail and left. Suddenly, Lin thought, should I give you a name? He had never raised a pet before. Primarily because the woman in his life despised animals and loathed the excess fur around the house, so he lacked experience in this matter. Hearing that it would be named, the dog's steps halted, and it gazed at Lin with hopeful eyes. "What about Lin?" Lin mused, observing the bare dog, still adorned with stitches. "Platter? Iron Man? Blue-red?" The dog's face visibly fell. Haha, I'm just joking." With a new member in the household, Lin found himself speaking more freely. "How about Demon King?" "Woof." "Demon King?" "Woof." "Demon King?" "Woof." For lunch, having prepared copious amounts of meat, Lin discovered that the Demon King preferred raw meat. So he retrieved a large chunk of raw beef from his space to share. After both man and dog were well fed and resting, a commotion erupted outside the door. Bang, 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 bang. A resounding sound of someone knocking at the door echoed through the air. Chapter 58. The village chief scheme. A throng of villagers, young and old, male and female, stood menacingly at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house, brandishing farming tools and clubs. At the forefront were the robust young villagers Lin Shi had encountered earlier that morning. Wang Liang and another villager were vigorously striking the door with a hoe. However, after considerable effort, the door bore only a few dents, showing no signs of yielding. "Oh, my son, how tragically you died. Why must my life be so wretched?" "Sending a gray-haired person to bury a black-haired one," cried Aunt Li, supported by Li Tsuetsue, weeping amidst the crowd. "We must tear down this door today to avenge Chong. That scoundrel must pay for his life." Despite not being the one who killed Li Chong, the villagers dared not confront the law enforcement officers and thus placed the blame squarely on Lin Shi. For over a decade, the villagers had thrived on extorting outsiders, rarely facing defeat, let alone suffering such a significant loss. Not long after the law enforcement officers had departed, the village chief summoned a third of the villagers to seek retribution. He dismissed the officers' warnings without a second thought, believing that with the chaos outside, the villagers could act with even greater boldness, free from oversight. The village chief silently calculated in his mind. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wulong village would have become a small haven for survivors in this apocalyptic world, with the village chief at its helm. These villagers had been indoctrinated by the chief over the years, forming an unbreakable unity, responding to his every call. As long as they avoided direct confrontation with the authorities, they could do as they pleased in their little corner. When it became evident that the door would not budge, one villager swung his hoe against the outer wall. A resounding crash echoed, leaving only a shallow mark on the wall, and the hoe rebounded violently. The villager, caught off guard, nearly struck those behind him. "Chief, this thing is too sturdy. We cannot break it," panted Wang Liang. The chief, contemplating, fixed his gaze on Lin Shi's reinforced door. "Keep smashing. I refuse to believe he will never come out." Wang Liang and his companion continued their futile assault. Just when the villagers expected Lin Shi to cower within, the lock emitted a decisive click and swung open. Lin Shi emerged, his eyes flashing coldly as he surveyed the scratches left by the hoe. "What do you want?" After waiting impatiently in the cold wind, the villagers were eager for confrontation. A middle-aged villager stepped forward before the chief could issue any commands, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "What do you mean? What do we want? Debts must be repaid, and for blood, there is a price." Before the villager could finish his tirade, Lin Shi, irritated by the finger thrust in his face, furrowed his brow and seized the offending digit, twisting it mercilessly. "Ah!" The sharp crack of the finger breaking coincided with the villager's shrill scream, leaving him pale with pain. Lin Shi released the finger and delivered a swift kick to the villager's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other villagers hastily stepped back. Clutching his stomach in agony, the middle-aged man could scarcely rise. Lin Shi's gaze swept over the gathered villagers. "If you wish to speak, do so respectfully. I detest being pointed at." The villagers were momentarily cowed by Lin Shi's ferocity. However, their malevolence quickly resurfaced. The chief stepped forward, asserting, "Young man, you initiated this altercation. Violence will lead to imprisonment." Lin Shi found the chief's words to be almost comical. It was no wonder that a saying circulated online: "Some people engage in reasoned discourse, while others resort to thuggery. If you engage in thuggery, they will attempt to reason with you." Seeing Lin Shi silent, the chief assumed he had intimidated him. With a calculating glint in his eyes, he continued, "You are young. A criminal record could haunt you for life." The chief feigned concern for Lin Shi's future. Noticing Lin Shi's lack of rebuttal, he pressed on, "We need not involve the authorities if you compensate for our losses. We can let this matter and Chang's death slide." "What do you say? That cannot be," cried Aunt Li, her emotions flaring. "Kill him. He must pay for my son's life. He was the last of the Li family." Upon hearing the chief's proposal, Aunt Li's agitation grew, leading her to weep and wail. The chief signaled to those behind him, and someone quickly silenced Aunt Li. "How about it? Will you reconsider?" The chief rubbed his hands together, casting a furtive glance at Lin Shi's safe house. He understood better than the ignorant villagers that chaos was brewing outside: power outages, vehicles immobilized, and snow in June. If conditions deteriorated further, the end of the world might be upon them. He needed to secure his own position. It must be said that the village chief's ability to lead the village to prosperity indicated a degree of cunning. Lin Shi regarded the chief with a bemused expression, asking, "You wish for me to pay?" A glint of sinister calculation flickered in the chief's eyes as he smiled. "As for money, a token sum will suffice. We do not require much. Simply hand over this house behind you, and all will be forgiven." The chief, fully aware that the ATM was inoperative and the banks were overwhelmed, sought a refuge amid the impending turmoil. Lin Shi's eyes grew colder. They coveted his safe haven. How naive. He immediately hardened his expression, declaring, "Leave." The chief's smile faltered, replaced by anger. Young man, think carefully. If it weren't for those meddling law enforcers this morning, you would have been killed by Chong. His implication was clear. Lin Shi had merely escaped by chance. The other villagers shared this sentiment. They were numerous and powerful. Even if Lin Shi were strong, they were accustomed to hard labor. A saying rings true: no matter how skilled in martial arts, one fears a butcher's knife. They had witnessed Lin Shi nearly perish at Li Chong's hands that morning. You may not know, but chaos reigns outside. Even if a murder were to occur, bodies would be discarded without investigation. I advise you to consider whether your life or mere possessions hold greater value. The chief narrowed his eyes, his words a blatant threat. The villagers brandished their weapons, aligning with the chief's menacing demeanor. With a scoff, Lin Shi laughed derisively. These people mistakenly believing that their numbers could intimidate him. They were oblivious to the fact that had the military not appeared in Shushi, he would have acted without restraint. Should they seek death, he would not hesitate to oblige. Old fool, if you wish to claim what is mine, you shall take it over my dead body. Spare me your empty threats. Chapter 59. The emergence of the beasts. The village chief lost all patience, his face contorted with rage. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Wang Liang and the other villager exchanged glances, each hefting a hammer as they advanced toward Lin Shi. A hammer strike might not end his life instantaneously, but it would surely inflict severe injury, and in these dire medical conditions, debilitating wounds were far worse than a swift death. Aunt Li, witnessing this, ceased her struggles, her eyes glimmering with the anticipation of vengeance. Yet, before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a drastic turn. As the two villagers moved, Lin Shi sprang into action. With swift precision, he grasped Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulling both him and the hammer towards him. In Wang Liang's moment of shock, he forcefully collided the hammer he held with that of the other villager. The latter's hand split, and Lin Shi's kick sent him flying, the hammer soaring through the air, striking another villager on the head. The villager struck by the hammer fell to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. A few women among the villagers let out startled cries. You all, come together and take him down. The 5 villagers armed with their chopping knives surrounded Lin Shi. They charged at him with all their might. Lin Shi shook off Wang Liang, drew the knife that had been sheathed at his back, and his eyes instantly turned fierce as he confronted the attacking villagers. With a swift footwork, he evaded their strikes, slipping through the gaps in their assault, and swiftly slashed the nearest villager's throat. Avoiding the spray of blood, he spun around and drove his knife into another villager's back, dispatching 2 of them in an instant. To an ordinary person, their reckless aggression lacked any skill or combat experience. To Lin Shi, they were akin to clumsy chickens. If he needed to use firearms against those who had yet to endure the apocalypse, he would have wasted 8 years of survival. The remaining 3 villagers, upon witnessing the brutal demise of their companions, froze in fear, their hands trembling with their knives still in grip. This was the inherent flaw of those without battle experience. The instinct to survive took over, and the sight of their comrades' gruesome deaths instilled a paralyzing dread. Nonetheless, Lin Shi understood that regardless of the chaos around him, as long as he was capable of movement and the enemy was not entirely vanquished, he could not afford to relent. It was either to fight or to flee. Hesitation equated to death. He effortlessly plunged his knife into the neck of the 3rd villager and swiftly slit the throat of the 4th. The last remaining villager finally reacted, turning to flee while incoherently shouting, "Village chief, he has a knife. He is killing people." Yet, he scarcely managed a few steps before a blade emerged from his chest. Lin Shi withdrew the knife, casting a cold glance at the villagers who stood frozen in horror at a distance. Seeing Lin Shi's fierce onslaught, the village chief felt a sense of foreboding rise within him and bellowed, "What if he knows martial arts? A chaotic fist can still take down a master. He only has 2 hands and a knife. Everyone, charge at once." The other villagers exchanged glances, uncertain. Torn between the village chief's command and the sight of Lin Shi, his bloodied knife glistening ominously. They were still unblooded, ordinary people. And in the face of such a terrifying scene, their primal fear overshadowed their respect for the village chief. "Good heavens! He is killing people," one villager exclaimed, abandoning his farming tool to flee. As if triggering a chain reaction, the other villagers also dropped their implements and fled in panic. "Don't run," the village chief shouted. But the terrified villagers were far too overwhelmed to hear him. A throng of bodies surged forward, knocking the village chief to the ground. "You all watch it. Don't trample me," he gasped, But soon he was overwhelmed by feet, his body marked with the imprints of many. When the villagers finally escaped, the village chief lay on the ground, battered and gasping for breath. Lin Shi chose not to pursue the panicked mob, keeping his gaze firmly fixed on the village chief. A leader who could guide the village into a state of security even in peacetime was no small feat, given time. He might lead these villagers to wreak havoc in the apocalypse. Lin Shi approached and plunged his knife into the village chief's heart, carrying away the unconscious figure. The village chief could never have anticipated that he would be betrayed by those he had nurtured. As Lin Shi prepared to dispose of the corpses down the mountainside, he suddenly heard a cacophony of screams emanating from halfway up the mountain. "Help! Don't come any closer!" A wild boar, larger than any ordinary specimen, charged onto the path, colliding with the panicked villagers. Many fell off the edge of the cliff, while others were slammed against the rocky wall, blood spewing from their mouths as several bodies lay lifeless on the ground, with only one path leading down. These villagers stood no chance against the wild boar on level ground. Its sharp tusks claimed one life with every charge. It wasn't until a dozen bodies littered the area that the boar relented, sinking its teeth into a lifeless neck and feasting hungrily. Typically, wild boars do not attack humans without provocation nor consume human flesh. Yet this one had crimson eyes and savored its meal with a slight squint of pleasure. Lin Shi, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, widened his eyes in shock, his pupils constricting. A beast of aberration. In his past life, the arrival of extreme cold had decimated vast expanses of flora, leading to the demise of numerous herbivorous creatures. However, many animals had survived the bitter cold, emerging from the depths of the mountains to begin hunting humans. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunting parties. Though casualties were frequent, they managed to secure some food sources. Survivors at that time did not perceive these creatures as threats, and the authorities were focused on restoring humanity's former technological civilization. Little did they know, the very animals once dependent on human protection had proliferated rapidly, launching attacks on humans. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beast tides emerged. As time progressed, human ammunition dwindled, and despite the authorities' fervent efforts to resume production of firearms and bullets, the pace of manufacturing could not keep up with consumption. Human defenses began to falter. Meanwhile, carnivorous animals not only grew larger and more robust, but also exhibited various mutations. Thus, the term aberrant beasts was coined to classify these mutated creatures. Scientists discovered a substance within the flesh and blood of these animals that accelerated their evolutionary process. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick hides and flesh of aberrant beasts. It was at this juncture that humanity realized that without adaptation, they would be unable to contend with these creatures. Lin Shi had not anticipated that aberrant beasts would appear so early in this lifetime. His expression shifted from shock to solemnity. Was this the consequence of the accelerated evolutionary process spoken of in the treasure basin? Seemingly sensing Lin Shi's gaze, the wild boar ceased its feeding and turned its head toward him. Chapter 60. Unlocking the first stage of the gene lock, the aberrant wild boar gazed at Lin Shi, its blood-red eyes stirring the deepest fears within the human heart. Lin Shi tightened his grip on the knife. Aberrant beasts possessed not only superior defense compared to ordinary animals, but also enhanced strength, speed, and intelligence. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao had once collaborated to slay an aberrant beast, but due to a dispute over the distribution of spoils, Zhao Xiao nearly lost his life at the hands of their adversaries. Since then, he had refused to hunt aberrant beasts. At that time, Lin Shi stood no chance against an aberrant beast in a one-on-one encounter, extinguishing any desire for hunting. Now, facing an aberrant beast once more, it was impossible for Lin Shi not to feel anxious. However, he was no longer the impoverished soul of his past, armed only with a dagger. In his hands now was a formidable black weapon, a crossbow. Though a handgun offered a faster rate of fire, it lacked the power of the crossbow, especially given the notorious thickness of wild boar hide. A crossbow could easily shatter an elephant's skull within a range of 150 meters, illustrating its might. As the crossbow appeared in Lin Shi's grasp, the aberrant wild boar seemed to sense the impending threat, charging directly at him. Lin Shi hastily readied the crossbow. Just as he aimed, the long quiet interface of the treasure basin suddenly changed. A first-tier source beast detected. Please eliminate the source beast and absorb its internal source power. Source beast? Source power? Lin Shi paused momentarily. The aberrant wild boar moved with incredible speed. In the brief moment Lin Shi hesitated. It closed half the distance between them, and he could even smell the rancid stench wafting towards him. Yet, this shot was taken in haste. A slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. Originally, he aimed for the vulnerable spot just above the eyes of the mutated wild boar, but instead, his arrow struck its snout, piercing through and exiting beneath its jaw. One arrow effectively sealed the creature's mouth. However, this injury, while infuriating, would not significantly hinder the mutated wild boar's mobility in the short term. With a painful grunt, the creature's crimson eyes flared even brighter as it charged towards Lin Shi with increased speed. When facing such a formidable beast, a single collision could spell the end of the fight. Its sharp tusks could easily pierce through flesh, and its powerful charge could obliterate internal organs. Lin Shi quickly rose to his feet, a military knife reappearing in his grasp. At this moment, he was merely a dozen meters away from the mutated wild boar, a distance that was negligible for the beast. As the creature barreled toward him, its massive form loomed larger, intensifying the visual impact. Feeling the imminent threat, Lin Shi's heart raced, adrenaline surged through him, yet his gaze remained unerringly calm. As the wild boar closed in, he swiftly sidestepped, positioning the knife defensively, and slashed across the beast's slick hide. A gash over half a meter long opened up along its side, blood spraying forth. Despite this, Lin Shi showed no sign of elation. He understood that while the wound appeared severe, it merely grazed the surface of the mutated wild boar's skin, failing to reach deeper tissue. In comparison to the creature's massive size, this injury was far from fatal. Instead, the force of the strike had left his own hand bleeding profusely from the grip of the knife. If it had been an ordinary wild boar, it would have been eviscerated by such a blow. The mutated beast, enraged by the pain, twisted around, closing the distance once more. Lin Shi felt a slight sweat on his palm as he gripped the knife tightly. The wild boar's speed was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to evade at such proximity. With a flash of determination, Lin Shi advanced boldly toward the oncoming beast. The wild boar's form loomed larger, its menacing tusks seeming to threaten him directly. A profound sense of life and death urgency sent tingles across his scalp, while the adrenaline in his body surged to its peak. Just as he was about to collide with the wild boar, he sensed something within him shatter. Suddenly, the creature's speed seemed to slow, and the surrounding world fell into a languid pace. In that moment, all the knowledge and combat experience he had acquired flooded into his mind. His brain entered a state of hypercalculation. Current wind speed at 4 from the northeast. The slope of the concrete road at 276 degrees. The wild boar's speed at 198 meters per second. His own explosive speed at 13 meters per second. In 0.7 seconds, a collision was imminent. With a survival probability of 99. Optimal angles for evasion and attack, as well as the best point of impact, flashed through his mind in mere milliseconds. Then, Lin Shi felt as if his body had transformed into a finely tuned machine. Without the need for conscious thought, his mind had already determined the perfect moment and angle for evasion, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the wild boar. His arm moved with mechanical precision, unleashing his full strength at the opportune moment, plunging the knife deep into the creature's neck. Instinctively, he released the knife to avoid being swept away by the wild boar's momentum. The creature, with the knife embedded in its neck, stumbled forward several meters before turning back. Though this strike had not delivered a fatal blow, it had significantly reduced its speed, causing it to stagger and prepare for a final desperate attack. However, as it pivoted, it was met with a sharply aimed arrow. In the instant he relinquished his knife, a crossbow appeared in Lin Shi's hand. Anticipating the wild boar's reaction, he shot an arrow as it turned, making it appear as if the beast had inadvertently collided with the projectile. The tremendous impact of the arrow penetrated the wild boar's skull, causing it to sway momentarily before crashing to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Shi's vision cleared, and he examined his hands, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Was this the sensation of unlocking the genetic lock? No wonder. Even in the impenetrable darkness of the rainforest, he could discern his position and movements through the faintest of sounds. Upon unlocking the genetic lock, his brain functioned with unparalleled efficiency, akin to a computer. Regrettably, this heightened state could only be sustained for 3 seconds. It was a tool for critical moments. But the after effects would soon follow, wouldn't they? Just as this thought crossed Lin Shi's mind, A wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire being. The repercussions of unlocking the genetic lock had begun to manifest. Minutes later, Lin Shi finally regained his composure. Unlike Su Qin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness upon her first unlocking of the genetic lock, the duration of his pain was notably shorter and, more importantly, he did not find it overwhelmingly unbearable. Yes, it was painful, but it was far from the depths of agony. Could there be individual differences in the genetic lock's effects? With this question lingering, Lin Shi set his sights on the lifeless mutated wild boar before him. This creature must be the first-tier source beast referred to by the treasure basin. But how was he to absorb this so-called source power? He crouched before the boar. Deep in thought. Detected unclaimed source power. Do you wish to absorb it? The interface of the treasure basin suddenly displayed this message. Lin Shi's spirits lifted as he affirmed, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Warning, the absorption process must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and become irretrievable. An interruption would mean a loss. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then stored the boar's corpse in his spatial pouch and headed toward the safety shelter. He was uncertain how long the absorption process would take. Although the area was deserted, it was better to be cautious. Returning to safety was the wisest choice. Upon retrieving the mutated wild boar's body from his spatial pouch, the treasure basin interface reappeared with the message, detected unclaimed source power. Do you wish to absorb it? Lin Shi exhaled in relief, placing his hand on the boar's slick hide. Yes, he declared. As soon as he spoke, invisible source power began to siphon from the mutated wild boar, flowing into Lin Shi's body through the palm of his hand. He felt a gentle warmth enveloping his hand and arm, followed by an exhilarating sensation that coursed through him, reaching down to his very soul. This pleasurable experience continued for 2 minutes before it subsided, leaving him with no further sensations. Was this what evolution felt like? Soon, he noticed that his walking speed had increased slightly. Testing his strength, he found it had also improved marginally. Overall, his physical capabilities had enhanced by approximately 10%. He was certain that source power was the key to rapid human evolution. Lin Shi recalled the onset of the apocalypse, when the treasure basin had exhibited anomalies. Solar storms have arrived, geomagnetic storms are forming, and source materials are being rapidly generated. Source power could facilitate biological evolution. This so-called source material was the key to unlocking that evolution. Acquiring source material and forming source power was essential for gaining strength. In his previous life, scientists had discovered that animals and plants underwent mutations while humans merely developed slight cold resistance. This indicated that source material could be passively absorbed by flora and fauna, while humans needed to actively absorb it. Thus, the practice of resonance emerged in the previous life. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi distinctly felt an enhancement in his physical abilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join forces with others to slay a strange beast. He recalled that since the onset of the apocalypse, he had yet to cultivate the vitality technique. Now presented with an opportune moment to compare the efficacy of the vitality technique against resonance, he decided to proceed. Without hesitation, Lin Shi began to practice the vitality technique in the living room. As anticipated, after completing a set of the technique, the warmth enveloping his body became even more pronounced, accompanied by a tingling sensation reminiscent of absorbing source energy. He then attempted resonance once more and discovered its effects paled in comparison to the vitality technique, at least by half or more. With a flick of his palm, the vitality technique materialized in his hand, still appearing tattered and dirty. If he were to encounter that plump Taoist again, he would certainly inquire about the origins of this vitality technique. Lin Shi stowed the technique away once more. Ordinary individuals could unlock their genetic locks, and now even strange beasts had emerged. This apocalypse was unlike the one he had experienced in his previous life. The world outside was swiftly becoming fraught with peril. Turning his gaze to the Demon King, who lay curiously on the carpet, Lin Shi affectionately patted its head and declared, "Demon King, let us strive together to grow stronger." Woof. Wild game for dinner. Woof. That evening, Lin Shi prepared the mutated wild boar. The massive carcass of the mutated wild boar weighed at least 400 pounds, an impressive size. He had long heard that the meat of strange beasts was exceptionally delectable, and he was eager to try it. After cutting off a generous portion for the Demon King, he proceeded to fry a few boar chops for himself. To his delight, the meat of the strange wild boar was neither tough like that of ordinary wild boar, nor did it possess any unpleasant odor. It was tender and bursting with flavor. Lin Shi found himself consuming 7 pieces in one sitting before he could stop. Even the Demon King indulged in 2 extra pieces, licking its lips with a look of satisfaction. This might be linked to the essence of the source energy altering the very nature of the source beasts. After finishing the meal, Lin Shi felt the need to take a stroll to aid digestion. The Demon King insisted on accompanying him, but lacking fur, Lin Shi worried it might get cold. He fashioned a piece of clothing for it, which the Demon King reluctantly accepted, albeit with some discomfort. Outside, heavy snow had begun to fall. In just a few hours, the traces of blood on the ground had vanished completely. From the mountain, he gazed down upon a small part of the county town, now shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, the faint glow from a household indicated the lighting of a candle. Demon King. There will be no more myriad lights of households, Lin Shi murmured, observing the enveloping darkness. He had come to grasp the significance of this apocalypse. Humanity had lingered atop the food chain in comfort for far too long. Perhaps this apocalypse was a forced recompetition between humanity and other life forms. He had also begun to speculate on why the previous 2 apocalypses had restarted. Humanity had grown accustomed to relying on external forces, forgetting the importance of self-improvement. In the years leading up to the last apocalypse, humanity still clung to the hope of restoring technological civilization. Lin Shi could envision that in the decades following his demise, the evolution of flora and fauna would far surpass that of humans, their reproductive rates exponentially greater. Humanity, falling behind at every turn, would ultimately march towards extinction. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Lin Shi felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. What was he to do? The Demon King looked up at him, seemingly sensing the weight of his thoughts, and nuzzled against Lin Shi's leg. The man and his dog stood in the pitch-black snow, enveloped in silence. Chapter 62. The blue pill. The following day marked the 4th day since the apocalypse began. Early in the morning, Lin Shi practiced the vitality technique in the living room. With the understanding that this technique could enhance his strength, he naturally dedicated more time to its cultivation. After a night of contemplation, he had come to a realization. He was but one individual, unable to sway the entirety of the world. Even if he were to approach the authorities to declare this as the 3rd apocalypse and urge humanity to focus on self-improvement rather than the restoration of technological civilization, they would not heed his words. They might even imprison him, demanding to know how he acquired such knowledge, or worse, eliminate him in an attempt to seize the treasure he possessed. The most favorable outcome would likely be his confinement as a tool for those in power. Lin Shi had not yet attained the nobility to sacrifice himself for the greater good of humanity. Armed with the treasure, the vitality technique, and the truth of this apocalypse, he had already placed himself ahead of others. His primary obligation was to continuously strengthen himself. Only by attaining such strength that even the authorities would regard him with caution could he earn the right to engage with them as an equal. An ant cannot affect the world, but a giant can. Moreover, he must ascertain whether this world is worth saving, how far he was willing to go. After all, the worst outcome would merely be mutual destruction. With this in mind, Lin Shi's thoughts drifted to the faces of the Shen family, his eyes suddenly turning icy. Individuals like Shen Fanren did not deserve to live comfortably. The Demon King, who had been watching Lin Shi practice, noticed his sudden grim expression and instinctively recoiled, wide-eyed. After concluding his practice, Lin Shi took a moment to rest, preparing 2 ham sandwiches, boiling 30 eggs, and pouring 2 cups of milk, which he shared with the Demon King. In this regard, they were quite compatible, both man and dog possessing hearty appetites. Outside, a blizzard raged. The world was a singular hue, blanketed in swirling white snow. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The fleeing villagers had not returned to cause any trouble. Last night, countless lives were likely surrendered to the cold in their slumber. At this time, they were probably too preoccupied to concern themselves with anything else. Lin Shi had yet to see the official supplies mentioned by Li Wei. He surmised that the temperature had dropped too swiftly and unexpectedly. The authorities, initially intending to distribute lighting supplies to appease the populace, had failed to realize that the ability to see light at night had become irrelevant. What people truly required were warmth and provisions. He did not particularly covet the official supplies. Rather, he was curious to see how far the local government could go. The Demon King's wound was healing remarkably. A day had passed without inflammation or infection, and scabbing had begun to occur. To be on the safe side, Lin Shi administered half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection. After the injection, the Demon King roamed the safe house, frequently glancing toward the door, seemingly brimming with excess energy. Once you're healed, I'll take you out, Lin Shi promised. Feeling helpless, he remembered the pet supplies he had gathered earlier, which included some toys, and decided to fetch them to keep the Demon King entertained. I'll find some toys for you to play with. Lin Shi communicated with the spatial realm, his consciousness sweeping through the vast expanse. Suddenly, he noticed a box. Oh! With a flick of his hand, a box appeared in his grasp. This was the box that Shen Jinbin's bodyguard had intended to bring into the hospital. He had completely forgotten about its existence until now. The Demon King, noticing the box in Lin Shi's hand, leaned in to sniff it. Not this one. Lin Shi gently pushed the Demon King's head aside and produced a ball with his other hand, tossing it to the Demon King. Play with this. However, the Demon King merely glanced at the ball before turning back to fixate on the box, clearly more intrigued by it. Lin Shi was at a loss and said, "Well, let us examine it together, though I am uncertain as to what lies within. Please keep your distance." The Demon King obediently settled onto the other side of the sofa. Lin Shi cautiously opened the box. Inside, 6 blue pills were neatly arranged, strikingly similar to the blue medicine he had acquired from number 2, though larger and differently shaped. The Demon King had unknowingly approached, sniffing at the blue pills. These pills were originally meant for Shen Jinbin, delivered by the security guard as a life-saving measure. What on earth are these? Lin Shi picked one up. The moment he touched the pill, the treasure basin suddenly displayed a notification. Detected trace source material. Would you like to absorb it? Yes or no? Lin Shi felt a slight shock in his heart. These pills actually contained source material? He understood all too well what source material represented. Could it be that Shen Fanren had managed to extract such material even before the apocalypse? Lin Shi's expression turned serious, and he replied decisively, "Yes. Absorb." In the next moment, a faint warmth flowed from the point of contact between his fingers and the pill into Lin Shi's body. He felt a slight warmth in his arm, and then no further reaction. Upon reflection, the sensation of absorbing the pill was somewhat similar to when he had absorbed source power before. However, its effect was less than 1,000th of that of source power. The amount of source material contained in the pills left by number 2 was even more pitiful. The treasure basin didn't even provide a notification when he held it in his hand. This made Lin Shi breathe a sigh of relief. If these pills contained a significant amount of source material, he would have to reconsider seeking revenge on the Shen family. Before dying, No. 2 had mentioned that Shen Fanren was cultivating genetic warriors. If these pills were rich in source material, it would imply that Shen Fanren had likely succeeded. However, it seemed that he had not yet done so. Moreover, these pills appeared to be incredibly precious to Shen Fanren. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought over just 6 of them when his own son was on the verge of death. Turning to see the Demon King still sniffing at the pills with an expression of great desire, Lin Shi asked, "Do you want to eat this?" The Demon King barked in response. Source material is beneficial for both humans and animals. However, the amount of source material in these pills was insignificant compared to the benefits gained from practicing the health cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Lin Shi tossed the pill into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King swallowed it and licked his lips. Seeing that the Demon King showed no other abnormal reactions, Lin Shi fed the remaining 5 pills to him. What began as a casual act unexpectedly yielded delightful surprises the following day. Upon waking up, Lin Shi was startled when the treasure basin suddenly emitted a notification. Detected a first-tier source beast within 2 meters. Chapter 63, The Demon King's Evolution. This notification startled Lin Shi so much that he jumped out of bed. Within 2 meters. That was right in his room. What kind of source beast could breach the shelter's defenses and enter his chamber? In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Upon inspection, however, he found that the room contained only himself and the Demon King, who lay on the carpet, with no other life forms present. The Demon King, disturbed by Lin Shi's sudden movement, woke up, and the two stared at each other in silence. Once Lin Shi was awake, the Demon King approached him, wagging his tail and nuzzling against him. After a while, Lin Shi confirmed that the first-tier source beast indicated by the treasure basin was indeed the Demon King. He felt an inexplicable shock. Upon closer inspection, the Demon King showed no obvious physical changes. However, the severe injuries on his body had all scabbed over after a single night, and even the wounds Lin Shi had stitched were nearly healed. With such a rapid recovery rate, if he remained cautious, he would likely heal completely within a few days. What incredible self-healing ability! After the initial shock, joy flooded over him. Could it be that I have become companions with the source beast? Lin Shi couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. He reached out to pet the Demon King. The Demon King's mismatched eyes appeared even more lively, the blue one clearer and more radiant, while the red one looked increasingly enchanting. Animals transformed into source beasts also experienced an increase in intelligence. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers, looking at the Demon King, and asked, "How many is this?" "Woof. How many is this?" "Woof woof. This plus this equals how many?" "Woof woof 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 woof." After testing, Lin Shi confirmed that the Demon King's intelligence was at least comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps with further learning, it would increase even more. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches from the Demon King. He speculated that the Demon King must have absorbed a considerable amount of source material prior, reaching the threshold for evolution. Thus, after consuming the pills he provided, it underwent immediate evolution. Once the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King's head. Just like before, the Demon King wagged his tail vigorously at Lin Shi's praise. Transforming into a source beast had not altered the Demon King's temperament. Throughout the day, Lin Shi observed and became more certain of this fact. He had a premonition that the Demon King would become his greatest ally, second only to the treasure basin. 3 days passed. A blizzard thoroughly acquainted this city, which had never witnessed snow, with the true meaning of icy desolation. The temperature had plummeted to over -30 degrees, with nights dipping even lower, reaching below -50 degrees. Lin Shi had never been to Shushi in his previous life, but recalled that the temperature in Sanyuan City on the 4th day had reached -50 degrees, with nighttime lows hitting -80 degrees. At this point in the north, temperatures had likely dropped to between -70 and -90 degrees. If Lin Shi had lived in Sanyuan City, he would have found that the current temperature there had fallen to over -60 degrees during the day and below -80 or even 90 degrees at night. Meanwhile, in the north, if anyone carried a thermal imaging device while passing through, they would notice that the few remaining lives had become exceedingly sparse. In cities near the extreme north, there were no signs of life remaining. This bout of extreme cold in the apocalypse proved to be even harsher than the last. During these days, Lin Shi remained in the safe house, enjoying meals and practicing the health cultivation technique with the Demon King. While it was over -30 degrees outside, the indoor temperature, with a heater running, was over 20 degrees. Other survivors bundled themselves in every piece of clothing, curtains, and bed sheets they could find, yet still could not fend off the biting cold. In contrast, Lin Shi was comfortably clad in just a short-sleeved shirt and shorts in the safe house, sweating profusely while practicing the health cultivation technique, occasionally sipping on freshly squeezed juice as a cold treat. The continuous blizzard led some who had once prided themselves on living in high-rise buildings to regret their decisions after enduring the storm, with shattered glass windows and patio doors. Cold winds seeped in from every corner, leaving the entire apartment in disarray. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes had also frozen. Without access to water, survivors had no choice but to use basins and buckets to collect snow and melt it for use. After damaging several plastic containers, they eventually remembered to retrieve their stainless steel basins for use. Once natural gas was also cut off, survivors without gas were left despairingly eating raw food while awaiting rescue. In Lin Shi's situation, however, he had sealed the well in advance, and since the water pipes were buried over 6 meters deep underground, they remained unfrozen and usable. Moreover, even if the well water froze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the safe house during its construction, ensuring an uninterrupted water supply. Each day, Lin Shi enjoyed grilling meat, enjoying hot pot, and savoring boiled fish. When boredom struck, he would watch downloaded shows and provide the Demon King with a 9-year compulsory education curriculum. Aside from not being able to go out for leisure and needing to shovel snow daily, his life was not much different from before the apocalypse. The villagers down the mountain, however, faced dire circumstances. After Lin Shi's departure, more than a dozen lives were claimed by mutated wild boars. After hearing about the incidents on the mountain and losing their steadfast village leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some cried out in despair. Others sought help from the security personnel, while some prepared to take up arms and confront the threat on the mountain, resulting in utter disarray. Soon after, the blizzard hit. Although a mountain village, the villagers who had lived in Shushi for decades lacked experience in enduring the cold. The windows of their self-built homes were not as soundproof as those in the city. On the first night, The glass in most homes of the village shattered under the sudden change in temperature, exacerbated by the relentless assault of the blizzard. Fortunately, each household in Wulong village had some timber, allowing them to make hurried repairs and endure the night. However, by morning, a third of the villagers were afflicted with illness and fever. The patched windows still leaked cold air, forcing many villagers to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the first-floor hall. In contrast to urban dwellers, the villagers primarily relied on gas canisters and often cooked over open flames. Their customary stock of candles and flashlights mitigated the challenges of dining and illumination. Yet, as the blizzard continued unabated for several days, many ailing villagers could no longer withstand the harsh conditions. Several elderly individuals quietly departed from this world amidst the howling winds of the storm. On that fateful morning, those who awoke from their slumber discovered that the blizzard that had ravaged for days had finally ceased. The long-lost sun reappeared in the sky. Chapter 64. The Return of Sunshine. Witnessing the sun's rays once again gracing the earth, the survivors rejoiced, believing the nightmare was drawing to a close. However, it soon became apparent that the sun was no longer as bright and warm as before. Even standing in its light offered little comfort. Those residing on the ground floor, exposed to the elements without eaves, quickly found their doors immovable. The ceaseless blizzard had deposited over a meter of snow throughout the sandy city. Those with windows had to climb through to clear the snow blocking their doors, while those without resorted to navigating through second-story windows. For Lin Shi, however, this posed no problem. When designing the safe house, he had learned from past experiences and installed inward opening doors. This meant that despite the thick accumulation of snow outside, the door could still be opened, provided they regularly cleared the snow to avoid being trapped inside. At that moment, the door of the safe house swung open, and Lin Shi, along with the Demon King, emerged. The Demon King's wounds had healed, transforming the once gory injuries into soft, pink scars. The fur that had been shaved was beginning to regrow, with a fine fuzz already sprouting after just a few days. Yet, the outdoor chill necessitated that he don the unflattering attire Lin Shi had modified for him. Lin Shi was clad in a waterproof and insulated jacket, layered with thermal underwear and a high-neck fleece. His footwear consisted of non-slip snow boots, while insulated and waterproof gloves adorned his hands. A windproof hat protected his head, and a face mask shielded his visage from the biting cold. Finally, he donned ski goggles to shield his eyes from the blinding glare of sunlight reflecting off the snow. He was fully equipped for the harsh elements. From his supplies, Lin Shi retrieved a pair of skis, donned them, and once ready, called out to the eager Demon King beside him, "Let us depart. Just be mindful of your speed and turns." Upon hearing the word depart, the Demon King bolted away like a wild stallion, racing through the snow. Lin Shi chuckled helplessly and pursued him. The duo swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Lin Shi stowed away his skis and walked toward the city alongside the Demon King, each step sinking into the snow. Along the way, numerous individuals emerged from their homes, bundled in layers of clothing, a testament to their efforts to ward off the cold. In comparison, Lin Shi appeared relatively lightly dressed. However, the state of those around him, lips turning purple and faces flushed, spoke volumes about the effectiveness of their attire. A young man, noticing Lin Shi's outfit, called out enviously, "Hey, the guy with the dog, what is your name?" Seeing that Lin Shi did not respond, the young man hurried over, tripping in the snow but quickly regaining his footing. When he caught up, Lin Shi turned, his expression cool as he regarded the frostbitten youth. "My name is Qian Liang. May I ask your surname?" Qian Liang brushed off the snow from his clothes, a look of flattery on his face. Lin Shi replied tersely, "Speak plainly." Qian Liang scrutinized Lin Shi's attire, envy evident in his gaze. "I was wondering where you purchased that outfit. I would like to acquire one as well." "In the downtown mall," Lin Shi answered succinctly before continuing on his way. "Hey, wait. How much does it cost? Do you have an extra set you could lend me?" Qian Liang hurried after him, questioning incessantly. Lin Shi frowned, casting a cold glance at him. "Buy your own. Don't follow me, or I want to be polite." The Demon King halted, fixating on Qian Liang with a menacing glare, emitting a low growl. Feeling intimidated by the imposing figure of the Demon King, Qian Liang relented. All right. Take care." After Lin Shi moved on, Qian Liang spat disdainfully at his retreating figure. "Humph. Just relying on that dog. What is so impressive?" At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a down jacket passed by Qian Liang. He quickly approached the man. "Excuse me, Where did you get that jacket? Days prior, some shops had managed to remain open despite power outages, but today, none were operational. After enduring several days of nightmarish upheaval, the populace finally recognized that without a desperate effort to gather food and winter supplies, survival was impossible. Many wielded tools and weapons, smashing storefronts. Groups surged into clothing and food stores, while some resorted to robbing others directly. Even acts of violence occurred in plain sight. Social order had completely collapsed. As Lin Shi and the Demon King approached a gold store, Lin Shi's intent was clear: to amass gold to upgrade the long-neglected treasure basin. The treasure basin, shrouded in mystery, possessed the ability to foresee impending calamities and comprehend terms like source power and source beasts, concepts unknown in previous lives. It seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of all. Capable of replicating and storing items, its functionalities were unprecedented. It could even grant rebirth. Perhaps once Lin Shi upgraded the treasure basin to a certain level, unexpected rewards would await him. Thus, the thought of upgrading the basin had never left his mind. Lin Shi signaled for the Demon King to keep a distance, then took out a hammer he had prepared in advance, striking the tempered glass of the gold store with force. With Lin Shi's current strength, a single blow shattered the glass into countless fragments. After several strikes, the entire pane crashed to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Inside the store, silence prevailed. No blaring alarms, no panicked employees. He instructed the Demon King to stand guard outside, and proceeded to break open each display case, collecting gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds. Anything of value was swiftly stowed in his backpack. He then transferred most of the gathered treasures into his spatial storage. The entire operation took less than half an hour. Lin Shi refrained from utilizing the spatial storage directly on the display cases, as leaving them intact while the gold vanished would heighten the risk of exposing the treasure basin's existence. After pillaging one store, he led the Demon King to the next. Before the apocalypse, Lin Shi had visited the downtown area and knew there were numerous gold stores. He continued his spree, raiding 8 gold stores in total, including 3 large establishments. The accumulated wealth in gold and jewels would have been worth over 100 million before the end of the world. The abundance of shops and malls in the downtown area attracted many desperate individuals seeking to seize supplies. Some, witnessing Lin Shi's audacious plunder of gold and jewels, contemplated joining in, yet were deterred by the Demon King's vigilant presence. Others observed Lin Shi's acquisition of these non-essential items, sneering at what they perceived as foolishness. At noon, Lin Shi dined in a gold shop that had been thoroughly plundered by him, accompanied by the Demon King. Using his backpack as a shield, he retrieved some pre-made beef patties from his space and began sharing them with the Demon King. Although the shop was empty, caution was still warranted. Lessons from a past life had taught him never to let his guard down. Just as the man and his canine companion relished their meal, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the gold shop. A middle-aged couple, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around 17 and a boy in his early teens, passed by and entered Lin Shi's line of sight. The 2 middle-aged individuals and the girl carried large bags, while the boy had empty hands, resembling a family out on a quest for supplies. As they approached the entrance of the gold shop, they peered inside, seemingly preparing to enter. Lin Shi cautioned, "There are people inside. You should seek rest elsewhere." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the couple prepared to leave, but the boy halted abruptly. "This is your place? I'll go in if I want." The boy wore a sour expression, as if the world owed him a fortune, and his tone was brash as he kicked at the glass shards, ready to step inside. The girl quickly pulled him back, admonishing, "Akio, don't stir trouble." However, her words seemed to trigger something within the youth. He shrugged off her hand and, cursing, marched into the shop. "I'm going in. What is it to you? You nasty girl. This isn't yours, so what is the problem?" The boy named Akio marched straight up to Lin Shi, but upon spotting the Demon King, he instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, his gaze was fixated on the beef patties in Lin Shi's hand and the Demon King's mouth. At that moment, the 3 outside followed suit and entered the shop. The couple, who had initially intended to pull Akio outside, were now captivated by the sight of the beef patties. Although only a few days had passed since the loss of electricity and gas, for those accustomed to cooked meals and reliant on meat, these days felt akin to starvation. "Young man, feeding such fine meat to a dog is quite wasteful, don't you think?" commented the middle-aged woman, her eyes fixed on the beef patty near the Demon King. The Demon King, upon hearing her words, grew displeased and raised its head with a fierce glare, as if ready to retaliate if provoked. The woman immediately fell silent, retreating behind her husband. The middle-aged man, eyeing the beef patties and swallowing hard, turned to Lin Shi and said, "Young man, you ought to leash such a large dog in public. What if it bites someone? Perhaps you should tie it up. Should you fear being bitten, you are free to leave. You've already interrupted our meal," Lin Shi retorted, causing a flicker of displeasure to cross the man's face. However, upon glancing at the Demon King, he ultimately refrained from further comment. At that juncture, Akiyu spoke up, "Mom, I want a beef patty." The middle-aged woman, glancing awkwardly at Lin Shi, urged the boy, "There's no meat at home. We don't even have a hot meal. I want a beef patty. And I want it now." The boy tugged at his mother's clothing, stamping his feet in protest. "If I don't get a beef patty, I want to leave." Irritated by the boy's incessant whining, Lin Shi cast a glance at him, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. The boy was immediately silenced by fear. "Can we trade something for 4 pieces? "No. 3 pieces, just 3 beef patties?" The girl among the 4 had her eyes glued to the patties, her demeanor pleading as she lowered her head. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi refused. "No." The woman's bag contained nothing but summer clothes, curtains, and carpets, all of which held no value for him. Even 2 pieces would suffice, or just 1. "Please, my son hasn't had meat in days and is starving." The Demon King tilted its head, seemingly puzzled by the woman's nonsensical claims as it scrutinized the boy's round belly and face. Seeing Lin Shi's unwillingness to barter, the middle-aged man snapped, "He'd rather feed his dog than trade. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Let us go." With a resigned sigh, the woman took the boy's hand, and the family began to exit. Lin Shi paid them no mind, continuing his meal and offering another piece of beef patty to the Demon King, who, however, refused and suddenly raised its head, gazing outside. Following the Demon King's line of sight, Lin Shi turned to look at the street outside. At that moment, Akiyu broke free from his mother's grasp and lunged forward, attempting to snatch the beef patty Lin Shi intended to give to the Demon King. "Give it to me." Lin Shi sensed the boy rushing towards him with murderous intent, and simultaneously, the aura of the Demon King transformed, lunging toward the boy in a fierce bite. It sank its teeth into the boy's hand. "Ah!" 2 screams erupted simultaneously, one from the boy, the other from the middle-aged woman. She rushed forward to cradle her son, desperately calling his name. The Demon King spat out the bloody hand, as if discarding something vile. Meanwhile, commotion and chaos began to unfold outside. "Stop!" The middle-aged man glared at Lin Shi, demanding, "Your dog bit off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away?" He came charging in to snatch something. "It's fortunate my dog didn't kill him," Lin Shi replied, petting the Demon King's head. "Next time, if someone rushes in to steal, just bite to death." The Demon King obediently nodded and turned back to regard the boy, contemplating whether to finish the job. "Have you no humanity? Feeding your dog is one thing, but taking a life so casually?" the middle-aged man shouted. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Lin Shi directly. At that moment, the street outside echoed with clear screams and the sound of frantic footsteps. "Help!" A throng of people fled in a frenzy, pursued by a large tabby cat, the size of a lynx, with a wild and fierce glint in its eyes, exhibiting none of the usual lethargy associated with domestic cats. With each swipe of its sharp claws, it tore into its prey, ripping flesh from bodies as it brought them down, feasting on the humans as if they were mere vermin. After dispatching one victim, it leaped with astonishing agility, landing before the fleeing crowd, mocking their despair. As the cat approached within 100 meters of the shop, Lin Shi received an alert from the treasure basin interface, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Another source beast had appeared. Chapter 66. The Demon King battles the tabby cat. Upon encountering yet another source beast, Lin Shi's demeanor sharpened. Last time, he had been caught off guard by the sudden alert from the treasure basin, resulting in the loss of the opportunity to eliminate the mutated wild boar. This time, he was determined not to falter. Suddenly, the Demon King beside him erupted with intense combat spirit, its eyes filled with hostility directed at the mutated tabby cat. The Demon King paced a few steps, looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his approval. "You wish to confront that cat?" Lin Shi immediately grasped the Demon King's intent. The Demon King nodded. Recognizing the necessity of eliminating the source beast and the chance to rapidly enhance his strength, Lin Shi would not let this opportunity slip by. The fact that the Demon King proactively sought to battle surprised him, but it also presented an excellent opportunity to assess its combat prowess. After all, it mattered little whose hands the source beast met its demise. "Do you require assistance?" he inquired, as the Demon King nudged Lin Shi with his head. Lin Shi took a step back, signaling him to refrain from making a move. "All right, you may go. With me as a safeguard, the Demon King will surely remain unharmed." The Demon King cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi and slowly approached the cat. Meanwhile, the mutated tabby seemed to sense something, turning its head to gaze at the Demon King. Upon seeing him, the cat abandoned the group of humans and fixated intently on the approaching Demon King, its body arching as it emitted a warning cry, meow. The Demon King quickened his pace and lunged forward. Both were source beasts. The Demon King was larger. Yet the tabby's speed was astonishing. The battle between cat and dog was imminent, while Lin Shi focused intently on the unfolding conflict outside. A family of 3 inside the jewelry store fell into discord. "Hurry, take Achio to the hospital," the child's father urged. The middle-aged woman pressed a cloth against the boy's wound, carefully wrapping his severed arm. "Do you have any idea what the situation is at the hospital? There are no doctors left. In recent days, it has become the place with the highest death toll, and now there are giant cats outside. How can we possibly go out?" In the past few days, the hospital had devolved into one of the most chaotic places in the city. Countless injured, frostbitten, and feverish individuals rushed to the hospital, only to be trapped there due to the sudden snowstorm. The hospital was overflowing with people, yet there were insufficient supplies to accommodate so many. In their desperate plight, those starving and freezing could resort to anything. The hospital had truly become a living hell. "What are we to do? Are we to watch Achio die here?" The middle-aged woman was frantic. "Mother, tie Achio's wound with a rope. It can help reduce the bleeding," the silent girl suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing her, the previously nurturing mother transformed her demeanor, sharply retorting, "What do you know, you wretched girl? Do you want to see your brother become a cripple?" The girl, appearing meek, murmured, "I read about this online. If he continues to bleed like this, he will bleed to death." Her words acted like a match igniting 2 powder kegs. The middle-aged man swiftly stepped forward and slapped the girl across the face, unleashing the anger he could not direct at Lin Shi upon her. "You want to watch your brother die, don't you? You worthless wretch. Why didn't you stop Achio from coming in? Why didn't you fight for the meat pie? Why weren't you the one bitten?" The girl fell to the ground, shards of glass embedding into her palm. However, the middle-aged couple remained oblivious to the scene, the woman continuing her sharp tirade against the girl. "If anything happens to your brother, you will not fare any better." The girl numbly rose, silently picking the glass from her palm, staring at her bleeding hand with an inscrutable expression. The battle between the animals was primal and brutal. Within mere minutes, both the cat and dog bore injuries. Those fleeing from the tabby took advantage of the skirmish to escape without a trace. The tabby limped, its right leg injured by the Demon King's bite, while the Demon King bore 3 bloody gashes beneath his eyes, nearly losing an eye, with deep wounds visible on his legs. Lin Shi's heart raced. Should the Demon King be in mortal peril, he was prepared to employ remote weaponry. The Demon King lunged again, but the tabby dodged. It swiftly turned, a claw aiming for the Demon King. The sharp claws glinted in the sunlight, tearing through the Demon King's down jacket, feathers flying. At that moment, Lin Shi's gaze sharpened. A glint of lethal intent ignited in his eyes as a handgun silently emerged from his sleeve. A startled cry from the girl rang out behind Lin Shi. "Run! They want to kill you!" Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged couple had circled behind him, each wielding a knife, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Damn it! This ungrateful wretch!" Upon realizing he had been spotted, the middle-aged man shot a vicious glare at the girl, no longer concealing his intentions. He menacingly addressed Lin Shi. "Your dog is not by your side now, kid. You harm my son, and I will grind your bones to feed the dogs. Stop talking and kill him. You can wear his clothes. I want beef pies." The middle-aged woman insisted anxiously. They had long set their sights on Lin Shi. Initially, they had targeted his dog, but they had not anticipated the Demon King's ferocity. After realizing the dog was formidable, they contemplated retreating to ambush Lin Shi under the cover of darkness, using the girl to distract the dog before striking. Yet, in a twist of fate, their own son had fallen first. Nevertheless, the time to act had arrived. With the dog absent, they could eliminate this boy. Woof! Sensing the threat to Lin Shi, the Demon King let out a furious roar, striking the lunging tabby to the ground, and with renewed vigor, aimed for the tabby's injured right leg. This decisive bite severed the tabby's leg, eliciting a chilling scream. The Demon King then pounced upon the tabby, overwhelming it with force, his sharp claws pinning it down as it struggled to rise. The tabby thrashed in its dying moments, desperately clawing at the Demon King's leg, but within seconds, the Demon King crushed its neck. Meanwhile, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded for Lin Shi. As the middle-aged couple charged at him with knives, the girl, who had been cowering in the shadows, suddenly brandished a cleaver she had acquired and attacked the couple. In that moment, all present were taken aback by this shocking transformation. The girl, who had initially seemed the least significant and too timid to speak, executed such a stunning act. Despite her small stature, her strength was immense. She nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck with a single blow. The middle-aged woman was caught off guard, collapsing to the ground under the girl's assault. Lin Shi, witnessing this for the first time, wore a look of mild astonishment. He affectionately patted the Demon King's head, offering reassurance. Retrieving medical supplies from his backpack, he tended to the Demon King's wounds while keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding chaos. On the other side, the middle-aged man, having had his carotid artery severed, soon began to convulse from blood loss, his eyes rolling back. The middle-aged woman continued to struggle, lunging at the girl with a fruit knife. The girl dodged momentarily but was grazed on the arm. Nonetheless, she pressed on, delivering another strike to the woman's head. Even as the woman lay motionless, the girl continued to hack at her relentlessly. Blood splattered as if she were not attacking her parents, but rather pieces of meat. Only when the bodies were reduced to a bloody pulp did the girl relent. She stood with the knife in hand, like a soulless automaton, moving to her unconscious brother's side, whispering, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she brought the knife down upon the defenseless boy, severing his head with several swift strokes. After completing this gruesome act, the girl approached Lin Shi, only to falter halfway and drop the knife to the ground. Her expression hollow as she gazed at him, saying, "You may kill me." "Why would I kill you?" Lin Shi replied, bewildered. He had always taken lives solely to protect himself and his interests. The girl did not attack him, nor did she insult him. Rather, she offered him a reminder. Although he had sensed the looming threat behind him at that moment, it indicated that the girl bore him no malice. She even alleviated his troubles, leaving him with no justification to harm her. The light faded from the girl's eyes. "I have killed my family. Such a wretch as I surely deserves to die." Lin Shi found it amusing. "What does your killing your family have to do with me? Besides, some individuals are unworthy of parenthood." In that instant, Lin Shi recalled Lu Xiyue, a dark tide swirling in his gaze as he patted the devil and said, "Let us depart." Yet he merely observed from a distance, too wary to approach. The tabby cat was indeed dead, but the demon who had slain it remained, ignoring the gazes around him. Lin Shi allowed the demon to carry away the tabby cat's corpse. Those who had believed Lin Shi might leave the cat's body behind displayed expressions of disappointment, having hoped for a chance to scavenge meat. However, the severed leg of the tabby cat, bitten off by the demon, still incited a scramble among many. "Come out." A girl, bloodied and carefully clutching a large bag, emerged cautiously from around the corner. It was the very girl who had just slain her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, halting at the demon's threatening growl. "May I accompany you?" "No." Lin Shi replied without hesitation. His refraining from killing her did not imply acceptance. "I can do anything. Do not underestimate my strength. I can endure hardships and eat little." The girl desperately promoted herself. "I already have companions." Lin Shi warned her with a piercing gaze, "Do not follow me again. I am not gentle in my dealings with others." He would not trust anyone as a companion, not even as a servant. "My name is Qin Shuang." The girl shouted after Lin Shi's retreating figure. As the sensation of being watched faded, Lin Shi found a secluded corner to store the tabby cat's corpse in his space. In the afternoon, he retrieved the previously marked map and continued his looting of gold shops. After ransacking a dozen establishments, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of a gold shop. "You are following me?" A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he regarded the reappearing Qin Shuang. "I am not following you. I came here to find something." She quickly defended herself. At that moment, Lin Shi noticed the fire axe she was holding. So she was also in search of gold, he thought, raising an eyebrow. Having encountered her twice in one day, he instinctively assumed she wished to cling to him. Lin Shi circumvented Qin Shuang, but she called out to him. "Wait." He turned, slightly irritated. Qin Shuang set down her heavy bag, which had evidently grown much heavier throughout the afternoon. She opened the bag. revealing an assortment of gold jewelry among various items. Her eyes sparkled as she held out a handful of gold to Lin Shi. "Here, take this." Lin Shi's impatience softened slightly. "Why give this to me? Do you not need gold?" "I collected all of this from 4 gold shops this afternoon," she replied. Lin Shi coldly stated, "I can gather my own. Even if you waste your time collecting these, I will not take you in." "I understand." Qin Shuang's hands fell, clutching the gold tightly as she lowered her head. "I know my worthless life depends on myself. I merely wish to thank you for not pushing me away when I was at my lowest." "No need for thanks. I did nothing," Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. However, Qin Shuang looked at him resolutely, saying, "What is. This gold is of no use to me. Please accept it." Lin Shi desired the gold, but would not owe anyone a favor for it. "If you insist on giving it to me, I will exchange it for something." He pulled out a packet of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages from his backpack. To trade such a quantity of gold for these few supplies would have seemed insane before the apocalypse. Yet now, with pharmacies and hospitals stripped of their stock, medicine was far more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been wounded by a middle-aged woman. If left untreated, the injury could easily become infected, potentially leading to death in this harsh environment. Those supplies were invaluable to her. For Lin Shi, acquiring 3 to 4 dozen pounds of gold for a mere bit of medicine was a significant gain, not to mention the gratitude he would earn from her. A glimmer of light sparked in Lin Shi's eyes. He sensed that the girl was not ordinary. Chapter 68. The second stage, a girl capable of carrying so much gold and a sack of supplies, while wielding a fire axe weighing several pounds, possessed strength that could not be merely described as strong. Moreover, despite having been stabbed by a middle-aged woman, she continued to gather supplies as if nothing had happened. Lin Shi glanced at the demon's wound, which had ceased bleeding. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved several packets of instant noodles collected from the container and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medicine. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she trembled, accepting the items from Lin Shi. "Thank you." Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack. "I must take my leave. Nightfall approaches." Although it was still before 4 in the afternoon, the light was already dimming. The arrival of extreme cold made the nights significantly longer than the days. Without light, the night was far more perilous than the day. "What is your name?" Qin Shuang's voice came from behind him. Upon returning to the safe house, he first examined the demon's wound from earlier, which had indeed healed rapidly and no longer bled. Lin Shi marveled at the remarkable regenerative abilities of the source beast, carefully treating any deeper wounds. Allowing the demon to rest in the living room, he locked himself in the storage room and retrieved the tabby cat's corpse. Detected unclaimed source energy. "Would you like to absorb it?" "Yes, no." The moment Lin Shi received the prompt from the treasure basin, he responded without hesitation, "Yes." As with the previous absorption of the wild boar, a warm current flowed from his arm into his body, accompanied by a sensation of indescribable bliss spreading throughout his limbs. It was a sublime feeling of the essence of life being elevated. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body shuddered. The genetic lock within him inexplicably unlocked at that moment. As he marveled at this occurrence, an unprecedented sense of power surged within him. "What is this?" Lin Shi was astonished by his own body. The sensation was too miraculous and incomprehensible. His mind was as clear and calm as when he had unlocked the first-tier genetic lock. Yet the strength within him was continually increasing. He suddenly felt an illusion of being able to battle source beasts with bare hands. Tentatively, Lin Shi threw a punch into the air. The force of his punch sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. His mind calculated the strength behind this punch, revealing a tenfold increase over his previous power. It had far surpassed the limits of human strength. And this was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Was this the second tier of the genetic lock? Lin Shi was astounded, jumping lightly into the air to touch the ceiling with ease. He attempted to jog a few steps and, to his astonishment, found himself darting from one end of the storage room to the other in the blink of an eye. With such speed in a moderately sized room, Lin Shi accelerated and halted seamlessly, barely stopping short of crashing into the wall. Such control over power could only be achieved through perfection. If an ordinary person's strength and speed were to suddenly increase, they would struggle to adapt to their own newfound abilities. There may also be instances of clumsiness or even self-inflicted injuries. Adaptation requires time for practice. However, in the state of unlocking his genetic lock, Lin Shi's brain could precisely control every ounce of strength in his body, as if an inexhaustible power surged within him. This sensation was overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the genetic lock lasted 8 seconds. After exiting the genetic lock state, Lin Shi swayed and knelt on one knee. His limbs felt weak, and a slight pain coursed through his body. Yet it was significantly less severe than the aftereffects he experienced during his first unlocking of the genetic lock. Perhaps this improvement was related to his absorption of the source power from the 2 first-tier source beasts, Lin Shi pondered. Originally, he had learned from No. 2 that the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock became increasingly severe, yet his current condition was indeed improving. Source power. Lin Shi understood that this was crucial. Could absorbing the source power from 2 first-tier source beasts enable the unlocking of the second-tier genetic lock? Or had his body already absorbed some source substances prior to this? He quietly questioned himself. Lin Shi was unaware that during his unconsciousness, the treasure basin had automatically absorbed source substances. Otherwise, he would not harbor such doubts. After resting for about 10 minutes, although his limbs remained somewhat feeble, he gradually began to recover. He attempted to unlock the genetic lock once more, but there was no response. While unlocking the genetic lock had indeed been powerful, Lin Shi still could not grasp how to activate it autonomously. Apart from life and death situations or moments of heightened emotion, he had yet to discover any other means to actively unlock the genetic lock. Moreover, after observing the battle between the Demon King and the Tabby Cat, Lin Shi realized that aside from humans, other animals seemed to lack the capability or concept of unlocking a genetic lock. They enhanced their physical strength in a more direct manner, exhibiting some external changes in size. The evolutionary trajectories of humans and source beasts were distinctly different. The Demon King was waiting at the door, having taken up a position unbeknownst to Lin Shi. "Are you waiting for me?" Lin Shi was slightly taken aback as he crouched down to stroke the Demon King. The Demon King circled around Lin Shi twice, its nose continuously sniffing, seemingly confirming something. "What's the matter?" Lin Shi inquired with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose, its lively eyes brimming with affection and a hint of reverence. Assuming the Demon King was hungry, Lin Shi patted its head and said, "Are you hungry? Come, let us eat." After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi retrieved all the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected that day from his space and placed them on the floor of the living room. The gold alone weighed several hundred kilograms, and the other silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry collectively weighed nearly as much. The entire floor sparkled with a golden sheen, creating a dazzling spectacle. Replicas could not be used for upgrades. Aside from upgrading, these items held no value for replication. Lin Shi glanced at the treasure basin interface. Treasure basin, storage space, 969696. Upgrade required wealth points, 32,000. Function, item replication, 21. Upgrade required wealth points, 58,500. Crouching down, he placed his hand on the pile of jewelry and took a gentle breath, stating, "Upgrade item replication." Chapter 69. Upgrading the treasure basin. Once Lin Shi's words fell, the golden interface shimmered slightly, and a portion of the jewelry that had formed a small mountain immediately diminished. The numbers on the treasure basin interface rapidly fluctuated before stabilizing to treasure basin, storage space, 969696. Upgrade required wealth points, 32,000. Function, item replication, 45. Upgrade required wealth points, 160,000. The pattern of item replication upgrades was 3 for the first upgrade, 6 for the second, and 12 for the third. This was Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, adding a total of 24. Concurrently, the required precious metals for the next upgrade had increased significantly. Previously, it was 80,000, and after Lin Shi allowed the excess gold to be consumed by item replication, it had become 58,000, and now it had escalated to 160,000. This equated to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum could also be consumed, but none could match the 1:1 ratio of gold. Silver required 100 G to be converted into 1 wealth point. As for diamonds, the treasure basin seemingly did not recognize these inflated price stones, or perhaps it could only consume precious metals. Lin Shi set aside these thoughts and continued to upgrade item replication. The fifth upgrade resulted in item replication increasing to 48. Continuing the upgrade would require 320,000 wealth points. The sixth upgrade raised the item replication count to 96, requiring 640,000 wealth points for the next upgrade. Lin Shi glanced at the significantly diminished pile of gold and silver jewelry on the ground. Following this upgrade pattern, The next upgrade would necessitate over 1,000,000 wealth points. Clearly, the current amount of gold and silver was insufficient. He silently chanted for another upgrade. This time, the count of item replication increased by a full 192 instances. Treasure Basin, Storage Space, 969696. Upgrade required wealth points, 32,000. Function, Item Replication 381. Upgrade required wealth points, 124,000. Estimating the remaining gold and other jewelry, Lin Shi concluded he could still exchange for 400,000 to 500,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was far from reaching the next level of item replication upgrade. Lin Shi decided to upgrade the storage space instead. After upgrading 5 times previously, the space had reached its current size. The amount of gold required for space upgrades was significantly less than that for item replication. He estimated that after another 4 or 5 upgrades, he would no longer need to upgrade the space. Upgrade all storage space, Lin Shi declared resolutely. As his words fell, all items except for the diamonds vanished. This time, the upgrade time for the treasure basin noticeably lengthened. After 4 changes, the numbers on the treasure basin transformed to treasure basin, storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 985,755 wealth points for complete storage space. Function, Item Replication 381. Upgrade required wealth points, 124,000. Complete storage space? Lin Shi was slightly taken aback. Deep down, he had harbored a suspicion that if the treasure basin were upgraded to an extreme, unexpected changes might occur. He hadn't anticipated reaching this point so swiftly. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Previously, the storage space had undergone 5 upgrades. With the current 4 upgrades, it meant he could upgrade a maximum of 10 times. Lin Shi took out paper and pen to silently calculate. According to the pattern of doubling the wealth points required for each upgrade, the 10th upgrade of the storage space should require 512,000 points, but now, after absorbing the excess gold and silver, it still required over 980,000. Lin Shi frowned. This meant that the final upgrade would not merely double the wealth points required, but quadruple them. The item replication had already been upgraded 7 times. If it too followed the 10 upgrade maximum, he would need an additional 82 million wealth points. In other words, he needed to collect over 20 tons of gold, or more of other precious metals. Lin Shi immediately opened the map of Sha City to inspect. The gold shops he had previously plundered had been marked off. Few gold shops remained on the map. The urban area of Sha City was not large, and within a day, he had already visited 60% of the gold shops. The remaining ones were on the outskirts, where not only would the collection speed slow, but the number of gold shops was also limited. Collecting 20 tons would be far from feasible. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before immediately recalling the bank's vault, but he quickly dismissed this thought. During today's excursion to gather supplies, Lin Shi discovered that most banks had been completely locked down. Although unattended, the walls were fortified with blast-proof materials, and the glass was bullet-resistant. As for the vaults, it was rumored that even explosives could not breach them, despite the absence of security. With the limited firepower at his disposal, breaking through bulletproof glass would be an arduous task, and attempting to access the bank vault seemed utterly fanciful. Glancing at his hands, Lin Shi pondered whether the spatial capabilities of his treasury could draw gold from within the vault's walls. The thought ignited his curiosity, prompting him to rise and approach the wall. To ascertain the possibility, he could simply test it with his safe house. The outer wall of his safe house measured over 3 meters thick, while the interior walls separating the rooms were considerably thinner, approximately 30 centimeters. He decided to experiment with his own room first. Placing his hand against the wall connecting to his bedroom, Lin Shi closed his eyes and concentrated, seeking to communicate with the space. As his consciousness intertwined with the realm he commanded, he felt a disorienting sensation, akin to a fog dispersing. Previously, when retrieving items from containers, he sensed a faint connection to the objects inside. Yet, at this moment, as he contemplated retrieving something from within the room, a sharp pain pierced his mind, compelling him to sever the connection. He sank to the ground, overwhelmed. The Demon King, witnessing his distress, hurried to his side. Circling him anxiously, Lin Shi, suppressing the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, forced a smile for the concerned creature, reassuring him, "I am fine." After resting for a while, the queasiness subsided, yet his spirits had dampened significantly. Undeterred, he attempted to extract various items, from cups to metal boxes, exploring everything he could conceive. Eventually, he discerned the limitations of his telekinetic abilities. The success of retrieving an item from a container depended on the thickness and density of the barrier. To extract something from within a container, the maximum thickness could not exceed 5 centimeters. Furthermore, the greater the density of the material, the lower the permissible thickness. For instance, when he constructed a box from several alloy plates, he found that exceeding 3 centimeters resulted in the same failure he experienced when attempting to transfer an item from the living room to the bedroom. It appeared this avenue was not viable. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lin Shi concluded that in order to retrieve objects through a barrier, the materials must be thin and of low density. Clearly, a bank vault did not meet these criteria. Thus, he resolved to pursue another path, planning to collect gold from surrounding cities after exhausting the options in Shashi. Chapter 70. The movements of the troops the following day. Lin Shi, still hopeful, made another attempt at the bank. After spending most of the day breaking through several locks, he arrived at the vault's entrance, only to be met once again with that disorienting sensation akin to having been struck on the head. This time, he was utterly disheartened. The vault was not only thick, but also comprised multiple layers with a complex structure that no ordinary force could penetrate, even if he managed to destroy the lock. Opening the door remained impossible. Resigned, he decided to dutifully visit each gold shop to gather what he could. That day, Lin Shi scoured all the remaining gold shops in the city, collecting barely a few dozen kilograms of gold and various pieces of jewelry, far less than he had anticipated. Upon converting these items into wealth points for upgrading his space, he found treasury, storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 153,673 wealth points to achieve complete storage space. Function, item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade, 1. 24 million. He needed just over 150 kilograms more of gold to elevate his storage space to its maximum capacity, which invigorated his spirits. On the third day following the blizzard, after completing his morning exercises, Lin Shi noticed the heavy snowfall outside. Although the snow impaired visibility, the wind was mild enough to allow him to venture out in search of gold. The Demon King had yet to fully recover from its injuries, so Lin Shi left it at home once more. His target for the day was the suburbs. Upon arriving in the suburbs, Lin Shi sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. It seemed that not only the suburbs, but the entire city of Shashi had undergone a transformation. Fewer individuals were braving the elements in search of supplies compared to the previous days. In recent days, solitary figures carrying goods had been frequently targeted for robbery, often met with violence. The snowy ground bore witness to chaotic footprints, alongside the stark contrast of fresh blood staining the white landscape. Yesterday, he had observed 2 young women, seemingly out searching for supplies, being dragged into a dark, deserted shop by 3 burly men. Their desperate cries quickly fell silent. Clad in opulent attire, Lin Shi became an obvious target, attracting the attention of those with ill intentions. However, with his enhanced physical capabilities from unlocking the second stage of his genetic potential, combined with 8 years of experience in this apocalyptic world, he dealt swiftly with anyone who dared approach him with hostility. Knowing that life-and-death situations could trigger the awakening of one's genetic potential emboldened Lin Shi to act decisively. After dispatching the 5th foolhardy aggressor of the day, he grew weary of the encounters and secured his bloodied Nepalese knife at his waist. As anticipated, the number of brazen individuals seeking trouble diminished significantly. Yet, while having lunch, Lin Shi encountered another misguided soul. "Young man, could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." A kindly-looking woman in her 50s, dressed in patchwork cotton clothing, approached him in the printing shop where he was resting. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the advancing woman, his voice icy. "Take one more step, and you will die." The woman halted, tears welling in her eyes. "The heavens have forsaken me. My children are far away, leaving me to suffer here. I don't need much, just a morsel to sustain me. I can trade you this coat for some food." She stood at the entrance, refusing to relent. The offer of a meal for a warm coat might entice someone desperate enough to exchange it, but Lin Shi's gaze grew colder. Rising from his seat, he advanced toward the woman. Believing Lin Shi had acquiesced, her face brightened with hope. However, as he drew near, a flash of malice flickered in her eyes, and she revealed a sharp steel spike concealed within her coat. Yet, before she could raise her hand, a glint of cold steel flashed, and her vision swirled into darkness. The last image she registered was Lin Shi standing over a familiar headless corpse, her own. In the afternoon, while collecting gold, Lin Shi was suddenly alerted by a commotion. The noise originated not nearby, but from some high-rise apartments. "Soldiers, I am here. The troops have come. We are saved." Cries of desperation echoed throughout the complex. "Soldier, please help me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." People had often lamented in the past few days about the absence of troops and their hope for rescue. Lin Shi had long harbored suspicions that the military's actions would soon manifest. Yesterday, he had seized the opportunity to visit another port, where he discovered that the majority of containers had been opened and useful supplies had been taken away. Recalling the scene when he encountered the troops, Lin Shi had no doubt that the soldiers had received orders in recent days to hasten the gathering of resources. This was a prudent decision. Without supplies to appease the populace, even if the military managed to maintain order in the city, the survivors, on the brink of starvation and freezing, would remain discontented. Driven by cold and hunger, they might even oppose the troops, inciting riots and unrest. This indicated that the highest commander of the Shashi troops was not a narrow-minded individual. As anticipated, the military finally took action. Troops fully armed with real weapons appeared throughout Shashi. To the disappointment of the survivors, these soldiers did not carry the coveted supplies, but rather handed out papers resembling flyers. The soldiers seemed oblivious to the corpses scattered across the streets, engaged instead in a mundane task akin to posting advertisements in a pre-apocalyptic world. They plastered these papers in conspicuous locations throughout the city. Some soldiers even thrust flyers directly into the hands of passers-by. Lin Shi received one such flyer, which appeared to be handwritten, or perhaps a notice. Chapter 71. Complete storage space. He scrutinized the flyer with care, due to recent abnormal weather and the disruption of communication with other cities. Special measures will be implemented by this troop in response to the extreme weather conditions. Notice 1. Starting tomorrow, civilians can go to the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs with their identification cards to register for personal information and receive a week's worth of survival supplies. Those with elderly or children may bring their identification documents to collect supplies on their behalf. Notice 2. The military will construct shelters in the eastern suburbs of Shashi. All participants in the construction lasting 100 days will be granted residency in a shelter. Each participant will receive 2 additional meals per day and an extra set of winter clothing each month. Requirements: age 16 to 45, physically fit, and free of chronic illnesses. Those with special skills will be prioritized. Notice 3. Due to the need for shelter construction, contributors of various building materials will receive contribution points based on the amount submitted. Those who accumulate 500 contribution points will gain residency in a shelter. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, with details posted outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs. Notice 4. From today onward, a squad of soldiers will patrol each district daily, armed with live ammunition. Citizens are prohibited from engaging in acts of theft, murder, or violence against women. Any violators will be shot on the spot. He had accurately predicted that the eastern suburbs were indeed coveted by the authorities. When Liao Peng was tasked with finding land, Lin Shi had noted the potential of the eastern suburbs. After all, suitable locations for constructing shelters were scarce. His own safe house was located on a small hill in the western suburbs of Shashi, quite distant from the eastern area. The elevated terrain and limited size meant that even if land were requisitioned, they could not encroach upon his modest 300 square meters. Hence, he felt secure in building his safe house. Before long, crowds began to gather in the streets, surrounding the soldiers distributing flyers. "Comrades, do you have any food? I'm starving. I'm so cold. Do you have any extra clothing? Sir, my child is sick. Do you have any medicine?" The surrounded soldiers could only repeatedly explain, "We have no supplies. You can collect them tomorrow in the eastern suburbs, as stated on the flyer. Please step aside. We need to complete our task." Upon realizing that these soldiers were indeed empty-handed, the crowd grew restless. "What use are flyers when lives are at stake? You arrived too late. My father has already perished. If you had come sooner, perhaps he would still be alive. He was only in his 60s. Don't you carry food when you leave? Do you understand how much we common folk are suffering? What kind of soldiers are you? Strip them of their clothes." The crowd swelled, threatening to prevent the soldiers from leaving without offering something. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the crowd fell silent. But soon, a cacophony of curses erupted, and some began to fight. A burly man with a buzz cut shoved the soldier who had fired, glaring defiantly. "If you have the guts, kill me. I'm telling you right now, if you don't hand over something, you won't leave. Let's see if you dare to fire that weapon. Exactly. No one is leaving. Your guns are meant for the enemy, not for us common citizens. Let's see if you dare to make a move. Voices of agreement arose from the crowd. A confrontation seemed imminent. Lin Shi calmly observed this scene from the roadside, eager to see what orders the commanders of the Shushi troops had given to their soldiers. Bang! With another gunshot, the previously boisterous man stared in disbelief at the blood oozing from his chest and collapsed. The crowd finally quieted. The leading soldier's stern expression swept over the crowd as he commanded, "Disorderly individuals will be shot. If you desire supplies, go to the eastern suburbs tomorrow. Now, clear the area immediately." The crowd hastily dispersed. Lin Shi absorbed every detail of the unfolding drama. Casting a glance at the sky, he departed with the throng. The gold he had collected today was sufficient to upgrade his storage space. Now, as he made his home in Shushi, it was imperative to gain an understanding of the rulers of this territory. As he passed by the entrance of Wulong village on his way back, Lin Shi was taken aback to find that the villagers were holding a funeral, having been out at dawn and returning late for the past couple of days. He had scarcely seen the villagers. From a distance, he could see that nearly every household in the village had hung white cloth, indicating that many had perished. Lin Shi pondered whether to label them ignorant or foolish. After greeting the Demon King, he took out the gold and other precious metals he had collected that day. A mix of nervousness, excitement, and anticipation surged within him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi softly uttered, "Upgrade the storage space." Much of the gold jewelry in his hands vanished. A dazzling golden light suddenly emanated from his brow. The interface of the treasure basin flickered like a garbled image. Lin Shi's pupils dilated as he intently focused on the changes before him. The last time the treasure basin interface exhibited such drastic fluctuations was when he absorbed the second ancient coin. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The Demon King stood by, mesmerized. Although accustomed to Lin Shi's casual transformations, the fact that this time emitted light was unprecedented. The Demon King's mouth hung agape, oblivious to the drool pooling at his feet. In his eyes, a palpable admiration began to take root. After a considerable time, the treasure basin interface reappeared before him. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete. The spatial volume can expand as the user's source power increases, capable of storing living entities. Function, item duplication 381. Funds required for upgrade, 1,240,000. The ability to store living entities. Lin Shi quickly scanned the preceding text, fixating on the 5 words indicating the capacity to store living beings. He understood precisely what those words signified. Hastily, he probed the space with his consciousness. Before his eyes, the entire area had expanded to an unimaginable expanse, rendering the contents within minuscule. The nearly 10,000 containers he had collected at the port had previously occupied 1/3 of the space. After upgrading 4 times yesterday, those supplies now took up only 1/10,000th of a corner. But now, the entire space appears to have been cleaved in two by some unseen force. On one side lies the vast vacuum area, while on the other, an expanse of barren land, comparable to the size of a football field, has unexpectedly emerged. Chapter 72. The experimental space. The newly manifested land is desolate, resembling a wasteland, with nothing but gray-black soil strewn across it. Lin Shi immediately feels compelled to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the Demon King for this, as the Demon King is now his companion. Any mishap would surely lead to regret. Stepping out of the safe house, Lin Shi surveys his surroundings. Apart from the endless expanse of white snow, there seems to be no other signs of life. His gaze quickly shifts to the villagers below in Wulong village. Wang Liang, with a grim expression, moves through the homes of the villagers. "Uncle Wang, the outside world has descended into chaos. Do you think we could postpone the funerals for the elderly or simplify the arrangements?" Wang Liang suggests as he enters a villager's home. The man known as Uncle Wang responds with irritation, "Postpone to when? Who knows when another blizzard will hit? I can't have my father lying in the house for 10 days or more. That's simply one to-do. When someone dies, they must be laid to rest. Moreover, to have just one funeral for so many elders is already quite simple. Do you want it to be even simpler?" Wang Liang, frustrated, retorts, "People die. And that is a fact, but we who remain must continue to live, right? We cannot allow the dead to obstruct the living." He reflects on how much his father had done for the village. Liangzi, the village head, often reminds us that we must not be selfish. We are a community, and must advance and retreat together. Do you wish for my father to be left unburied? Wang Liang internally curses and, with a grim face, walks away. The village head had always intended to groom him as a successor, and given a few more years, he would have undoubtedly become the next village head after the current one passed. However, with the village head's sudden demise, he is yet to establish any authority, and the villagers do not heed him. Determined to hold funerals for the deceased, nearly every household in the village has experienced loss in recent days. Unlike the individualistic nature of urban neighborhoods, the villagers, thanks to the village head's years of efforts, share a common bond. With so many friends and family members lost at once, when one person proposed adhering to traditional customs for the funerals, the other villagers unanimously agreed. Situated in a suburban area near the mountains, villagers have stored food and have a tradition of sun-drying vegetables and curing meat. Thus, they have not yet experienced the chaos of looting seen in the cities. However, Wang Liang has ventured outside and witnessed people committing heinous acts for mere scraps of food and clothing. If they do not devise a strategy soon, once their food supplies are exhausted, they will find themselves in the same dire situation as those outside. This urgency is what drives Wang Liang to desperation. At this moment, he feels a profound sense of clarity amidst the drunkenness of the crowd. He suddenly realizes that the village head's ideals are inadequate for the current circumstances. Angrily exiting Uncle Wang's home, he kicks at the snow-covered ground at the foot of the mountain and curses, "It's all that damn bastard's fault. One day, I will make him pay." Wang Liang unleashes a torrent of curses, even cursing Lin Shi's ancestors, as if this was the only way to vent his pent-up frustration. Were it not for encountering Lin Shi, he would have been patiently waiting to become the village head. Suddenly, Wang Liang notices a shadow behind him. Lin Shi, having just descended the mountain, spots a solitary villager. He intends to use this villager for his experiment on the space. The villagers harbor hostility towards him, making it convenient for his purposes. Coincidentally, Lin Shi overhears Wang Liang cursing him. A cold smile crosses Lin Shi's lips as he places a hand on Wang Liang's shoulder and concentrates. Wang Liang turns to meet Lin Shi's gaze, and both are momentarily taken aback. Lin Shi wonders why the space shows no reaction. Wang Liang, startled, exclaims, "This person looks familiar." Wang Liang's eyes widen in terror. Before he can react, Lin Shi swiftly knocks him unconscious. Upon re-establishing communication with the space, this time there are no obstacles. Wang Liang vanishes from Lin Shi's grasp. Must living beings entering the space be unconscious? Lin Shi furrows his brow, examining the situation within the space. He observes that a person now lies on the previously barren land, Wang Liang, whom he had just knocked out. With a thought, Lin Shi brings Wang Liang back to the snow-covered ground, taking him to a secluded corner. He grabs a handful of snow and shoves it into Wang Liang's clothing. It isn't long before Wang Liang awakens, chilled and disoriented. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he instinctively wants to scream. But Lin Shi is prepared and delivers a punch to Wang Liang's mouth, stifling his cries. "Silence, or you shall die immediately," Lin Shi warns, his gaze radiating menace, causing Wang Liang to nod vigorously. Just from that single punch, several of Wang Liang's teeth are knocked loose. Lin Shi attempts once more to draw Wang Liang into the space. This time, he distinctly feels resistance when he tries to pull him in, preventing success. Blood spills from Wang Liang's mouth as he watches Lin Shi, immobilized, and his heart races with an unknown fear. He cannot fathom Lin Shi's intentions. "I say, listen to me. No matter what you feel next, do not resist, or I will kill you, understood?" Lin Shi's chilling gaze fixes on Wang Liang. Wang Liang nods desperately. Lin Shi connects with the space again. This time, the resistance is noticeably diminished, yet something still feels lacking, and he fails once more. In the next moment, Lin Shi grips Wang Liang's throat tightly. As he applies pressure, Wang Liang's eyes widen with desperation as he struggles against Lin Shi's hold. To prevent further struggle, Lin Shi swiftly breaks Wang Liang's hand with his other hand, easily overpowering him. As he tightens his grip, he maintains a mental connection to the space, attempting to draw Wang Liang into it. Just as Wang Liang's eyes roll back, Lin Shi loosens his grip, successfully pulling him in. Wang Liang is on the brink of death, nearly suffocating. Suddenly freed from Lin Shi's grasp, he gasps for air, coughing violently before he can comprehend his surroundings, only to be pulled out again from the space by Lin Shi. Thus, Lin Shi conducts several experiments, ultimately confirming that to draw a person into the space, They must be incapacitated or weakened in spirit. Moreover, time within this living space flows normally. Individuals can breathe and move. Although the inability to pull in a fully conscious person is somewhat disappointing, he recognizes that animals possess weaker consciousness or willpower than humans, making them potentially easier to incorporate into the space. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes flicker with determination, ignoring the dazed Wang Liang. He listens intently to the sounds around him. After a few moments, he lowers himself to the snow, focusing closely. Just seconds later, he stands up with a grave expression. If he heard correctly, at least 2 wild beasts or source beasts are approaching. Given the current environment, the likelihood of encountering source beasts is significantly heightened. Taking one last glance at the barely breathing Wang Liang, Lin Shi swiftly snaps his neck. As Wang Liang's life ebbs away, a semblance of relief crosses his features. Today has been more terrifying than a nightmare. If there is a next life, he vows never again to speak ill of others behind their backs. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambition at this moment. Nightfall is approaching. The villagers of Wulong village are mostly at home, preparing their evening meals. In the village, the homes of the living villagers were alight with the smoke of cooking fires. Previously, Liao Peng had counted 96 households in this village, with a total population not exceeding 400. Over the past few days, nearly half of the villagers had perished. However, a significant number still remained, with ample food supplies. The concentration of humanity and its accompanying sense in the village was markedly more pronounced than in the scattered high-rise buildings. Had it not been for the emergence of source beasts, the villagers might have enjoyed a longer existence. Regrettably, perhaps due to the lingering scent of blood from previous events, uninvited guests descended upon the village that night. From a vantage point in the safe house, Lin Shi observed as 5 unusually large wild boars charged into Wulong village. He knew, then, that this night would not be peaceful. The village was devoid of any evolvers. Even if there had been, they would have been powerless against the source beasts. Upon hearing the anguished cries from Wulong village, Lin Shi turned away from the scene. Devil King, shall we play a game? He beckoned. Let's play a game, he coaxed softly. The Devil King tilted its head, pondering the meaning of Lin Shi's words. Lin Shi placed a hand on the Devil King's head, connecting his consciousness with the space. In the next moment, the Devil King appeared in the spatial realm, looking bewildered. Upon its arrival, it leaped up, scanning the surroundings warily while emitting a series of anxious growls. Woof! Woof! Lin Shi quickly relocated the Devil King out of the space, narrowly avoiding it leaping onto him. After patiently explaining several times and calming it down, he once again allowed it to enter the space. This time, the Devil King was less agitated and began to gallop joyously within the confines of the space. The area of this spatial realm was roughly the size of a basketball court, and when the Devil King reached the boundary, it was halted by an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the Devil King telepathically. Can you hear me? The Devil King perked up, looking around in the space. Seeing its reaction, Lin Shi felt a surge of joy. His hypothesis had been confirmed. He issued another command. Devil King, try digging. Though the Devil King was puzzled as to why it could not see its master yet could hear the voice, it obediently began to dig. Its powerful hind legs quickly unearthed a pit. Lin Shi then extracted the Devil King from the space. Turning around, he saw a smile stretching across his face. His elation intensified, and his conviction grew clearer and stronger. Indeed, this treasure trove of a space could harbor source beasts. Humanity is unreliable, so he must endeavor to assemble his own army of source beasts in this apocalyptic world. Only then would he have his day of vengeance against the Shun family. Lin Shi crouched down, patting the Devil King's head with determination in his eyes. Devil King, we must grow stronger quickly. One day, I will make you the king of source beasts. The commotion in Wulong village did not cease until the early hours of the morning. In the dead of night, Lin Shi ventured out to assess the situation in Wulong village once more. The following day, although the Devil King's injuries had healed, Lin Shi resolved to set out alone. Today, he intended to explore the eastern outskirts. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi donned a rather inconspicuous jacket and masked his face. He retrieved Li Erheo's identification card, tucking it into his pocket. Having seen the notice urging survivors to register their information, he decided to bring it along, just in case. He had kept Li Erheo's ID because, despite its ordinary features, there was a resemblance in facial contours to his own. It might come in handy at some point. To further enhance his disguise, Lin Shi even used an electric razor to trim his hair into a style reminiscent of Lee Erheo's ID photo. With the mask on, he bore a striking resemblance to the image in the photograph. If the military personnel did not scrutinize closely, it might go unnoticed. Satisfied with his appearance in the mirror, Lin Shi ensured the Devil King had ample food before descending the mountain. Before heading to the eastern outskirts, he first visited Wulong village, which had been filled with smoke just the day prior, but now lay eerily silent. Many homes had collapsed, and pools of blood stained the interiors. Yet no bodies were found. It was all too evident what fate had befallen the villagers. As for the two wild boars, they too were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had sensed that such wild boars could not be limited to just one or two. There could be many more mutated wild boars or other beasts lurking in the depths of the mountains. He needed to strengthen himself swiftly. As for the deceased villagers of Wulong, Lin Shi bore no obligation to rescue them. Having the wild boars dispose of them was already the best outcome for him. In the future, no one would come seeking trouble near his safe house. Once he confirmed there were no living souls in Wulong village, Lin Shi departed eastward. As he journeyed towards the eastern outskirts, he encountered numerous individuals, all heading in the same direction, evidently responding to the call to gather there. The day was remarkably calm, with no one daring to make a move. Occasionally, small groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. Traversing from the western to the eastern outskirts on foot alone could take an entire day. Finally, by noon, he arrived at the eastern outskirts. Upon his arrival, Lin Shi realized that although he had come quickly, he was not among the first. Many residents of the eastern outskirts had already gathered at the entrance of the Shanghai apartment. Numerous survivors, having received the notification the previous day, had also rushed towards the eastern outskirts. Although the nighttime temperatures were significantly lower than during the day, those with sick or starving family members had little regard for the cold and had pushed themselves to arrive early. Many survivors appeared gaunt and weak, their footsteps unsteady. Amidst the throng of people and the cacophony of voices, Lin Shi could barely see the entrance to Shanghai apartment, since he was merely there to gather information. He took his time, standing quietly at the periphery of the crowd to observe the situation. Before long, a piercing horn sounded from the front of the crowd, followed by a gruff voice booming over the noise. Silence. Everyone listen up. Form 5 lines and queue up. The threat of violence hung in the air. If this did not sufficiently intimidate the survivors, the synchronized sound of soldiers loading their weapons at the apartment entrance finally subdued the raucous crowd. After a moment, some astute survivors pushed forward, forming a line, while others hurried to join. Lin Shi fell in line at the back of one of the groups. At that point, the voice over the loudspeaker shifted to a younger tone, lacking the previous menace. Everyone, please line up and have your identification ready. After registering your identity, you may enter the community to collect supplies. Each identification card corresponds to one portion of supplies. If a family member is collecting on your behalf, please present a household register or marriage certificate for verification. Those who claim supplies without proper documentation will lose their right to receive supplies permanently. We appreciate your understanding during this sensitive time to prevent chaos. Lin Shi observed from the rear of the crowd. Although he could not see clearly, the steady pace of the line indicated that the verification process was not overly stringent. After a while, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. My surname is Chun. What's the issue with my son taking my wife's surname, Huang? Why can't I collect? A man at the front shouted in agitation. The registrar replied, to collect on behalf of a family member, please present the household register or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I came all the way from the Southern District without those documents. There is no evidence to support the claim that one can only collect supplies for oneself. Oh, I say, aren't you supposed to serve the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? As the man attempted to voice further grievances, a cold gun barrel suddenly pressed against his forehead. The voice belonged to the rugged figure previously heard over the loudspeaker. The man, clad in a green military coat, exuded an imposing presence, his square jaw and chiseled features accentuated by one eye clouded from an injury, adding a sinister edge to his otherwise stern visage. The menacing tone, coupled with the chilling touch of the gun, caused the troublemaker to falter, collapsing to his knees. Yes. Yes. He scrambled to take the token from the registrar and hurriedly made his way through the right corridor into the apartment. Many others, who had harbored similar thoughts as the ruckus maker, were dissuaded by this scene. The line proceeded at a swifter pace thereafter. Before long, those who had registered to collect supplies emerged from the apartment, each bearing a large black bag. The eyes of those still waiting in line immediately turned towards the bags, filled with curiosity about their contents. A bold voice called out, "Brother, what did you get?" After 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shi had finally moved closer to the front of the queue, with only a handful of individuals ahead of him. He had observed that individuals collecting supplies merely needed to register their identification information and disclose their pre-apocalypse professions to gain entry into the apartment for supplies. Those whose professions aligned with the criteria for shelter construction were even offered additional opportunities, directed to another area. Lin Shi's attention was particularly drawn to a man standing prominently before the soldiers. This individual emanated an iron-willed aura, his piercing gaze commanding equal authority to that of the armed soldiers beside him. Earlier, a soldier had approached this man to report, and Lin Shi had faintly heard the soldier address him as Major General Lin. Could this man be the leader of the Shushi military unit? Lin Shi refrained from staring too long, wary of being noticed. Soon, it was Lin Shi's turn. He presented the identification card of Li Erheo before the registrar. The staff member glanced at Lin Shi, recorded his age and gender, and inquired, "What was your previous occupation? Why are you wearing a mask?" Cough, cough, cough. "I have been coughing quite severely these past few days. I fear I have contracted some flu. Do you have any medicine among your supplies?" Lin Shi coughed forcefully a few times, his voice somewhat hoarse as he replied, "I was an accountant." The staff member scanned the ID and Lin Shi once more, then handed him the card along with a metal token, saying, "Take this token to collect your supplies inside." Next, Lin Shi accepted the items and entered the apartment through the path designated by the soldiers. Once inside, he found the layout straightforward. Soldiers stood guard every meter along the corridor, ensuring security. Following the soldiers' established path led directly to the supply collection area. He examined the cold metal token in his hand, which appeared to be a rectangular piece of metal, seemingly hastily cut from a large sheet of aluminum alloy, with jagged edges that could easily cause injury if mishandled. The process of issuing metal tokens and collecting supplies within the apartment seemed somewhat superfluous. However, Lin Shi understood that if supplies were distributed directly at the entrance, they would quickly accumulate outside, vulnerable to snowstorms and difficult to transport or store. Moreover, with so many survivors present, the sight of supplies might incite reckless desperation, leading to potential chaos. Such disorder could overwhelm security at the entrance. This method effectively dispersed the crowd and deterred ill-intentioned individuals. Anyone attempting to seize supplies within the apartment would face stringent security measures. This design minimized the likelihood of unrest and accidents, achieving a balance between external vigilance and internal leniency. This was merely Lin Shi's reasoning. There could be other justifications yet to be uncovered. A casual glance caught his attention. Someone appeared familiar. Qian Liang, clutching his supplies warily as though fearing they might vanish at any moment. He had endured considerable hardship over the past few days. Initially, his cleverness had garnered him a couple of garments and some food, but soon he could procure nothing further. Moreover, he had been robbed, narrowly escaping with his life. Starving for 2 whole days, he had rushed here before dawn and finally secured some supplies. At that moment, Qian Liang noticed someone approaching him with a gaze. On that day, Lin Shi had been masked and capped, accompanied by a formidable presence. Thus, Qian Liang failed to recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liang shot Lin Shi a glare and hastened towards the apartment entrance. Chapter 75. The peculiar youth. The supply collection area was located in the property hall of the apartment, where Lin Shi found another queue forming, albeit significantly less crowded than at the entrance. He found himself once again at the back of the line. After a while, an elderly lady bypassed him and, with brisk steps, inserted herself into the front of the line with remarkable ease. Immediately, discontent arose. "Hey, old lady, why are you cutting in line?" The elderly woman, hands on her hips, retorted defiantly, "My legs aren't what they used to be. After walking all day, they're sore. You young folk should show some courtesy and let an old lady through. Can't you see the soldiers aren't saying anything?" The crowd glanced at the expressionless soldiers guarding the supplies, and some could only swallow their displeasure. Yet others were unable to contain their frustration. "Haven't we all walked a long distance and waited in line? Just because you're old doesn't give you the right to push in." The elderly woman shot a scornful look at the speaker. "Young man, everyone else is silent. Yet you cling to this trivial matter. Can't you be a little more magnanimous? If you keep causing a fuss, it won't benefit any of us. Stay quiet." If you don't heed the wisdom of the elderly, You'll regret it. The elderly woman was not intimidating. Rather, it was her educated demeanor that posed a challenge. Her words made the young man seem unreasonable, and he bit his lip, unable to respond. Huh. Ignoring the advice of the elderly, enjoy your life for a few years. Huh. At that moment, a young man in front of Lin Shi suddenly laughed and stepped forward, pulling the elderly woman out from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. Who would stand up in such a situation? The expressions of those initially displeased by the elderly woman's cutting turned to amusement. Though they wished to avoid trouble, they found delight in witnessing someone confront the bothersome old lady. Lin Shi watched this scene with keen interest. What are you doing? Why are you pulling me? The young man's strength was evident, and despite her struggles, the elderly woman was forcibly removed from the line. The crowd tightened their formation, preventing her from re-entering. Realizing she could no longer cut in, the elderly woman pointed angrily at the young man. Are you crazy? I didn't cut in front of you. Why do you care so much? Fuming but wary of escalating the situation, she resumed her spot behind the young man, muttering her grievances. The young man leaned closer to Lin Shi, inquiring. Lin Shi made a gesture of invitation. Lin Shi found the young man intriguing. It was merely a matter of position in line. It mattered little whether he let her through or not. What fascinated Lin Shi was the young man's demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to the pervasive despair surrounding them in this post-apocalyptic world. Conversely, this youth exuded an air of nonchalance and optimism reminiscent of the peaceful era before the apocalypse. While everyone had previously stood in line, Lin Shi had not discerned this quality. Following a series of events, he immediately felt the youth's distinctiveness. Perhaps it was the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze that prompted the young man to suddenly turn his head, winking playfully at him. His eyes sparkled with clarity, free from the despair and vigilance that plagued nearly everyone else around them. Yet, there was an emotion that Lin Shi could not quite comprehend. Thank you, the young man said with a smile. Lin Shi nodded, lowering his gaze to avoid further contact. Regardless of how extraordinary he seemed, he remained an irrelevant figure in Lin Shi's life. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to receive supplies. Like the others, he handed over his metal token. Upon inspection, the staff retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag was fluffy, weighing approximately a dozen pounds. In another line, someone tore open their bag upon receipt, exclaiming in frustration, "Is this all we get to survive for a week? Are they trying to starve us?" Lin Shi glanced inside his own bag. It contained a few packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, several packets of cold medicine, and some vegetables and fruits that had already begun to freeze. Discontent murmured through the crowd. Evidently, there had been previous disturbances regarding the supplies, prompting soldiers to step forward, retrieving the bags while coldly stating, "Even the forces in Shushi do not possess sufficient cold weather gear to withstand such frigid temperatures. Even if we gathered enough clothing, waterproof snow boots and gloves are virtually non-existent here." In recent days, many soldiers had suffered frostbite or even lost fingers and toes while collecting and transporting supplies. Everyone was acutely aware of the dire situation outside, and the aggrieved individual could no longer voice their indignation. Grabbing their bag in anger, they stormed away. Lin Shi mused to himself that having these supplies was fortunate. In a few months, they would be hard-pressed to find even these. Before he could leave, a massive notice plastered on the wall of the hall caught his eye. It detailed the exchange rates for supplies and contribution points. Lin Shi took a piece of paper and jotted down the following. 100 kilograms of sand could be exchanged for 5 contribution points, 100 kilograms of cement for 10 points, and 100 kilograms of rebar for 20 points, among other building material exchanges. Below this, a list outlined the conversion of various undamaged electronic components, appliances, automotive parts, and intricate precision components into contribution points. What piqued Lin Shi's interest were the items listed under the contribution point exchange for supplies. Chapter 76. Supply Exchange List. Contribution Points Exchange List. 5 points for a packet of instant noodles, or a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 points for 5 kilograms of charcoal, or 1 liter of diesel, or 1 candle. 20 points for a cotton coat, or a cotton quilt, or a pack of 5 batteries. 200 points for a military flashlight or a military horn. 500 points for the right to occupy a single-person shelter. 1,000 points for a cold weapon, including an entrenching tool, military knife, or bayonet. 2,000 points for a dagger pistol effective at a distance of 10 meters comparable to a handgun. 3,000 points for a crossbow or a handgun. 5,000 points for a gene pill, repairs genes, strengthens physique, slightly accelerates internal and external wound healing. 10,000 points for a gene tablet, repairs genes, strengthens physique, accelerates internal and external wound healing to a certain extent. The earlier supplies could be obtained by survivors willing to invest time and effort in gathering contribution points, especially for certain electronic components, which could be exchanged for dozens of points each. A stroke of luck in finding a few could alleviate hunger. What astonished Lin Shi was the appearance of two items that should not have been present: gene tablets and gene pills. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Shi's eyes. Remembering the pills and capsules he had obtained from the Shin family, he found it neither surprising nor extraordinary that the military possessed such items. If the Shun family had them, the authorities would undoubtedly have developed their own versions. In his previous life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of military personnel unlocking their genetic locks. What he did not anticipate was that the commander of Shushi would use these items as incentives for survivors. Ordinary people had no true understanding of such pills. While they could indeed repair genes to some extent, they were only effective for those who had unlocked their genetic locks. For normal individuals, consuming them would yield only a minimal absorption of raw substances, resulting in a slight increase in physical strength, far inferior to physical training. As for healing wounds, Lin Shi conceded that there was some efficacy, but only for less severe injuries. In the present situation, without modern medical equipment, even consuming 10 pills would result in death if one were gravely injured. Thus, this function was rather impractical. Lin Shi quickly discerned that these items were merely a gimmick, much like the allure of a lottery's grand prize, enticing individuals to buy in. Reaching 10,000 contribution points was an unattainable feat in the short term. Even if one were to achieve it, it would likely take years. Lin Shi's true desire lay in the 3,000 contribution point crossbow. Observing the batteries and flashlight, he surmised that the Shushi military must possess a considerable quantity of well-sealed military supplies, possibly stored underground, untouched by the electromagnetic storms. However, aside from trivial items like flashlights and horns, it was unlikely they would part with anything more significant. Lin Shi casually copied the list, and by the time he exited the supply distribution center, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour, darkness would descend. Half an hour later, the day's distribution of supplies concluded, and those who had not yet received their rations were instructed to return the following day. A soldier walked through the crowd with a military horn, announcing the news. Discontent and complaints arose among the crowd, with some reluctant to disperse. As Lin Shi stepped out of the Shanghai apartment, he soon noticed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. These individuals had fixated on him the moment he exited the building. Given their proximity to the Shanghai apartment and the increased presence of patrolling soldiers, Lin Shi smirked inwardly, but maintained his composure as he continued on his way. After walking 2 kilometers, he passed through an abandoned street when the group could no longer contain themselves. 6 masked men split into 2 groups, blocking Lin Shi's path forward and backward. One of the masked men brandished a fruit knife, pointing it at Lin Shi and demanding, "Hand over your belongings if you know what's good for you, or we won't spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand and shook it slightly. "Here you go." A flicker of joy crossed the masked man's eyes as he stepped forward to seize the bag. However, as he drew near, Lin Shi swiftly advanced, seizing the masked man's right hand and thrusting the knife into his abdomen. He quickly withdrew the knife and charged towards the 2 men who had yet to react. Within moments, the cold snow-covered ground was strewn with 6 silent corpses. Ever since the incident with Shin Jinbin, Lin Shi had made it a point to ensure that any body he left behind exhibited no signs of life. Alternatively, he would store the corpse in his space. Given the earlier limitation of his space to only hold non-living matter, any body that could be stored was undoubtedly deceased beyond doubt. Initially, he had intended to absorb these individuals into his space, but inexplicably, after dispatching them, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, though he could not pinpoint its source. Lin Shi remained discreetly vigilant, refraining from utilizing spatial abilities. After confirming that these individuals were utterly lifeless, he rose and departed. Long after his departure, a figure emerged in the snowy expanse, clutching a grotesquely contorted head. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized that the unblinking visage belonged to the woman who had previously cut in line at the supply distribution point. Strangely enough, the individual holding the head was the peculiar young man who had stood ahead of Lin Shi in line, seemingly harmless. The young man gazed in the direction Lin Shi had taken, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. It was only after Lin Shi had vacated that street that the sensation of being observed dissipated. To err on the side of caution, he traversed several kilometers further with his bag in hand before finding a secluded spot to store it away. After changing his appearance, Lin Shi retrieved a snowmobile and set off towards the western suburbs. By the time he was halfway home, darkness had enveloped the landscape. Once night fell, Lin Shi no longer concealed himself, boldly riding his snowmobile onto the main thoroughfare. The pitch-black street was illuminated solely by the headlights of his vehicle, capturing the attention of numerous shivering survivors hastening along. "What on earth is that?" someone gasped. "A snowmobile. Oh, esteemed one, take me along." Another exclaimed enviously. "Where on earth did a snowmobile come from in Sand City?" A third questioned incredulously. "Are there still vehicles operational? Tomorrow, I shall seek one as well." Someone else pondered, harboring a glimmer of hope. Lin Shi's features were obscured by goggles and a mask, rendering him unrecognizable, while onlookers could only watch with a mix of envy and resentment as he sped away. Upon reaching the western suburbs, Lin Shi stowed the snowmobile in his spatial storage to prevent anyone from tracking him through its traces. As he stepped into Wulong Village, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Chapter 77. Encountering the Source Beast. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the absence of insect chirps and bird calls rendered the already silent night even more eerily quiet. The entire Wulong Village sank into an abyss of darkness under the night sky. In the shadows, the dimly lit village entrance resembled a monstrous maw, eagerly awaiting Lin Shi's arrival. A sense of danger stirred within him as he surveyed the obscurity. Although no villagers remained alive in Wulong, nighttime threats typically stem not from humans, but rather from wild beasts deprived of food deep in the mountains, or even source beasts. Being a mountain village, the likelihood of encountering wild or source beasts was inherently higher than in other locales. With every advantage comes a corresponding risk. Thus, his chosen location, while distant from crowds, increased the probability of encountering source beasts. Lin Shi donned infrared night vision goggles, enabling him to detect any warm-blooded animals within a 200-meter radius, rendering them visible even in the dark. He subsequently armed himself and ventured down the path outside the village. On one side of the road lay fields, while the other housed the village's residences. With no wind and snow falling, the field, devoid of obstructions, was starkly visible. Lin Shi focused his attention on the village side, advancing cautiously step by step. After several minutes, he found no suspicious activity within his line of sight, only the faint sound of his footsteps crunching in the snow. Was he merely being overly wary? Lin Shi mused. Nevertheless, he maintained his vigilance. In a post-apocalyptic world, it was far better to squander time and energy on excessive caution than to fall victim to one's own negligence. After several more minutes, a flash of red light suddenly flickered through the infrared night vision. It appeared for just a moment before vanishing behind a building. What was that? Lin Shi stood still, on high alert, his grip tightening around his gun. The appearance of the red light confirmed his suspicions. There were indeed living creatures in Wulong Village. The red light zipped through the air, unmistakably not human. Lin Shi held his breath, intently focusing on the spot where the red light had just disappeared. A few minutes later, accompanied by an unusual sound, the red light reappeared in the night vision, closer than before. As seconds ticked by, Lin Shi braced himself. When the red light became visible again, he swiftly aimed and fired. Bang! The gunshot caused the lunging creature to stumble, plummeting from the air with a heavy thud as it landed in the snow. Yet it quickly regained its footing and charged toward Lin Shi. This time, he discerned what the creature was, a primate. Through the infrared night vision, the creature's arms appeared extraordinarily robust, moving with both hands and feet, its palms larger than a basin. This was evidently an altered gibbon. The sounds Lin Shi had previously heard were due to this gibbon swinging between the village's structures. As the gibbon approached within 100 meters, a prompt from his treasure basin appeared. Detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. He intended to test whether he could tame this gibbon. Although he had contemplated assembling a source beast army, if source beasts proved untamable, then even with the spatial ability to contain living creatures, his plans would falter. He would use this gibbon to gauge the feasibility of his idea. Now that he had unlocked the second tier of his genetic lock, he could ascertain his true combat prowess against this first-tier gibbon. Lin Shi's gaze ignited with determination as he brandished his military knife and charged at the massive gibbon. Upon seeing Lin Shi advance rather than flee, the gibbon unleashed a roar and swung its enormous palm, akin to a basin, towards him. Sensing the rancid odor of its fur rushing at him, Lin Shi nimbly dodged to the side. He swung his knife down towards the gibbon's arm, but the blade penetrated only an inch into its flesh before being halted by the gibbon's muscular bulk. Such formidable defense. His current strength had increased several-fold compared to when he had first unlocked the first tier of the genetic lock. Yet, the wound inflicted on this gibbon was less severe than that of the previously encountered mutated wild boar. The pain in its arm elicited a furious roar from the gibbon, and it swung its other arm down towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi relinquished his knife and leapt backward to evade. The snow erupted where he had stood, and he had no doubt that if that blow had struck his forehead, it would have cracked open like a watermelon in his safe house. The genetic lock quietly activated in an instant. Lin Shi's demeanor shifted, and he entered an enigmatic state as his inner strength surged forth. His mind swiftly assessed the gibbon's strengths and weaknesses. As a primate, its defense was inherently weaker than that of a wild boar, but its elongated arms seemed to possess considerable strength and defense, evidently altered. To subdue this gibbon, he needed to target its body. The gibbon, having missed Lin Shi, rapidly extended its arms, attempting to envelop him. With arms stretching at least 2 meters, it nearly sealed off all avenues of escape for Lin Shi. A military knife reappeared in Lin Shi's hand, and as the gibbon's embrace approached, he deftly utilized its arm for leverage, stepping onto its shoulder. With the activation of the second tier of the genetic lock, his strength and speed surpassed that of a first-tier source beast. Grasping the gibbon's fur with his left hand for balance, he plunged the sharp military knife toward its neck. In a matter of moments, the tide of battle shifted. The gibbon let out a pained howl. Under the precise control of the genetic lock, Lin Shi's strike evaded the gibbon's carotid artery, embedding deeply into its neck. With a lateral thrust, he could slice through half of the gibbon's neck. Ignoring whether the gibbon could comprehend him, Lin Shi intoned with a chilling aura, "Submit to me, or perish." Chapter 78. What kind of dog is the Demon King? Although the gibbon could not comprehend Lin Shi's words, it possessed an instinctive fear of death, understanding the sensation of its life being precariously held in someone else's hands. The mutated gibbon demonstrated a level of intelligence surpassing that of an ordinary animal. Rather than engaging in a futile struggle, it ceased its attacks and remained still. Had Lin Shi been able to gaze into the gibbon's eyes, he would have seen the wide, frightened pupils filled with panic. Without delay, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the spatial realm, aiming to draw the gibbon within. However, this process was not as seamless as when he had successfully ensnared the Demon King. As he focused on pulling the gibbon into the space, he sensed a formidable resistance. Applying more pressure to the knife, which had embedded deeper into the creature, he threatened with a voice laden with menace, "Do not resist." Time was of the essence. The gene lock would only remain open for 8 seconds, after which he would succumb to weakness. If he failed, he would have no choice but to eliminate the gibbon to avert any potential threat. Aware that wild animals could not comprehend human language, he resolved to emanate his killing intent, hoping the gibbon would grasp his meaning. If that proved ineffective, he would have to devise an alternative approach next time. Internally, Lin Shi began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the next instant, the gibbon vanished from the snow beneath his feet. Lin Shi landed, triumphant. He quickly entered the spatial realm to inspect his catch. The gibbon appeared bewildered on the ground within the space, noticing the blood still flowing from its neck. It hastily scooped up a handful of dirt and pressed it against the wound, glancing around anxiously. A wave of weakness washed over Lin Shi. Yet this time he steadied himself rather than collapsing. He retrieved his firearm, scanning the surroundings with infrared night vision goggles. Despite his frailty, he remained acutely vigilant. After all, they were still outside, enveloped in the darkness of night. The emergence of another source beast was not inconceivable. At that moment, Lin Shi pondered the advantages of having the Demon King nearby. Previously, he had refrained from bringing the Demon King into the spatial realm due to concerns about potential hazards associated with housing living creatures, such as oxygen depletion over time or other unforeseen drawbacks. He had initially planned to venture into the mountains in search of a wild beast to test his theory. Now, he could conveniently experiment with the gibbon. Once he confirmed that the spatial realm could indeed sustain a source beast for an extended duration, he would always take the Demon King with him on future excursions. With the Demon King's vigilance at his side, He would no longer need to fret about safety after unlocking the gene lock. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi began to make his way toward the safe house. Upon hearing the door open, the Demon King rushed forward, sniffing curiously at Lin Shi. Habitually, Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King, running his fingers through the short fur that had begun to grow back. Afterward, he took a shower and changed out of his blood-stained clothing. Successfully capturing a source beast was a significant achievement for him. Whether he could fully tame this gibbon to serve him as the Demon King did remain to be seen. After dinner, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the gibbon within the spatial realm. However, despite its intelligence, the gibbon, having lived in the wild, could not comprehend human language. Instead, it was startled by the sudden sounds and began to dart around anxiously. Contemplating the situation, Lin Shi glanced at the Demon King, who was attentively watching instructional videos. Demon King, I have a task for you. The Demon King turned, gazing at Lin Shi with curiosity. Woof? Minutes later, within the confines of the consciousness space, Lin Shi observed the amusing chase between the dog and the gibbon, sighing. The gibbon fled ahead, while the Demon King pursued, barking excitedly. The most striking aspect was the Demon King's expression. Lin Shi had instructed it to engage with the gibbon amicably. Yet the Demon King had inexplicably adopted a grin reminiscent of a predator. It appeared that communication between different species was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Lin Shi placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Initially, he had believed that since both were source beasts, the highly intelligent Demon King would have no trouble taming the gibbon. Realization dawned upon him that he had been too hasty. Although both were mammals, it was akin to an unacquainted person from Chi Ming country attempting to converse with a foreigner who had never learned their language. The challenge was substantial, especially considering the gibbon was in an unfamiliar and wary environment. It was unlikely to engage with the Demon King, who had seemingly unleashed some primal instinct upon seeing another source beast. At that moment, Lin Shi recognized that he had never inquired about the breed of the Demon King. With a mere thought, he released the Demon King from the spatial realm. The Demon King emerged, appearing somewhat reluctant, glancing back at Lin Shi as if eager to continue. Lin Shi chuckled softly. It's still a bit shy. We can try again in a few days. He scrutinized the Demon King closely. With the recently regrown fur, he could now discern its coloration. Pointed ears, a coat of grayish-black fur on its back, a white underbelly, and white paws. Its nose was black, while the area around its mouth and eyes was white, with a streak of grayish-black fur between the eyes and forehead. Despite having never owned a dog, Lin Shi felt a sense of familiarity with the Demon King's appearance. Could it be? The Demon King tilted its head, locking eyes with Lin Shi. He immediately dismissed the thought. It couldn't be. The Demon King was far too gentle, never destructive, and its size was significantly larger than that of the breed he was considering. Lin Shi compared the Demon King to a dog from a movie on his computer, scrutinizing it closely. Demon King, you must be an Alaskan Malamute, right? The Demon King blinked. Woof. Lin Shi felt a sense of relief. It was evident that the self-healing abilities of source beasts were indeed formidable. The following morning, he discovered that the gibbon's wound had ceased bleeding. He retrieved some fruit from another vacuum space and fed it to the gibbon. Each feeding session involved Lin Shi conversing with the gibbon, allowing it to grow accustomed to his voice. To his delight, the gibbon proved to be more intelligent than he had anticipated, as the intellect of mutated beasts was enhanced. And considering that primates inherently possessed higher intelligence than most animals, the gibbon soon realized it could not escape. It quieted down, no longer fearful of Lin Shi's sudden appearances. 2 days later, the gibbon had settled considerably, even playing amicably with the Demon King. Lin Shi rubbed his temples and pulled the exuberant Demon King from the spatial realm. Over these 2 days, he had confirmed that the spatial realm could indeed sustain living creatures without issue. Today, he planned to venture to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. Chapter 79. Encountering Qian Liang again during his previous visit to the eastern suburbs, he had only scouted the area, lacking the time to gather gold. In the intervening days, he had visited gold shops in the other 2 suburban directions, amassing over 100 kilograms of gold and assorted jewelry. This was precisely enough to elevate his item replication capabilities. Upon upgrading, the data for the treasure basin was as follows. Treasure basin. Storage space. Complete the volume can expand in accordance with the user's internal source power. Capable of storing living creatures. Function. Item replication 765. Funds required for upgrade. 2. 480,000. The replication count had increased by 384 times, and the required funds had doubled. This marked the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the opportunity to replicate various supplies within the space, utilizing 15 replication instances to generate items such as generators, medicines, survival gear, and winter clothing in limited quantities. The quick consumption of coal and wood was replicated, with 750 copies of the remaining items still available. After once again advising the Demon King and the Gibbon not to quarrel, Lin Shi stored the Demon King away in his space, donned his attire, and ventured outside. Today, the snow fell heavily, prompting Lin Shi to wear a waterproof and warm ensemble, from his hat to his boots. In snowy weather, if one's clothing is not waterproof, no matter how thick, it offers no warmth. Snowflakes, upon landing on one's body, melt into the fabric only to freeze again, chilling one to the bone. On the road, some survivors ventured out with umbrellas, their feet wrapped in nylon and plastic bags to prevent their shoes from leaking. This was to avoid the burden of excess weight. The survivors on the streets looked upon Lin Shi's attire with envy and jealousy. Ever since the military in Shushi distributed supplies, news had spread to surrounding villages and counties, prompting families to flock toward Shushi. The blizzard and low temperatures had claimed many lives in this city within a mere fortnight. Those arriving from the outskirts would knock on windows, ascertaining the absence of residents, and then pry open locks or shatter windows to enter. They would discard the frozen corpses found within onto the streets, repair the windows, and settle in as if it were their own home. Consequently, the number of survivors in Shushi visibly increased. Just as order had begun to stabilize, it deteriorated once more. On the main roads, perhaps no one dared to act openly. But in alleys or deserted areas, a few corpses lay in the snow, unblinking. After a night, these bodies would be buried under the fresh snowfall. No one knew how many corpses lay beneath the paths they traversed. Lin Shi dealt with a few unwary individuals and prepared to find a secluded spot to take out his snowmobile. Upon entering a narrow path, he heard cries for mercy not far off. This scenario had become all too common. He chose to ignore it and turned to find another location. "I'll fight you." A loud shout echoed, followed by hurried footsteps approaching Lin Shi, growing ever nearer. "Quick, chase him, you little brat. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Qian Liang desperately burst forth from 3 men intent on robbery and murder, fleeing for his life. Spotting Lin Shi was akin to seeing a lifeline. He cried out, "Help! Someone's robbing and killing." Seeing Lin Shi feign ignorance and continue walking, Qian Liang's eyes flashed with malice. He reached out to grab Lin Shi's back. If he saw no rescue, he would not hesitate to use Lin Shi as a shield. However, Lin Shi's back seemed to possess a sixth sense. He slightly shifted, causing Qian Liang to grasp at nothing. Momentarily stunned, Qian Liang did not dare to linger and prepared to flee again. Little did he know, he stumbled upon a foot that had mysteriously appeared beneath him. Tripped, he lost his balance and fell face first into the snow, landing in a most undignified manner. It was Lin Shi's leg that had caused his downfall. Lin Shi looked down from his elevated position at Qian Liang. Strangely, it was their third encounter. Perhaps due to the smallness of Shushi, Qian Liang cast a resentful glance at Lin Shi before attempting to rise and flee again. However, this delay allowed the 3 pursuers to catch up. One man, clad in a black down jacket, swiftly kicked Qian Liang back into the snow. "You little brat. Trying to run. Dare to kick me? I'll show you." Qian Liang attempted to rise again, but the man plunged a knife into his leg, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. "Shut your mouth. Scream again, and you're dead. Where's the food? Hand it over." Qian Liang, in pain, sobbed. "My food was stolen 2 days ago. I swear it's gone. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out here searching alone, only to be caught by you." He turned to Lin Shi, his eyes filled with venom, pointing at him. "Look at how well he is dressed. He must have food. I know he has a dog. If you kill that dog, you could eat for days. Please, let me go." Qian Liang had recognized Lin Shi as the person who had been seen with the dog days prior. His unique attire was so distinctive that it left a lasting impression. Meanwhile, the Demon King played with the gibbon in the space, oblivious to the fact that others had set their sights on his meat. The other 2 men, upon hearing Qian Liang's words, licked their lips and approached Lin Shi menacingly with knives drawn. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. Just then, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached. Lin Shi halted his movements. Such footsteps could only belong to disciplined soldiers. One of the assailants, clearly experienced, whispered urgently. This brat shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers. They quickly helped Qian Liang to his feet, placing him behind them, while covering the bloodstains in the snow. Another man pressed his knife against Qian Liang's back, warning, "Don't say a word. If we're discovered, you'll be the first to die. If you cooperate, we might spare you, understood?" Qian Liang nodded frantically. A third man threatened Lin Shi, "If you dare to call for help, you'll be the first to die." The three men readied themselves, and in a mere moment, a squad of soldiers approached, inquiring about the situation. The man blocking Qian Liang presented an apologetic expression to the lead soldier, saying, "We five were out searching for supplies together. My brother just fell and cried out a bit too loudly. We're truly sorry." Qian Liang was firmly shielded behind one of them, attempting to signal discreetly, but felt the knife's tip pierce through his clothing, prompting him to freeze in place. The other two quickly adopted innocent expressions. The lead soldier scanned the group with suspicion, noticing Lin Shi, whose attire clearly marked him as an outsider, and asked, "Is this true?" Chapter 80, The Descent of Gold. The soldiers were evidently aware of the current state of affairs in Shashi. The three would-be assailants immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If the soldiers discovered any robbery, they would be taken directly to the nearby security office. It was rumored that the security office had been overflowing these past few days. Those who believed that the current security office was akin to the pre-apocalypse version were sorely mistaken. Captives would be confined with dozens of others in a single cell, without food or bedding. While the crowd might prevent freezing, the filth, chaos, and constant hunger, coupled with uncertainty about the duration of confinement, were truly terrifying. Of course, one could resist, but that would lead to death. Killers would be executed on the spot. The three assailants glared intently at Lin Shi. Behind one of the assailants, Qian Liang's face lit up with wild joy as he silently screamed within, "Damn it, blink. That way I can be saved." Just when everyone anticipated Lin Shi would call for help, he cast a glance in Qian Liang's direction. Due to their positioning, he caught sight of Qian Liang's ecstatic expression. He shook his head at the soldiers. "I am not being held hostage." Qian Liang's face fell. Disbelief etched across his features. The three assailants exchanged puzzled looks, but subtly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, another cry for help echoed from the street. Someone shouted, "Help!" The lead soldier's expression tightened, and disregarding the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the five, he hurriedly led his squad outside. Once the soldiers departed, the three assailants reverted to their malevolent demeanor. One of them, glaring at Lin Shi as if bearing a grudge, commanded Qian Liang, "Take off your clothes and shoes, and get out." Qian Liang, having thought he had missed his chance to seek help from the soldiers, felt that his demise was inevitable. Three men truly needed to let go of themselves, disregarding the cold, swiftly shedding their clothes and shoes. He could guarantee that he had never undressed at such speed, even on his first night in bed. As he removed his garments, he shot a triumphant glance at Lin Shi and mouthed, "Deserved it." Another man addressed Lin Shi, saying, "Kid, look, we only seek wealth, not life. You performed adequately just now. Strip off your clothes and hat, and bring your dog along." However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain seized his neck, silencing him forever. Qian Liang was engrossed in undressing when he suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object crashing into the snow beside him, prompting him to glance over. What he witnessed would forever be etched in his memory. The three men, who had appeared so menacing moments ago, now lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies and heads irrevocably separated. The expression on the severed head still bore a fierce countenance, seemingly unaware of its demise. In an instant, Qian Liang comprehended why Lin Shi had refrained from seeking help from the soldiers. It was entirely unnecessary. Seeing the cold, unfeeling gaze from Lin Shi, Qian Liang, even with his pants half off, dropped to his knees in the snow, banging his head on the ground and imploring, "Big brother, spare me, please." Naturally, Lin Shi would not let go of someone who dared to threaten him. His knife swiftly slashed towards Qian Liang's neck. In that moment, as if realizing his imminent doom, Qian Liang suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and exclaimed, "Big brother, I know a place with abundant gold." Lin Shi's hand, poised to strike, halted and instead positioned the blade against Qian Liang's throat. With narrowed eyes, he coldly demanded, "How do you know I need gold?" "Big brother, I heard about it from others. You took that large dog to smash the gold store and kill the monster. The word has spread around here," Qian Liang said, a mix of fear and a forced grin on his face as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, quickly freezing into frost. Do you know where there is a substantial amount of gold? Lin Shi inquired. I do. I used to work for a certain unit. And my superior has a habit of buying gold. Qian Liang hesitated slightly. Lin Shi impatiently interrupted. Are you mocking me? How much gold could one person buy? Will the gold your mentioned superior possesses exceed that of a gold store? Qian Liang, reminded of his precarious life in Lin Shi's hands, quickly insisted, No. It's not just a little, there's definitely a lot. I've heard many people have brought him gold. He is my top boss. He furtively glanced at Lin Shi, realizing that such information was typically forbidden to divulge. But in a world like this, what did it matter? If he were to lose his life, who would care about potential retribution from his superior? Noticing that Lin Shi had indeed retracted his murderous intent, Qian Liang understood his life was spared, at least for now. Where is it? Lin Shi pressed. Initially, he had intended to collect gold in the eastern suburbs today before exploring surrounding cities. But without prior reconnaissance, the collection speed would be significantly slower. If he could expedite the process, it would be most advantageous. Qian Liang's eyes darted around, and with a forced smile, he proposed, Hey, big brother. If I tell you, I might as well be signing my death warrant. I'm not that foolish. How about this? I'll take you there, and once you've acquired the gold, you let me go. What do you say? Lin Shi sheathed his knife and commanded, Get dressed, and lead the way. As he observed Qian Liang hurriedly donning his clothes, Lin Shi's voice was icy and penetrating. Qian Liang shivered, glancing at the three men whose blood had turned to ice around them, and hastily affirmed, I would never dare. Once Qian Liang was fully dressed, Lin Shi discreetly retrieved a golf ball from his pack, which he had collected from a shipping container at the port containing sports equipment. He handed the golf ball to Qian Liang, instructing, Hold this in your mouth. Qian Liang stared at Lin Shi in disbelief. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. The threat implicit. If you dare to shout or scream, I will kill you. A ball of that size, held in one's mouth, would effectively render speech impossible. Reluctantly, Qian Liang complied, placing the ball in his mouth and donning the mask Lin Shi provided. To an outsider, there would be no sign of abnormality. Originally planning to wait for an opportunity to escape once they reached the street, Qian Liang instead felt compelled to suppress a curse that lingered unspoken within him. Chapter 81. The Search for Gold. 2 hours later, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa area near the eastern suburbs. Along the way, Qian Liang had nearly succumbed to despair. Lin Shi's vigilance was extraordinary. He had found no chance to flee. The villas appeared shorter than usual, as the lower levels had become uninhabitable due to the low terrain in Shashi, where snow accumulation had reached over 3 meters. The ground floors were completely buried. The average 3-story villas now stood only 2 stories high. Following Qian Liang's directions, they approached a villa. Is it here? Lin Shi pointed to a door barely visible above the snow. Qian Liang nodded vigorously. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one was nearby, Lin Shi seized Qian Liang and, amidst his terrified cries, tossed him onto the second-floor balcony, barely a meter above the snow-covered ground. Lin Shi then leaped up after him. Qian Liang landed on the balcony, his vision momentarily blurred from the impact. As he attempted to rise, he locked eyes with another pair of eyes staring at him through the glass. They were murky and yellowed, fixated intently on him. Qian Liang recoiled in fear, nearly tumbling off the balcony again. Upon seeing Lin Shi ascend, he quickly pointed towards the room. As Lin Shi entered, he immediately spotted a figure lying inside, the corpse of a woman on the bed and a man on the floor, both middle-aged. The man's lifeless eyes were fixed in the direction of the balcony, his body bearing clear signs of foul play. Recognizing the face of the deceased man, Qian Liang pointed and whimpered. Lin Shi instructed him to remove the golf ball from his mouth to speak. After some effort, Qian Liang finally dislodged the ball and exclaimed with agitation, That's my boss. Surveying the room's disarray, Lin Shi frowned. Someone has been here. What? Qian Liang, observing the signs of a recent robbery, looked at Lin Shi with a mix of fear and apprehension, dreading that Lin Shi might take his anger out on him. Perhaps we should search a bit more. The gold might still be here. He himself did not believe such words. It was improbable that robbers would leave behind anything of value. Although gold held little worth in the current state of the world, who knew if it might regain its significance someday? Qian Liang merely hoped to find something that might allow him to escape. Lin Shi cast a discerning glance at the anxious Qian Liang and declared, "You search, and I will watch you." Seeing his intentions laid bare, Qian Liang begrudgingly began to rummage through the room. All the clothing, bedding, and even curtains had been stripped away, leaving no sign of valuables, cleaner than if a flood had swept through. The more he searched, the more despondent he became, stealing glances at Lin Shi's expression. "Hurry up, or I will kill you immediately," Lin Shi urged. With a heavy heart, Qian Liang pressed on, and finally, upon entering what appeared to be a study, he joyfully shouted, "The safe is still here." Though it was not large, the safe was heavy, and without electricity or cutting tools, it would be impossible to open it violently anytime soon. Perhaps that was why the robbers had left it behind. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the overly excited Qian Liang, remarking, "Even if this place were filled with gold, it wouldn't amount to much." Upon hearing this, the previously jubilant Qian Liang was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He gesticulated fervently, attempting to convince Lin Shi, there must be other locations containing gold. It can't possibly be just this. He often saw news reports of corrupt officials hiding money in walls or under mattresses. Lin Shi's gaze swept across the study, and he knocked on the wall. Nothing seemed amiss. "Does your superior have any peculiar habits or quirks?" Lin Shi inquired. "Peculiar habits or quirks?" Qian Liang scratched his head in deep thought, suddenly recalling something. He looked up and said, "He enjoys listening to rock music. Does that count? A middle-aged bureaucrat enjoying rock music?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Yes. I've heard he even built a soundproof room to indulge in it, and invites people over to appreciate it together. However, he cherishes his sound system and never allows anyone to touch it," Qian Liang replied. In the room they had just searched, there were several enormous speakers. "Let's check that room again." The room was opulently decorated, featuring a massive screen and 6 exaggeratedly large speakers flanking it. Opposite was a genuine leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected that gold might be concealed within this room. He instructed Qian Liang, "Dismantle the sofa and see what's inside." Qian Liang approached the sofa while Lin Shi moved towards the speakers. It seemed easy to hide items within such large speakers, he mused. He placed his hand on one of the speakers and shook it. The first speaker was normal, the second, too. However, upon reaching the third, Lin Shi immediately sensed something was off. The speaker felt unusually heavy, at least twice the weight of the first two. Lin Shi quickly extended his consciousness into the speaker, and indeed, he discovered gold within. Moreover, they were all rectangular gold bars. These bars were similar in size to those he had purchased from a bank, each weighing approximately 10 kilograms. There were a staggering 53 of them inside this speaker alone. He placed his hand on the other speakers and casually asked, "How many years has your superior worked at your establishment?" "I've heard he has been there for 20 to 30 years, Qian Liang responded. Lin Shi nodded. No wonder. This speaker also contained over 50 bars. While Lin Shi diligently collected the gold, Qian Liang, who had been searching for items within the sofa, revealed a sinister expression. He reached into his pocket and, upon withdrawing his hand, revealed a sharp blade. Cautiously, he approached Lin Shi, who was oblivious to the impending danger. The thick carpet muffled his footsteps, and as he drew nearer, his expression grew increasingly grotesque. Had it not been for the presence of 2 others today, he would have already executed a surprise attack to seize the goods. Unfortunately, the unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations. No matter how cautious one is, there are moments of vulnerability, like now. Qian Liang envisioned himself slitting Lin Shi's throat with the blade, relishing the shock and despair on Lin Shi's face. He took another step closer, slowly raising the blade. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned, his calm gaze locking onto Qian Liang's malevolent face. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi had already sensed the threat and was merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After all, Qian Liang was no longer of any use. Chapter 82. Acquiring gold in a swift motion, Lin Shi drew his knife and severed Qian Liang's head from his body. After dispatching this threat, he continued to inspect the remaining 2 speakers. Each of the remaining speakers contained 50 to 60 bars, totaling over 200 gold bars. That amounted to more than 2 tons of gold. In a pre-apocalyptic world, this would be worth 500 million. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the cunning of this superior, concealing gold right beneath their noses while inviting others over to enjoy rock music. Generally, individuals of this superior's age would not favor rock music, and most would not return a second time. No one would suspect that so much gold lay hidden within those speakers. Typically, Safes measure about 68 centimeters in thickness. Lin Shi pondered whether he could extract gold from within the safe without directly accessing it. Since his last experiment with telekinesis, he had discovered that his mental reach had increased. To be cautious, he summoned the Demon King from his space. Alert me if anything approaches. The Demon King instantly became vigilant, its eyes sharp and watchful. Lin Shi placed his hand on the safe and communicated with the space. Unlike retrieving gold from the speakers, he felt a stronger resistance as his consciousness penetrated the safe. A dull ache throbbed at his temples as he pressed further. Yet, he had not reached his limit. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, focusing intently as he pushed his consciousness deeper. Finally, he succeeded. As the contents of the safe were transferred to his space, he silently sighed with relief. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Wiping his brow, Lin Shi examined the recently acquired items. To his dismay, he discovered only a small amount of cash, 2 small gold bars, and some jewelry. The value of these items paled in comparison to a single gold bar found in the speakers. However, he quickly dismissed his disappointment. The unexpected haul of over 2 tons of gold was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. Perhaps he should explore the villa area further? With the principle of since I'm here, I might as well, Lin Shi collected all the wooden furniture from the villa into his space. He also gathered pots, pans, and any items he deemed useful. He moved with grace, landing lightly on the ground. Noticing that it was still early, he decided to search the villa area for additional treasures. To determine whether the villas were occupied, he merely needed to observe the condition of the snow at their entrances. Some villas had their snow cleared to the sides, while others were completely buried. Lin Shi sought out those with entrances buried in snow. Within half an hour, he searched 2 more uninhabited villas. One had been entirely stripped of anything of value, showing no signs of chaos, suggesting the owner had moved out personally. The other displayed no evidence of habitation, but still contained furniture covered in a layer of dust. Regardless of its utility, Lin Shi took it all. After 2 rounds of searching, his space was filled with assorted items, yet he had found no gold. It seemed that the chances of stumbling upon gold in the villa area were slim. Without prior knowledge of a location's treasure, this method was far less efficient than raiding a gold shop. Upon exiting another empty villa, Lin Shi decided it was time to leave. Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention. Something had fallen into the snow nearby, followed by the sound of something scrambling to rise. Lin Shi turned alertly. A young girl clad in a beige-down jacket was emerging from a snow pit, brushing off the snow from her body. The bulky jacket did little to conceal her curvaceous figure, and the fluffy fox fur trim of her hood obscured half her face. Lin Shi's gaze, concealed behind goggles, flickered with recognition. This girl was the one he had nearly collided with while riding a shared bicycle, heavily guarded by her companions. After encountering the port's military personnel that day, Lin Shi became increasingly convinced that those individuals were indeed soldiers, not ordinary ones. The man known as Uncle Chio instilled a profound sense of menace in Lin Shi at the time. Now that he has unlocked the second tier of the genetic lock, Lin Shi realizes just how formidable that man truly was. The power and reaction speed displayed were indicative of at least a first-tier genetic lock wielder, specifically one with military training. With such a guardian, it is conceivable that this girl might be a relative of an important figure within the military. Her presence suggests that Uncle Chio is likely nearby as well. Despite Lin Shi now being equally powerful as that Uncle Chio, he prefers to avoid entanglements with troublesome individuals. He quickened his pace to leave. However, after only a few steps, Lin Shi sensed someone trailing behind him. He halted, turning to find that the girl had indeed followed him. Observing Lu Pianran, Lin Shi frowned beneath his goggles, unable to suppress his urge to hasten away from her. The last time he encountered her, the weather was still warm. She was dressed lightly, with half her face obscured by a raincoat. This time, however, he was fully attired, even concealing his eyes, making it unlikely she could recognize him based on his figure alone. Looking around, he found no sign of Uncle Chio. To Lin Shi's astonishment, despite his increased speed, the girl continued to keep pace. "Hey, wait, don't run," Lu Pianran gasped, exerting herself to catch up with Lin Shi. Previously confined to the villa, she sought fresh air, and upon exiting, she found the world enveloped in a blanket of white, devoid of any other figures, which unnerved her. "Why do you run when you see someone? Sneaky, stop right there," she pouted, noticing that Lin Shi showed no intention of stopping. Frustrated, she drew the gun that Uncle Chio had given her for protection. "If you keep running, I will shoot." feeling the palpable threat from behind. Lin Shi finally ceased his escape. He turned to face Lu Pianran, his tone impatient. "Why are you following me?" Lu Pianran retorted, "Is this road yours? Who says I'm following you? I merely noticed your furtive behavior, which hardly suggests good intentions, and I wanted to ask you a few questions." Her tone only deepened Lin Shi's frown. She resembled a haughty young lady just emerging from the confines of academia, oblivious to the perils of the apocalypse that surrounded them. Yet, she spoke to him with an air of superiority. Preferring brevity, he issued a chilling warning. "If you follow me again, I will kill you. Kill me." Lu Pianran was taken aback by the menacing aura emanating from Lin Shi, retreating a couple of steps before anger surged within her. No one had ever dared to address her in such a manner. "I have the gun, so if anyone is to be killed, it will be you. I command you to take me away from here, or I will shoot." Indeed, Uncle Chiu had been right. There were no good people left outside. With this mindset, she felt no qualms about threatening the seemingly sneaky man before her. Lin Shi remained silent, contemplating whether to eliminate this girl. The power backing her was evidently substantial, and even if he succeeded, it would lead to complications. He chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Just then, hurried footsteps approached rapidly. A figure arrived at Lu Pianran's side, scanning her for injuries with a concerned yet stern demeanor. "Xiaoran, are you all right? Why did you sneak out? Where are you headed?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, Uncle Chiu. You keep me cooped up in the villa. I was just bored and wanted to take a stroll." Others tasked with her protection quickly surrounded Lu Pianran, forming a protective barrier around her. Uncle Chiu pulled her behind him, eyeing Lin Shi warily. "Who is that?" Lu Pianran shot Lin Shi a disdainful glance, distorting the truth. "I was just walking when he threatened to kill me." At that moment, Lu Pianran hoped Uncle Chiu would reprimand the oblivious Lin Shi. Unbeknownst to her that her words escalated the tension between the two parties. At her proclamation, Uncle Chiu's expression hardened, a fierce aura directed at Lin Shi. Others began to reach for their weapons. Lin Shi's eyes, obscured by his goggles, flashed with lethal intent. Were they intentionally seeking conflict with him? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lu Pianran quickly tugged on Uncle Chiu's arm, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Let's just forget it, Uncle Chiu. I'm fine, really. Let's not hold a grudge over this." However, her words did not alleviate Uncle Chiu's hostility. Lu Pianran remained unaware of the dangers of the world outside. They were well aware of the threats. No one could be allowed to harm the person they were sworn to protect. After hearing Lu Pianran's words, Uncle Chiu and his companions regarded Lin Shi with increasing suspicion. "Xiaoran, step back." Uncle Chiu was confident in dealing with such a petty thief. He could easily subdue him. With that, he charged forward, leaving a deep imprint in the snow. Lin Shi was not slow to react. He swiftly drew his gun from behind. He refrained from justifying himself, knowing from experience that explanations were futile in such moments. Even if the other party had doubts, they would apprehend him first and inquire later. Lin Shi refused to place his safety in the hands of another's conscience. As Uncle Chiu lunged, Lin Shi fired directly at him. At such close range, it was improbable for a normal person to evade the bullet. Yet, in that instant, Uncle Chiu's eyes widened, and he narrowly dodged the shot, his expression filled with fierce determination. The thought of simply capturing Lin Shi for questioning vanished. This young man was unexpectedly dangerous, armed, and evidently prepared for confrontation. "Kill him on the spot," Uncle Chiu commanded as he advanced toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, and as the others drew their weapons, he unhesitatingly fired a second and third shot, not at Uncle Chiu, but at the 6 individuals standing in front of Lu Pianran. The 6 guards, unwilling to dodge, fell as 2 of them collapsed immediately. It was only then that the remaining 4 returned fire at Lin Shi. In that moment, Lin Shi's demeanor shifted dramatically. His genetic lock automatically disengaged, allowing him to evade the 4 incoming bullets with astonishing speed. When Uncle Chiu saw Lin Shi unlock his genetic potential, his pupils constricted in surprise. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. He had not anticipated that Lin Shi was a wielder of the genetic lock. Those capable of unlocking the genetic lock were among the elite, surpassing 99% of humanity. If this individual truly intended to harm Lu Pianran, he would not have permitted Uncle Chiu to reach her side. The 4 others halted their gunfire, astonished as they beheld Lin Shi's extraordinary evasion. They understood the implications of a person who could dodge so many bullets. However, Lin Shi was already filled with murderous intent, having drawn his weapon. Any talk of misunderstanding was too late. He did not trust that he could eliminate one of their own without repercussions. Without hesitation, Lin Shi unleashed a volley of bullets. No time was wasted for aiming. 3 shots rang out, claiming 3 lives. Uncle Chiu drew his own gun, aiming at Lin Shi in an attempt to halt the violence. Stop. It was a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this amicably. If you join us, we can overlook what has transpired. Although Lin Shi had already eliminated several of his subordinates, 100 ordinary lackeys were of no significance compared to a genius capable of unlocking the genetic lock. He could not possibly join any organization at this moment. With the genetic lock activated, once the time was up, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, it was either his demise or that of his opponent. Moreover, it was the other party that had provoked him first. The murderous intent emanating from Lin Shi only intensified. He shot down the last person standing in front of Lu Qianran with a single gunshot, then aimed the firearm at the terrified Lu Qianran. Stop. Qiu Jun, feeling a surge of anxiety, swiftly deflected the bullet Lin Shi had fired at Lu Qianran and charged towards him. Qiu Jun was already relatively close to Lin Shi, and after activating his genetic lock, he accelerated, reaching Lin Shi in an instant, intending to subdue him first. Lin Shi abandoned his empty handgun. As Qiu Jun approached with a powerful punch, Lin Shi reacted swiftly to intercept it. Receiving the punch, Qiu Jun was not surprised. He knew that with the genetic lock activated, one's speed surpassed instinctual reflexes. His original thought was that even if Lin Shi had also activated the genetic lock, he would still not be his match. It took time to adapt to and master the genetic lock, and he had already been in the first stage for a full 5 years. Chapter 84. Eliminate them all. However, what he did not expect was that Lin Shi catching his punch was not the end. A fierce glint flashed across Lin Shi's face as he exerted strength in his arm, tightly gripping Qiu Jun's fist and forcefully twisting it. A barely audible crack echoed. In that moment, Qiu Jun's arm was twisted as if it were a piece of dough. Impossible. Qiu Jun's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze akin to that of a person who had seen a ghost. The second stage. It must be the second stage of the genetic lock. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered with mockery. Next time, pay attention before you act. In the fleeting moments that followed, Qiu Jun had not even felt the excruciating pain from his incapacitated arm when Lin Shi's other hand struck out. No, Qiu Jun wished to reason with Lin Shi, hoping to avoid enmity with a genius who had independently unlocked the second stage of the genetic lock. He wanted to clarify that everything had been a misunderstanding. But Lin Shi offered him no chance. Since he had already offended someone, he was determined to eliminate all threats. In this regard, Lin Shi never hesitated. He seized Qiu Jun's neck and expressionlessly tightened his grip. Crack! Qiu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Shi snapped his neck with ease. Even in death, he stared at Lin Shi, seemingly unable to comprehend why he had encountered someone capable of independently unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock, and why such a misunderstanding had arisen. At this moment, the already petrified Lu Qianran finally regained her senses. Her scream pierced the air. Everything had transpired too swiftly, so rapidly that she still felt as though she were dreaming. After snapping Qiu Jun's neck, Lin Shi discarded him to the ground as if he were mere refuse. What had seemed to take an eternity had actually unfolded in mere seconds, from Qiu Jun's outburst to Lin Shi's gunfire, culminating in the instantaneous demise of Qiu Jun. Lin Shi was somewhat astonished himself. He realized that Qiu Jun had maintained his genetic lock for far longer than 3 seconds. He had initially believed that a higher tier of the genetic lock would allow for a longer activation duration. Now, he dismissed that notion. It appeared that even without enhancing the tier of the genetic lock, one could extend its activation time. At this moment, Lin Shi radiated an aura of death, akin to a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Lu Qianran could never have imagined that merely uttering a couple of sentences would lead to the tragic demise of Uncle Qiu, who had watched her grow up right before her eyes. Likewise, the several protective figures who resembled older brothers also met their untimely ends. Had this occurred prior to the apocalypse, her prior unreasonable and inverted accusations might have led to nothing more than minor misunderstandings, perhaps leaving a lingering grudge without grave consequences. But she remained oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse had arrived. The rules and order had collapsed, and her words, at such a moment, acted like a lit fuse igniting a powder keg, explosively triggering the conflict between two previously unrelated parties. The error lay in her having been overly sheltered and spoiled, always speaking and acting according to her whims, without regard for others or the consequences. Such a disposition, in the face of the apocalypse, would inevitably exact a heavy toll. After her piercing scream, Lu Qian ran, overwhelmed by intense emotions, fainted. In the aftermath, no one besides Lin Shi remained standing. The cold wind howled. The ground was strewn with blood and corpses. In the icy snow, blood erupted like crimson ice flowers. Lin Shi was battling the aftereffects of the genetic lock when, shortly after, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the villa at the end of the road. Cautiously observing their surroundings, they hastened towards the battlefield where Lin Shi stood. The trio consisted of a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each wielding a weapon, specifically a tang dao, a broadsword, and a sword. It seemed someone in this family had a penchant for collecting cold weapons. One of the younger men hesitantly spoke. "Dad, that person looks terrifying. Do we really need to approach? What are you afraid of? That person's gun is out of bullets. You saw him throw it on the ground with your own eyes." The middle-aged man replied. The hesitant youth bit his lip, fear flickering in his eyes, but when I first lifted the binoculars, I saw him twist another person's head off with his bare hands. Hearing this, the middle-aged man regarded his son as if he were a fool, then cast a scrutinizing glance at the motionless Lin Shi and said, "You must have seen wrong. At this distance, you caught just a glimpse. It's impossible you saw what you think you did. Look, that person is standing there, utterly still. He must have sustained serious injuries." The older young man placed a reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder. "Ahua, the world outside is chaotic right now. Nothing is more dangerous than this. Didn't Dad always teach us that risk and reward are proportional? Let me tell you, once those impoverished folks run out of food, they'll come to rob us. If we don't arm ourselves, our neighbors will eventually turn on us." The older youth clearly understood the treachery of human nature. He continued to encourage his brother. "We've all studied martial arts. Think of it as slaughtering pigs. Don't be afraid. Once we acquire firearms, we can live as lavishly as before." Since the apocalypse began, life for those accustomed to luxury had become a living nightmare. They could neither eat their fill nor dress warmly. Even if today hadn't unfolded as it did, they had planned to raid other houses in the coming days. The middle-aged man looked at his eldest son with approval, then urged his younger son, "Hurry up, don't let anyone get ahead of us." The trio quickened their pace, closing in on Lin Shi. The recent gunfight had startled many awake. Even those who had been hiding in the villa's secret rooms or basements emerged cautiously to assess the situation. Soon, they noticed that the typically shrewd neighbors, who usually hid at home, had all come out. Among them, a man shouted, "There are so many guns over there." Instantly, these individuals reacted like cats catching a whiff of blood, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Due to the distance and the swift conclusion of the battle, they had barely had time to comprehend how the people around Lin Shi had perished. All they saw now was a solitary figure remaining, surrounded by a plethora of firearms scattered upon the ground. The allure of fortune amidst peril was irresistible. If they did not seize this opportunity, when would they? If no one took the lead, they might not dare to approach. However, at this moment, there are many who are emboldened, believing themselves to be fortunate enough to escape the misfortune of dying before others. "Run faster. We must not allow the Wang family to seize the firearms," shouted a portly middle-aged man, panting heavily as he spotted the trio of Lin Shi drawing near. "Hurry, dear. I'm right behind you. We cannot let anyone else get the guns first, otherwise we will be at their mercy," a woman cried from the side. Many shared similar thoughts. Although the villa district was sparsely populated, over 20 individuals rushed forth. Humans are inherently inclined to follow the crowd, and the greedy tend to have their rationality clouded by avarice. This throng had already envisioned Lin Shi's spoils as their own possessions. Lin Shi, naturally, noticed the commotion surrounding him. He felt little astonishment at the gathering crowd. In the pre-apocalyptic days, anyone witnessing a scene drenched in blood and strewn with corpses would have fled as far as possible. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic era, instances of individuals falling prey to the cunning of others are all too common. At this moment, he felt drained, still reeling from the aftereffects of the genetic lock. However, he was not alone. Lin Shi calmed his mind, reaching out to the consciousness space. With intent, he communicated with the demonic beast, who was still in pursuit of the gibbons within the space. "Demon King, prepare for battle." The Demon King instantly ceased its chase, its eyes sharpening with understanding. Its master was in danger. Raising its head, it let out a bark. Before long, the trio of the Wang family approached Lin Shi. Observing him, motionless despite their proximity, they felt a sense of reassurance. their eyes greedily fixated upon the handgun within reach. "Father, let me take him out. You cover me from behind." The older youth, eyes gleaming with malice, stepped forward. He had trained in martial arts for several years and immediately discerned Lin Shi's unsteady stance and slight tremors, his gaze filled with determination. The middle-aged man nodded, instructing his younger son to cautiously maneuver around to seize the weapon. Yet, as the youth brandished his knife and advanced towards Lin Shi, the figure of the Demon King abruptly manifested. The older youth saw only a massive black shadow lunging towards him. He didn't even have time to comprehend what it was before his neck was bitten through. The middle-aged man and the younger youth finally realized that a ferocious beast had appeared out of thin air. "Clear the area. Kill them all." Lin Shi's emotionless voice emerged from behind the mask. The Demon King, upon hearing this command, lunged forward without hesitation. It severed one man's neck and directed its assault towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 85. The Wrath of the Demon King. The Demon King raised its head, surveying the audacious humans daring to covet Lin Shi. Its gaze radiated an aura of superiority, akin to a higher life form imposing its will upon the lesser beings. At the moment their eyes met the Demon King's peculiar gaze, all who beheld it were struck with a chill. The middle-aged man was powerless to evade as the Demon King pounced upon him, pinning him in the snow. Its sharp claws pierced through his chest. The middle-aged man's younger son, paralyzed with fear, witnessed the Demon King withdraw its bloodied claws from his father's body. Realizing his impending demise, he attempted to flee, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. A foul liquid seeped from beneath him. The Demon King, its eyes flashing with disdain, swatted the stinking human away, sending him crashing at the feet of the previously boisterous middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked down in horror, discovering that half of the man's skull had been obliterated, brain matter mingling with blood as it flowed from the shattered head. In an instant, the trio he considered rivals had been vanquished. "A monster! There's a monster!" he screamed, fleeing with a speed surpassing that of his previous rush. Witnessing this, the greed in the eyes of the others evaporated in an instant, and they turned to flee in a frenzy. Those who had dared to rush forward, fearing being outpaced, now wished fervently that they had not run so fast, wishing they could sprout additional legs. However, their speed was pitifully inadequate compared to the Demon King. With every pounce, it claimed another victim. Its pristine white claws soon stained crimson. Some, realizing escape was futile, attempted to fight back with their weapons. Yet, their resistance posed no threat to the Demon King. Humans stood no chance against a wild beast, let alone one that had evolved. After slaying over a dozen, the Demon King's once crimson eye grew even more vividly blood-red. Devoid of the gentleness it displayed in Lin Shi's company, the massacre tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the beast. Others, hoping to take advantage while the Demon King pursued others, attempted to sneak towards Lin Shi to snatch the handgun lying on the ground. But upon seeing someone approach Lin Shi, the Demon King abandoned its original target. Lunging at the individual encroaching upon Lin Shi, it bit off half of the intruder's shoulder. In its eyes, Lin Shi was the only human it acknowledged. The rest were merely walking prey. A piercing scream abruptly ceased as the Demon King's claw sliced through the intruder's neck. After dispatching this brazen individual, the Demon King turned to continue its pursuit of the remaining humans. The one-sided slaughter soon neared its conclusion. Under the Demon King's speed and acute senses, none could escape. They all became lifeless bodies, never to air again. Watching this scene, Lin Shi finally smiled, realizing that forging a partnership with the Demon King was his wisest decision. The genetic lock bestowed ample explosive power, but lacked endurance. He must devise a means to rectify this fatal flaw. Otherwise, he could not afford to activate the genetic lock lightly in the future, save for life and death situations. As the after effects of the genetic lock began to wane, Lin Shi was surprised to discover that this time, the duration of the after effects was shorter than before. He recalled the changes he experienced after absorbing source energy the previous 2 times. A glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. Perhaps, with sufficient source energy, he could mitigate the side effects of activating the genetic lock. Lin Shi approached the architect of this turmoil, Lu Pianran. With a flick of his wrist, a military knife appeared in his hand, prepared to eliminate her. Yet, a thought flashed through his mind. This woman's identity was not ordinary. He was certain he had forged an unbreakable enmity with Lu Pianran. However, it would be prudent to first ascertain who was behind her, lest he fall into a passive position in the future. With this in mind, Lin Shi decided to let her live a while longer, storing her in the consciousness space. He then collected all the corpses from the villa, erasing all traces. When he returned to the safe house, darkness had already descended. Lupin ran, stored within Lin Shi's consciousness space, awakened. As she regained consciousness, she found herself under the watchful gaze of a dog and a gibbon. The imposing sizes of the Demon King and the gibbon, along with the aura of the source beast, caused Lupin Ran to faint once more. It was not until Lin Shi commanded the Demon King to douse Lupin Ran with a bucket of snow water that she jolted awake with a scream. Chapter 86. The origins of Lupin Ran. Lupin Ran was suddenly drenched from head to toe with icy water, eliciting a sharp scream as she shot up from the ground. Upon sitting up, she was met with the enormous face of the Demon King, prompting another terrified shriek. Silence. Lin Shi's voice echoed within the consciousness space. If you make another sound, I will kill you immediately. Upon hearing that familiar threat, Lupin Ran instinctively recalled the earlier scene in the villa, covering her head and pleading. Please don't kill me. Lin Shi, seated on the sofa in the safe house, toyed with a pen while communicating within the consciousness space. I will ask, and you will answer. Should you fail to cooperate, my Demon King will gnaw your flesh piece by piece. Overwhelmed by fear, Lupin Ran dared not lift her head, hurriedly responding, I will cooperate, I will cooperate. Please don't harm me. My father has vast wealth. Just spare me, and I will give you anything you desire. The first question is, who are you? My name is Lupin Ran, a university student in this city. I originally lived in the dormitory, but was suddenly taken to that villa by Uncle Chio due to a power outage. Today, Lupin Ran was so frightened that she had lost her mental defenses and answered all of Lin Shi's questions. Lin Shi continued to inquire. You previously stated that your father is the most formidable person in Shashi. Who is he? Upon hearing the mention of her father, Lupin Ran's previously flustered expression suddenly regained some composure, her eyes flickering. My father is an officer in the Shashi military. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a knowing look. Pressing on, what position does he hold? He is a major general. Lupin Ran's gaze momentarily shifted. Lin Shi's tone grew cold. You're lying. The major generals in the Shashi military do not have the surname Lu. He vividly recalled the imposing figure of a man who had stood before the crowd when he went to collect supplies, recognized by those around him as Major General Lin. Lupin Ran, surprised that Lin Shi actually knew, quickly corrected herself. I'm sorry, I hadn't finished. My father is an advisor to the Major General. Lin Shi scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. An advisor is the most powerful person in the Shashi military? Lupin Ran instinctively retorted. My dad once saved that Major General's life. This connection is different. Even the Major General listens to my father. My father is the most formidable. Only then did she realize that she was in an odd situation. What is your father's name? Lin Shi asked. Lu Peng. My father's name is Lu Peng. Lin Shi proceeded to ask several more questions, such as what Lu Peng looked like and whether Lupin Ran had other relatives. However, when Lin Shi inquired about the gene lock within the military, Lupin Ran was entirely ignorant. At this point, she had already stood up, surveying her surroundings. Yet, she was deterred from moving freely by the Demon King's constant gaze. Curiosity overcame her lingering fear, and she countered Lin Shi with, I truly know nothing about the gene lock you mentioned. Where's this? Where are you? Can you let me go? You can ask my father for money or anything. He will definitely provide. Yet, she remained unaware that she would no longer have this opportunity. The Demon King commanded, kill. After issuing the order, Lin Shi no longer paid attention to the woman who had lost her value. He had no desire to keep her in his space to consume resources. As for the threat of the Major General's advisor, Lin Shi had not shown his face throughout the ordeal, and all witnesses in that villa area were already deceased. Even if the military later discovered some clues, they would not know who he was. Lin Shi extracted over 2 tons of gold bars collected that day from his space. He glanced at the interface of the treasure basin. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete the volume of space increases with the source power within the user. Capable of storing living beings. Function, item duplication 750. Funds required for upgrade. 2. 48 million. This would mark the 9th upgrade of item duplication. Lin Shi murmured, upgrade item duplication. As a familiar golden light flashed before him. The treasure basin interface transformed into treasure basin, storage space. Complete the volume of space increases with the source power within the user. Capable of storing living beings. Function, item duplication 1478. Funds required for upgrade, 8.4 million, an increase of 728 times. Lin Shi felt that this 1478 times should suffice for at least the next 20 to 30 years, as long as he continuously duplicated the resources he already possessed. Using the copies while retaining the originals, he would have an infinite supply of resources. If this pattern of upgrades continued, the next should increase by 1456 times. However, during the last upgrade to the 10th level, an anomaly occurred, and the original space did not expand. Instead, it transformed from a space that could only store inanimate objects to one that could store both inanimate and living beings. Thus, Lin Shi was highly curious about what the 10th upgrade of item duplication would yield. The upgrade process lasted only a few minutes. To his astonishment, Lupian Ran had been killed by the long-armed ape. At that moment, the long-armed ape's arm was still smeared with red and white brain matter. The Demon King stood beside the long-armed ape, casting a gaze of encouragement. Could the Demon King now command the long-armed ape? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Demon King, was this your doing? Lin Shi asked directly. The Demon King extended a claw, pointing at Lupian Ran and letting out a call towards the long-armed ape. The long-armed ape's fist, as large as an iron pot, came crashing down once more onto the already lifeless Lupian Ran. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Lin Shi transferred Lupian Ran's corpse to the vacuum space. He released the Demon King and generously rewarded it with a lavish dinner. He also treated the long-armed ape in the space to a sumptuous feast of fruits. This long-armed ape, even in its mutated state, did not shift its diet to meat like the previously mutated wild boar. Meanwhile, the Demon King seemed to disdain human flesh. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi refrained from going out for the next few days, focusing instead on his cultivation of the nourishing technique. Just the day after he killed Qiu Jun and captured Lupian Ran, Lu Peng finally received news of Qiu Jun and Lupian Ran's disappearance. Chapter 87. Investigate for me. East Suburb Star C apartment. In the property management building requisitioned by the military for office use. What? Qiu Jun and the others are missing? Where's my daughter? Lu Peng, who was handling military affairs in the office on the top floor, slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly upon receiving the report from his subordinate. Yes, sir. This morning, we went to deliver supplies and saw someone breaking into the villa where Miss Lu resides. After capturing the intruder, we found no sign of Miss Lu or Colonel Chiu inside the villa. Throughout Shushi, it was well known that Lu Peng was extremely concerned about his daughter. As Major General Lin's advisor, Lu Peng often assisted in handling various tasks, deploying patrolling soldiers, and the like, making it impossible for him to move into that villa to live with his daughter. However, he was particularly attentive to her well-being. Lu Peng was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Years of military service had aged his appearance by several years. His skin was dark, his features ordinary, but he bore a distinctive hooked nose that made him appear more somber and stern. At that moment, his face was filled with urgency, his deep-set brows knitting tightly. Where is that intruder? Have you interrogated him? He is just outside the corridor. We have already questioned him on the way here. He claims to have come from another area, looking for supplies, and broken upon finding no one. Bring him in. Lu Peng's expression darkened, his tone revealing a hint of menace. In the makeshift office sat another individual, also clad in military officer attire. He appeared much younger than Lu Peng. Yet from his relaxed posture, he did not seem to be subservient to Lu Peng. If Lin Shi were present, he would recognize this man as Wang Chao, the officer he had encountered at the port. Wang Chao, observing Lu Peng's demeanor, reassured him, Advisor Lu, do not fret, let us send someone to search. Perhaps the little girl was merely playing and wandered off. You know Colonel Chiu's skills, there shouldn't be any issues. While Lu Peng felt anxious inside, his expression softened upon hearing this. He knew his daughter well. She did indeed have a playful nature, and it was possible that Colonel Chiu indulged her and went out together. However, based on his understanding of Colonel Chiu, if they had left normally, they would not have left anyone behind in the villa. With everyone now missing, Lu Peng couldn't shake the feeling of unease in his heart. Qiu Jun is not a subordinate of Lu Peng, but rather his comrade. A few years ago, the authorities unexpectedly called for a batch of soldiers to experiment with a new type of genetic pill designed to cultivate super soldiers. Lu Peng, concerned about potential risks, refrained from participation, while Qiu Jun signed up and became one of the first to unlock the genetic code. He was subsequently promoted 2 ranks. The decision to send Qiu Jun to protect Lupian Ran was influenced by their long-standing friendship. as well as the fact that Lu Peng had saved Major General Lin a few years prior, which facilitated the borrowing of personnel. The soldiers received their orders and soon apprehended an intruder in the villa. The man, in his 30s, shouted in protest upon being captured, "Sir, I merely noticed that there was no one inside and took a glance at some items. Who doesn't do this nowadays? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home. Please, enough nonsense. Answer my questions." Lu Peng interrogated him with a grim expression. The answers he received matched those of the soldiers. The soldier inquired, "Sir, how shall we deal with this man?" "Lock him up. Gather several teams and search the vicinity of the villa for any signs of Qiu Jun and Pian Ran. Furthermore, investigate whether there are any signs of a struggle at the villa and whether anyone has seen Pian Ran and the others leave in the past few days. Leave no stone unturned." "Yes, sir." If not for the pressing matters at hand, Lu Peng would have preferred to attend personally. For the time being, the absence of bodies or any signs of a struggle allowed him to reassure himself that the situation was not as dire as he feared. The soldier dragged away the man who was crying and pleading for mercy. Subsequently, several teams were hastily assembled and dispatched to the villa area where Lu Pian Ran had previously resided. However, they dug thoroughly in the area, yet found no clues. This was due to the fact that Lin Shi and Qiu Jun had engaged in their battle outdoors, and while removing the bodies, Lin Shi had cleared away the blood-stained snow, taking it into his space. Afterward, he and the Demon King leveled the area where the snow had been removed before departing. Furthermore, a night-s snowfall had effectively concealed any remaining traces. The soldiers observed that almost all the inhabitants of the villa area had vanished, yet they uncovered no further evidence. Lu Peng personally interrogated those present, but they were all located at the periphery of the villa, hiding in basements. When he attempted to employ harsh methods to extract information, Major General Lin intervened, reprimanding him and releasing the individuals. In the following days, survivors in Shushi noticed that the number of patrolling soldiers on the streets had suddenly more than doubled. Although Major General Lin scolded Lu Peng, he was aware that the latter was most concerned about his only daughter. He proactively dispatched personnel to assist in searching for Lu Pian Ran and Qiu Jun. However, Lu Pian Ran and her companions had been taken away from the villa area by Lin Shi using his spatial abilities. Once outside the villa area, it was impossible for anyone to have seen their whereabouts. After several days without any leads, they instead apprehended numerous troublemakers. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, safely ensconced in his hideout, remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing outside. Even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed. As Lu Pian Ran had indicated, her father's intense concern for her made such a situation inevitable. At this moment, Lin Shi had been diligently practicing health-preserving techniques in the safety of his hideout for an entire week. Throughout this week, aside from venturing out daily to clear the snow from the mountain peak, he had not stepped outside. He devoted himself entirely to his training, and at long last, he was able to independently unlock his genetic code. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Lin Shi stood in the living room, holding his breath and focusing on the barely perceptible source power within him. After 7 continuous days of relentless practice, he discerned that a new energy seemed to have emerged within him. This energy flowed through his body like blood, faint yet extraordinarily comforting. Lin Shi speculated that this might be the source power transformed from the material absorbed through his health-preserving techniques. Over the last couple of days, he had attempted to control this source power and made a remarkable discovery. "Unlock," Lin Shi uttered firmly, directing the source power to disperse throughout his body. A sensation akin to an electric shock surged from his core. He seemed to hear a click within his body, as if something had been released. He subsequently entered a state of having unlocked his genetic code. Success! Lin Shi felt a surge of exhilaration and lunged toward the Demon King, who was cowering in a corner of the living room. The Demon King desperately squeezed itself into the corner, its canine face displaying a plethora of expressions. Its mouth slightly ajar and eyes wide open. It seemed to convey a message of wanting to flee, but unable to do so. "Not again, not again. Please don't come near." Lin Shi scooped up the Demon King and, like the wind, flung open the door of the hideout, tossing the creature into the snow. Despite the outdoor temperature plummeting below 30 degrees Celsius, Lin Shi only wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Yet, he felt no chill. Instead, a warm current coursed through his limbs. "Demon King, let us practice." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Shi charged toward the Demon King, who was shaking off the snow. The Demon King, Having learned from Lin Shi over the past few days, rolled to evade Lin Shi's punch and sprang toward him. Anticipating its movement, Lin Shi took a quick step forward, squatted, and executed a sweeping kick. The Demon King, caught mid-leap, fell into the snow with a thud. I told you before, human techniques are quite cunning. You must observe closely and adapt. Even when fighting me, take it seriously. Now, it's your turn to attack first. Lin Shi instructed. The Demon King, dazed, rose slowly, casting a resentful glance at Lin Shi, its expression unmistakably one of enduring forced servitude. As Lin Shi engaged in combat with the Demon King, he earnestly guided its offensive maneuvers. 10 seconds later, the time for the genetic code unlocking concluded. This was not the first time Lin Shi had independently unlocked his genetic code in the past few days. Rather, it was the 6th. Ever since he discovered that source power within him 2 days ago, he had endeavored to control it and mastered the method for unlocking his genetic code. However, success was not guaranteed each time. It was uncertain whether the frequency of unlocking his genetic code or the increase in source power was responsible. But the duration of the genetic unlocking had also lengthened. Unlike before, where he felt utterly drained post-unlocking, Lin Shi was convinced that with a bit more time, he would achieve perfect mastery over this newfound power. Noticing a sudden shift in Lin Shi's momentum, the Demon King's eyes brightened. Its mouth curled into a grin, and it lunged at Lin Shi once more. Anticipating the attack, Lin Shi rolled aside, exclaiming, I can move now that I've finished unlocking my genetic code. But I still lack strength. At this moment, he swiftly dashed inside. The frustrated Demon King remained behind, howling in indignation, You're not playing fair. Since experiencing a delicious barbecue 3 days ago, the Demon King had developed a fondness for roasted meat, finding raw meat lacking in appeal. It consistently lingered near the oven, making its cravings clear to Lin Shi. Lin Shi skewered chunks of meat with a large iron skewer and placed them in the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and skewers of mutated wild boar sizzled and released a tantalizing aroma. After finishing a batch, he prepared several skewers without seasoning for the Demon King, removing the skewers and placing them on a plate for it. He then took some fresh lettuce to enjoy with the roasted meat. The crisp, fragrant lettuce paired with the rich, fatty lamb was utterly satisfying with every bite. Consuming an excess of barbecued meat can easily become overwhelming. Lin Shi retrieved a watermelon from her space, running outside to bury it in the snow. Moments later, she unearthed a perfectly chilled watermelon. Were it not for the frigid temperatures outside, Lin Shi would have relished the opportunity to grill over charcoal. The flavor of charcoal grilled meat is simply unparalleled. After enjoying her lunch, the Demon King, with a look of satisfaction, licked his lips and approached Lin Shi, nudging her leg as he gazed up at her. Did he wish to enter the space again? The Demon King nodded eagerly. After all, how could he refuse the request of his companion? In recent days, the gibbons had visibly become more obedient to the Demon King. Once the Demon King was settled in her space, Lin Shi took a brief rest before preparing to dress. Meanwhile, in the Star Sea apartment, Lu Peng was seething with frustration. How can we not find them? It's impossible, he shouted, hurling a water cup to the ground in front of the reporting soldier. His voice trembled with suppressed anger. Search the entire Sha city immediately. Leave no stone unturned. I want them found, even if it means turning the city upside down. Yes, Commander Lu, the soldier replied. Once the soldier left, Lu Peng slumped into a chair, his chest heaving with anxiety. As the days passed without news of Lu Pianran, a growing sense of dread gripped him. He hadn't slept a wink since last night. Despite the relentless efforts of soldiers for 7 continuous days and the thorough search of the city, no clues had emerged. The absence of any information spoke volumes. In his heart, Lu Peng feared the worst, that his daughter may have met a tragic fate. This realization dimmed his hopes of finding Lu Pianran. An expression of resentment flashed in Lu Peng's eyes as he felt an intense hatred towards Major General Lin Tianrui. After saving Lin Tianrui's life, he found it infuriating that he was so reluctant to assist in the search for his daughter. Such ingratitude was unforgivable. Yet, as long as a glimmer of hope remained, Lu Peng would not concede. If his daughter were indeed gone, he vowed to ensure that the one responsible would pay dearly. Consumed by rage, Lu Peng failed to consider the burdens shouldered by the soldiers. They were tasked with gathering and distributing supplies, patrolling, and even repairing equipment. Some soldiers had to personally engage in construction work alongside survivors to build shelters. With time running short and the stakes high, Every delay would cost more lives among the survivors outside. Even within their ranks, they had already lost several soldiers. None of this occupied Lu Peng's mind. All that mattered to him was finding his daughter. If he could not locate her, he would exact revenge on those who had wronged her. With a fierce determination, Lu Peng's expression morphed into one of grim resolve. He rose and concealed a dagger from his drawer in his waistband, striding purposefully toward the door. The soldiers at the entrance saluted him. Lu Peng's voice was cold. "Where are the criminals captured a few days ago? Take me to them." Chapter 89. Seeking clues. Though the soldiers had not discovered Lu Ran and her companions, they had apprehended numerous individuals who had been looting and committing violence on the streets. A soldier led the grim-faced Lu Peng away from the Starcy apartment. On a balcony of one of the apartment buildings, Wang Chao stood alongside a burly man. Observing Lu Peng exit the Starcy apartment, "Chief, should we not intervene?" Wang Chao asked, watching as Lu Peng became a distant figure. Lin Tianrui, his face devoid of the authority he had displayed earlier, waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a sigh. It's understandable. Lu Peng's daughter is his sole child, a memento of his late wife. We know how significant she is to him. If we were in his shoes, we too would be distraught. He then produced a pack of cigarettes from his coat, offering one to Wang Chao before lighting one for himself. Is there still no news regarding that girl and Qiujun? Wang Chao took the cigarette but did not smoke it, instead placing it in his pocket with a sigh. No, there has been nothing. Time is slipping away, and the chances of finding them grow slimmer. Are you worried he might harbor resentment towards me? Lin Tianrui asked casually. If we locate them, I'll inform him. If not, there is no need to dwell on it. Everyone knows who I am. He saved my life and has been with me for years. Some things need not be spoken. Wang Chao's eyes twitched slightly. Chief, are you perhaps overly confident in your charisma? Yet he dared not voice this thought aloud. Instead, he inquired, do you think it's possible that survivors unlocked their genetic locks and clashed with Qiujun, resulting in their deaths? I've entertained that suspicion myself. Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers activating their genetic locks has risen to 13, and it's conceivable that some ordinary survivors have done so as well. However, Qiujun has had his genetic lock activated for 5 years, and you know from your own experience that such power is not easily managed by an ordinary person. If it were someone newly activated, even if Qiujun were caught off guard, it's unlikely the aftermath would be so neatly handled. Lin Tianrui paused, the wind extinguishing his cigarette. He tossed the butt onto the ground without continuing. In the meantime, have Li Qiu take over some of Lu Peng's responsibilities. Consider it a brief respite for him. Understood. Wang Chao did not press Lin Tianrui further. Deep down, he shared the same understanding. An ordinary person could not make a genetic powerhouse, and several soldiers simply disappear. It was likely the work of another faction. As for which faction that might be, Wang Chao suspected Lin Tianrui had already formed his own conjectures. Lu Peng left the Starcy apartment and arrived at the detention center located on the outskirts of Sha City. Following the onset of the apocalypse, those caught stealing supplies or abducting women were thrown into this facility. After some inquiries, the guards led Lu Peng to a cell where the recent captives were held. Sir, all the criminals apprehended in the past week are here. Open it. These individuals are on the brink of madness. If we open the door, we may lose control. The guard hesitated. Lu Peng reiterated, open it. Seeing Lu Peng's insistence, the guard instructed his colleagues to prepare and unlocked the cell door. As the door swung open, a foul stench of excrement mingled with blood assaulted Lu Peng's senses, causing him to grimace. Over 100 individuals were crammed into a cell designed for a mere 10, sitting and standing in close proximity. The seated prisoners were practically back to back, their arms pressed against one another, with no space to lie down. The floor was littered with filth and dark brown blood clots, which, though frozen in the low temperatures, still emitted an unbearable odor. These inmates, eyes glinting with desperation, were starved and yearning to gnaw on anything. In their hunger, some prisoners had resorted to attacking each other. Daily skirmishes were commonplace. The guards paid little heed, only periodically dragging out the deceased for disposal. In this apocalyptic world, they could scarcely manage the welfare of the innocent, let alone provide rehabilitation for the wicked. They could only hope to survive until the world returned to a semblance of normalcy. Upon the door's opening, a dozen prisoners nearest to the entrance surged forward, shouting, "Food! Is there food? Let me out. I'm starving. Kill these guards, and let us escape." The guards, well versed in handling such chaos, swiftly drew their batons and struck down the first prisoner who charged forward. That individual fell to the ground with a thud. The other guards followed suit, wielding their weapons mercilessly, disregarding whether they would cause fatal injuries. Those who dared to create unrest would be dealt with harshly. Outside, 2 guards brandishing guns kept a watchful eye. And after the 9th corpse appeared on the ground, order was finally restored. Lu Peng's somber gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke slowly. Listen closely. A week ago, did any of you see any suspicious individuals entering the Haitan Villa area on Huayuan Road? Or did you observe any dubious figures passing by on Huayuan Road? If anyone provides credible leads, I can arrange for their departure from here, along with sufficient food and winter supplies. Hearing the possibility of escape and provisions, the crowd clamored. I know. I have information. I saw them. The scene erupted into chaos once more. Lu Peng bellowed, silence. Form a line, speak one at a time. If anyone dares to deceive me, they will face the consequences. Chapter 90. The Cloud Leopard. Despite the threats, the hope of a potential escape compelled the individuals to vie for the opportunity to share their leads. After listening to the crowd, Lu Peng realized that most were merely fabricating stories. When yet another person lied to his face, Lu Peng suddenly erupted, drawing a dagger and plunging it viciously into the man's neck. His impatient and murderous glare swept across all the prisoners in the cell. I warned you. Do not lie to me. Any further deceit will lead to immediate death. This declaration silenced those who had contemplated taking a chance with their falsehoods. Just when Lu Peng thought this avenue was fruitless, a hesitant prisoner stepped forward. Sir, I saw 2 suspicious men heading towards the Haitan Villa area last Wednesday. Lu Peng patiently inquired. Were they men or women? What were their characteristics? The man pondered before responding. They were 2 men. One of them is Qian Liang. I know him. He lives in the same building as I do. The other man I've never seen before, but he wore a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask, and goggles, and he had on particularly warm boots. I was envious and looked at him for a bit longer. They seemed to be headed towards the villa area, but I didn't follow them and can't be entirely sure. A gleam of insight flashed in Lu Peng's eyes as he probed for more specifics, such as Qian Liang's identity and occupation, as well as further details about the 2 men. Regardless of its validity, this was the only lead he had at the moment. As for the individual providing the information, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling his promise. After all, he was merely a prisoner destined to die in a few days. He was not worth Lu Peng's concern. That afternoon, Lu Peng obtained the basic information on Qian Liang. Upon seeing the name of his supervisor, Lu Peng sprang to his feet. He had encountered this name when Lu Qianran moved into the villa area. This person was indeed one of the residents. Bring the team. We are heading to the Haitan Villa area immediately. At this moment, Lin Shi was clad in a lightweight white combat suit, wielding a crossbow, cautiously navigating through the dense forest. The choice of a crossbow over a firearm was deliberate, as the former offered greater stealth. Handguns lacked sufficient firepower, while an AK could easily attract wild beasts from afar. Should a horde be drawn, even he would have to flee. A crossbow was specifically designed for jungle warfare. As a hunter in the wilderness, one must conceal oneself and deliver a silent, lethal strike to the prey. To optimize his camouflage, Lin Shi had even coated his crossbow with a layer of white paint. However, it seemed that the animals in the mountainous forests of Shushi were primarily tropical, leaving few survivors. After over 3 hours of delving deeper into the backwoods, Lin Shi had found nothing. Suddenly, he paused, crouching low and carefully moving towards the left front. Several hundred meters away in the snow, a clouded leopard was gnawing on a deer it had unearthed from the snow. This clouded leopard was larger than a Siberian tiger, and Lin Shi was almost certain it had mutated. To confirm, he needed to approach within 100 meters, as his treasure detector only alerted him to source beasts within that range. Lin Shi crept closer to the clouded leopard. The deer beneath its jaws had clearly succumbed to the sudden extreme cold, its body frozen stiff. Although fresh, the meat appeared difficult for the clouded leopard to chew, as it seemed to struggle with its teeth. Seizing the moment while the leopard was engrossed in its meal, Lin Shi closed the distance to within 100 meters. Indeed, the treasure detector emitted a notification. Detected a first-level source beast within 100 meters. It was a source beast. A look of joy spread across Lin Shi's face. The clouded leopard, being a speed-oriented creature, would undoubtedly possess enhanced swiftness after evolving into a source beast. In Lin Shi's previous life, there had been a cheetah that had undergone a similar transformation, elusive and deadly, evading all attempts at capture. If he could tame this clouded leopard, It would undoubtedly bolster his combat strength. At that moment, the clouded leopard seemed to sense something, lifting its head. Lin Shi quickly concealed himself behind a dead tree. With the dead wood as cover and his camouflage, the leopard did not detect anything amiss and returned to its meal. Just as it lowered its head, a white arrow sliced through the air, piercing its hind leg. This was still Lin Shi's intention to capture the clouded leopard alive. Otherwise, he would have aimed for its head. The clouded leopard let out a pained cry and attempted to flee. However, the injury to its hind leg severely hampered its speed. Lin Shi readied another arrow and shot again. Swish! The other hind leg was struck as well. The clouded leopard collapsed into the snow, unable to rise again. Everything appeared too easy, but this was contingent upon Lin Shi being equipped in this life. Had he still been an ordinary person with only a kitchen knife or a fruit knife, he would have hesitated to approach any beast, let alone a source beast. This knife had been left behind by the 3 fathers and sons he encountered earlier in the villa area. Finally, the clouded leopard saw the one who had injured it, its crimson eyes gleaming with menace. While attempting to rise, it let out a fierce roar to deter Lin Shi from approaching. Its voice resembled a cat's, lacking any real intimidation. Lin Shi stood a meter away, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he locked eyes with the leopard. "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." Meow. The clouded leopard emitted a threatening growl. It lacked the intelligence of a gibbon and could not comprehend human speech. Even faced with life and death, its ferocity remained undiminished. As Lin Shi reached out to touch it, the clouded leopard bared its teeth and snapped. He remained unperturbed. If one tactic failed, another would arise. Lin Shi withdrew his hostility and summoned the Demon King. The Demon King, eager to prove its ferocity, descended and, upon hearing Lin Shi's command, revealed its teeth and let out a roar at the clouded leopard. Woof! It then advanced towards the leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King had the advantage. Before it, the clouded leopard appeared as diminutive as a kitten. The clouded leopard struggled to rise, but fell back into the snow, emitting threatening meows. The Demon King approached and firmly pressed its paw onto the leopard's head, rendering it unable to escape from the Demon King's grip, no matter how fiercely it fought. "Good dog," Lin Shi praised, placing his hand on the leopard's body. Attempting to communicate with the space to absorb the leopard, the clouded leopard struggled vigorously, and for the first time, Lin Shi's attempt met with failure. He turned to the Demon King and instructed, "Show it who's boss." Hearing this, the Demon King lifted its paw, and as the clouded leopard raised its head, it delivered a powerful slap to the leopard's forehead. Chapter 91. The bounty order. The clouded leopard was struck down by the Demon King's paw and remained incapacitated in the snow for some time. After numerous sparring sessions with the Demon King, Lin Shi had gained a clear understanding of its strength. While the Demon King's speed might not be advantageous among source beasts, its power was immense. Even if one manages to unlock the second stage of the genetic seal, it merely provides a slight advantage over the first stage of the Demon King in terms of power. If I were to endure a direct strike from it, I would likely be rendered unconscious. This experience left the clouded leopard devoid of resistance. Lin Shi once again communicated with the space, and in the next moment, both the clouded leopard and the Demon King vanished from the snowy ground. With a flicker of joy in his heart, Lin Shi conveyed to the Demon King within the space, "Demon King, I entrust this clouded leopard to you. Ensure it behaves obediently." Lin Shi then prepared to return. Each source beast must be tamed individually, as too many could incite conflict within the space. Now, after securing the clouded leopard, the gibbon would merely watch as the Demon King played with the clouded leopard. Had the gibbon not yet been tamed, the scene would have been one of a fierce battle among 3 source beasts. To establish a formidable army of source beasts, one cannot rush the process. On his return journey, Lin Shi retrieved an axe from the space and felled dozens of dead trees along the way to store in the space. The following day, Lin Shi still wished to venture into the mountains for good fortune, but alas, the weather turned against him with another blizzard. He could only practice his cultivation techniques in the safety of his shelter. This blizzard raged for a full 3 days before it finally ceased, and Lin Shi had to venture out every few hours to clear the snow from the mountain peak. The Demon King also assisted in shoveling snow. To Lin Shi's delight, the gibbon had begun to respond to simple commands. Though it was not as easily directed as the Demon King, this was a promising start. Many trees were half buried under the snow. The situation in the city was dire. In Wulong village at the foot of the mountain, the first floor of self-built houses was entirely submerged, and the second floor was also largely obscured. This wave of blizzards had significantly reduced the number of survivors in Shi. On the fourth day, the blizzard subsided, giving way to light snowfall. Lin Shi stood at the entrance, observing the sky, and patted the Demon King, whose head now reached his chest, saying, "Today is suitable for an outing." "Oh, well." The Demon King immediately expressed its excitement with a howling bark. Lin Shi chuckled, interrupting the Demon King's vocalization. "No need to howl. You might attract real wolves." Today, Lin Shi intended to gather gold while allowing the Demon King to explore the mountains. The Demon King had been cooped up at home, alternating between training and eating, and Lin Shi had long recognized its pent-up energy. While the space provided an outlet for the Demon King, the clouded leopard had also learned to behave itself in recent days. It was not appropriate for the Demon King to bully such a compliant creature continuously. Now, whenever the clouded leopard saw the Demon King, it would flee. It had grown considerably since their first encounter, its fluffy fur adding to its imposing presence. Such a sight would certainly startle passers-by on the streets. It was far too conspicuous. It was better to let it roam the mountains on its own. Lin Shi diligently advised the eager Demon King as if he were a mother cautioning her child before a journey. Clearing his throat, he masked his inexplicable nagging with a cough. The Demon King paced back and forth before Lin Shi, awaiting his command. With a sudden burst, it dashed away. Lin Shi was puzzled. "Who?" The Demon King nudged against Lin Shi, lying down at his feet, clearly reluctant to leave. "What's wrong? Don't you want to go play?" Lin Shi inquired in surprise. The Demon King looked up at Lin Shi with pleading eyes, nudging him gently. In that moment, Lin Shi understood. It was afraid of being abandoned, hesitant to venture out alone. The Demon King could not speak, and Lin Shi was unaware of its past as a stray dog before their encounter. This moment stirred something within Lin Shi, prompting him to crouch down and embrace the Demon King. "It's all right. I merely want you to enjoy a day of play. You are my loyal companion, and I would never forsake you." He was no longer particularly sensitive to the cold. His source power replenished itself after several hours of use. So as long as he possessed source power, he had no fear of the cold. His attire was merely a facade to avoid standing out too much, particularly in Shi, where daytime temperatures plummeted below 30 degrees. However, in the more frigid northern regions, where temperatures fell to 50 or even 60 degrees below zero, he would still struggle. To conceal his identity, Lin Shi donned a mask. Upon entering the city, he noticed numerous changes. The streets were markedly emptier, and the remaining survivors appeared anxious. He observed a notice posted on a wall, where several individuals gathered. Approaching for a closer look, Lin Shi's heart sank upon reading the contents. It was a wanted poster. To his astonishment, one of the images depicted Qian Liang, and the other was of the outfit he had worn the day he visited the villa. Beneath the images was a bounty announcement, promising substantial rewards for information leading to the capture of the individuals depicted. The promised materials were quite tempting. Since he had eliminated Lu Pianran and the others, Lin Shi had refrained from venturing out for over 10 days. He had no idea when this poster had been put up, adhering to the principle of inquiring when uncertain. Lin Shi turned to a nearby man who was also examining the wanted notice. The man, seemingly amiable, glanced at Lin Shi's thin attire with sympathy, saying, "Brother, you must be from out of town. This wanted poster has been up for 3 days now. They say these two individuals killed someone very important within the military, which is why they are being sought. The reward is quite enticing. I check it daily, hoping to find these two and secure a bounty for my family." Chapter 92. Inquiring about news and response, Lin Shi chuckled casually. "Haha, without surveillance or cameras, finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It's more practical to seek out resources." Standing right in front of this man, he remained unrecognized, while the body of the other wanted individual lay concealed in his space. Those who hoped to earn rewards by locating these individuals were bound to be disappointed. The man sighed heavily. "Alas, who doesn't he know that? I merely look at it for fun. Isn't it a dream of sudden wealth without buying a lottery ticket? In these times, surviving is incredibly challenging. One must have a glimmer of hope, don't you think?" Lin Shi surveyed the hurried passers-by on the street and remarked, "Why do these people appear so flustered?" The man lowered his voice. "It's all because of this wanted notice. Anyone seen wearing goggles or a black jacket is often apprehended and taken to the eastern suburbs by those hoping to claim the bounty. It has made everyone cautious about their attire to avoid resembling the individuals on the wanted poster." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, grateful that he hadn't worn goggles today. Otherwise, he would have found himself in yet another predicament. He suspected that those behind Lu Pianran would intensify their investigation, but he never anticipated it would create such a stir. Upon seeing Qian Liangliang's image on the wanted poster, he realized that someone must have witnessed him taking Qian Liangliang to the villa. She had no connection to the matter. Her inclusion on the wanted list indicated a lack of substantial evidence. Merely having seen them enter the villa district was enough for them to be labeled as criminals. It was evident that someone named Lu Peng preferred to err on the side of caution rather than risk letting a guilty party escape. Lin Shi and the man exchanged idle chatter about the recent happenings among the survivors. He felt no concern regarding the wanted notice. At worst, he would simply avoid wearing that outfit in the future. The man appeared to be quite talkative, lamenting that the resources available in the eastern suburbs were dwindling. With the weekly rations now consisting of little more than some food, candles could only be exchanged for contribution points. Without candles, the nights would be pitch black, and even using the restroom required utmost caution to avoid accidents. A few days ago, a significant event that stirred the survivors occurred. The military had somehow procured several excavators, which were already digging in an open area on the eastern outskirts. Rumor had it that a substantial portion of the shelter was to be constructed underground. A man mentioned his intent to sign up as a laborer, but was told he was too frail and weak to be accepted. The line of survivors eager to enlist was incessant, predominantly comprising robust young men and some skilled technicians. Then, in a sudden whisper, the man pulled Lin Shi aside and said, "I'm telling you this because I find you agreeable, but don't let it slip out." Lin Shi nodded. It was said that the military was recruiting enhancers, those with extraordinary strength, akin to the superheroes depicted in films. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then realized the man was likely referring to individuals capable of unlocking their genetic potential. His gaze sharpened. The military was indeed seeking enhancers. Did this imply that ordinary individuals had begun to unlock their genetic potential? Yet, when did unlocking such potential transform one into a superhero? If it was indeed a superhero, it would only be for a fleeting moment. He feigned agreement, saying, "Like those superheroes in Marvel?" "Exactly." The man affirmed with a glint of envy and admiration in his eyes. "I've heard that anyone who enlists can immediately enter the officer reserve ranks, not only securing permanent residency in the shelter, but also receiving supplies from the military, ensuring they no longer have to worry about food and clothing. They could ascend to greatness." The man continued to extol the benefits of becoming an enhancer, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Lin Shi offered a few casual remarks, but gleaned no further useful information, bidding farewell to the man. On his last visit to the gold shop in the eastern outskirts, his plans were thwarted by an unexpected change in target, preventing him from collecting any gold. Initially, he had intended to return to the eastern outskirts to gather gold today. However, the recent wanted notice extinguished that thought. Having previously swept through the city in similar attire with the Demon King, it was likely that someone might connect the dots. And perhaps there were already individuals waiting for him near the gold shop. Lin Shi turned abruptly westward, deciding to expedite his plan to collect gold in the cities surrounding Sha City, beginning with Lunan City to the west of Sha City. As usual, he needed to take a secluded path to retrieve his snowmobile. While walking, Lin Shi pondered the military's recruitment of enhancers. He was curious about the proportion of ordinary people who had unlocked their genetic potential. Apart from himself, he had only encountered Su Qinxin, the sole ordinary individual who had unlocked their genetic potential since the onset of the apocalypse. Of course, this was also due to the limited number of ordinary people he had interacted with. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of a short, thin man approaching. The man wore an old felt hat and a mask, revealing only his eyes. His oversized cotton coat appeared as if it were merely a blanket draped over him. The two exchanged glances but quickly averted their eyes, continuing on their respective paths. As they drew closer, the man suddenly leaned toward Lin Shi. Anticipating this, Lin Shi swiftly seized the man's hand as it reached for the military knife at his waist, his gaze icy. Before he could speak, the man shot Lin Shi a cunning look and shouted, "Help! Someone's trying to rob me." Hearing the cry for help, a squad of patrolling soldiers immediately jogged toward their location. Before the soldiers arrived, Sun Kangwen shot Lin Shi a venomous glare and hissed, "Let go, you little brat." Before the apocalypse, Sun Kangwen had been a habitual thief, but after numerous arrests due to extensive surveillance, he had finally ceased his activities. However, the arrival of the apocalypse provided him with a fresh opportunity to return to his old ways. He targeted isolated individuals, stealing when possible and creating chaos when not. With no surveillance in place, as long as he wasn't caught by the soldiers, he could evade consequences. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered with a cold light. "Officer, this man is attempting to rob me. Look, he is holding my hand and is armed." Sun Kongwen feigned panic, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. Recognizing the familiarity of this act, Lin Shi understood that this was not Sun Kongwen's first time. The soldiers observed Lin Shi grasping the man's hand but refrained from jumping to conclusions, asking Lin Shi, "Is this true?" Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and replied, "He was trying to steal from me, and I caught him." "Steal from you? Look at my fine clothing. Why would I steal from you? Just look at your rags. You can't even keep warm. What could I possibly want from you?" Sun Kongwen retorted, his demeanor animated. Though internally, he wondered why Lin Shi's hands felt so warm despite his scant attire. "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Shi glanced at the soldiers and released his grip. "No." Sun Kongwen's eyes flickered with triumph. The soldiers then inquired of Sun Kongwen, "You claim he attempted robbery. Do you have any evidence?" "His knife is evidence." Sun Kongwen pointed at the knife at Lin Shi's waist. The soldiers were at a loss. Nowadays, who left home without a knife? If that constituted robbery, the Sha City Detention Center would be overflowing. The soldiers remarked to Sun Kongwen, who feigned reluctance and nodded, "Very well." Afterward, he shot Lin Shi a defiant glance and mouthed, "We shall see." The corner of Lin Shi's mouth curled beneath his mask, his eyes icy. Those familiar with him would recognize his anger. "Since there is nothing wrong, may I take my leave?" Lin Shi addressed the soldiers. They nodded in affirmation. As he reached into his pocket, he pretended to casually place his hands in his pockets. But suddenly, something fell out. A sizable piece of beef jerky landed with a thud on the pristine snow. This was a treat Lin Shi had prepared in the safe house. Ideal for when he didn't wish to cook or venture outside. It was seasoned with spices like chili and cumin, appearing exceptionally tempting against the stark white snow. Both the soldiers and Sun Kongwen cast their gazes down at the enticing jerky, saliva pooling in their mouths. Sun Kongwen had not tasted meat in over half a month. After rounding a corner with the soldiers, he quickly paused, glancing around before darting away, vanishing from sight. Once Lin Shi left that street, he slowed his pace slightly. After a short while, he sensed a malicious gaze trailing him. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Lin Shi's eyes. He had taken the bait. After walking for another 2 minutes, he turned into a narrow lane flanked by old houses. The malevolent gaze soon dissipated. Lin Shi's eyes flickered as he continued forward. 2 minutes later, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed behind him. Lin Shi turned to find Sun Kongwen, concealed behind an old house's corner, wearing a triumphant grin. This ambush had never failed him. As soon as the target turned, it was a guaranteed kill. Just as Lin Shi turned, Sun Kongwen lunged forward. Brandishing a gleaming knife, a sinister smile plastered across his face as he aimed for Lin Shi's back. Confident in his attack, Sun Kongwen was already envisioning how to savor the beef jerky in multiple bites. However, he had now met his match. Lin Shi had anticipated his appearance. Just as Sun Kongwen believed his blade would pierce this unsuspecting prey, his hand was suddenly seized. Lin had unknowingly turned around, seizing Sun Tsungwen's hand with a fierce grip. A tremendous force surged through Sun Tsungwen's wrist, contorting it instantaneously. The knife he held clattered to the ground. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, threatened to escape Sun Tsungwen's lips, but Lin would not grant him the opportunity. He delivered a powerful punch to Sun Tsungwen's face. The sheer force of Lin's strength shattering Sun Tsungwen's visage, causing his nose to cave in. Despite the grievous injury, Sun Kongwen clung to life, unable to fathom how Lin, whom he had perceived as a mere fat sheep moments ago, had transformed into a ferocious wolf. As Lin prepared to deliver a final blow to the thief, a voice suddenly rang out from above. "Do you need assistance?" Lin sharply raised his gaze, the swirling snowflakes momentarily obscuring his view, revealing a young man perched upon the rooftop. It was the very youth who had stood in line before him that day. How had he gotten there? Why had Lin not noticed him? Narrowing his eyes, Lin directed his full attention to the young man above, only to be caught off guard as he was suddenly embraced by a leg, causing him to lurch forward. Sun Kongwen, his eyes already ruined by Lin's blows, met Lin's gaze, his grotesque face seemingly attempting to intimidate him. With his other hand, he thrust his fingers violently towards Lin's eyes. Lin's pupils constricted, not from fear of Sun Tsungwen's horrific visage, but rather from the realization that a man on the verge of death could suddenly exhibit such refined combat instinct? There was only one explanation: genetic lock. Was this mere coincidence, or something more? At that moment, Lin's instinct was clear. The young man above had acted deliberately. Had he not suddenly spoken, Lin would have already crushed the thief's head beneath his foot. Without time to ponder further, Lin swiftly blocked the groping fingers aimed at his eyes, feeling the sharp nails pierce his skin. He rolled away, evading Sun Tsungwen's subsequent attacks. The first activation of the genetic lock could only be sustained for 3 seconds. Lin had no intention of confronting a genetically enhanced opponent while a potentially ambiguous adversary loomed above. After dodging, he retreated a couple of steps. Sun Kongwen, having lost one hand, attempted to rise and continue his pursuit, but the duration of the genetic lock had expired. He convulsed and collapsed once more. Lin looked up again, but the young man was nowhere to be seen. Sun Kongwen lay twitching, silence descending upon him. Was he dead? Lin raised an eyebrow, and without hesitation, he crushed Sun Tsungwen's head with a decisive kick. The already caved-in skull shattered like a watermelon upon impact. Lin wiped the gruesome remnants from his leg in the snow and turned away from the alley. After Lin left, a sound of discontent echoed from the rooftop. TSK, TSK. How cautious. Not a hint of curiosity. How dull. Shi Yun, sword in hand, crouched atop the roof, poised for an imminent strike. Alas, Lin had not ascended, otherwise he would have faced a long-anticipated lethal blow. What manner of person are you, to evoke such a sense of threat? Shi Yun mused with a gentle smile as he sheathed his sword and vanished from the rooftop with agile leaps. Chapter 94. The Source Beast enters the city. After departing from the alley, Lin sought refuge in a nearby building, climbing to the roof once more. His gaze fell upon the rooftop where the young man had appeared, now devoid of any presence save for a few footprints. Lin's eyes flickered. Initially, he had merely felt the youth's optimism, and they had exchanged little dialogue, with no friction between them. Could it have been mere coincidence? He recalled the faint sensation of being watched after collecting supplies in the eastern outskirts. Lin did not believe in coincidences. The world harbored too few of them, and what were often termed coincidences were typically orchestrated by those with intent. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Descending from the rooftop, Lin made his way towards Lunan City. His harvest that day had proven predictably meager, totaling around 30 kilograms of gold. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the Demon King sensed his presence and bounded towards him, accompanied by a distinct scent of blood. Lin apprehended the rushing Demon King, inspecting him closely. "You're injured?" The creature's fur was matted with blood, some of it clotted. Upon further examination, Lin discovered the Demon King had only sustained minor wounds. The blood was not its own. The Demon King licked its lips, appearing unfulfilled. Lin chuckled. "Did you go hunting today? Excellent. From now on, you may hunt for yourself daily, saving me from the burden of meat in my space." The Demon King's appetite had grown exponentially, and with Lin now a voracious eater himself, the meager supply of meat in their space was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, Lin had already devised a plan to rely on the mountains for sustenance. He fetched a bucket of water and, utilizing the snow on the ground, quickly gave the Demon King a combat bath. After washing, the Demon King shook off the excess snow, leaving a flurry of icy shavings in its wake. The remaining water in the bucket had frozen into clumps of ice. Drenched in frost, Lin playfully scolded, "Who knows what you feasted on today? Your enthusiasm for dinner is lacking." Not one to overlook any opportunity for self-improvement. The Demon King possessed night vision, allowing it to discern Lin's position in the dark, while Lin, lacking such capability, relied on sound to navigate. Thankfully, after activating the genetic lock, his brain processed auditory cues with remarkable speed, rendering his visual impairment inconsequential. The man and his dog engaged playfully in the darkness, and Lin soon discovered the Demon King exhibiting extraordinary bravery, having learned to feint and strike. It seemed that his decision to allow it to venture into the mountains alone had been a sound one. The experience of battle had proven effective for its practical learning. Afterward, Lin noted that the duration of the genetic lock had increased to 11 seconds, another unexpected delight. The following dawn, after completing his health regimen, Lin and the Demon King once again set out on separate missions. Lin resumed his quest for gold, while the Demon King returned to the mountains. Thus, a fortnight passed. During this time, whenever the weather permitted, Lin ventured forth to gather gold. In total, he amassed over 500 kilograms of gold along with various other precious metal ornaments. bringing him close to the threshold of upgrading his final item replication. The Demon King reveled in its mountain escapades, waking early and returning late, thoroughly enjoying itself. Over the fortnight, the Demon King had notably grown in size, leading Lin to speculate that it had consumed a considerable number of wild beasts or source beasts, assimilating their essence. When storms struck, Lin remained industrious, chopping wood nearby with the Demon King. The frigid month had decimated the tropical flora of Shushi. During this period, Lin also discovered the Demon King's new skill, tree gnawing. With a few bites, the creature could snap a tree of moderate thickness with surprising speed. Most of the low shrubs had long been buried beneath the accumulating snow, which deepened at a moderated pace. Initially, the fresh snow was soft, but as layers piled atop, the lower snow became compacted and settled. Thus, while the snow thickened, its accumulation slowed considerably, now merely submerging 2 stories. Throughout these weeks, Lin diligently practiced self-cultivation and honed his ability to activate the genetic lock, remaining occupied from dawn to dusk. The duration of the genetic lock had extended from 11 seconds to 18 seconds. Most importantly, he had achieved the ability to move freely after deactivating the genetic lock, no longer hindered by its aftereffects. One day, after 2 consecutive days of blizzard, a rare clear sky emerged once more. Although the sun lacked warmth, the mere sensation of its rays brought a sense of joy. Today, Lin Shi once again parted ways with the Demon Lord, one venturing into the mountains while the other entered the city. Upon arriving in Lunan City, Lin Shi sought out another gold shop, only to find it had already been ransacked. The place was strewn with shards of glass, devoid of any valuables. Clearly, tomorrow would necessitate a change of location. Lin Shi mused. After exiting the gold shop, he scoured several streets and suddenly noticed an increase in the number of survivors on the streets of Lunan City. They carried various bags and moved cautiously in groups, seemingly preparing to relocate. Even the number of individuals daring to rob Lin Shi had diminished. When he encountered a lone robber, instead of immediately killing him, Lin Shi placed his knife against the man's throat and inquired, "What has transpired in recent days? What are those people doing with their belongings?" The robber trembled in fear, pleading, "Spare me. I will tell you. Just a couple of days ago, a massive tiger descended upon the city, devouring many. Everyone has been too afraid to venture out for supplies. It is said that there are soldiers protecting civilians in Shushi, and many wish to move there. I merely sought to gather enough for my journey. Please, grant me mercy." Having obtained the information he sought, Lin Shi swiftly severed the man's head. So, it was the emergence of source beasts. In fact, several source beasts had already appeared in Shushi. With Lin Shi hearing of 3 in just the past half-month, soldiers patrolled the area, swiftly eliminating the beasts and minimizing casualties among survivors. At that moment, Lin Shi's ears perked up at the distant sound of exclamations. He raised an eyebrow and hastened toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 95. Confronting the giant tiger. The central square of Lunan City, typically bustling and vibrant, lay blanketed in thick white snow due to the frigid onset of winter, transforming it into a vast expanse of snow-covered ground. Yet today, the square buzzed with an eerie excitement of a different kind. A colossal white tiger suddenly descended from the sky, landing squarely in the center of the square and unleashing a deafening roar. Survivors passing through the square screamed in terror. "Run! Escape!" With a thunderous roar, the tiger launched itself at the survivors. One woman, upon sighting the beast, felt her legs weaken and collapsed in fright. She struggled to crawl backward, but it was futile. The tiger locked its gaze on her and charged forward, swiftly severing her head from her body. Blood gushed from the decapitated corpse. The other survivors, witnessing this horrific scene, frantically fled down narrow paths. Some abandoned their precious supplies, while others left behind their loved ones. However, the speed of the transformed tiger far surpassed their own, and those attempting to escape were swiftly hunted down and torn apart. The pristine white square was soon splattered with blood, panic and despair spreading like wildfire. Those at a distance witnessed the carnage and turned to flee. As Lin Shi reached the edge of the square, he beheld survivors rushing past him, while the ferocious white tiger was mercilessly tearing apart a still living man. The man's legs were caught in the tiger's jaws, his upper body remaining outside, desperately pleading for mercy. Seeing Lin Shi standing his ground, the man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he cried out, "Please, save me." Even in such dire circumstances, he clung to the desire to survive. Yet in the next moment, the tiger violently tossed the man into the air, sinking its teeth into his chest. The sound of crunching bones accompanied the splatter of blood as the man was consumed in mere moments. After finishing its meal, the tiger leisurely turned its gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi focused intently as a notification appeared in his mind. Detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. A second-tier beast. It was astonishing that merely a month into the apocalypse, a second-tier source beast had emerged in the city. In his previous life, second-tier beasts only appeared years into the apocalypse, often accompanied by a horde of first-tier beasts. This white tiger was not a native species of the southern province, and, being solitary, likely escaped from a nearby zoo after evolving. Second-tier source beasts could withstand damage from ordinary handguns, and typical blades struggled to pierce their tough hides. A spark of anticipation ignited within Lin Shi as he raised his arm, revealing a crossbow he had retrieved from his space. He sensed that absorbing this second-tier beast would propel his source power to new heights. The tiger, spotting Lin Shi, charged at him with astonishing speed, nearly reaching him in an instant. However, Lin Shi was not slow either. Just before the tiger pounced, he leveraged his strength to spring onto the roof of a 3-story shop at the edge of the square. Taking the high ground, he aimed at the giant tiger below and swiftly loosed an arrow. With the advantage of distance, Lin Shi employed a safer and more efficient method. The arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself into the tiger's flesh. The beast let out a roar of pain, yet for its massive size, a single arrow was insufficient to inflict a mortal wound. The tiger leaped towards Lin Shi's perch. While it was still in midair, Lin Shi quickly readied another arrow and shot it before leaping in another direction. With his enhanced physical capabilities, a 10-meter drop onto the soft snow posed no threat to him. Behind him, the tiger's furious roar echoed. A survivor who had stumbled and fallen witnessed the tiger being struck by the arrow and gasped, "Someone is hunting that tiger." The other survivors, drawn by the sound, turned to see what was happening. Perhaps it was Lin Shi's aura that attracted the tiger, or perhaps it was angered by the arrows. Despite being wounded, the tiger continued its pursuit of Lin Shi. Having just landed, Lin Shi had no time to knock another arrow as the rush of wind indicated the tiger was closing in. Though powerful, the crossbow proved somewhat inconvenient in the presence of others, preventing him from openly retrieving items from his space. He tossed the crossbow aside and drew his handgun, swiftly firing a shot before rolling to the side to evade. In that moment, Lin Shi realized that his previous arrow had indeed struck the tiger's left leg. Determined to absorb the source power of this beast, Lin Shi had no intention of holding back. He aimed directly for the tiger's eyes and fired. The gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The tiger dodged 2 bullets aimed at its eyes, but was struck by the third in one eye. Blinded, the tiger became even more frenzied, lunging towards Lin Shi with a gaping maw. In close combat with such a formidable beast, Lin Shi was at a disadvantage in size, speed, and strength. Without hesitation, he activated his gene lock. He nimbly evaded the tiger's powerful bite and, in the next moment, delivered a forceful punch to the side of the tiger's head. His arm muscles swelled, and the sheer force of his blow sent the tiger staggering. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi followed up with another strike, targeting the tiger's head once more. The head is a weakness for all creatures. A powerful blow can cause dizziness, concussions, or even unconsciousness. The dazed tiger, unable to react, was met with another powerful punch from Lin Shi. Seizing the moment, Lin Shi relentlessly rained blows upon the tiger's head. A growing number of onlookers paused in their flight to witness this astounding spectacle. My heavens, is that a human? Some were in disbelief, murmuring, "I finally believe that Wu Song could slay a tiger. This is even more ferocious." Others shouted with excitement. Eyes gleamed with eagerness and greed as they gazed at the crossbow, discarded by Lin Shi. Lin Shi delivered a series of powerful blows to the giant tiger's head, ultimately bringing it to the ground. The survivors, who had gathered unawares, erupted in cheers. Lin Shi merely cast a glance before redirecting his focus back to the enormous beast. He understood that the tiger was not yet dead. It had merely been knocked unconscious by his relentless strikes. Drawing a dagger, he lifted the tiger's eyelid and plunged the blade deep into its eye, the dagger embedding itself to the hilt. The dazed tiger began to thrash violently. However, as Lin Shi twisted the dagger with force, the tiger's struggles gradually subsided. At that moment, a man nearby stealthily approached the spot where Lin Shi had discarded the crossbow while he was engaged in killing the tiger. Chapter 96, Without Morality. There is no fear of kidnapping. The man's eyes blazed with fervor and greed as he fixated on the crossbow left behind by Lin Shi. He thought to himself, if only he possessed such a weapon, he could effortlessly hunt a few wild beasts for some meat. Yet, before his hand could reach the crossbow, Lin Shi withdrew the dagger from the tiger's eye and with a flick of his wrist, sent it hurtling like a bullet into the man's throat, the blade piercing through from the back of his neck. It was indeed more potent than a bullet. The man stiffened, clutching his throat, eyes wide, before collapsing. The remaining individuals with similar intentions immediately quelled their thoughts, daunted by the realization that confronting someone capable of slaying such a formidable tiger would be akin to delivering themselves as prey. After extracting the arrow, Lin Shi glanced at the massive corpse of the tiger, then surveyed the encircling survivors. He knew that the absorption of source power could not be interrupted. He could not risk doing so in plain sight. Thus, he opted to carry the tiger's body away, weighing several hundred pounds. Lin Shi hoisted the tiger's leg onto his left shoulder, appearing to still possess ample strength. Approaching the edge of the square, he barked at the motionless survivors. Make way. They retreated to either side. An elderly man remained rooted in place, his greedy eyes locked onto the giant tiger on Lin Shi's shoulder. Young man, such a large tiger is too much for one person. Could you leave some for us? I see you are not selfish. Why not help us further? Saving us and sharing a bit of meat. This statement successfully turned the tide of the survivors against Lin Shi. Indeed, if they could share the meat from such a large tiger, each would receive a considerable portion. Their eyes gleamed with hunger as they stared at the tiger, and some had already stealthily reached for their weapons. They seemed to have forgotten that, but for Lin Shi's intervention, they might have perished. Although Lin Shi did not act to save them, their survival was a fact. Lin Shi smirked coldly. Apologies, but I lack morality and fear no abduction. A glint of cold light flashed, and while the old man stood before Lin Shi, his head rolled away, thudding to the ground. In such moments, hesitation could not be afforded, otherwise, the survivors would swarm like hyenas. He understood their minds all too well. Lin Shi, with a fierce glint in his eyes, surveyed the crowd and asked, who else desires to challenge me? I can send you down to face the tiger yourself. The survivors, upon witnessing this, hastily waved their hands in retreat, fearful of sharing the old man's fate. Lin Shi, bloodied knife in hand, strode deliberately through the ranks of survivors until he was a distance away. After Lin Shi departed, one among the survivors turned to a wiry man with yellow hair, his face obscured by a mask, and said, Brother Huang, that fellow seems to be the target boss Li wanted us to deal with. Why didn't we act earlier? Huang, looking at his subordinate as if he were a fool, replied, in this apocalypse, what is the point of a task? That old dog Li Duokai can't possibly be here. Let us follow him and see if we can snag some meat. Wise decision, Brother Huang. Several subordinates trailed Huang as they pursued Lin Shi. Emerging from a cluster of streets, Lin Shi entered an empty alley where he stored the giant tiger. He then retrieved a broadsword from his space and sat in a shop, meticulously polishing the blade. The sword was straight, measuring a meter long, slender, and sharp. Unlike the Tang knife, which was prone to breakage, this sword was ill-suited for slaying source beasts but excelled in human combat. After 2 thorough wipes, faint footsteps echoed at the alley's entrance. Many had harbored thoughts about the giant tiger along the way. A robust man with a square face and a wiry, sharp-featured companion stepped into the alley. Scanning the narrow passage and finding no tiger, their gazes settled on Lin Shi. Brother, we don't want much. Just give us a leg, and we'll be on our way. Lin Shi smiled, though his grin bore no warmth. If you wish to take my belongings, you must earn them. The two exchanged glances, and one drew a gun from his waist, stating, I advise you not to refuse. Lin Shi, disinterested in idle chatter, flicked his wrist, sending a shard of glass hurtling like a bullet, embedding itself deeply into the man's forehead, who collapsed instantly, the gun clattering to the ground. The wiry companion, struck with fear from this display, stammered, his lips quivering in a plea for mercy, but met the same fate as his comrade. Lin Shi rose, lowering the tip of his blade, addressing those outside the alley. Since you are here, let us engage together. As his words faded, a dozen survivors, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged. Do not fear. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but one man with 2 hands. Let us attack together. Armed with makeshift weapons, the survivors charged into the shop. Mere minutes later, the alley lay strewn with corpses. Lin Shi ensured each body received a final stab, severing their heads before he departed from the back of the alley. Just a few meters away, Huang hesitated as he watched a group of people rush into the alley without re-emerging. The narrow entrance now resembled the maw of a deep abyss, beckoning them forward. "Brother Huang, should we proceed?" one of his subordinates queried. "Let us take a look." Huang swallowed hard and cautiously approached the alley's mouth. Upon seeing the ground littered with corpses and lifeless heads, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, prompting him to instinctively step back. Landing on the ground, the others fared little better, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. "Brother Huang, should we still go in?" "Not a chance. Let us get out of here." Lin Shi observed from a distance, spotting a normal-sized wild boar, likely a common creature that had merely descended from the mountains. Not a source beast. On the snow-covered ground lay 3 groaning individuals, yet this did not dampen the hunter's enthusiasm. All they saw was a shimmering green light of meat. Recently, the frequency of wild and source beasts emerging had increased. Lin Shi understood the implications. The beasts fleeing from the mountains indicated a greater threat within, suggesting that source beasts would soon emerge to hunt humanity. When the tide of beasts surged, corpses would abound. For the survivors, opportunities to openly scavenge for resources like this would dwindle. This world would increasingly prioritize strength. Lin Shi's resolve hardened. He must grow stronger swiftly. Placing his hand on the giant tiger, he noted the prompt akin to a treasure trove. Unclaimed source power detected. "Would you like to absorb it?" Without hesitation, he affirmed yes. Chapter 97. Once again, "You fool," as Lin Shi's voice echoed, the sensation of source power surging from his arm into his body returned. More intense than before, his arm in contact with the giant tiger began to heat up. As a surge of energy akin to a hot spring flowed into Lin Shi's body, it merged with his own source power. As this force coursed through his arm, Lin Shi felt his entire being instantly warm. A wave of heat radiated outward from him. Upon entering the safe house, he had already shed his outer garment, and now, beads of sweat poured forth from his skin's pores, accompanied by a stream of brownish filth. Following this was an unprecedented sensation of strength flooding his body. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Shi's eyes as he activated his gene lock. With his source power summoned, this unlocking of the gene lock was swifter than before, almost as if it responded to his very thought. A mightier force erupted from within him. He retrieved a steel bar, the thickness of a wrist, from his spatial storage. Gripping both ends with his hands, and effortlessly twisted it into a spiral. The once nearly 1,000-pound giant tiger could now be effortlessly lifted with a single hand. If he were to engage in battle with the beast at this moment, Lin Shi was confident he could knock it out with a single punch. What delighted him even more was that the duration of this gene lock activation had extended to 32 seconds. As the saying goes, in a duel between experts, the difference can be a mere millisecond. Having an additional second grants a greater chance of victory. With his current speed post-gene lock activation, he could accomplish a great deal in those 32 seconds, before he could revel in his newfound strength. The treasure chest before him suddenly displayed a warning. Detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. Lin Shi thought it was fortuitous, as he could now test his current combat prowess against this source beast. He swiftly opened the door and dashed outside, meeting the astonished gaze of the Demon King, who was clutching something in its mouth. A moment of surprise passed between them. The Demon King. Lin Shi scanned his surroundings, finding no other creatures in sight. "So it's you again, you silly creature?" The Demon King. It spat out the item in its mouth, revealing a green fruit. Without paying heed to the fruit, Lin Shi examined the Demon King's head from left to right. "You've leveled up?" Its size had indeed increased slightly since he had left that morning. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shi noticed a change in the Demon King's eyes. The once blue and red irises had deepened in color, and human-like irises had appeared. Its teeth and claws appeared sharper as well. After inspecting the Demon King's transformation, Lin Shi finally noticed the green fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? Upon mentioning the fruit, the Demon King perked up, pointing at the fruit with its paw and then at its own mouth. "Are you saying you ate this fruit?" Lin Shi grasped the Demon King's meaning. The Demon King wore an air of pride, raising its head. "So you leveled up?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The Demon King nodded, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction at Lin Shi's comprehension. The fruit clearly looked freshly picked, with its stem still showing signs of recent detachment. Lin Shi's eyes reflected contemplation as he picked up the fruit. At that moment, the treasure chest emitted a notification. "Source fruit discovered. Consumption recommended." Lin Shi gazed at the fruit still glistening with the Demon King's saliva. A tumult of thoughts surged within him. It was a mutated plant. The desert city bore tropical flora, with barely any surviving plants. To encounter one that not only survived but also evolved was astonishing. Mutated plants do not move like animals. Despite their mutations, they remain plants without developing brains or limbs. However, mutated plants can exhibit extraordinary resilience to cold or be exceedingly tough, making them difficult for source beasts to bite through, or they may contain potent toxins. The rarity of fruit-bearing plants is exceptional and immensely valuable. Official reports from his previous life had indicated that discovering a mutated plant could yield substantial rewards if turned over to the authorities. Finding a fruit-bearing mutated plant would not only grant a hefty reward, but could also secure a lucrative position in a sanctuary, elevating one's status significantly. It turned out that this fruit contained source power. Lin Shi took out a bottle of water, washed the saliva off the fruit, and brought it to his lips for a small bite. In such cold weather, the fruit surprisingly remained unfrozen, its flesh still crisp and tender. The sweet, crunchy flesh resembled that of a green jujube, yet it was infinitely more delectable. As he swallowed, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body. It was source power. Lin Shi devoured the fruit in a few bites, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he turned to the Demon King, who was staring intently at the fruit. "Where did you find this? Take me there." The Demon King was now lying down, its height reaching Lin Shi's waist. Lin Shi, puzzled, asked, "Why aren't we moving?" The Demon King stood up, looked at Lin Shi, then lay back down, gesturing with its head. "Are you suggesting I ride on your back?" Lin Shi conjectured. The Demon King nodded. Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement. He wondered if other boys had ever dreamed of having a magnificent mount like those in anime. He certainly did. As a child, he envied the characters in cartoons who had such majestic steeds, even pleading with his father to let him learn horseback riding. However, his father had refused to let him go out of province. Carefully, Lin Shi climbed onto the Demon King's back, suppressing his excitement, and declared, "Let us go." Upon hearing the command, the Demon King took off at a gallop. Lin Shi clung to the fur around its neck, ensuring he wouldn't fall off as they sped along. The scenery blurred past him, and the cold wind howled in his ears. The Demon King moved with astonishing speed, traversing the snowy terrain, darting through the desolate woods, leaping over streams, and gliding over lakes. They only halted when dusk began to fall, stopping beside an icy waterfall. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi dismounted from the Demon King. The creature gave him a knowing glance before heading towards the waterfall. Lin Shi followed closely behind. The frozen waterfall was adorned with icicles, arranged in a picturesque manner. As Lin Shi approached, he discovered a hidden entrance beneath the waterfall, seemingly carved out. Chapter 98. The strange tree. The entrance, concealed by the waterfall before freezing, was now effectively hidden by the rapidly formed icicles. Lin Shi gazed at the Demon King with astonishment. "How did you find this place? What has this creature been up to in the mountains?" The Demon King stood tall and proud, signaling Lin Shi to follow it inside. As darkness fell, the interior of the cave was dimly lit. Lin Shi donned a headlamp and cautiously followed. The ground was free of snow, scattered with frozen stones that were quite slippery. However, the cave was not deep. After walking for a short distance, light appeared ahead. Lin Shi followed the Demon King into a cavern. Upon seeing the scene within, Lin Shi's eyes widened in amazement. The cavern was lofty, with rocky walls on either side, and above, a hole allowed a faint light to filter in through the crevices of a large stone. Below lay a pool of water, though it was frozen solid. In the center of the pool, a cluster of stones protruded above the surface, upon which stood a peculiar tree, its branches scattered with a soft glow. The sight was utterly enchanting, as if Lin Shi had stumbled into a scene from a fantasy realm. The tree's trunk was twisted, resembling the thickness of a barrel, and bore a gray-black hue. Its numerous branches and dense, bluish-purple leaves formed a vast, vibrant canopy. The tree stood about 5 to 6 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming vitality. Beneath it lay a massive serpent, its belly exposed and motionless, having been gutted. The Demon King, upon spotting the serpent's lifeless body, effortlessly swatted it across the pond with a claw and gestured towards the tree above. Lin Shi approached to examine the snake, which measured over 3 meters in length. Its girth comparable to that of an adult's calf, adorned with intricate azure and violet patterns akin to the bark of a tree. The serpent's body was nearly severed in two, and its gallbladder had mysteriously vanished. Observing the bite marks on the snake's body, Lin Shi deduced without a doubt that it had been slain by the Demon King. "Did you do this?" he inquired, casting a glance at the Demon King, who licked its lips and barked softly. "Next time, refrain from consuming everything." Lin Shi sighed, pondering the potential toxicity of the creature. The Demon King's lively demeanor indicated that the serpent's exterior was at least non-poisonous. Judging by the serpent's size and its unfamiliar coloration, Lin Shi surmised that it was a mutated entity, as ordinary cold-blooded animals would struggle to survive in such temperatures, perhaps aided by the tree's presence. However, upon reaching the serpent's side, the treasure basin did not indicate any nearby unclaimed source of power. Lin Shi attempted to place his hand on the serpent's body, but still received no notification. Was the source of the serpent's power contained within its gallbladder, now consumed by the Demon King, thus rendering the serpent devoid of power? Or had the source dissipated after the creature's death? Lin Shi pondered deeply. He had long harbored a question in his heart. Why did humans and beasts, both classified as animals, evolve in such divergent directions? In his previous life, researchers had proven that humans could scarcely absorb source power autonomously like plants and animals, as though humanity were not a native species of this planet. The origin of humanity had always been a topic of contentious debate in the annals of scientific history, with no concrete evidence supporting the notion that humans evolved from apes. Darwin's theory of evolution remained merely a hypothesis. Suppressing his audacious speculations, Lin Shi composed himself and approached the tree. The Demon King paced beneath it, seemingly unable to contain its excitement. As he drew closer, Lin Shi noticed bite marks from the Demon King on the trunk. He plucked a fruit from the tree and offered it to the Demon King, who happily accepted it, wagging its tail before placing it on the ground and continuing to gaze at Lin Shi. "You clever creature, you are becoming increasingly astute." Lin Shi affectionately patted the beast's head and deftly ascended the tree. Upon his contact with the trunk, the treasure basin provided a notification, detected a substantial amount of source power within this plant. "Do you wish to absorb it?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. The treasure basin's ability to absorb source power was not a newfound phenomenon. He continued to harvest the fruits, and soon, as he descended, he had collected over a dozen azure fruits. Confirming that no more fruits remained on the tree, Lin Shi instructed the Demon King, "Do not let anything disturb me." He placed his hand on the trunk, gazing at the treasure basin interface, silently affirming, "Yes, absorb." In Sanyuan City, at the Shun family estate, Shun Fanren sat on the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed as he listened to his subordinate Wang Ji's report. "Boss, those individuals are still unwilling to cooperate with us. What should we do?" Wang Ji made a gesture across his throat, suggesting a drastic action. Shun Fanren rose and began pacing the room. The conflict with the official forces from the Public Security Bureau stemmed from Lin Shi's assassination of Shun Jinbin and 3 bodyguards in the hospital. Lin Shi had left the bodyguards' weapons untouched, intending to cause Shun Fanren some inconvenience. However, he could not have anticipated the magnitude of trouble this would ultimately bring. In his previous life, when the apocalypse struck, Shun Fanren had leveraged his extensive network and stellar reputation built over many years in Sanyuan City to establish a cooperative relationship with the authorities early on. He contributed countless supplies and manpower, solidifying the Shun family's status in Sanyuan City until the official forces gradually disintegrated and absorbed the city, rendering Shun Fanren an unchallenged ruler. Yet this time, due to Lin Shi's seemingly trivial action, the police discovered firearms from Shun Fanren's bodyguards. Shun Fanren, before the onset of the apocalypse, had already been designated a key investigation target by the Sanyuan City Public Security Bureau, following a breakdown in communication. He found himself ensnared in a police operation that led to the discovery of numerous illicit items within his estate. He was promptly taken away by the special police forces. Fortunately, the apocalypse had arrived. Otherwise, this would have been enough to ruin Shun Fanren. Subsequently, chaos erupted in Sanyuan City, with rampant incidents of looting and violence. Amid the turmoil, his subordinates managed to rescue him from captivity. Later, he repurposed his estate to shelter refugees, and amidst the collapse of order, crime surged daily, allowing the official forces to momentarily overlook him. The official authority in Sanyuan City was led by the director of the Public Security Bureau, who had gathered a cadre of law enforcement officers, special police, and firefighters, all formerly affiliated with the government. During this time, Shinfanren had been striving for a peaceful negotiation and collaboration with the official forces, yet he repeatedly faced failure. His once strongest ally had transformed into his greatest obstacle in ruling Sanyuan City. What of the other matter I tasked you with? Chapter 99, The Wolf Pack's Night Attack. You asked me to investigate the unusually large beasts recently appearing in the city. I discovered that these creatures did not merely emerge from the mountains, but rather fled from the north. I consulted with an animal expert who suggested that the current frigid temperatures in the north are rendering these beasts unable to survive, prompting their migration here. Wang Ji cautiously glanced at Shinfanren as he continued. Moreover, he mentioned that what we are witnessing in Sanyuan City is merely the advance guard of the beasts, those that are quicker in their flight. There may soon be a large influx of them. Yet another piece of disheartening news. Ordinary beasts posed little threat, but those of considerable size required substantial firepower to subdue. Should these creatures multiply further without official collaboration to supply ammunition, their reserves would inevitably dwindle. And without firearms and ammunition, Shinfanren's position in Sanyuan City would become precarious. Shinfanren's expression darkened. Have we received any news from those we dispatched north to scout the situation? Since the solar storm erupted, the magnetic field of Tianyin star remained unstable, rendering radio communications impossible. Shinfanren's biological research facility was located in the north, and now, with transportation paralyzed and no news forthcoming, he was unable to access the gene drugs he had developed before the apocalypse. Shinfanren's visage grew increasingly grave. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long while before finally opening them to speak. In the coming days, keep a close watch on the beasts. Instruct the team below to consolidate a portion of resources and prepare for a potential evacuation from Sanyuan City. We shall not concern ourselves with Pang Zhangwo and his associates for now. Pang Zhangwo was the current leader of the official forces in Sanyuan City. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions as he replied, understood. The soundproofing in Shinfanren's room was exceptionally effective. While he and Wang Ji conversed indoors, two women stood outside his door, locked in a tense standoff. One of these women was Lu Xiyue. At Shinfanren's level, any woman he desired could be his. Yet the more unattainable they were, the more he yearned for them. Lu Xiyue exemplified this notion. Captivated by her ethereal presence amidst the crowd, he discovered she was already married. However, Lu Xiyue was astute, adept at understanding the hearts of men, not only catering to their likes, but also enhancing her worth in Shinfanren's eyes. She understood that once a man invested significantly in something, he would find it difficult to relinquish it. Thus, after becoming close to Shinfanren, she continually drew his attention and resources, ultimately securing shares in his new energy company. Originally, such a prosperous arrangement could have lasted indefinitely. In a past life, although Shinfanren later sought the company of many women, Lu Xiyue remained irreplaceable to him. However, in this life, the incident involving Lin Shi killing Shin Jinbin led to Lu Xiyue being subjected to Shinfanren's suspicion and neglect, prompting her to seek solace in a new romance. At this moment, standing before her was a sultry figure with cascading waves of hair, stunning features, and a demeanor that starkly contrasted with Lu Xiyue's own. She was Shinfanren's new lover, the once celebrated star, Hua Lingrong. What brings yesterday's flower, Miss Lu, here? Are you seeking disdain? Hua Lingrong taunted while twirling her hair. Lu Xiyue responded with an indifferent smile, her eyes icy. This is not your domain to dictate. Fanren's interest in you is merely a fleeting novelty. Hua Lingrong rolled her eyes. At least I am still a novelty, unlike some, who have long since lost their allure and have become stale. With that, she dramatically pinched her nose, glancing at Lu Xiyue as if she truly bore some foul odor. Lu Xiyue's face darkened, ready to retort, when suddenly a cacophony of chaos and gunfire erupted outside the estate. What is happening? The wolf pack is here. Stop them. Help. 100-strong pack of colossal wolves had invaded the estate, drawn by the scent of fresh blood. Unlike the previously scattered source beasts throughout the city, this pack was directly targeting the estate. The newly constructed 3-meter-high wall, intended to shield against the biting cold, was effortlessly cleared by the giant wolves. The patrol team was decimated under the assault of the massive beasts. Among them was a wolf king, larger than the rest, who, flanked by several wolves, approached a wall and struck it with a paw. The thick cement wall crumbled, revealing terrified survivors within. Lu Xiyue and Hua Lingrong, peering out a corridor window, exchanged glances, both alarmed by the unfolding horror. At that moment, The door at the end of the corridor swung open, revealing Shen Fanren and Wang Ji emerging from a room. Hastening toward the stairs, Lu Xiyue and Hua Lingrong quickly followed suit. Shen Fanren and Wang Ji moved with urgency. "Wait for me, darling," Hua Lingrong called out as she ran, but Shen Fanren seemed oblivious, quickening his pace to a jog. Suddenly, a shattering sound of glass erupted. A giant wolf leaped into their path, causing both women to scream in terror. In that critical moment, Lu Xiyue seized Hua Lingrong by the hair and, amidst her screams, thrust her toward the charging wolf, sprinting towards the direction Shen Fanren had fled. At the last moment, she reached him as he opened the basement door. "Jinbin, I want to be with you forever," Lu Xiyue declared, tears glistening in her eyes. Whether it was exceptional acting or sheer fright, Shen Fanren cast her a glance before ultimately retreating into the basement with her. Throughout the night, the estate was the scene of a gruesome massacre. When the three emerged from the basement the following day, the wolf pack had retreated, leaving the estate unrecognizable, drenched in blood and body parts. With not a single living soul in sight, Shen Fanren surveyed the ruins of his painstakingly constructed sanctuary, nearly succumbing to despair. Once he regained composure, he resolved to Wang Ji, "Ascertain how many managed to escape yesterday. Gather those who survived. They are of no use to us now. Bring the snow vehicles I had you repair earlier, and gather whatever supplies we can. We are heading south." In the cold confines of a cavern, Lin Shi absorbed the source power from the anomalous tree, sensing a saturation within him. An indescribable pressure filled his body, akin to having overeaten. Yet it was neither hunger nor the unlocking of the third stage of his genetic lock. It felt as though he was overflowing with source power, but lacked something crucial. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the tree's dense violet leaves to cascade like snowflakes. In an instant, the tree appeared lifeless, reduced to bare branches. Both Lin Shi and the Demon King were momentarily taken aback. The Demon King, puzzled, bit into the trunk, leaving a distinct tooth mark, showcasing its formidable strength. It could even leave an imprint on steel, underscoring the tree's sturdiness. Lin Shi mused that this tree might serve as excellent material. However, the roots were submerged beneath a pond, rendering them impossible to extract into his space. After spending several minutes and exhausting 2 axes, he resorted to a chainsaw to finally fell the tree and secure it within his space. Glancing outside, he noted that night had completely descended. The wilderness at night posed greater dangers, with many predators hunting under the cover of darkness. He laid several moisture-resistant mats upon the flat, icy surface of the pond and set up a tent atop them, layering it with blankets. He and the Demon King had fashioned their temporary abode. The Demon King, seemingly unaccustomed to such a dwelling, darted in and out with excitement. This marked Lin Shi's first night spent outdoors since his rebirth. He measured the cave's temperature, finding it to be a chilling 61 degrees below zero. Lately, the temperature had been steadily declining. After a light meal, Lin Shi crawled into his sleeping bag. The Demon King, ever alert, remained cautious and restless, as if sensing the unfamiliarity of their surroundings. Thoughts began to swirl in Lin Shi's mind. So much had changed in this life. The apocalypse had commenced shortly after, with humanity and other beings undergoing mass evolution. Source beasts and evolved ones had appeared ahead of schedule. The impending beast tide would undoubtedly be more terrifying than in his previous life. In retrospect, constructing a safe house was his most prudent decision. Had he continued living in a standard residential building as before, the weighty concrete might not withstand the assault of powerful source beasts. His safe house, with walls 3 meters thick and reinforced with steel and alloy structures, spanned 2 levels. Even if dinosaurs from the Jurassic era were to resurface, the integrity of his safe house would hold firm. He was not lacking in supplies. With his safe house as a refuge, all he needed was to continuously strengthen himself. Moreover, after the beast tide emerged, areas with higher populations would become prime targets for the scent-sensitive beasts. Conversely, his safe house would remain relatively secure. Regrettably, he had yet to avenge his father in this life. Lin Shi closed his eyes. He was not one to be blinded by vengeance. Otherwise, upon discovering the truth of his father's demise in his previous life, he would have acted impulsively. With the apocalypse upon them, Shen Fanren was likely developing his power in Sanyuan City, just as he had in the past. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this life would unfold as smoothly as the last. As these thoughts swirled, Lin Shi gradually drifted into a half-sleep state. Recalling the moment he unearthed the ancient coin with Zhao Xiao, inadvertently activating the treasure pot. However, this time, without hesitation, he had slain Zhao Xiao. Gazing at her incredulous, lifeless eyes in his dream, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Had he been as selfish and cold-hearted in his previous life, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic end. Thus, in this life, he would trust no one. After enjoying a warm breakfast in his safe house, Lin Shi ventured out once more. This time, he had no intention of laboriously scouring neighboring cities for gold. He had heard rumors that survivors were organizing a trading market in the eastern suburbs, which may have taken shape by now. He resolved to venture out today, hoping to exchange supplies for gold directly if possible. Without hesitation, Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and entered the town. The mere appearance of the Demon King naturally incited a degree of panic among the townsfolk. The Demon King did not harm anyone. Instead, it cast a disdainful glance at the humans scurrying about in fear. By the time the patrolling soldiers rushed over upon hearing the commotion, Lin Shi and the Demon King had long vanished from sight. They finally reached the eastern outskirts, where Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to halt. He seized a terrified survivor who was cowering on the ground and inquired, "Is there a market nearby for trading supplies?" The man, trembling with fear, stammered, "There's a park by the bridge, about a kilometer north of the supply distribution apartment." After obtaining the location, Lin Shi searched for a good 15 minutes before locating the park near the bridge that the man had mentioned. After giving the Demon King a few brief instructions to remain nearby, Lin Shi entered the park alone. Once a verdant oasis, the park was now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, with only a few tall trees protruding, hinting at its former glory. The park was bustling with people, and two groups of soldiers were stationed to maintain order. As Lin Shi wandered in, he observed a series of makeshift stalls haphazardly set up on the snowy ground. Some stalls displayed wooden signs proclaiming high offers for medicinal supplies, while others displayed useless mechanical parts, seeking merely to exchange for a bit of food. There were also stalls selling fabric and clothing that appeared to offer little warmth, alongside pleas scrawled on tattered cloths begging for food, wishing for long life, and so forth. Almost everything imaginable was present, with vendors outnumbering buyers. After a brief circuit, Lin Shi found what he sought at one stall, a frail boy with frostbitten hands who had laid out a collection of gold and silver jewelry, weighing approximately several pounds. As Lin Shi stood before the stall, the boy was fixated on the food at a neighboring stall, swallowing hard without even noticing Lin Shi's presence. "How much for the gold?" Lin Shi inquired. Chapter 101. Exchanging for gold. Since the outbreak of the solar storm and the onset of the extreme cold, food had been consumed without being replenished, leading to a dwindling supply for the survivors. Wang Liang, originally a third-year student, had lived sheltered under his parents' care and, like many students, once complained about the burdens of study and homework. He had even fantasized about the apocalypse, dreaming of a day when he could escape school and perhaps awaken extraordinary abilities like the protagonists in novels, allowing him to act freely. However, when the end of the world truly arrived, it was nothing like he had imagined. His mother fell ill with a fever and was bedridden, leaving their home devoid of food. Wang Liang was forced to shoulder the burden of scavenging for supplies. Yet, being young and inexperienced, he could find only items unrelated to food or discarded rubbish on the streets. He thought that collecting whatever he could find might still contribute something. The gold on his stall was collected from a house where it had been carelessly strewn about. Alongside the gold were used toothbrushes and a somewhat worn towel. Despite his efforts, these items could not even procure a pack of cold medicine or a steamed bun. Wang Liang had been at this stall for 2 days, with nothing to show for his efforts. The military rations had been consumed the previous day, and with 2 days until the next distribution, he and his mother would have to survive by melting snow for water. He could endure, but his mother— Wang Liang's gaze fixated on a few frozen buns displayed not far away. Although frozen buns were difficult to bite into, they were still a rare delicacy compared to frozen vegetables and uncooked rice. After 2 days of observation, he had confirmed that no one at the market was willing to trade anything of value for his worthless gold. The thought of rushing over to snatch a couple of buns crossed his mind. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. He dismissed it as just another passerby until a voice rang out above him. "How much for the gold?" You want gold?" Wang Liang exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he stood up, only to feel the world dim and collapse back onto the ground due to low blood sugar. Lin Shi frowned, waiting for the boy to recover. Wang Liang, regaining his composure, said eagerly, "I'll trade these for 2 buns." After a moment as thought, he reconsidered, No, just one bun. Or perhaps a pound of rice would suffice. While a pound of rice would indeed be more filling than a bun, kindling was too precious at present. Even a few sticks of firewood required a pound of rice in exchange. He had already sold the matches from home to procure food. And even if he managed to acquire rice, it would have to be consumed raw. Lin Shi glanced at the gold on the stall. He had a whole bag of rice in his space, but no buns. He retrieved 2 sealed packages of bread from his prepared backpack and asked, "How about this for a trade?" Wang Liang's eyes widened at the sight of the bread. His mother used to buy boxes of these bread loaves, and he would take a few to school every day. Now, seeing the familiar color and packaging again, he thought of his mother, still lying in bed, and his eyes welled with tears as he momentarily forgot to respond. "Is that not enough?" Lin Shi inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. "Enough, enough," Wang Liang stammered. Although 2 loaves didn't seem much, he knew they could be exchanged for at least 5 or 6 pounds of rice from the market's resellers. With trembling hands, he carefully accepted the bread, and only then did he notice how remarkably clean and tidy Lin Shi appeared. The eyes peeking out from his mask were sharp and clear, seeming not much older than himself. Noticing the boy's days, Lin Shi took the initiative and began to gather the gold from the stall into his backpack. Wang Liang looked down and caught a glimpse of the abundance of bread, sausages, and even matches inside Lin Shi's backpack. Envy flickered in his eyes, but he dared not voice it. He secretly wished he could be as capable as this older brother. Once the gold was secured, Lin Shi asked, "Besides what you have here, do you know where else I might find gold?" Wang Liang's eyes lit up. Yes, I know another person who sells gold. But he didn't set up his stall today, since no one was willing to trade with him yesterday, just like me. Wait here, I'll go get him." With that, he quickly gathered his belongings and vanished from sight. Lin Shi, initially planning to establish a stall to collect gold, took a plastic bag and settled into the space Wang Liang had just vacated. He retrieved paper and pen from his backpack, scribbling, purchasing gold, trading supplies. Starting from 10 pounds. He placed the sign in front of him and sat in silence, awaiting responses. Before long, someone noticed Lin Shi's message and approached, asking, "What do you offer in exchange for gold?" Lin Shi produced a loaf of bread, stating 10 pounds for one. He had previously collected an entire container of these loaves from the port, amounting to tens of thousands. He didn't particularly enjoy sweet food, so he had set aside some for trading gold. To prevent the bread from raising suspicion, he had intentionally stored them in his backpack to harden. Upon seeing the golden bread, the person swallowed hard, greedily eyeing Lin Shi's backpack. "Wait here." Not long after, the person who had just left returned, accompanied by a reseller to Lin Shi's stall. At this moment, several individuals gathered around Lin Shi's stall after noticing the sign he had written. However, they possessed little gold. Only a few 100 grams of jewelry, which Lin Shi was disinclined to exchange. Li Wei scrutinized Lin Shi and inquired, "Do you require gold? Where there is a marketplace, there will inevitably be middlemen who purchase at a low price from the struggling survivors and sell at a premium to those in need, thus profiting from the price differential." Li Wei was one such middleman in this marketplace, a venture he had established alongside a few others. "Indeed, do you have any?" Lin Shi tossed a small piece of bread in the air. He was merely 200 kilograms shy of achieving his 10th item replication upgrade. He was confident that many individuals, particularly the affluent ones from before the apocalypse, would not readily part with their assets. "Let us discuss this in a more secluded location," proposed Li Wei, his eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. Lin Shi rose and followed Li Wei to a deserted area. "How much gold do you require?" Li Wei asked. 220 kilograms. "Do you have it?" Lin Shi stated his demand outright. Li Wei appeared taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic world, food had become the universal currency, rendering gold virtually worthless. "What on earth do you need such a quantity of gold for?" he probed, unable to fathom Lin Shi's intentions. Lin Shi replied, "That is for you to know. Do you have it or not?" Li Wei narrowed his eyes, contemplating, then responded, "I do have some, but I will need 2 days. Moreover, what will you offer in exchange? Collecting that much gold will require considerable effort on my part. I have no interest in your bread. I need essential supplies. What do you possess?" His gaze remained fixed on Lin Shi, eager to ascertain his resources. Lin Shi smirked beneath his mask. He understood that these middlemen were often more cunning than they appeared. "If you do not want the bread, I can gather it myself," he retorted, leaving Li Wei indecisive and rooted in place. A person who had earlier summoned Li Wei to Lin Shi's stall called out, "Li Ge, are we not going to pursue this deal?" Li Wei smirked, a sinister glint in his expression. Let us keep an eye on this young man and see if he has any companions. If he is alone, we will follow him when he departs the market and ascertain his residence. Perhaps we can strike it rich. If all else fails, we can negotiate with him later. Both men appeared out of breath. Chen Xiaodong, who had been hastily summoned, cast several glances at Lin Shi. You seek a substantial amount of gold. Although Chen Xiaodong was clad in an assortment of peculiar garments, his nose was reddened from the cold. Yet his demeanor still bore the refined air of a former bank president. Lin Shi assessed him briefly and nodded. Yes, how much do you have? Chen Xiaodong glanced around to ensure they were alone before replying. How much do you desire? I can produce dozens or even hundreds of kilograms. Chen Xiaodong, the former president of a bank, had the key to the vault, which could be opened using a specially crafted key without electricity. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and reiterated his previous offer to Li Wei. I can pay with bread. For 220 kilograms of gold, I will give you 30 loaves. What do you say? Wang Liang looked expectantly at Chen Xiaodong. Unlike Wang Liang, who was anxious, Chen Xiaodong countered, 40 loaves. I will provide you with as much as I can. I assure you, I have far more gold than just a few hundred kilograms. The difference between 30 and 40 loaves was negligible for Lin Shi, yet he could not allow it to seem as though he had an abundance of food. 35 loaves. He countered. After some bargaining, they settled on 37 loaves. Wang Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He feared Lin Shi might refuse the deal. On their journey, Chen Xiaodong had promised him a reward of 10% of the profits from the transaction. With 37 loaves, he could acquire at least 3 additional loaves, which he could then trade for cold medicine for his mother. After finalizing the agreement with Chen Xiaodong, Lin Shi departed the market with the two men. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lin Shi whistled, and the Demon King emerged from a snowbank, rushing to his side. He was bemused to find that the Demon King had burrowed into a snowbank outside the market. He brushed the snowflakes off the creature. The appearance of the Demon King startled Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. Lin Shi casually explained that this was his pet from before the apocalypse. In a world increasingly fraught with danger, having the scent-sensitive Demon King nearby would allow for early detection of beast waves, although it might incite panic among other survivors. Such concerns paled in comparison to facing a beast wave. Once they realized that the Demon King posed no threat to humans, they felt somewhat reassured. Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi with newfound admiration. Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and departed. He and Chen Xiaodong arranged to meet in the afternoon at the bank on Academy Road in the eastern suburbs, though this was merely a pretext to conceal the existence of their hidden space. After parting ways with the two men, Lin Shi found an unoccupied shop and retrieved 37 loaves of bread from his space, placing them in a large black bag. He then awaited the appointed time. As the hour approached, Lin Shi made his way to the bank on Academy Road. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed something amiss. Now attuned to the bloodlust and scrutiny of others, Lin Shi's awareness extended over 80 meters. Standing not far from the bank's entrance, he felt a subtle yet palpable hostility emanating from within the open doors of the bank. Were there individuals lying in wait for him inside? He signaled for the Demon King to remain several dozen meters away from the bank and called out, "Come out." Lin Shi sneered, "If that is the case, then the transaction is off." With that, he commanded the Demon King to retreat. Naturally, Lin Shi had no intention of truly leaving. He was merely one step away from acquiring the gold. Even if the elderly man and the young boy intended to ambush him, he could eliminate them before accessing the vault. To Lin Shi's surprise, this tactical retreat drew forth an unexpected group. Li Wei emerged from the shadows of the bank, brandishing a pistol, flanked by 2 armed accomplices. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after he and Chen Xiaodong parted ways, Li Wei had intercepted the excited Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, extracting the details of their transaction. Originally, Li Wei had intended to follow Lin Shi to discover his residence. But upon witnessing Lin Shi mount the Demon King and depart, his plans swiftly shifted to fixating on the creature. Recently, the military had received reports of several scientists conducting research on the newly emerged mutated beasts. Li Wei was consumed by dreams of acquiring Lin Shi's loyal and mutated dog, believing that presenting it to the military would yield immeasurable supplies and perhaps even authority. With greed now clouding his gaze, Li Wei called out, "We meet again. I have devised a trade for you. I will exchange all the gold from this bank's vault for your dog. What do you say?" Upon hearing that someone intended to claim his master, the Demon King bared its teeth and emitted a low, threatening growl. Before Lin Shi could respond, Li Wei added, "Oh, And I have hidden the vault key. If you refuse the trade, you can forget about acquiring this gold. You, along with the 2 individuals you are conducting business with, are all destined to perish. I trust you can comprehend the gravity of the situation." Li Wei shook the gun in his hand, urging the dog to cooperate. Compliance would spare your lives. One of Li Wei's accomplices produced a tranquilizer and rope from behind, eagerly eyeing the beast. Lin Shi chuckled, dismounting from the creature. The gold could be reclaimed, and the fates of those 2 were of no concern to him. However, he detested being threatened. Li Wei mistakenly believed Lin Shi had acquiesced, a look of delight crossing his face. Yet, this fleeting joy was short-lived, as Lin Shi's icy voice pierced through. "Kill everyone except the one speaking." The beast had been waiting for Lin Shi's command and, upon hearing it, lunged forward like a gust of wind. For the creature, the distance of several dozen meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Realizing Lin Shi was unyielding, Li Wei's expression hardened, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Li Wei had presumed the beast could be dispatched like the first-tier source beasts that had previously invaded the city, easily felled by gunfire. He was gravely mistaken. The defense of a second-tier source beast was beyond that of ordinary wildlife. A mere handgun could not breach the creature's hide. Bang! Li Wei fired a shot, but his eyes could scarcely keep pace with the beast's speed. The bullet missed entirely, and the creature was upon them, seizing the head of the individual holding the tranquilizer. "Boss, help!" cried the other, clutching the rope, as he hastily approached Li Wei for assistance. Li Wei quickly shifted the gun's aim, but a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his wrist, causing the firearm to clatter into the snow. To his astonishment, a shard of glass had embedded itself in his flesh, a result of Lin Shi's handiwork. During a previous outing, Lin Shi had found glass shards to be quite effective, discreetly stashed for dealing with ordinary foes. Li Wei attempted to retrieve his weapon, but the beast's assault had already commenced. The creature had long harbored disdain for Li Wei and had heard his words. However, Lin Shi had not commanded it to slay this detestable human. Instead, the beast lunged sideways, raking its claws into the person hiding behind Li Wei, eviscerating him and knocking Li Wei to the ground, his accomplice's blood splattering onto him. Panic finally graced Li Wei's features as he shouted into the bank. "Aren't you coming out?" Li Wei intended to take the beast away, accompanied by more than just 2 individuals. In the dim recesses of the bank, 10 more awaited, 8 of whom were hidden within, along with Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. The beast's ferocity had left everyone paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing Li Wei's command, the others exchanged glances, yet none dared to move. Besides Li Wei, none were armed. Stepping outside was akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. Lin Shi paid no mind to the individuals inside, approaching the beast instead. He picked up the handgun from the ground and, without hesitation, aimed for Li Wei's leg, firing without a word. "Ah!" Li Wei screamed in agony. Lin Shi, maintaining his cold demeanor, aimed at Li Wei's other leg and inquired, "Where is the key?" Li Wei, cowed by Lin Shi's ruthlessness, understood the true terror lay in the silence of a relentless adversary. He dared not hesitate. "Don't shoot. The key is in my pocket. I miscalculated this time. I concede. Take the key and let me go. My brother is an evolver, a reserve officer in the military. If you kill me, you will invite trouble. Since you shot me, let's call it even." Li Wei struggled to maintain his composure, concealing his murderous intent. Lin Shi made no response, nor did he lower his weapon, instead commanding, "Bring your people out." At the mention of his associates, Li Wei's anger surged, and he bellowed at the silent bank entrance. "Aren't you coming out? Don't you want to survive in Shushi?" The 8 individuals, recalling Li Wei's brother's status, slowly emerged, escorting Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong in front of them. Although they were captives, admiration radiated from Wang Liang's gaze toward Lin Shi, his heart silently exclaiming, "This is the epitome of a heroic protagonist. If I could tame such a formidable beast, no one would dare to challenge me again." Meanwhile, Chen Xiaodong's eyes remained fixated on the imposing creature, filled with awe and trepidation. Once everyone had emerged, Lin Shi continued to command, "Throw the key here." Li Wei hesitated, but meeting Lin Shi's frigid gaze, he gritted his teeth and produced the key from beneath his clothing, tossing it to Lin Shi. Upon receiving the key, Lin Shi holstered his gun. Li Wei, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, snapped at his remaining accomplices. "Aren't you going to help me up? What are you still holding on to those 2 for? Hurry." The 8 accomplices exchanged glances, then, wary of Lin Shi and the bloodied beast, swiftly untied Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. They hurriedly ran toward Lin Shi. Li Wei suppressed the malice brewing within him and instructed his companions, "Let's go." It was then they heard a chilling command from behind, "Leave no one alive." Minutes later, the cries ceased, and besides Lin Shi, Wang Liang, and Chen Xiaodong, not a single soul remained. Lin Shi had never intended to allow any of them to live. The gruesome scene left Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang in stunned silence. Even with their prior exposure to death, they felt nauseous. Wang Liang, however, showed greater resilience. His youthful spirit had a remarkable capacity for acceptance, and he quickly returned to gazing at Lin Shi with admiration, oblivious to the fact that they too could be considered roots that needed uprooting. Chen Xiaodong, however, was acutely aware. Li Wei's desperate cries echoed in his mind. Lin Shi's expression during that moment had been cold and disdainful. Chen Xiaodong realized Lin Shi harbored no fear of evolvers, nor of the military's might. In a moment of desperation, Chen Xiaodong knelt in the snow. Gazing sincerely at Lin Shi, "My lord, may I work for you?"